Chapter 70. The perfection of breaking the 100-time pass day by day amidst the duels. Li Hao's daily routine consisted of combat, absorbing sword energy, drawing upon the power of the 5 elements, resting, and then engaging in more combat, a continuous cycle that brought him joy. While he reveled in this, Liu Long found no such happiness. He was genuinely exhausted. He could not unleash his full strength for fear of fatally wounding Li Hao. Yet he also had to remain vigilant, as a moment's carelessness could lead to a fierce counterattack from Li Hao, leaving him battered and bruised. Nevertheless, amidst the hardships, Liu Long experienced a flicker of delight. He witnessed Li Hao's prowess visibly advancing, growing stronger with each passing day, and the integration of internal energy was becoming increasingly evident. Meanwhile, the entire Night Watch division in Silver City had immersed itself in training. Lu Yin and Yun Yao sparred fiercely every evening, both emerging with bruises, reluctant to face anyone the next day as they hid away in their rooms to recover, only to return to battle by nightfall. Wu Chao and Chun Jian, having recently advanced past the 100 mark, began their daily practice sessions, fully aware of their captain and Li Hao's sparring, as well as Lu Yin and Yun Yao's. The enforcement building bustled with activity internally, yet remained eerily quiet externally. Aside from a brief stir on its establishment day, there had been little to no movement. Even the enforcement building itself seemed dormant. This left many observers of the Night Watch division at a loss. Were Liu Long and his companions truly neglecting their duties? Aside from Li Hao's regular comings and goings, only Wang Ming and a few others were occasionally seen outside, and sometimes they merely ventured out for leisurely strolls. Li Ming, too, indulged in shopping. This behavior left onlookers both perplexed and frustrated, struggling to comprehend the actions of this peculiar group. Within the enforcement team, Wang Ming enjoyed a leisurely few days, with little to occupy his time and no one to oversee him. Liu Long had been preoccupied with sparring alongside Li Hao, and after their sessions, he lacked the energy to attend to anyone else. At that moment, he paced the lobby on the first floor, and upon spotting someone entering, his eyes lit up as he hurried forward. Li Hao? Old Wang. Li Hao, invigorated and beaming, had just biked over from home. Is there something you need? I'm eager to find the captain for practice. Recently, he had increasingly felt his internal energy transforming into a sword-like form, and at this rate, he was on the verge of achieving true integration, merging his internal energy into a formidable force, culminating in the genuine perfection of breaking the 100. Wang Ming, not in haste to discuss matters, took a moment to assess him before speaking. I've noticed Liu Long has been looking like he's fighting for his life these past few days, sporting dark circles under his eyes and appearing sleep-deprived. How come you seem unaffected? He then expressed curiosity. Li Hao, having just entered the 100 mark, what could you possibly gain from sparring with Liu Long? I understand the value of practice with others, but your exchanges with him seem puzzling. Honestly, if I were to practice with Li Yao, I wouldn't expect much in return. What is the significance of your actions? It's quite remarkable that Liu Long accompanies you. Not too bad, Li Hao replied, ascending the stairs, noticing Wang Ming following him. Why are you trailing me? Do you need something? You, along with Hu Hao and the others, can certainly engage in a friendly exchange. Yet, what is there to exchange? Wang Ming shook his head, stating, Hu Hao belongs to the Flying Sky system. Li Ming possesses the True Eye, and I am from the main attack system. We do not operate within the same framework, making any form of exchange utterly impractical. It is not akin to the martial artist's interactions. His reluctance was not born from laziness, but rather from the realization of its futility. For instance, if he were to spar with Hu Hao, who could effortlessly ascend into the skies, what would Wang Ming do? Simply gaze up from the ground, launch a flying sword from below to bring Hu Hao down. That would be mere folly. He continued, as superpowered individuals, our primary focus at this stage remains the absorption of mysterious energy. Fortunately, I have made some progress recently. I have absorbed a considerable amount of mysterious energy, and I believe once I fully assimilate it, I might transcend into the moon waning tier. Currently, I am at the full moon stage, a superpowered stronghold. Transitioning from full moon to moon waning does not necessitate the alignment of forces, nor does it require a comprehension of momentum. This applies equally to the sun-shining strongholds, which similarly lack any requisite force. The methods of cultivation vary greatly between the two. Otherwise, the transition into sun-shining would not be relatively straightforward. Li Hao possessed a certain understanding of the superpower system, albeit not an extensive one. Upon hearing this, he chuckled. Congratulations are in order. Wang Ming quickly retorted, Do not be too hasty in your congratulations. He continued, as you mentioned previously, the blood god child, when utilized, enhances the efficiency of mysterious energy absorption. Is this true? Li Hao inquired. What, do you doubt it? Wang Ming clarified, it is not disbelief. The blood god child is now scarce among the night watchers. If it proves beneficial, I would be willing to expend significant resources to acquire a few for experimentation. However, if it turns out to be ineffective, would that not be a waste? I have inquired, and currently, the night watchers possess only one blood god child of the sun-shining tier and 3 from the moon-waning tier. That is all. Initially, there were 9, but the majority have been awarded to Silver City. Li Hao was taken aback, yet understood, realizing that Minister Ho had not dealt with the Red Moon individuals for quite some time. Your abilities are remarkable. How did you manage to uncover that information? Wang Ming grinned. It is quite normal. I am a genius, after all, officially recorded in White Moon City. When I inquire about the blood god child and its availability, they would not deliberately conceal it from me. It is not as if it is an origin divine weapon, shrouded in secrecy. Li Hao had long harbored a question. Now, with Wang Ming broaching the subject again, he could not restrain himself from asking, Old Wang, you frequently assert that you are a genius. What precisely is the definition of a genius among superpowered individuals? His curiosity was piqued. Is rapid advancement the sole criterion for genius? Some possess more mysterious energy while others possess less, which is often contingent upon their family background. Those with wealth and influence can acquire more mysterious energy, absorb it more, and thus progress faster. Does that equate to genius? Is that not a rather hasty conclusion? Wang Ming, upon hearing this, grew somewhat agitated. Are you questioning my abilities? No. I am genuinely inquiring, Li Hao replied. Wang Ming huffed, slightly displeased, but understanding that Li Hao lacked insight, he elaborated. The definition of genius among superpowered individuals can be simply categorized into several aspects. Firstly, it pertains to the efficiency of mysterious energy absorption. For instance, if I absorb a unit of mysterious energy, specifically gold-type energy, I can retain 0.7 units while dissipating 0.3 units. Upon hearing this, Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Conversion efficiency. This is indeed quite impressive, being able to retain 70%. Li Hao was well aware that the mysterious energy could dissipate. He too absorbed this enigmatic force. With the aid of sword energy, his retention rate would be exceptionally high. However, without the accompaniment of sword energy, even with the use of the 5 animals breathing technique, he could only manage to retain around 50 to 60%. Others, who did not employ the 5 animals breathing technique, fared even worse, with individuals like Liu Yan often managing to absorb merely 20 to 30%. The fact that Wang Ming could convert 70% truly marked him as a prodigy. Undoubtedly a gifted one. Wang Ming continued. This is the first point. Second, the number of super energy locks developed. Li Hao displayed an attentive demeanor, for he genuinely did not comprehend this aspect. Every individual possesses super energy locks, including the Celestial Guardian. Wang Ming proceeded to enlighten him. However, the super energy locks of the Celestial Guardian are naturally unlocked. Yet, this does not imply that all are opened. Currently, the super energy domain categorizes the number of super energy locks into 9. If you have naturally unlocked one super energy lock, you can be considered a Celestial Guardian, as you inherently possess the power of a Starlight Master, allowing you to enter that realm without any hindrance. Should you unlock 2 super energy locks, you can smoothly transition into the Moonshade realm, absorbing mysterious energy directly, provided there is enough to facilitate your immediate entry. This pattern continues. Unlocking 3 would grant you direct access to the Radiant Sun. He expressed a hint of envy. This is the Celestial Guardian. The most formidable among those known to be Celestial Guardians are those who have naturally unlocked 3 super energy locks, entering the Radiant Sun with their journey commencing where others conclude. Upon hearing this, Li Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, a naturally born Radiant Master, regardless of future potential, starts where others reach their zenith. Even if they cease to progress, they will remain an unattainable benchmark for a lifetime. The Celestial Guardians truly embody the essence of being favored by the heavens. Wang Ming continued, as for us, we can only gradually develop our potential. Super energy locks are not something one can simply discover all 9 from the outset. Rather, it requires a gradual exploration. Some individuals at the Starlight Master level can identify 3 or 4 locks, indicating their future potential to enter the Radiant Sun. Conversely, others, even upon reaching the radiant sun level, may still fail to uncover a fourth lock, suggesting that their journey towards the three suns is fraught with difficulty. Unable to unlock that fourth super energy lock due to their ignorance of its location. Possessing the strength of the radiant sun does not guarantee the ability to break through the confines of one's body. It is not that there is no means, but rather a lack of understanding of where to initiate the unlocking process, thereby stifling potential. Li Hao grasped his implication and inquired, "How many super energy locks have you discovered?" Wang Ming, being at the moon shade level, had ostensibly unlocked only 2 locks. Could it be that he had developed 3 or 4? 5. Wang Ming declared with pride. "Impressive, isn't it?" Li Hao chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. However, old Wang, if the super energy locks reside within oneself, does that mean I can merely claim to have discovered a certain number? In that case, no one could refute my assertions. I could claim to have uncovered 100 locks, and who could possibly verify otherwise? Ah, you underestimate the capabilities of super energy practitioners." Wang Ming shook his head. "It's not that simple. Certainly, the conventional methods are challenging to scrutinize. However, the Night Watchers typically conduct an assessment for newcomers, which requires passing the test of the Source Divine Arms. These arms can ascertain the number of superpower locks you have discovered." Li Hao's curiosity was piqued. "How does one discover them? Why do you care about this?" "You are not a superpower user," came the reply. Li Hao chuckled. "Who knows? I might become a superpower user myself one day. Besides, I feel like I have at least 10 superpower locks." Wang Ming displayed a polite, yet indifferent smile. "You're joking." "Keep on joking." Although Li Hao's words seemed lighthearted, he was quite serious. 10 superpower locks. He had a sense that the number might be even greater. During his practice sessions, the superpower locks would emerge, and he felt that even his internal organs could have around 10. There seemed to be some in his head as well, and it appeared that superpower locks existed in his limbs too. There were so many. Sometimes, Li Hao found himself questioning why he had not yet entered the realm of superpowers. Initially, he thought he needed to break all the superpower locks, but it now seemed that breaking just one would suffice. Should he give it a try? On second thought, he recalled his teacher's admonitions and decided against contemplating the matter of entering superpowers for the time being. Seeing Wang Ming's disbelief, he chose not to argue but instead inquired curiously, "Old Wang, if you discovered 5 locks, what level does that place you at among the Night Watchers?" "Top tier level," Wang Ming replied proudly. 3 sunlight locks, 4 Sunyang locks, and 5 would indicate that I have a chance to ascend beyond the Sunyang. "And what about 9? Li Hao asked with a grin. "Since you mentioned that someone in this field has discovered 9, it implies that someone must have achieved it for such knowledge to circulate. According to your theory, with each lock representing a realm, wouldn't T9 be unfathomable?" Wang Ming shook his head. 9 locks have indeed been discovered by a celestial blessing master from the central region, a veteran in the field, who is said to exist beyond the Sunyang. According to some reports attributed to him, the later stages of superpower locks become increasingly difficult to unlock, which is normal. However, it is also said that the dangers associated with unlocking these locks escalate significantly, often leading to unpredictable threats. At this stage, it seems that only individuals have managed to unlock 5 superpower locks. Whether anyone has unlocked the 6th to enter a higher tier beyond the Sunyang remains uncertain. He added, "But it's only a matter of time. The advancement in superpowers has been rapid. 20 years ago, there were only Star Masters. Within a year, Moon Shadow Masters emerged. In less than 3 years, Sunlight Masters appeared. I inquired earlier, and it's been over 10 years since the emergence of Sunyang. Moreover, in the central region, the level above Sunyang actually surfaced 5 years ago. In just 20 years, 5 levels of superpowers have appeared consecutively. Given that 5 years have elapsed since the last level emerged, it's quite possible that we may soon witness the rise of a 6th-tier powerhouse." Li Hao felt a silent shock at this rapid pace. Indeed, it might lead to the eventual emergence of a 9th-tier powerhouse. "Are there many above the Sunyang in the central region?" "Quite a few," Wang Ming casually remarked, choosing not to elaborate further, then smiled. "Now do you understand why I am considered a genius? I absorb mysterious energy with remarkable speed and efficiency, and furthermore, my potential is even greater. Take Hu Hao and Li Ming, for instance. They have made a commendable mark within the ranks of the Night Watchers. However, they have only uncovered 3 superpower locks, which indicates they possess a sense of direction as they advance towards the radiant dawn, albeit without a clear path following that milestone." He elevated his own standing while simultaneously diminishing that of Li Ming and the others. How shameless. Nevertheless, discovering 3 locks is already quite impressive. Some individuals at the Moonshade level might struggle to even locate the 3rd lock, unable to find their way to the Radiant Dawn, and must instead proceed slowly. Superpower locks serve as barriers that impede the advancement of superpowers. Thus, if one can break the 3rd superpower lock, they can directly ascend to the Radiant Dawn without encountering significant obstacles. Indeed, Wang Ming chuckled, nodding in agreement. Therefore, I wish to utilize the mysterious energy from this reward to elevate myself to the moonlit phase. Then, I hope to harness the power of the Blood God Child. If it truly enhances the effects of mysterious energy as you suggested, perhaps it could assist me in unlocking the 3rd superpower lock and stepping into the Radiant Dawn. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. If that were the case, my progress would be on par with those favored by the heavens. Li Hao, do not mislead me. I intend to petition the headquarters to exchange for that Blood God Child of the Radiant Dawn level. If that fails, I shall be in dire straits. Can that item be exchanged? Certainly, Wang Ming affirmed. Within the Night Watchers, merit is also valued. Treasures are exchanged for the benefit of all. Minister Ho has stated that treasures and resources gain value only when they circulate. Previously, few had exchanged for the Blood God Child, as it holds some utility for newcomers who are reluctant to pay such a hefty price for it. Hence it remains somewhat overlooked. If you are certain, I shall find a way to facilitate the exchange. How much? Li Hao inquired with curiosity. What is the price for the Blood God Child of the Radiant Dawn level? It is not solely about the price. Wang Ming elaborated. There are also level requirements. The hierarchy within the inspection division necessitates a sufficient rank to exchange for the Radiant Dawn level. One must be a city inspector. I am a patrol inspector, technically ineligible for the exchange, but I have connections with many city inspectors, including our minister. Thus I can enlist their assistance. What is the price? 200 units of mysterious energy. So inexpensive? Li Hao was taken aback. Previously, my teacher purchased one from our minister for 300 units, and Minister Hao claimed it was not for sale. Inexpensive? Wang Ming was at a loss for words. Such arrogance was truly astounding. Yet, when a teacher who had slain 2/3 Yang beings claimed 200 units was exorbitant, it was clear this individual was utterly clueless. It is not the same, Wang Ming explained. There are limitations on the number of exchanges for treasures. Otherwise, everyone would seek out the higher-ups for trades. The exchange is relatively cheaper due to these restrictions, as it is limited. Rewards, however, are unrestricted, and such opportunities are incredibly rare for many. Very well. Yet even at 100 units, it cannot be considered cheap. Indeed, a powerful being at the Radiant Dawn level, upon demise, can yield 200 to 300 units of mysterious energy. The same goes for the Crimson Shadow. Selling at this price seems appropriate. Any higher, and one might as well invest that mysterious energy in training, as it proves more beneficial than the power of the Crimson Shadow for superpowers. With a capacity of 200 units, Wang Ming should be able to manage it. Previously, he allocated over 100 units, and considering his affluent and influential background, it should pose no difficulty. However, it appears that he is rather conflicted, fearing that it may prove to be futile, thus leading to waste. Indeed, 200 units seems to him a considerable sum. At this moment, Li Hao gained further insight into the capabilities of supernatural beings. According to Wang Ming, there remains hope for this individual to ascend beyond the realm of Sanyang, which is somewhat astonishing. Feel free to exchange it, if you have no use for it. I would gladly purchase it back for 300 units, and you would still profit. How does that sound? Really? Wang Ming's face lit up with joy. Intrigued by such a fortunate prospect. Even if he had no need for it, selling it would still yield a profit. Is this akin to receiving a monetary gift? Otherwise, Li Hao could consult Liu Long, who would likely be willing to assist him in the exchange, even if it were only a single opportunity. Li Hao nodded in agreement. Will it be a loss? Certainly not. Besides, he cannot find a suitable person for the exchange. As for Liu Long, having just entered the realm of Doqian, Li Hao was uncertain about the significance of such an opportunity, yet the captain might indeed require it in the near future. They were soon to embark on an expedition to ancient ruins, and if they were to reap rewards, such opportunities would undoubtedly be necessary. Do not bother the captain for an exchange. If you have your own means, resolve it yourself. Wang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. He had merely suggested it, and had no intention of asking Liu Long for assistance. The two continued their descent down the stairs. Li Hao observed Wang Ming following him, genuinely surprised. I have finished speaking, you may exchange it now. What are you still following me for? Take a look at how you and Lu do spar. Is it permissible? Wang Ming explained, recently, I have been studying the 5-animal technique. However, my teacher only provided a booklet, and there is little guidance. I feel too embarrassed to inquire further, so I am left to explore on my own. I sense some progress, yet also some stagnation. Li Hao, may I observe you during your sparring? He had developed an interest in martial arts. Indeed, he had been delving into the 5-animal technique, but regrettably, Yuan Shua had only imparted their secret techniques along with basic breathing methods, leaving him feeling unfulfilled in his progress. I have been utilizing the 5-animal technique less frequently of late, Li Hao candidly admitted. His primary focus had been on comprehending momentum and swordplay, with sparring not predominantly centered on the 5-animal technique. Very well, if it is inconvenient for you to observe, then do not. Next time I spar with someone, feel free to watch as you please. Li Hao chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. In the coming days, he might achieve a state of great perfection. Besides, maintaining a low profile would be prudent, as there were too many individuals aware of his capabilities. Although Wang Ming was a decent person, he was still too entangled with matters pertaining to Bayou City. It would be detrimental if secrets were leaked. The crux of the matter was that this fellow was rather indiscreet, to put it bluntly. He was somewhat naive. Whatever he was asked, he would divulge without reservation. Many of the inquiries Li Hao posed were, in fact, confidential matters, and this fellow would blurt out everything without hesitation. If he were in Hui Xiaoqing's position, he would have maintained strict silence around someone like Wang Ming, forbidding him from speaking altogether. Even regarding the source divine weapon, this individual had articulated everything clearly, leaving little unknown. Otherwise, Li Hao was confident that if questioned, he would reveal even more. Li Hao and Wang Ming parted ways. Wang Ming glanced back at Li Hao, who had entered the basement, curling his lips before suddenly breaking into laughter. Am I a fool? This fellow might actually be on the verge of reaching the mid-stage of breaking 100. Truly terrifying. He felt a sense of pride. My guess was undoubtedly correct. Li Hao thought he could keep it from me. Before long, he encountered Li Ming on the road and remarked, Li Ming, keep pushing. If you don't reach the half-moon realm soon, Li Hao will surpass you. It seems he might have entered the mid-stage of breaking 100. Li Ming's heart tightened. So soon? The bunch he had just bought suddenly lost its appeal. Soon enough. The news of Li Hao potentially entering the mid-stage of breaking 100 spread among the trio in Baiwest City, reaching Hu Hao, who also felt a surge of anxiety. Li Hao's speculation was accurate. Wang Ming believed him to be a good person, allowing him to speak freely. Even when merely guessing, he dared to voice his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the basement, Liu Long took a deep breath and looked at Li Hao. I sense you are nearly there. Today will be different. I will primarily employ force. You understand force, right? Previously, I merely scratched the surface. I did not truly exert my divine will to pressure you. However, you still lack that final push. Your recovery ability is extraordinary. Even if I injure you, I am not overly concerned. Over the past few days, he had indeed noticed Li Hao's remarkable resilience. Given this, he felt it necessary to provide Li Hao with a more significant challenge, even allowing him to experience the true essence of life and death. Yuan Shua was right. Liu Long could be quite daring at times. Li Hao, unfazed, nodded. Boss, bring it on. I wish to witness the true strength of Do Qian. After all, once I reach perfection, I may encounter formidable opponents at the Do Qian or Ri Yao levels at any moment. It would be beneficial to experience their full force in advance to better prepare for future encounters. With that, Li Hao instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. His body seemed to compress momentarily. At that moment, Liu Long held nothing back. He hadn't yet employed the 9-forged strength. If he did, it would not be an ordinary Do Qian. He considered it his strongest attack capable of breaching the Sanyang defenses. Divine will unleashed. In an instant, Liu Long wielded a small axe, cutting through obstacles as he cleaved through Li Hao's ground-based stance. A few days prior, during their previous encounter, Liu Long had landed several blows on Li Hao. They had later agreed that using weapons would be more beneficial. Now, with a swing of his axe, a resounding crash echoed as the earth seemed to split apart. At that moment, Li Hao truly sensed the might of Do Qian. The atmosphere felt tumultuous. With a fierce roar, he stomped down once more. The basement trembled, the ground having already cracked, now beginning to collapse under the force. With a single stomp, Li Hao brandished a long sword, a gift from Yuan Shua. Though it was not an exceptional item, It was significantly stronger than his previous ordinary sword. Li Hao unleashed a strike with his sword. The clash between sword and axe reverberated through the air. This time, it was not a stalemate. Li Hao felt an immense force overwhelming him, and in an instant, his long sword was knocked away by the giant axe. His palm split open from the impact. Li Hao barely had time to react before the axe descended toward his head. Li Hao hastily retreated, yet at that moment, he found himself once again ensnared by the colossal waves, as if shackled. Liu Long's axe descended in an instant. Li Hao swiftly turned his head and bent down, but he could not avert the blow. With a sickening thud, the razor-sharp axe cleaved through his shoulder blade, even biting into the bone, a searing pain coursing through him, rendering his entire right arm a foreign entity. Liu Long's eyes flickered with a moment of doubt, but it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Li Hao could endure. Though grievously injured, he had the means to heal, for just days prior, Liu Long had inadvertently fractured several of his bones, and Li Hao had recovered rapidly. This time, though the injury was more severe, he was confident that Li Hao would prevail. However, such a duel was likely beyond the comprehension of others. With renewed vigor, Liu Long wielded the axe again, his intent suggesting he truly wished to cleave Li Hao in two. In reality, Liu Long did not exert his full strength. The thrill of life and death was what truly excited him, was it not? Li Hao roared, engulfed in excruciating pain. In that moment, his left hand lunged for the small axe, prompting Liu Long to withdraw his axe and strike at Li Hao's left hand. This time, defeat seemed inevitable. Li Hao possessed no means to counterattack, for they were so closely engaged that Liu Long entirely suppressed him. Yet, as Liu Long's axe swung down, Li Hao's left hand did not retreat. This unexpected boldness startled Liu Long. Was it to be severed? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine. At that instant, a third hand emerged from his trousers, imbued with a trace of sword energy. "Boss, be careful." Li Hao's warning was barely uttered as his hand seized the opportunity. With a deft maneuver, he countered, "You strike me first, and I shall not hold back." Liu Long felt a sudden coolness, astonished by the appearance of a third hand. How could this be? He had not perceived that Li Hao's left hand, which had just swung, was but an illusion. Having engaged in close combat with Li Hao numerous times, he failed to discern the location of this third hand. Or perhaps, had Li Hao always worn a prosthetic on his left hand? If so, that prosthetic was remarkably lifelike. Liu Long quickly retreated, yet still felt a sharp sting as the sword energy pierced him, even tearing his trousers. He stumbled back several steps, stabilizing his footing. Meanwhile, Li Hao paid no heed to the damage. The sword energy circulated within him, alleviating much of the pain. He swung his sword once more, this strike even more formidable than the last. With an eruption of sword intent, silent and unseen, he thrust forth. The small axe was pierced through with a resounding crack, exposing Liu Long's throat. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, spectators were watching from behind. Liu Yin and Yun Yao silently observed, beads of sweat forming on their brows. The clash between these two did not resemble mere sparring. It was a life-and-death struggle where every move targeted the vital points. Such encounters had become frequent in recent days, yet today felt particularly perilous. Li Yin and her companion remained silent, absorbed in the spectacle, refraining from any discussion. To converse while two formidable fighters clashed would be a profound disrespect. Any reflections on their performance would be reserved until after the battle's conclusion. Both felt they were gaining invaluable insights. They are all martial masters. Even Yun Yao, prior to entering the moon's abyss, was a seasoned expert at the 10th blade level, fully aware of the inherent dangers and terrors. Such sparring was beyond their means. Should they confront someone like Li Hao, they would have been utterly defeated, with no hope of recovery. At that moment, Liu Long abruptly abandoned his axe, hurling it towards Li Hao, shattering his sword intent. In the next instant, a powerful fist struck, resonating with a thunderous sound as the crack of Li Hao's broken ribs echoed. He was sent flying by that single blow. Liu Long relentlessly pursued him. Even as Li Hao was propelled backward, he was denied any chance to recover, closing the distance swiftly to unleash another punch. The impact was akin to a drum of flesh, causing Li Hao to spew forth blood uncontrollably. His gaze, once resolute, now appeared dazed. Just days prior, he believed he had narrowed the gap between himself and Liu Long. However, today, after several of Liu Long's strikes, fueled by an explosive force, he found himself utterly subdued, struggling to mount any effective defense. Even his attempts at surprise attacks were effortlessly evaded. In that moment, with Liu Long closing in without respite, Li Hao felt as though his very existence was on the brink of collapse. He truly believed he was on the verge of death. Blood splattered as he crashed to the ground, and Liu Long, merciless, brought his foot down upon him. He hoped to awaken Li Hao's latent potential, but it seemed he had perhaps struck too hard, rendering Li Hao incapable of retaliation. If this continued, today's battle would come to an end. Just then, Li Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide. Those eyes sparkled with sword intent. He had been reflecting on that fateful sword strike, the one that severed the heavens and earth. However, in that moment, he realized that perhaps the true essence of that strike should have been the severing of his own longevity, the cutting of his own path to immortality, solely to unleash that blade. With no return, a sword to dominate, it was either the enemy's demise or his own. Such a sword was not one of preservation or restraint, but rather every strike was the final strike of one's life. At that moment, a flicker of understanding illuminated him, as though he had established a faint resonance with that sword. The master who executed that fateful strike had never contemplated survival. There was only one thought: to slay the enemy. In the instant Liu Long's foot descended, Li Hao clearly recognized his misjudgment. The notions of severing heaven and earth were mere slogans to that individual. The true core lay in severing his own path, perishing alongside the enemy. A sword drawn must see blood, whether it be his or the foe's. With a fierce shout, a roar like that of a mighty tiger erupted. The force of the earth trembled. It was as if a protective membrane enveloped Li Hao, the power of the earth instantaneously halting Liu Long, obstructing his foot. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao struck out with his palm. The palm became a sword. This strike was to ensure mutual destruction, a fight to the bitter end. In an instant, a wave of murderous intent enveloped the entire basement. Even the two hiding behind, Lu Yin and her companion, felt a chilling sensation that sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, Li Hao's palm began to crack under the strain, but he remained undeterred. Either you perish or I do. With a resounding crash, a sword struck, severing Liu Long's foot with a sickening crack, his bones fracturing under the force. Liu Long stumbled backward, shock evident in his eyes. The ferocity of that strike was palpable, exuding an aura of madness that suggested mutual destruction. Enduring the excruciating pain in his foot, he retaliated with a punch. Li Hao, unwavering, met the strike head-on. His sword thrust was relentless. If I do not slay my foe, I shall be vanquished. With a powerful push from his left hand, he propelled himself upward, transforming his right hand into a sword and striking once more. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed. As Liu Long's mighty wave was cleaved in two by the blade, Li Hao descended like a tempest, and with a sharp thrust, pierced Liu Long's fist, blood spraying forth. Unyielding, Li Hao directed his palm toward Liu Long's head. In a furious roar, Liu Long unleashed another surge of power. In that instant, he felt his very life threatened. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the ninth forging technique erupted forth. Boom! The overwhelming force surged towards Li Hao, deforming and twisting his hand, even fracturing it. With a swift kick, he sent Li Hao flying. Yet, Liu Long did not pursue this time. Instead, he touched his throat. Discovering it stained with blood, his throat had been slightly cut by Li Hao's sword intent. A complex expression crossed Liu Long's face as he glanced at himself. A wave of melancholy washing over him. Another day of injury had dawned. His throat was wounded, his hand nearly shattered, and his foot on the brink of breaking. Even in a battle to the death, such torment was intolerable. Meanwhile, on the ground, Li Hao struggled to rise, the exertion of his ultimate strike leaving him incapacitated. With his enemy still alive, he felt as though he should have perished instead. Fortunately, Liu Long did not seek to kill him. After several long minutes, Li Hao finally managed to rise, his face pale, acutely aware that even if his sword could mend, the injuries he sustained were grievous. Boss. Li Hao looked at Liu Long, a sudden smile gracing his lips. It seems I can now wield my sword at will. Liu Long nodded slightly, intrigued. You have achieved the integration of your inner strength. I am even more curious about that moment of sudden eruption. Did you recall something? Li Hao affirmed, sever me. Sever you? Liu Long pondered the meaning of those words, frowning as he remarked, this sword technique is exceedingly ruthless. I had thought it merely exquisite, but the murderous intent is overwhelming. Your realization just now clearly indicates that this is a sword meant to draw blood. Either the enemy falls, or one's own life is forfeit. This is not something created by Yuan Shua. In that moment, Understanding dawned upon him, and he spoke gravely. The creator of this sword must have been a mad swordsman. A strike that must kill, or one's own life, is the cost. It exists solely for the purpose of slaughter. Li Hao smiled. I believe this sword aligns perfectly with my intentions. Liu Long seemed poised to respond, but ultimately sighed, choosing silence. Indeed, whether in martial arts or extraordinary powers, the ultimate aim remained the same, the pursuit of annihilation. There exists both defense and retreat, as well as the option to flee. Yet, Li Hao's singular sword strike was purely for the purpose of slaughter, devoid of any defensive countermeasures. Nevertheless, it was indeed formidable. Liu Long expressed tremendous affirmation. Had I not unleashed the ninth forging force just now, I might have inadvertently had my throat severed by you. He had unleashed all his might, and yet he nearly fell victim to Li Hao's lethal intent. Li Hao smiled shyly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Liu Long scowled. Do not smile like that. It is truly disgusting. Ugh. The leader had sustained considerable injuries this time. I have already achieved the integration of sword intent. Further sparring is unnecessary. Leader, let us return to my master together so that he may treat your wounds and prevent any lasting repercussions. Liu Long rolled his eyes. Your master? Spare me. It has been several days. He is not mentally unstable. He has surely realized that the energy he required for his recent advancement likely originated from Li Hao's side. Li Hao's recovery was notably swift, possibly due to the sword he always carried with him. At this juncture, it was clear to Liu Long. However, he refrained from exposing the truth. Knowing something does not necessitate vocalizing it to appear more astute than others. The internal energy has transformed into sword intent. Li Hao, you are truly remarkable. In that moment, Liu Long offered yet another compliment. If this were 20 years ago, you would have surely earned a title akin to Sword King in the Silver Moon martial arts realm. My father was one of the 3 spears of Silver Moon, and your master was once the king of the 5 animals. Your current achievements are even comparable to their past glory, which is indeed astonishing. Yet, Li Hao shook his head. Not at all. Leader, reputation is forged through combat, not merely a result of attaining a certain realm. He understood that he still fell short compared to his esteemed predecessors. What was lacking? The true essence of slaughter. His masters had earned their renown step by step, while he merely started from a higher point. The upcoming expedition into the ruins may indeed signify the moment of his genuine growth. However, achieving the integration of internal energy had already allowed Li Hao to complete all training stages beyond the 100 mark, and he could now prepare to enter the realm of the 1,000 struggles. Chapter 71. The Shadowless Sword. Subscription requested. Only upon truly achieving the integration of internal energy did Li Hao grasp the profound might of surpassing the 100 levels. This was the true culmination of breaking through the 100. While he had ostensibly reached this pinnacle at the mines, a comparison to today revealed a stark difference. The most evident distinction was the ability to focus his strength in a singular direction. The consolidation of his entire force allowed him to strike precisely where intended. This, perhaps, is the most significant characteristic of achieving perfection beyond the 100. Upon entering this state of completion, Li Hao ceased sparring with Liu Long. He took Liu Long to see his master, where they treated the injuries Liu Long had accumulated over the past few days. Liu Long expressed his gratitude to Yuan Shua as customary, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Li Hao. This kid truly knows how to act. Li Hao was unfazed, thinking, as long as I can maintain this facade, I shall continue until the day I can no longer sustain it. As long as I am not embarrassed. It is you who should feel awkward. None of you dare to expose me. Time continued its relentless march, never pausing for any individual. In the blink of an eye, it is already mid-August. The entire Night Watch team in Silver City is making daily strides in their prowess, gradually assimilating the gains from their recent triumph over several formidable foes. This singular victory has ignited a fervent ambition to surpass the achievements of the demon hunting squad from previous years. Each member is advancing at an accelerated pace. Liu Yan has finally stepped into the mid-tier of the 100 breakthrough, while Wu Chao and Chun Jian, although they have yet to progress to the mid-tier, are not far from doing so. The enhancement of superpowers is particularly rapid. At this stage, as long as one possesses sufficient mysterious energy, one can swiftly advance. Should one discover the 3rd superpower lock and unlock it with adequate mysterious energy, it is even possible to ascend to the Radiant Sun level. Consequently, Li Meng and her companions have also experienced some progress. However, the swiftest advancement is not attributed to Li Meng or Hu Hao. as their unique abilities encounter a lack of compatible mysterious energy, compelling them to absorb some attribute less mysterious energy to bolster themselves. Liu Hao fares slightly better, as he can harness a portion of wind energy to enhance his capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Meng has developed an interest in martial arts, dedicating her focus to this pursuit, resulting in her transition from the early phase of the waning moon to the pinnacle of that stage, without even crossing into the half-moon tier. The one who has advanced the most is, in fact, Yin Yao. As a water-type superpower user, she was originally at the peak of the 10th Severing realm. Having transcended into this realm as a martial artist, her physical strength and internal energy are also undergoing transformation. Over this period, she has surpassed Li Meng to enter the half-moon tier. Liu Hao, who was previously at the pinnacle of the waning moon, has now seamlessly transitioned into the half-moon tier as well. Additionally, there is Wang Ming, who boasts a rapid conversion efficiency. Although he has only recently reached the full moon tier, through fervently absorbing mysterious energy, he too shall ascend to the moonlit level by September 15th. At this juncture, he must prepare for the radiant sun tier, a feat he had not anticipated prior to his arrival in Silver City. Initially, he thought that even achieving further progress within 6 months of arriving would be commendable, yet he finds himself crossing into the moonlit tier in less than a month. Having visited Silver City twice, he has made progress on both occasions, leading him to believe that Silver City is indeed his fortuitous haven. Each individual is making advancements, whether grand or modest. The recent resolution of the Qiao family has significantly benefited the entire Night Watch in Silver City. Meanwhile, Li Hao, since reaching the pinnacle of the 100 breakthrough, has been diligently studying his small sword over the past few days. Not only that, but he has also sought the counsel of his mentor regarding various sword techniques. His sword strikes are decisive. Unless it is the final moment, it is best not to wield that sword. Therefore, Li Hao aspires to delve into some fundamental sword techniques, hoping to acquire knowledge in this area. The 5-animal technique primarily focuses on fists, claws, and feet, without involving weaponry. Although Yuan Shua is not well versed in sword techniques, he possesses a broad knowledge base, nearly encompassing everything. In the Yuan family courtyard, upon hearing Li Hao's request, Yuan Shua contemplated briefly before responding. In the past, there were 7 sword masters in Silver Moon, renowned throughout the realm. I am unsure how many remain today, as most have perished. Among them, there was one known as the Shadow Swordsman. He wielded the silent blade and gained fame in the martial world. His strikes were soundless, like shadows following one's form, relying on guile, stealth, and poison, with a notable emphasis on speed. Yuan Shuo reflected for a moment before saying, "This individual was once a master of the 100 breaks, having comprehended the essence of the shadow's might. When he drew his sword, it was as if nightfall had descended, cloaking the blade in darkness and allowing him to seize the initiative in battle." The invisible sword, Li Hao exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "Teacher, my sword strike, which I have named Sever My Blade, primarily emphasizes speed, ferocity, and precision, yet it is fundamentally about confronting the enemy head-on. If I could master the invisible sword, everyone would perceive me as adept in agile and deceptive sword techniques, striking unexpectedly with a Sever My Blade. I believe many would be caught off guard." In simpler terms, he expressed his desire to learn. Yuan Shua chuckled, nodding in agreement. "You wish to learn? I can teach you. I possess the techniques and breathing methods for the invisible sword. Why do I have them?" Li Hao glanced at his teacher and, after a pause, asked, "Teacher, how many of the 7 sword masters have you slain?" Yuan Shua shot him a glare, exclaiming, "You make it sound as though I am some sort of fiend. How many have I killed? I have slain fewer than half. I have only dispatched 3 of the 7 sword masters. As for the others, if they were to perish, it would be no concern of mine." "I knew it," Li Hao said, curiosity getting the better of him. "Teacher, having killed so many, hasn't anyone sought revenge against you? It must have been quite the challenge to survive until today. Your inquiries are rather intrusive," Yuan Shua retorted, noting the young man's newfound interest in his past, which was not entirely glorious. He deftly sidestepped the topic and mused for a moment. "If you learn the invisible sword, you will acquire 3 secret arts. As a martial artist, it is best to master a single secret art throughout your journey." "Why is that?" Li Hao understood that the crux lay in the breathing technique. The shortcoming of martial artists is this: each secret art requires a specific breathing method. Whenever one transitions to a different secret art, the breathing method must also be adjusted. A slight misstep during this process can provide an opportunity for the enemy to strike. Thus, even someone as formidable as Yuan Shuo has limitations. He is not proficient with weapons. Even with a stone knife in hand, he merely wields it as a claw or a fist, rather than employing true swordsmanship. The secret arts of martial artists remain timeless. The stronger you are, the more potent the secret arts become. Therefore, often a single secret art suffices. The Silver Moon martial world of your consisted of specialized masters whose renown was built upon their distinct expertise in swordplay, staff techniques, fist fighting, or spear mastery. Although Yuan Shuo desires for his students to grow stronger, he cautioned, the aspiration to become an all-encompassing martial artist is a common ambition. However, being versatile without mastery can pose a significant dilemma. Especially during the transition between breathing methods, many powerful individuals have met their demise at that very moment. The transition is when a martial artist faces the greatest risk of death, as a skilled warrior adept at seizing opportunities can easily exploit this moment of vulnerability. Li Hao nodded. I understand, teacher. When you initially practiced the 5-animal technique, it too was distinct in its components. Yet, did you not ultimately integrate the 5 animals under a single breathing method? This integration remains the most significant achievement of Yuan Shuo's life. Yuan Shuo frowned slightly, contemplating before responding. Firstly, the 5 animals do share commonalities. Secondly, the 5-animal technique is not a mere figment of my imagination. It is documented in ancient texts. I did not erect a grand edifice from thin air. Rather, I built upon the ruins of history, establishing my foundations with substance. He turned his gaze towards Li Hao. If you expect me to conjure the 5-animal breathing technique out of nothing, I, your teacher, may consider myself no less capable than anyone else, yet I lack the confidence to do so. He cautioned Li Hao against aiming too high. Even he, a scholar of profound knowledge, well-versed in both ancient and modern wisdom, would not dare claim the ability to integrate the 9 forging strength, the shadowless sword, and the 5-animal technique into a singular, innovative breathing method. Li Hao remained silent, choosing to observe. However, he understood the necessity of learning the sword. Yuan Shuo merely offered a reminder, fully aware that Li Hao would not yield, especially since mastering the sword was indeed fitting for him. I shall impart to you the shadowless sword today. Yuan Shuo rose, raising his hand as a long sword descended into his grasp from the weapon rack in the courtyard. As a master-level martial artist, even if he lacked expertise in swordsmanship, the moment he wielded the sword exuded a commanding presence far surpassing that of Li Hao. In the next instant, the long sword was deftly wielded. Li Hao watched intently, recognizing that his teacher was demonstrating for him. Thus he observed with utmost seriousness. The long sword moved like a shadow, slicing through the air. Even in daylight, one could perceive only fleeting glimmers, devoid of sound, enveloped in silence. Swift and elusive, this was the hallmark of the shadowless sword. Soon, the sound of slicing through the air seemed muted, as if shielded by the breathing technique. With Yuan Shuo inhaling and exhaling in a manner that appeared to draw the air from their surroundings, placing the act of swordplay in a vacuum-like environment. Consequently, each strike became more ethereal, and the execution of the sword was utterly soundless. Such a unique form of swordplay. Li Hao contemplated the implications of applying this technique to other secret arts. A silent strike of the sword or a punch would surely possess extraordinary efficacy. A vacuum does not imply a complete absence of sound. Rather, it can significantly diminish noise, making it an invaluable technique for assassins and killers. This shadowless sword, astonishingly, had once been wielded by his teacher in a lethal encounter. Yuan Shuo unleashed dozens of strikes, and from the trajectory of the sword, it was evident that this was a ruthless form of swordplay, with each thrust aimed at vital points. After a brief moment, Yuan Shuo sheathed his sword and exhaled. This exhalation resonated like thunder. A beam of white light shot forth, explosively rupturing the air. The final strike of the shadowless sword did not reside in the blade itself, but rather in this exhalation. Yuan Shuo solemnly stated, typically, people only concern themselves with your sword when you sheath it. Onlookers often presume you are switching techniques or conceding defeat, unaware that this last strike is the most perilous. The shadowless breathing technique continuously consumes surrounding air, harnessing it into strength, and in the final moment, it is unleashed, a breath that possesses even greater lethality than the preceding shadowless sword. This encapsulates the true essence of the shadowless sword. Li Hao nodded in understanding. Yuan Shuo continued, this very strike nearly claimed my life in the past. He He did not shy away from revealing his vulnerabilities, recalling how he had once perceived an opponent's sheathing of the sword as a sign of exhaustion, prompting him to approach, intending to conclude the duel with a single maneuver, only to have the sword suddenly thrust forth, almost shattering his heart. Reflecting on that encounter with the shadowless sword, he found himself reminiscing, having narrowly escaped the fatal counterattack. During their confrontation, he consistently maintained the upper hand. This illustrates that survival in battle does not solely depend on strength. A moment's lapse in caution could have led to his demise. Fortunately, a slight deviation allowed him to evade a fatal blow to his heart. Li Hao beamed with delight. Even the teacher was ensnared, indicating the formidable nature of this technique. However, the elders of the Silver Moon martial arts community were surely aware of it, were they not? I do not know, Yuan Shuo replied, shaking his head. If the final move of the shadowless sword were known, it would no longer be a secret technique. Those who have faced the shadowless sword either perished beneath its last strike or saw the wielder meet their own end. Anyone who nearly fell victim to that final thrust, even if they initially harbored no intent to kill, would be compelled to strike back. Unless he vanquished his opponent, his fate was sealed. Thus, he met his end. Slain by Yuan Shuo, Li Hao felt elated. That is even better. Such a secret art is to his liking. Akin to the miraculous art of rejuvenation, both are cunning ambush techniques. Coupled with the image of that single sword strike in his mind, Li Hao sensed that he had gained numerous lethal advantages in that moment. This is the benefit of having a formidable teacher. They possess knowledge of all arts, and any secret technique they unveil is unattainable to other martial artists. Subsequently, Yuan Shuo began to instruct him in the breathing technique of the shadowless sword, which is fundamental. The method is the foundation. Only then do the moves, which are the external manifestations of the technique, follow. Techniques are not immutable. They must adapt to the dynamics of battle, the circumstances at hand, and even the opponent encountered. Just as with the 5 animal frolics, the ferocious tiger's hunt varies according to the type, number, and strength of its prey. It is not always a matter of pouncing and striking to kill. Li Hao studied diligently. His memory was remarkable. Although he could not retain everything after a single explanation, he typically grasped at least 70%. The remainder would be committed to memory after the teacher repeated it a couple more times. Thus, Li Hao commenced his gradual experimentation. The crux lay in adjusting the breathing technique, which must align with the moves. Employing an incompatible breathing method could result in self-harm. Li Hao entered the next phase of his arduous training. Meanwhile, in Baiwest City, Hao Lianchuan was also preparing to set out. The exploration of the ruins was scheduled for August 28th, leaving just over 10 days before the expedition commenced. However, he needed to arrive early to undertake preparatory tasks. Additionally, he planned to make a trip to Silver City, primarily to fetch Yuan Shuo, and to deliver the final piece of the Sunlight Blood God to Wang Ming. Wang Ming had arranged for assistance in applying for it, expending a significant amount of 200 units of mysterious energy, funded by the Wang family. Wang Ming assured the Wang family that upon acquiring the Blood God, he would achieve complete success in the moonlit phase, with a 30% chance of entering the sunlit phase. This time, Wang Ming displayed notable cunning, fearing that his family would be reluctant to expend such resources due to the considerable cost. He had already entered the moonlit phase but had refrained from disclosing this information, managing to exercise restraint primarily due to the great distance and communication difficulties, allowing him to maintain his composure. Thus, even if he had not truly entered the sunlit phase, he felt no shame. As the moon reached its zenith, and before the sun's radiance could illuminate the day, a sense of obligation to his family loomed over him. This affluent scion, though not in want of wealth, recognized the value of the arcane and the imperative to treat it with reverence, particularly when it pertained to formidable figures such as the 200. On this occasion, Hao Lianchuan was not alone. Within the grand hall of the Night Watch headquarters, he assembled a formidable contingent of 20 individuals, each a powerhouse in their own right, with several at the moonshade level and 5 or 6 at the sunlight level, alongside himself. A trisolar. For the expedition into the relic, the Night Watch had mobilized its full force. Except for a few sunlight level members who were indisposed, every available sunlight operative was called forth. With Huang Yun stationed at the helm, a total of 7 sunlight level warriors were deployed. Additionally, with Yuan Shuo, a powerful figure capable of vanquishing trisolar opponents, joining their ranks, should Liu Long also enter the fray, they would nearly match half of the Night Watch's strength. Hao Lianchuan waited, as did the others. Moments later, Footsteps echoed down from the upper levels. Hou Xiaoqing descended with a calm demeanor, his gait unassuming yet light, alleviating the tension that had gripped the assembly. "Minister," the crowd responded in unison. The younger members of the Night Watch felt a twinge of awe, while the more seasoned among them exhibited fervor. The older they were, the more composed they appeared, yet in this instance, the roles were reversed. For it had been several years since Hou Xiaoqing had last taken action, and the veteran members, who had witnessed his prowess firsthand, recalled the days when he had faced the Red Moon, compelling Yuan Shua to reveal himself and warning Silver Moon to refrain from interference, threatening to annihilate the Night Watch should they intervene. That fateful day, Hou Xiaoqing emerged armed, decisively slaying a top-tier adversary, marking a day when trisolar opponents fell, long before Yuan Shua's own triumph over them. Moreover, in that battle, Hou Xiaoqing did not merely eliminate one trisolar. He vanquished several sunlight-level foes, ultimately drawing out the Red Moon itself. Even in the face of the Red Moon, he did not retreat. Fortunately, elite reinforcements arrived from the central region, allowing the Night Watch to withstand the onslaught and repel the Red Moon's advance. While Hou Xiaoqing did not engage directly with the Red Moon, in the eyes of many, his ability to withstand such pressure rendered him a legendary figure. The more significant the Red Moon's accomplishments in the central region, the more they underscored Hou Xiaoqing's formidable power. Disregarding the expressions of the assembly, Hou Xiaoqing spoke with a calm and gentle demeanor, his voice neither loud nor soft. "I wish everyone success in this endeavor. It is paramount to succeed. But if that proves unattainable, prioritize your survival. While you should heed Yuan Shua's counsel, maintain a safe distance from him." With a wry smile, he added, "He has made many enemies. Thus, there may be powerful individuals seeking to eliminate him. His advice is practical and worth listening to, but proximity to him could be perilous." Despite the ominous undertones of his words, laughter erupted among the crowd. They understood the necessity of heeding his warning while keeping a prudent distance from the potential peril that Yuan Shua represented. Minister Hao possesses a composed demeanor. Although he is a fire element powerhouse, he lacks the typical ferocity associated with his element, which is a quality I highly value. Those who can exercise self-restraint are often the ones destined for success. Hao Lianchuan revealed a faint smile, clearly pleased by the compliment. However, it is worth noting that your Minister Hao sometimes tends to overthink. Hou Xiaoqing remarked with a grin. This time, there are a total of 7 participants from the Sunlight Alliance, along with Yuan Shua and Hao Lianchuan, making 9 in total. Should a conflict arise with the 3 major organizations, your Minister Hao may hesitate. In such a case, if 5 individuals agree to commence battle, there is no need for approval from headquarters. The conflict may commence immediately. If the number falls short of 9, a simple majority suffices for battle to be declared. Hao Lianchuan hesitated to respond. Hou Xiaoqing cast him a sidelong glance and continued, "This is not meant to undermine your authority. Rather, I am simply acknowledging your shortcomings, which we are all aware of. People will heed your counsel, but it is always prudent to be prepared for contingencies." Hao Lianchuan nodded, though he expressed some frustration, saying, "It seems as though I am afraid of the 3 major organizations." Hou Xiaoqing chuckled. "It is not fear, but rather an excess of caution. You are constantly worried that engaging them in battle will result in significant losses, jeopardizing the Night Watch's standing in Silver Moon. However, rest assured, as long as I am alive, the Silver Moon Night Watch cannot be easily extinguished. You should ease your concerns." Hao Lianchuan nodded, recognizing that he indeed tended to overthink matters. As the second of the 3 sons in Silver Moon, Hou Xiaoqing rarely ventured out, primarily overseeing various trivial affairs, witnessing the growth of many individuals, and feeling a sense of sorrow as he watched them perish. He mused that if this endeavor succeeded, Silver Moon would undoubtedly be fortified. Hou Xiaoqing exhaled softly and waved his hand. "Go forth. I hope that the number who depart today will return in due course." Hao Lianchuan replied earnestly, "Minister, I will ensure that everyone returns." With that declaration, he shouted, "Let us depart." A group of over 20 individuals swiftly exited in unison. In the hall, Hou Xiaoqing watched silently. How many would leave, and how many would return? It seemed almost impossible. He understood that Hao Lianchuan was aware, as were all those who stayed behind. It was an improbable outcome. This exploration of the ruins was not the first venture into the Crosscut Canyon. Previous attempts devoid of the major organizations had already incurred significant losses. Now, with the involvement of the 3 major organizations and several smaller factions, the situation seemed even bleaker. A return rate of 70% would be considered fortunate. On August 20th, the weather was clear. After 20 days of arduous training and frantic absorption of knowledge, the strength of the Silver City Night Watch had notably improved. Li Hao had also emerged from his cultivation within the Shadowless Sword. A letter had arrived, announcing that Minister Hao was visiting once more. The Night Watch in Silver City was well acquainted with this third son, having seen him several times in a short span. In the law enforcement building, Hao Lianquan's gaze revealed a hint of peculiarity. While he could not discern the progress of martial artists, he could certainly sense the advancements in superpowers. To his astonishment, Wang Ming had actually entered the crescent phase. Additionally, Yun Yao and Hu Hao had also achieved the half-moon level, and even Li Meng, though not yet at the half-moon stage, seemed to be on the cusp of a breakthrough. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. Their progress was remarkably swift. According to his calculations, achieving such a feat would take at least 6 months. However, they succeeded far more swiftly than anticipated. Clearly, the previous battle had yielded significant gains for these individuals, perhaps even surpassing expectations in terms of the mysterious energy acquired. Liu Long pondered whether the few slain moon shadows were truly just that. Such doubts flickered through his mind, but he quickly suppressed them. These concerns were not paramount. Progress was a positive development. Shortly after Li Hao entered, Liu Long arrived as well. The night patrol team of 9 was fully assembled. Hao Lianquan, who had come here on a tight schedule, wasted no time. Minister Liu, as I mentioned previously, the exploration of the Heaven's Rift ruins is about to commence. You had indicated you would consider it. Have you reached a decision? Go. Liu Long replied, adding, however, I will not be going alone. I intend to bring others with me. Hao Lianquan frowned, cautioning, it is perilous. This is no jest. The majority of the night patrol members participating will be those of the moon shadow full moon or even moon phase levels of super abilities. The perimeter will have a few star glows and moon shadows, who will merely be responsible for support and preventing ordinary people from passing through. This time, there are hardly any half-moons among those entering the ruins. It is not about quantity, but quality. Liu Long responded calmly, Director Hao, our Silver City Night Patrol members are seasoned veterans, possessing considerable experience. Moreover, I do not plan to bring many, just Liu Yin and Li Hao. Li Hao is actually brought by Professor Yuan. I can manage with Liu Yin alone. Liu Yin? Hao Lianquan glanced at her, slightly furrowing his brow as he was aware of the situation. Pupa had arrived. He feared potential issues. Liu Yin interjected directly, Director Hao, I am not a superpowered individual. Even if I were to perish, it would not significantly impact the night patrol. That is not the point. Hao Lianquan replied firmly. We are all members of the night patrol. There is no such thing as someone being expendable. No one can afford to die. You have only recently crossed the threshold of 100. I have already entered the mid-100 stage. Liu Yin countered. Hao Lianquan was momentarily taken aback, but soon reassured himself. Crossing into the mid-100 stage was not excessively difficult. Just then, Wang Ming hastily added, Director Hao, I wish to join as well. And me? I want to go too. In that instant, others from Silver City chimed in. Hao Lianquan's expression turned pale with anger. Are you all rebelling? Everyone wants to go. What about Silver City? Are you all intent on courting death? Li Meng, at that peak of the waning moon, would be akin to a mere novice there, unless remaining outside the ruins. Wang Ming urged, Director Hao, I am a moon phase. If things go smoothly in the coming days, I could reach the radiant sun level, a formidable force anywhere. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't go? Hao Lianquan looked at him with surprise, taking a moment before replying. You can reach the radiant sun? I find that hard to believe. Despite Wang Ming claiming that the blood god was beneficial to him, the absorption of the blood god was not without precedent. It was of minimal utility, offering only slight advantages, far inferior to the effects of the 200 units of mysterious energy. Wang Ming awkwardly remarked. There's no harm in trying. Director Hao, please allow me to join. Previously, Hao Lianquan had not considered that Wang Ming could break into the moon phase. After some contemplation, he finally said, If you wish to go, it is not impossible. A young person should gain experience, but the others will have to refrain. To speak plainly, it is far too weak. Venturing there would be akin to courting death. The exploration of the ruins is not a mere leisure excursion. Moreover, he lacks the energy to tend to too many individuals. Chun Jian and the others felt a sense of reluctance. They too had crossed the 100 mark. Especially given that this journey was rumored to be for vengeance, specifically, to eliminate Li Dahou. This, they were aware of. The bond among the members of the demon hunting squad ran deep, If they could not vanquish Li Hao this time, when would they? Typically reticent. Chun Jian rose to his feet and stated gravely, Captain Hao, I too am a warrior who has surpassed the 100 mark. In terms of stealth, a warrior is far more discreet than a superhuman. I excel in defense, and considering that the 3 major organizations possess extensive knowledge of the Night Watchman, they are likely to underestimate us. I believe our presence may prove beneficial. Surpassed the 100? Hao Lianchuan was taken aback, then glanced at Wu Chao, who chuckled softly. I too have reached the 100 mark. Hao Lianchuan was genuinely surprised. In the small silver city, it was rather daunting that these individuals had all attained such a level. Surpassing the 100 is comparable to the strength of Yu Ming. While Yu Ming is not exceedingly powerful, it is not the case that every night watchman possesses his prowess. However, at this juncture, Liu Long interjected. Only Liu Yan, Wang Ming, and Li Hao shall go. The rest will remain behind. He was acutely aware of the dangers involved and understood the sentiments of the group. They could not afford to be wiped out entirely. Sending 4 out of 9 was already considerable. Wang Ming displayed a smile. His desire to join was twofold. On one hand, the allure of adventure and potential rewards. On the other, the recognition of Liu Long and Yuan Shua's formidable strength. Knowing that Li Hao was unafraid of death, he felt emboldened, believing he might encounter unexpected gains. Furthermore, this could very well be his opportunity to make a name for himself. To gain notoriety among the Night Watchmen, one must earn it through action. If he could penetrate the ranks of the sunlight and slay one, he would solidify his reputation in the superhuman realm. At merely 20 years of age, to have slain a sunlight would place Wang Ming in high regard within Silver Moon. Boss, Wu Chao and the others expressed their discontent. They too wished to partake, as the demon hunting squad had always acted as a cohesive unit. Liu Long replied solemnly, focus on your training. By the time we return, you must have all made progress. If you desire to fight and kill, opportunities abound. This exploration may very well lead to conflict with the 3 major organizations. There will be ample chances in the future. Upon hearing this, Hao Lianchuan's expression shifted slightly, for the prospect was indeed plausible. After pondering, he concluded that among the 4, Liu Long and Wang Ming possessed sufficient strength, while Li Hao was to be accompanied by Yuan Shua, which posed no issue. The crucial factor was Liu Yan. Considering her potential thirst for revenge, denying her participation could lead to her sneaking off, which would complicate matters and heighten danger. After much deliberation, Hao Lianchuan nodded. Then it shall be the 4 of you. Originally, Li Ming and Hu Hao were to protect Professor Yuan, but now he can fend for himself. Given that the 3 major organizations may send more formidable opponents this time, you need not accompany him. Ruins number 28, officially open for entry. Therefore, you must arrive by the 28th. I shall not come to fetch you. He has matters to attend to over there and must ascertain the number of formidable individuals from various organizations who have arrived this time. Liu Long nodded. Captain Hao, I will promptly gather my men and head over. Without further ado, he tossed a vial to Wang Ming, saying, Wang Ming, consider carefully before using it. It does not come cheaply and is primarily effective for martial masters. If you feel uncertain, you may sell it to Liu Long. Having said that, he swiftly departed, leaving no room for delay. Once Hao Lianchuan left, Chun Jian expressed his dissatisfaction. Boss, why aren't we going along? Liu Long furrowed his brows. It's not solely my decision. This operation primarily hinges on Baiwei City. Furthermore, do you believe Silver City is truly safe now? With everyone gone, who will safeguard it? But no buts. Liu Long interrupted, then turned his attention to the others. This time, everyone must keep a close watch on Silver City. It's possible that while we remain in the ruins, Silver Moon will descend into chaos. Moreover, with a multitude of powerful individuals entering the ruins, both Elder Yuan and I will be absent, so we must be vigilant against any infiltrators in Silver City. It is far from secure. As they conversed, Wang Ming lost interest. He quickly pulled Li Hao aside, whispering, Li Hao, I have acquired the item. Is it the one? Seeing his urgency, Li Hao chuckled softly, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. All right, come to my teacher's house tonight. I will help you absorb the blood god seed. He then added, first, give me the blood god seed. I need to prepare. Huh, give it to you? Wang Ming expressed concern. You want to keep it for yourself, will you? Li Hao simply gazed at him, and after a moment of hesitation, Wang Ming anxiously handed over the blood god seed, saying uneasily, just don't damage it. Li Hao smiled, uninterested in further conversation. He had his own considerations. Having reached the pinnacle of 100, He found the blood god seed less essential at this stage. What he truly needed was to master his momentum and step into the realm of the thousand fighters. However, the blood god seed was more beneficial for martial masters. In truth, Li Hao intended to give the blood god seed to Liu Yan, as she was highly likely to advance to the latter stages, or would find it nearly effortless, but she struggled with mastering momentum. Liu Yan's venture into the ruins would still be perilous. As for Wang Ming, Li Hao planned to utilize sword energy to extract some mysterious golden energy, combining it with sword energy for easier absorption and digestion. This might even help him ascend to the radiant sun, potentially proving more effective than the blood god seed. The blood god seed's enhancement of superpowers wasn't as formidable as one might imagine. In this endeavor, Li Hao would need to expend some golden energy and considerable sword energy, making it a rather unprofitable transaction. Yet, he was unconcerned. When he joined the demon hunting squad, everyone accepted him without reservation, even if they merely saw him as bait. Crucially, they all protected him at pivotal moments. Liu Yan, even when being pursued past the 100 mark, dragged him along in her flight. These memories lingered in Li Hao's heart. If he could offer assistance, he was more than willing to do so. Should Wang Ming achieve the radiant sun and Liu Yan reach the peak of the 100 mark, their team in Silver City would grow significantly stronger, affording them greater means of self-preservation. After exchanging a few words with Wang Ming, Li Hao approached Liu Yan and whispered, "Sister, let us head to my teacher's place tonight." Liu Yan glanced at him, her expression alluring as she replied, "Why not go to your home? Is it really appropriate to go to your teacher's house?" Li Hao feigned ignorance and softly replied, "It has its advantages." Liu Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. "You must not hoard Wang Ming's blood god child. Though that fellow is rather disagreeable and talkative, even if you offered me the treasures acquired for 200, I would not dare to use them." She suspected that Li Hao might be contemplating keeping Wang Ming's possession for himself. If that were the case, she would certainly refuse. Even though she yearned for advancement, she would never take the treasures of her teammates for herself. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. Was it that obvious? Was his character so lacking? Wang Ming doubted him, and Liu Yan had guessed it so quickly? Rest assured, unless Wang Ming advances, I shall not keep it for myself, he declared. Liu Yan mused. So, if he does succeed, you will then? After a moment's thought, she burst into laughter. If he truly advances, what will be left? With that realization, she seemed unconcerned and nodded. Very well. Will you be staying overnight? Should I bring a set of clean underwear? What do you prefer? Li Hao turned and departed, thinking to himself how terrifying the mature woman was. Chapter 72, Breaking the Super Ability Lock, subscription requested, that night, at the Yuan family residence. Upon hearing Li Hao's thoughts and plans, Yuan Shuo said nothing but cautioned, "Do not underestimate Wang Ming. He is not foolish. If you extract the elemental energy of the gold system and distinguish it, it should be referred to as elemental energy. The energy you have extracted is pure and singular. Any properly trained superhuman will undoubtedly grasp its significance. Regardless of whether he recognizes this as elemental energy, once his words slip, you will find yourself in great trouble. The matter of sword energy is already widely known. If the extraction of elemental energy becomes public, it will lead to even greater complications." Li Hao sat cross-legged on the ground. Upon hearing these words, he nodded slightly, having already considered the implications. He responded, "I understand. But students often know but a fraction of the truth. Too many debts are not to be feared. Currently, much knowledge circulates around the Red Moon, and Yin Luo may possess some insights, while the Night Watchers might have their suspicions. Given this, does it truly matter if more people become aware?" A smile graced Li Hao's face as he continued. "In truth, there are merely two possibilities. First, Wang Ming feels grateful and will keep my secret, assisting me in the future. Second, he becomes tempted and divulges it, creating another enemy. Do I truly care about gaining an additional adversary? Not at all. The balance of advantages and disadvantages yields such a conclusion." From their recent interactions, Li Hao deemed Wang Ming to be reasonably decent, aside from his loquaciousness. If entrusted with a secret, he might very well keep it, as evidenced by Wang Ming's silence regarding the matter of the 10th individual, though it needed to be emphasized beforehand. Yuan Shuo nodded, acknowledging that his student had his own thoughts. Generally, Yuan Shuo would not hinder him, but would merely clarify the pros and cons. Do as you wish, but be prepared to bear the consequences. With that, Yuan Shuo ceased further discussion. The path is one walked alone. Even when faced with adversity, if one can truly understand the complexities of human nature. It is indeed a blessing. After waiting for a while, Wang Ming arrived first. Upon seeing Yuan Shuo, he greeted him with a wide smile. Teacher. The named disciples are indeed disciples. Yuan Shuo, possessing considerable strength, aims to curry favor. Unfortunately, his demeanor exudes an air of authority that intimidates others, save for Li Hao. Yuan Shuo scrutinized him closely, speaking in a calm tone. I initially had no intention of intervening excessively. You are merely a named disciple, and you understand the reasons for your acceptance. Your junior brother insisted that I employ my unique secret technique to assist you in advancing, which is, in essence, a minor affair. However, should you ascend too rapidly and the news leak, you must comprehend the implications for those with extraordinary abilities. A swift advancement carries significant connotations. Wang Ming felt a tightening in his chest. Teacher, I understand, and I am immensely grateful to Li Hao. That is your senior brother. Wang Ming stammered, unable to voice the title. Yuan Shuo refrained from further discussion on that subject and stated gravely, I have but one request. Maintain utmost discretion. If you truly succeed in your advancement, and inquiries arise from the outside world. He pondered for a moment. If they question why your progression is so swift, what will your response be? Simply stating that you consumed a blood god seed and advanced. That is implausible, as many have partaken. After some contemplation, he exhaled and instructed. You shall say it is because you have learned the 5 animal breathing technique. This method, when combined with the blood god seed during the threshold period, has unique effects, facilitating the breaking of bottlenecks. 5 animal breathing technique. At that moment, Li Hao opened his mouth to speak, but Yuan Shuo shot him a stern glance. Indeed, the 5 animal breathing technique. The outside world is aware that I possess a distinctive breathing method beneficial for the extraordinary, like the energy absorption technique used by night watchers, in which I have played a role. However, the 5 animal breathing technique is rarely divulged. Last time, Duan Tiandu was tempted by it, driven by greed. Should it circulate further that this technique aids in breaking bottlenecks, it may attract even greater attention, leading more powerful individuals to covet this method. The 5 animal breathing technique must remain undisclosed. Yuan Shuo continued. If anyone inquires, simply state that you have only learned a simplified version, primarily relying on my assistance to operate the breathing technique and absorb the blood god seed. Wang Ming hesitantly suggested, Teacher, might this lead to some complications? Perhaps I should say it is due to my innate talent. Nonsense. Yuan Shuo retorted. If your talent were truly that exceptional, you would be a divinely favored master. Of course, you may say that to ordinary individuals, but should someone like Hou Xiaoqing question you, adhere to the explanation I just provided. Understood. Wang Ming nodded vigorously. Enter now. Yuan Shuo gestured towards the training room, instructing, once inside, clear your mind and think of nothing. When you sense energy flowing in, commence your training, and disregard everything else. Yes. Wang Ming, not daring to say more, hurried into the training room. Yuan Shuo then waved his hand, closing the door. He turned to Li Hao. Let us transmit from a distance. Even if some energy is wasted or dissipated, it is of little consequence. Should he inadvertently disclose anything, it will mitigate potential troubles. Transmitting from a distance is feasible, albeit with some inevitable dispersion and loss of mysterious energy. Li Hao contemplated briefly and nodded. Recognizing that the teacher's actions were aimed at maximizing protection for himself, and he refrained from further remarks. Approaching the door of the training room, Li Hao and Yuan Shuo settled into a meditative posture. After a brief moment, Yuan Shuo produced an energy storage box filled with metallic super energy. Previously, he had exchanged approximately 1,000 units of elemental energy for Li Hao, of which Li Hao had absorbed nearly half. He had consumed around 500 units of the elemental energy, leaving him with the remaining 500 units, along with some formless mysterious energy, of which about 100 units were of the metallic type. This should suffice. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to absorb 100 units of mysterious energy in a month. Such an absorption in one go was a challenge, even for the Deus Radiance. Although the 3 sons had little difficulty, Li Hao remained silent, extending his hand to draw in the metallic mysterious energy, while simultaneously, a faint sword energy emanated from his small sword. He had absorbed a considerable amount at the entrance of the ruins, yet recent expenditures had been substantial, and he sensed that the energy was not as potent as before. The sword energy merged with the metallic mysterious energy and rapidly underwent separation. In the blink of an eye, A stream of golden energy was extracted, pure and brilliant. This energy surged towards his lungs, as the metallic attribute was known to strengthen them. However, Li Hao did not absorb it. Instead, he swiftly circulated his internal force, enveloping the energy and expelling it from his body, directing it into the training room. Inside the training chamber, Wang Ming felt a wave of anxiety, with no one entering. Suddenly, energy began to flow in. Could he really train like this? He was unfamiliar with the process and could only wait and see. Just as he pondered, a golden wave appeared before him, and in that moment, he could perceive the existence of this golden matter. In an instant, the golden energy enveloped him. Wang Ming, still contemplating the nature and potential danger of this phenomenon, was abruptly jolted as his eyes widened in astonishment. What? In a manner invisible to outsiders, the golden energy surged into his body, and in the blink of an eye, it fused with the mysterious energy already within him. With a thunderous roar, it seemed to catalyze a reaction, causing the mysterious energy throughout his body to pulse violently, as if on the verge of explosion. The mysterious energy within him surged wildly in all directions, gravitating towards those super energy locks. The essence of super energy cultivation lay in breaking these locks. Each individual typically unlocked different super energy locks initially. For instance, Wang Ming's first unlocked super energy lock resided in the lung area, leading to his awakening of metallic super energy. The second lock he broke was located in his right arm. According to current findings, there were 9 super energy locks, seemingly one for each organ and limb, with rumors of a lock in the cranial region, though it remained undiscovered, speculated to be the 10th lock. At this moment, the golden elements flooding into his body initially carried a substantial amount of mysterious energy, heading straight for his lungs. Wang Ming was alarmed. Even super beings are fragile in their vital organs. He dared not allow this energy to rush into his lungs. In the next instant, he forcefully activated the energy guiding technique, a method for directing super energy, instantly redirecting the energy towards his left arm. He discovered 5 super energy locks, 1 in his lungs, followed by those in his arms and legs. As for the super energy locks in other vital areas, he had yet to sense them. This time, he resolved to channel this formidable energy to strike the super energy lock in his left arm. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated within him, and at that moment, both Li Hao and Yuan Shuo could hear what resembled the sound of a barrier being breached, an ominous rumble. Outside, Yuan Shuo remained silent, his lips quivering. The super energy lock is being attacked. The process of super energy cultivation is simpler for us, even at the stage of sun radiance. One need not comprehend any force. If the super energy lock can be opened, advancement is assured. Li Hao nodded and continued to extract golden elements, directing them into the room. Wave after wave of golden energy surged inside. Meanwhile, Wang Ming emitted cries of agony from within. This time, the mysterious energy was not as tormenting, much to Wang Ming's surprise. However, breaking the super energy lock remained a painful endeavor. For him, this was already a significant improvement. Previously, the process of shattering a super energy lock was not only excruciating in itself, but the impact of the mysterious energy was equally agonizing. The pain had been halved. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He was unaware of how Li Hao and Yuan Shuo achieved this. Yet many individuals crumbled during the process due to their inability to withstand the agony. At this moment, he felt a surge of hope for breaking through. On his left arm, a faint chain began to manifest, taking on a somewhat substantial form. In the realm of super energy, there exists a notion that super energy locks are chains that bind human potential. When one breaks these chains and releases their latent abilities, that is the reason for their enhanced strength. Of course, Yuan Shuo had previously mentioned that super energy locks might serve as a form of protection, but at this juncture, Wang Ming set aside such thoughts, prioritizing advancement. Streams of golden energy relentlessly battered the super energy lock. This time, the energy was gentler, yet the impact was more effective, as if the momentum gained from the assault was more potent. Clang! In that moment, the sound of chains echoed, as the chains manifesting on his left arm were being continuously washed away by the flow of golden energy, becoming increasingly thin and fragile. Wang Ming's excitement grew. He sensed that the chance of success was particularly high this time. Just as he exerted himself to wash away the lock once more, Yuan Shuo's voice suddenly broke the silence outside. If you trust me, when the super energy lock fractures, merge the fragments of the chain into the other super energy locks. Wang Ming was taken aback. merging into the other super energy locks? In that case, the difficulty of breaking through the other super energy locks would increase. Super energy locks are constraints, as well as unique forms of energy. Under normal circumstances, once shattered, they dissipate immediately. However, Yuan Shuo was instructing him to integrate the fragments into the other unbroken super energy locks. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Wang Ming's mind, some of which were rather dubious. Yet, this line of thinking soon dissipated, and he replied with difficulty, "Thank you very much, teacher." He was uncertain of the correctness of his decision. Nevertheless, he believed Yuan Shuo had no reason to deceive him. As for the challenges of future advancements, that is a matter for another time. Once entering the radiant sun, who can predict how long it will take to reach the 3 suns? The silver moon radiant sun is not insignificant, yet there are only 2 night watchers at 3 suns to date. He is still young. He can afford to take his time. He continues to make his efforts. This time, however, there is a slight deviation from his previous approach. Previously, he aimed for a direct breakthrough, indifferent to the fracturing of the super energy locks. Now, though, he exercises a bit more restraint, focusing on a specific point of the super energy lock. In doing so, once he shatters the lock, it will not disperse excessively, allowing the remnants to merge seamlessly with other super energy locks, thereby making them more formidable to breach. Having already placed his trust in Yuan Shuo, he sees no need for pretense. A mere slight infusion would suffice. Outside, having expressed his thoughts, Yuan Shuo exhaled softly. He had conveyed all he needed to say, and how Wang Ming chose to proceed was not his concern. Wang Ming was not Li Hao. Had it been Li Hao, he would have resorted to coercive commands rather than persuasion. At this moment, Li Hao was still in the process of extraction. 30 units, 40 units, before long, he had extracted 50 units of mysterious energy. This rate was astonishing. Under normal circumstances, Wang Ming would be unable to absorb such a substantial amount of mysterious energy. However, within, Wang Ming was consuming at an equally rapid pace, the sounds of impact and the rattling of chains echoing continuously. Li Hao had no choice but to persist. The clanking of chains resonated incessantly. Wang Ming once again let out a pained roar. In this moment, Li Hao found himself in contemplation. Is such agony a normal part of breaking through? To him, the process of transcending should be a natural progression, akin to the experiences of his mentors, like Liu Long, who found the transition into the realm of Do Qian to be a remarkably comfortable journey. The Radiant Sun and Do Qian are theoretically of the same tier. Each time he shattered a super energy lock, the pain felt almost contrary to nature. While immersed in these thoughts, Wang Ming suddenly shouted from within, "Give me more at once. I am going for one final, all-out push." Li Hao remained silent, but hastened the extraction process. He poured forth all the gold elemental energy into the room. The more he infused, the more overflow occurred, yet he paid little heed to this at the moment. The sound of the chains grew increasingly distinct and sharp. Inside, Wang Ming's anguished cries intensified, just as Li Hao continued to supply energy. Nearing the depletion of 100 units of gold attribute energy, Wang Ming let out a thunderous roar. Crack! A sharp sound of fracture echoed. In the next moment, Wang Ming's cries of torment filled the air, and then, a surge of gold energy erupted within the room. Yuan Shuo swiftly gestured to open the door. In that instant, Li Hao witnessed clearly. A chain had shattered, and at that moment, a formidable force surged forth from Wang Ming's left arm, merging with the energy within him, amplifying his strength instantaneously. The gold mysterious energy within him seemed to have absorbed an immense power, and in the blink of an eye, he began to grow stronger. At this moment, in Li Hao's eyes, Wang Ming transformed from a radiant moon into a miniature sun. The broken chains manifested before Li Hao, and he observed them beginning to dissipate. At that instant, Wang Ming gritted his teeth, and with a surge of mysterious energy, in the blink of an eye, he absorbed all the severed chains into his legs, which now subtly displayed 2 chains that bound him. After integrating the fractured chains into his left arm, these chains appeared to clarify slightly. Wang Ming paid little heed to this. The mysterious energy within him erupted rapidly, surging forth as if it had been sealed within him for a long while, now pouring out and merging with him. Wang Ming shone even more brilliantly. Amidst his agony, excitement surged within him, overwhelming him with the desire to roar with joy. He had truly succeeded. It was merely an attempt, yet this golden energy, whose origins were unknown, was overwhelmingly powerful. There was no excruciating pain, only sheer force that swiftly shattered the superpower lock. This process seemed far simpler than his previous entry into the moon's abyss. Wang Ming continuously absorbed that energy, along with the residual energy that threatened to vanish into the surroundings. The golden, mysterious energy within him began to swell. This transformation was swift. Before long, the surrounding energy had completely dissipated, and even his left arm returned to normal, devoid of the explosive energy it had previously harbored. Wang Ming's eyes glimmered with gold. At that moment, he exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and his exhilaration was beyond words. Teacher, Li Hao, I have advanced. The radiant sun. Such barriers had been shattered with ease. Yuan Shuo refrained from congratulating him, merely sighing softly. Let us regard it as an advancement. Moments ago, Wang Ming had broken the superpower lock, and Yuan Shuo had glimpsed certain truths, growing ever more convinced that the superpower lock should not be recklessly broken. After the lock was shattered, an abundance of energy overflowed from Wang Ming's left arm, which he absorbed entirely, propelling him swiftly to the radiant sun tier. Although he had grown stronger, Yuan Shuo sensed a judgment that Wang Ming's potential had been further consumed. Those chains seemed more akin to a nurturing mechanism, fostering human vitality. While the left arm had previously been unable to exert much power, it harbored a unique strength within. What if these chains were not forcibly broken, but rather naturally released? Could they unleash an even greater force? Furthermore, for martial artists, would advancing further necessitate engagement with the superpower lock? Naturally, not through forceful breaking, but by naturally unbinding the superpower lock. Would that reveal even greater potential and strength? Yuan Shuo fell into contemplation, not feeling joy at Wang Ming's ascension to the radiant sun. Conversely, Li Hao smiled. Congratulations, old Wang. Wang Ming grinned widely, revealing his teeth. At 20, I might be the youngest radiant sun in the Silver Moon province. I may have broken a record. Li Hao laughed heartily. Then congratulations are in order for the youngest Wang radiant sun. Not too shabby. Wang Ming, overwhelmed with joy, glanced at Yuan Shuo, seemingly aware of his teacher's restrained happiness, and grinned. Teacher, I know you might believe that superpowers are not the true path, but I ponder that the path you envision may be far off in the future, even surpassing the formidable Sanyang. I wonder if I can ever reach that pinnacle. In this era, extraordinary beings have emerged, far exceeding Sanyang. My aspiration is to catch up to them. I seek not the future, but rather a present that dazzles and shines. When that day arrives, should I find a way to amend my shortcomings with my formidable strength, perhaps it will be easier to rectify. If not, then I shall have no regrets in this life, for I have at least shone brilliantly. These words do not seem to belong to Wang Ming. Li Hao found himself momentarily distracted. He yearned for an extraordinary present, while the future seemed so distant. Could the carefree Wang Ming possess such insight? It was beyond Li Hao's expectations. Yuan Shuo, too, was slightly taken aback, casting a glance at this seemingly indifferent disciple. To seek a resplendent present, with no regard for future prospects. Yuan Shuo suddenly smiled, a distinct smile, nodding in agreement. Well said. It seems I have fallen into a cycle of despair. Indeed, a vibrant present, sweeping across the world, sounds quite appealing. Just like a martial artist, a typical martial artist, upon breaking the 100 mark, harbors accumulated hidden injuries. The stronger one becomes, the heavier the burden of these concealed wounds. I, at the pinnacle of breaking the 100, have accumulated hidden injuries and have been unable to advance to the level of fighting 1,000. Did I not consider this before? Am I unaware that the more battles one engages in, the more hidden injuries one accrues? Of course I know. Yet, despite this knowledge, do I not still challenge others far and wide? At this moment, I reflected upon myself and the advice I gave to Wang Ming and found it somewhat amusing. They are still young. As someone who has walked this path, I feel they should not be so serious. But upon reflection, who among us has not experienced youth? As for the regrets left behind, they can be addressed in the future. If they cannot be resolved, then so be it. Xiao Ming, your words are quite commendable. Yuan Shuo smiled, nodding in approval. Wang Ming chuckled heartily. However, Li Hao softly remarked, did you truly say that? Wang Ming's expression darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, he mumbled, no, Minister Ho said it. I merely borrowed his words. Some say he was hindered by injuries in his youth, that he should not have acted so rashly. Minister Ho said he once shone brightly, and even if he had to bow before the red moon, that was sufficient. He harbors no regrets. One of the leaders of the 3 great organizations, He once bowed his head before Ho Xiaoqing in the Silver Moon province, choosing not to slay or capture his enemies. This was one of the rare defeats of the Red Moon. Yet, Ho Xiaoqing also bore hidden injuries as a result. Some deem it not worth it, but he finds it worthwhile. He once subdued the Red Moon, not just a branch, but the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shuo fell into contemplation, remaining silent. Li Hao then remarked with a smile, "Now that's more like it. How can you, old Wang, express such grandiloquent words?" Wang Ming retorted, "Why can't I? Li Hao, I am now a daylight-level powerhouse." Li Hao looked at him and smiled. "What of daylight? Newly ascended daylight lacks the might of a martial artist. I actually want to test just how strong you are. I am not afraid. In fact, when it comes to the levels of fighting 1,000 in daylight, I find the former more daunting. Daylight merely signifies greater power." Yuan Shuo, observing their banter, chuckled, "Oi, Xiao Ming, you have just ascended. Your primary focus should be on controlling your extraordinary power, ensuring it does not overflow." Speaking thoughtfully, he continued, "Have you mastered the breathing technique I imparted to you last time?" "Yes." Wang Ming nodded eagerly. "It's merely a simplified version of the 5-animal breathing technique, which is indeed easy to practice. I've already learned it. Over the past few days, you should have been continuously employing this breathing method. While it may not match the efficacy of my 5-animal breathing technique, it surpasses your previous energy absorption methods. By maintaining this practice, you can absorb the dissipating mysterious energy and somewhat suppress the fluctuations of superpowers. Unless they are particularly strong or attentive, it will be challenging for others to detect your advancement." Wang Ming was taken aback. "Continuous practice? Superhumans typically don't require such effort." Yuan Shuo replied solemnly, "Remember, continuous practice. It should even become an instinctive muscle memory. Even in a state of unconsciousness or death, your body will instinctively perform the breathing technique. This is essential for a martial artist. Although you are not one, I hope you can achieve it." Li Hao nodded vigorously. "Old Wang, there are benefits to this. Continuous practice equates to a breath-concealing effect, and instinctual operation can also strengthen the physical body, keeping it in a state of readiness." Wang Ming acknowledged, "Understood. I will endeavor to maintain this practice. For the next few days, remain here. You can only leave once you regain control over the dissipating mysterious energy, just as you did before, to avoid detection. It's prudent to keep a reserve." Yuan Shuo remarked, his ears slightly twitching as he glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao returned the gaze, having heard a faint sound as well. Perhaps Liu Yin has arrived. With old Wang's successful advancement, if Liu Yin has also reached the late stage of breaking 100, then this small group heading to the ruins will consist of at least late-stage individuals. Li Hao even pondered whether their team could stand against some organizations given their collective strength. 2 at the peak of the 1,000 fighters, 1 at the Radiant Sun level, himself at the perfect stage of breaking 100, and perhaps another at the late stage of breaking 100. Quite formidable indeed. "I'll step outside for a moment," Li Hao announced, receiving a nod from Yuan Shuo. Just as Wang Ming was about to speak, Yuan Shuo interjected sternly, "You stay put. Also, absorb a bit of energy from the other 4 elemental systems." As he spoke, he tossed a storage box. Inside are traces of energy from the other 4 systems. "Absorb a small amount." Wang Ming was puzzled, "But I am of the metal system. Why should I absorb others? It could lead to energy conflicts." "Just do it," Yuan Shuo insisted. Reluctantly, Wang Ming acquiesced. He had no choice but to obey Yuan Shuo, who effortlessly handled challenges that were daunting to him. Outside, Li Hao opened the door to find Liu Yin standing there. As she entered, she glanced around the room and whispered, "Who is here?" From afar, I sensed a sharp surge of super energy. "Someone at the Radiant Sun level?" "Take a guess," Li Hao replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yin seemed incredulous. He truly advanced. Everyone was aware that Li Hao intended to assist Wang Ming in absorbing the blood goddess energy. But had he genuinely succeeded in his advancement? It was almost unbelievable. "Indeed," Li Hao affirmed, grinning. "This ensures greater security for our expedition to the ruins." Liu Yin's face lit up with joy. The stronger the team, the more confident they would be. However, she cast a somewhat unusual glance at Li Hao. "You are the same age as him, and even a few months older. Li Hao, are you truly not the least bit envious?" Sometimes, she found it peculiar. Was Li Hao really so indifferent? He had achieved a perfect score, previously overshadowing Wang Ming. Yet now Wang Ming had advanced, and was even slightly younger. Did Li Hao not contemplate the possibility of being surpassed? Li Hao chuckled. "What is there to be jealous of? Sister, Everyone's path is different, and their pursuits vary. More importantly, Wang Ming is not a bad person. He is just a bit boastful. Moreover, technically, he is still my junior apprentice. What is there to envy? Li Hao genuinely felt no envy towards Wang Ming. It was unnecessary. He recalled that fateful sword strike, let alone Wang Ming entering the radiant sun. Even if he were to enter the three suns, Li Hao would feel no jealousy. What of the three suns or beyond? In the face of that sword, there was but one outcome: death. What he aspired to achieve was also to one day wield such a sword. Lu Yan took a deep breath and chose not to say anything further. Li Hao was remarkably humble, so much so that few were aware he had already achieved a perfect score. Yet, more daunting than his humility was the high profile he maintained amidst his modesty. What did it matter if he reached the radiant sun? Since he claimed not to be envious, it must be true. Otherwise, he would not have assisted Wang Ming in his advancement. Li Hao, too, said no more and led Lu Yan into another room. In truth, merging the blood god seed with sword energy was simpler than separating superpowers. Swallowing the blood god seed and infusing it with a touch of sword energy required no separation. The fusion occurred naturally. A blood god seed of radiant sun caliber, combined with sword energy, would suffice for Lu Yan to absorb and digest for a while. Li Hao directly had Lu Yan consume the blood god seed, and she stared in silence for a long time. She speculated that Li Hao had summoned her perhaps to withhold a small portion of the blood god seed. But to her astonishment, it was an entire seed. This implied that Wang Ming's advancement had not relied on this at all. Lu Yan lowered her head, remaining silent. After a moment, she swallowed the blood god seed in one gulp without uttering a word. In the demon hunting squad, this seed stirred many thoughts within Lu Yan. She thought of Liu Long and the others. The members of the demon hunting squad were few, yet they shared a deep bond. Liu Long was a compassionate captain. Although he presented himself as aloof, Lu Yan knew it was merely a facade. Upon learning that Li Dahu was in the ruins, Liu Long had already resolved to eliminate him to avenge Lu Yan. It was not just for Lu Yan. If any other member of the squad faced a similar plight, Liu Long would respond in kind. No words, only action. Liu Long would silently care for everyone and safeguard their secrets. Today, in Li Hao's presence, she suddenly felt a semblance of Liu Long's reassuring aura. A sense of trust enveloped her. In the hearts of all squad members, Liu Long was indeed irreplaceable and wholly trustworthy. All secrets, which others might not know, Liu Long was aware of, yet he would never disclose them voluntarily. He would go to great lengths to assist everyone. Swallowing the blood god child, Lu Yan's gaze grew somewhat complex as she turned to Li Hao and suddenly remarked, "Please do not treat me with such kindness in the future. I fear my heart may succumb to feelings it cannot accommodate." Li Hao was taken aback. This statement did not seem playful or teasing. It implied that her heart could no longer hold herself. Li Hao, however, did not feel perturbed. Yet the implication of her words suggested that perhaps she harbored feelings for someone else. He cast a glance at her, remaining silent. Lu Yan smiled, a joyful yet slightly melancholic smile. A figure gradually emerged in her mind, forever proud and aloof, unapproachable. Yet the more she understood him, the clearer it became that he was indeed a true man of stature. However, she had never openly expressed her feelings, nor had she revealed them. She was affectionate with many newcomers, including Li Hao, as well as with Wu Chao and Chun Jian from the past, and even with some deceased teammates. Yet, towards him, she rarely displayed such allure. The more one cares, the less likely they are to act so freely. Lu Yan closed her eyes, attempting to dismiss her thoughts. Meanwhile, Li Hao seemed to ponder something and cautiously inquired, "Does the boss have a wife?" This was genuinely unknown to him. Lu Yan suddenly opened her eyes, glanced at Li Hao, and after a pause, replied, "She is deceased." Li Hao refrained from asking further questions. Was Liu Long also single? That seemed plausible. Was it possible that Lu Yan held feelings for the boss? Li Hao was uncertain. Previously, there had been rumors about a relationship between the two. Yet upon joining the squad, he discovered that they did not share any special bond. Liu Long treated everyone with equal care, showing no additional concern for Lu Yan. Not wishing to dwell on this, Li Hao thought that if Lu Yan truly liked the boss, it might be quite agreeable. After all, the captain was a good person, seemingly devoid of flaws aside from his penchant for wearing a trench coat and trying to appear cool. However, he wondered about his weekly disappearances. Was he perhaps attending to some personal needs? Who could say? A bachelor in his 40s, such behavior might indeed be considered normal. Turning his mind away from these musings, Li Hao infused Lu Yan with some sword energy. After that, he had no further role to play, quietly observing and waiting. Over an hour passed before Liu Yan finally opened her eyes. Almost there. Soon she would be able to project her internal energy outward. The next phase would be a nurturing period, primarily focusing on her eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Hao recounted the method Yuan Shuo had taught him for nurturing the tear glands. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of a weeping woman. Li Hao swiftly exited. It would be difficult to explain a woman crying in the middle of the night if someone happened to see. Outside, Yuan Shuo cast a meaningful glance at him. Li Hao felt helpless and murmured, "It seems she has feelings for the captain." Yuan Shuo nodded slightly and smiled. "That's normal. Liu Long possesses a certain charm, albeit not particularly sharp-witted. Aside from that, he doesn't exhibit many faults." Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. In the teacher's eyes, it seemed everyone lacked a bit of common sense, perhaps including himself. Chapter 73, Silver Moon Martial Arts, 3 updates, seeking subscriptions, a night passed in silence. Wang Ming and Liu Yan each consolidated their realms, adapting to the new energies. Li Hao and Yuan Shuo did not rest. The mentor and disciple were engrossed in reading. Not martial arts texts, but rather fundamental knowledge books. Of course, Li Hao harbored serious doubts that beneath the covers of his teacher's books lay those of the third row. In the morning, Liu Yan departed first, while Wang Ming remained, continuing to solidify his realm. In the study, Li Hao and Yuan Shuo had spent the night engaged in their reading, having not slept at all. The moment Wang Ming unlocked the superpower lock, it had a certain impact on both of them. After a night of reading, Yuan Shuo seemed to be pondering something. By morning, he suddenly turned to Li Hao and remarked, "The 5 superpower locks that Wang Ming observed correspond to the limbs and lungs, thereby unlocking the metal-type superpower." Li Hao set down his book and gazed at his teacher. Yuan Shuo continued, "If we consider it purely from a single aspect, then unlocking the heart superpower lock should correspond to the fire-type superpower." Li Hao nodded, concurring with this notion. Yuan Shuo gently tapped the table and added, "What if we were to unlock all 5 types? Li Hao displayed a look of confusion. 5 types? Are you suggesting that if one were currently enhancing the 5 internal organs, what would happen if someone discovered the 5 superpower locks of the organs and unlocked them all? After contemplating for a moment, Li Hao ventured, a balance among the 5 types, leading to inner strength? Upon saying this, he couldn't help but chuckle. However, Yuan Shuo remained unfazed and replied indifferently, "Why is that impossible?" Li Hao was taken aback, questioning the implication. Yuan Shuo tapped his head and fell into deep thought. Then said, after balancing the 5 types, "Even if it is not inner strength, it should not merely be a simple superpower. After entering the realm of Douqian, I too sensed the essence of internal strength, enhancing my internal organs." He looked at Li Hao, caught in a struggle. Beyond Douqian, there seems to be no path forward. What truly constitutes an invincible force? I pondered that for martial artists reaching this level, the weakness lies within the internal organs. If my internal organs were to become extraordinarily powerful, nurturing them to an extent that the superpower locks naturally opened, would there emerge a formidable force, allowing me to undergo a transformation from within and thus step into a new realm? Wang Ming unlocked the superpower lock of his left arm, resulting in an explosive surge of energy. Yuan Shuo felt this vividly. The human body is, in essence, a treasure. He did not wish to forcibly unlock the superpower locks, leading to the internal strength being consumed and external forces dominating. Yet, if nurtured to perfection, if the internal organs themselves became robust enough to unlock the superpower locks, what would that scene resemble? He turned to Li Hao. "You have been nurturing your internal organs. Do you believe, at this stage, the superpower locks of the 5 organs are weaker or stronger?" "Stronger," Li Hao replied honestly. After a moment of reflection, he added, "In the past, I could still sense the presence of the superpower locks, but now it has become difficult to perceive them. It feels as though the barrel has deepened, capable of containing more energy, thus making the emergence of my 5-organ superpower locks even more challenging." "Do those superpower locks still exist?" "They do," Li Hao affirmed once more. "They undoubtedly exist. If they did not, I would be aware of it." "But what if your internal organs became so powerful that they could unlock the superpower locks? Would that not lead to a remarkable surge?" Li Hao fell into a deep reverie, grappling with the unknown, a matter he found difficult to articulate. From his own sensations, he offered a candid response. "It is possible. The 5 organs have absorbed an abundance of essence from the 5 elements. Yet, while they have gained strength, I have assimilated a vast amount of enigmatic energy. Could it have all dissipated? Unthinkable. Thus, there must exist a reservoir within the 5 organs that harbors this energy, encapsulating it all. This, too, is my hypothesis. Yuan Shuo smiled, and after a moment's contemplation, he slowly remarked, the so-called 5 organs store essence and do not release it. Hence they are full, yet not substantial. Li Hao comprehended the meaning behind these words. Ancient texts record that the 5 organs are the sanctuaries of essence, retaining it without outward expression. Yuan Shuo pondered further and continued. The 5 organs are often related to the 6 bowels, while the 5 organs are full yet insubstantial. The 6 bowels, conversely, are substantial yet not filled. He became lost in thought. After a considerable time, he stated, let us not dwell on the 6 bowels for now. They are more abstract. The 5 organs are more tangible. The 5 organs, also known as the 5 divine organs, embody the essence of the 5 deities. The essence flows through these organs. He suddenly recalled much more and exclaimed, I channel the spirit of the 5 beasts. The spirit of the 5 beasts and the divine essence of the 5 organs are interconnected. To break the 5 supernal locks and nurture the 5 spirits. Do you believe I have the potential to ascend to a higher realm? At this moment, Li Hao swiftly contemplated. He grasped the teacher's meaning. The teacher suggested that by employing the 5 forces of the 5 beasts, one could dismantle the 5 supernal locks of the 5 organs. Whether through absorption or nurturing, it is not merely a matter of breaking free. Furthermore, by integrating the forces and spirits of the 5 beasts, one could transcend into a new dimension. Is this feasible? Li Hao was uncertain, yet he recognized the inherent dangers. The path into the unknown often brims with peril. Each step forward is fraught with significant risk, yet such ventures also promise immense rewards. If the teacher succeeds, what realm would that signify? The calm of 10,000 spoken by the teacher? No, certainly not. The spirit of the 5 beasts breaking the locks of the 5 organs is tantamount to directly shattering the 5 supernal locks, which, in the domain of supernal abilities, represents the 5th tier, above the realm of the 3 yang. Thus, it is highly probable that the teacher would leap over the 3 yang level in the supernal realm, advancing directly beyond it. Of course, this is within the context of supernal classification. The words of a martial artist, after all, carry a different weight. Li Hao gazed at his teacher, who chuckled softly. I believe it is worth a try. Without attempting, how can we ascertain whether it is feasible? This time, it is said that Sun Yifei will be present. My current strength may not be sufficient to rival him, or rather, it seems nearly impossible. He chuckled, feeling no shame, and lamented. He is in the late stage of 3 yang. Even to defeat a mere early stage Qiao Feilong would require me to risk my life. Against him, I might meet my end. Losing to others holds no consequence. The greatest indignity in my life would be to be bested by a former subordinate. I have declared that those I have subdued must remain beneath me for eternity. I do not wish to grow old while being dominated by the very underlings I once vanquished. Sun Yifei is out of the question. But on the side of Ing Hongyue, should an opportunity arise, I will inevitably seek retribution. Li Hao spoke solemnly. Have you made your decision? Indeed, I have. Yuan Shuo spoke slowly. In truth, I contemplated this while you were nurturing your internal organs. It wasn't until last night when Wang Ming unlocked the superpower seal that I grasped the immense strength contained within. This solidified my resolve to cultivate my internal organs. Fortunately, my 5-animal technique is the most compatible and suitable for this endeavor. By nurturing my 5 internal organs alongside the 5 forces and the 5 spirits, I aim to either achieve immortality or ascend beyond the realm of the 1,000 fighters when the 5 spirits emerge from their respective organs. He turned to Li Hao and continued. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys correspond to the tiger, bear, deer, ape, and bird respectively. 1 organ for each animal. The heart is the master of fire. The ape embodies this element. Thus, the heart nurtures the heart ape. The bear represents the earth, nurturing the spleen and stomach, while the spleen nurtures the bear. The tiger governs the kidneys, strengthening the body, and the bird corresponds to the lungs, while the deer governs the liver. Yuan Shuo expounded upon his thoughts and insights, positioning the 5 spirits within the nurturing of the 5 organs, ultimately aiming for their emergence and breaking free from confinement. Li Hao listened intently, aware that his mentor was concerned about potential mishaps that could sever the lineage of this knowledge. Was the nurturing of the 5 spirits within the 5 organs indeed correct? Ancient sages would never have taken this path if it were not viable. It was impossible for everyone in ancient times to cultivate the 5-animal technique or to master the 5 forces. Hence, the path taken by his teacher must be innovative and unique. Perhaps there were overarching similarities with the ancients. Yet the intricacies were undoubtedly the result of his teacher's own explorations. Without a doubt, even if the teacher successfully manifested the 5 forces, it was uncertain whether Li Hao could learn or apply them. Nevertheless, this was a pathway forward. As he concluded, Yuan Shuo displayed a defiant smile. Xiao Hao, I intend to cultivate the spirit of the 5 organs right now. In terms of power, there may not be immediate changes, but if the spirits do not emerge, my progress may stagnate. Therefore, after considering the fire energy I utilized to defeat Xiao Feilong, I will first experiment with it myself to see if I can cultivate the hard ape. Li Hao promptly replied, Teacher, that is only fitting. We still possess 400 units of elemental force and approximately 200 units of attribute-less power, all of which you have utilized. Yuan Shuo glanced at him and said softly, I initially intended to reserve this for you to use after you reach the realm of the 1,000 fighters to swiftly enhance the 5 organs, but now I think otherwise. If I succeed, I will naturally have no shortage. However, I still require a portion of sword energy. Please take what you need, teacher, Li Hao offered, presenting his small sword directly to his mentor. The teacher might face formidable enemies, while the late phase of the 3 yang is powerful. If he fought with all his might, combined with the stone blade and blood blade techniques, it wouldn't be guaranteed that he would be completely defeated. However, should a force beyond the 3 yang appear, his defeat would be inevitable. If the spirit of the 5 organs could manifest one divine spirit, it might offer a means of counteraction. Of course, if all 5 spirits were to emerge, it could prove even more beneficial. Yet, time may be of the essence now. The heart ape must be the first to emerge, and that may also be sufficient. Yuan Shuo added, I will first attempt to nurture one divine spirit. If I fail, and you have the opportunity later, you can cultivate the spirits of the 5 organs. A balance among the 5 organs may yield the best outcome. Having one organ dominate could also bring about disadvantages. Li Hao replied earnestly, Rest assured, teacher, I will keep all of this in my heart. Should you falter, and I have the chance to cultivate the spirits of the 5 organs, I shall eradicate all your enemies and then pay tribute to you. Yuan Shuo laughed heartily. Was he disheartened? Not in the slightest. Only a sense of solace remained. Well said. Thus it should be. One must first tread this path alone. Should failure ensue, at least some experience will be left for Li Hao. When he ultimately succeeds in vanquishing his enemies, it will serve as a fitting tribute to my legacy. I shall retain the sword and the dagger for now, along with those mysterious energies. Yuan Shuo spoke. According to my calculations, there should be initial results within 5 days. You may return for now, and after 5 days, come see me. If successful, we shall set forth to the Hengduan Gorge. If not, should your heart shatter, take all your belongings and offer the true swords to Hou Xiaoqing, that he may safeguard your life. The true swords. It was evident that he suspected Hou Xiaoqing might deduce that the previous gifts from Li Hao were mere fakes. Should failure befall Li Hao, there would be no one left to protect him. Liu Long would be of no use, and in the entire Silver Moon province, only Hou Xiaoqing could ensure Li Hao's safety. Master, Li Hao was about to speak when Yuan Shuo interjected with a smile. Go now. In the realm of martial arts, I too wish to carve my own path. Today, in a moment of inspiration, I have determined my direction, so I shall endeavor to try. Whether in failure or success, it shall not weigh upon my conscience. He patted Li Hao on the shoulder, revealing a warm smile. Li Hao lowered his head, remaining silent. Master, I shall take my leave now. The bond between master and disciple was both profound and paternal. However, Li Hao had grown accustomed to addressing him as teacher due to Yuan Shuo's previous focus on literary pursuits rather than martial ones. In the realm of martial arts, he had already adapted to this form of address. Today, however, Li Hao chose to alter his title, as this might indeed be their final encounter. Both master and disciple were resolute in their decisions. The teacher had made his choice, and Li Hao understood he could not impede it, nor did he possess the right to do so. He knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. Master, I await your return. Should you falter, I shall retreat to White Moon City, living modestly for a few years, until I achieve my own strength to eradicate all enemies in this world. Ha! Yuan Shuo laughed heartily, waving his hand. I still hope to face them myself. Then you and I shall vanquish them together. With such a heavy heart, depart. Li Hao rose and turned to leave. Yuan Shuo watched him go, a smile gracing his lips. Moments later, he exhaled softly. From this day forth, I shall nurture my heart-fire ape. They say I, Yuan Shuo, resemble a great monkey. Very well. When my heart-fire ape emerges, then you shall witness the true grandiosity of a great monkey. Sun Yifei, late stage of the three sons, you wish to seek vengeance, do you? Come forth if you dare. Decades past, I sent you plummeting to your demise. Back then, it was also in the Hengduan Gorge. This time, fittingly, it shall once again be in the Hengduan Gorge. Do not think that aligning yourself with the Crimson Moon will change your fate. The Crimson Moon was likewise vanquished by my hand. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Silver Moon province, a figure strode purposefully, tall and bearing a staff that reached his brow. He appeared no older than 40, his hair slightly graying, yet his gaze remained sharp and youthful. His unkempt hair cascaded down his shoulders. Behind him trailed several young companions. Master, we have arrived at the Silver Moon province. One exclaimed upon sighting the boundary stone, their face lighting up with joy. At long last, we have reached. The staff-wielding master glanced at the boundary stone, a smile tinged with nostalgia gracing his lips. 20 years have passed. After 2 decades away, this marks the first time he has returned to his homeland. Years ago, he was defeated by the formidable Yuan Laoma, who has since remained entrenched in Silver Moon. Initially, it was thought that Yuan would languish in the Broken Hundred realm until his end, yet unexpectedly, he has ascended to the Do Qian stage, wielding the blade to slice through the three suns. So be it. He holds no contempt for those who prey upon the weak. Revenge is on his mind, yet he finds no merit in vanquishing a dying Broken Hundred. Ying Hongyue's fervent desire to eliminate Yuan Shuo is not solely for vengeance. She harbors ulterior motives, such as extracting knowledge of ancient texts, the locations of relics, and the 5-animal breathing technique. However, Sun Yifei remains indifferent to such matters. He has come solely to kill Yuan Shuo and proclaim his return. Furthermore, he has brought along several of his esteemed disciples, having learned that Yuan Shuo's actions were in defense of his own disciple, Li Hao, whom Hongyue also intends to capture. It matters not. He is unconcerned. His purpose in bringing his disciples is to slay Yuan Shuo's students. The disciples he has brought are all martial masters, not superpowered beings, whom he has meticulously trained over the past 20 years. Should he effortlessly dispatch Yuan Shuo, it may seem unjust. He wishes for his disciples to eliminate Li Hao, thereby proving that the Qimei staff surpasses the 5-animal technique. He aims to defeat a peak of the 10 slashes, a peak of the Broken Hundred, and a full Broken Hundred. He is unaware of his rival's disciples' current standings. They may be weak. Yet even his least formidable disciple has reached the peak of the 10 slashes. Hence, he has chosen to bring his weakest disciple this time. If Yuan Shuo's disciples cannot even contend with his weakest, it would be unfair to blame Sun Yifei for overpowering them. Master, shall we proceed directly to Hengduan Canyon? Or shall we head straight to Silver City? A voice from behind, belonging to a perfect Broken Hundred man, inquired softly. Given Master's prowess, I believe no one in Silver Moon could hinder us. If time is of the essence, we should go directly to Silver City, eliminate Yuan Shuo, and sever his lineage of the 5-animal technique. Sun Yifei turned and regarded him for a moment before responding. Do not underestimate Silver Moon. Even the chief faced setbacks upon entering Silver Moon years ago. Understood, Master. I have heard that it was the night watchman leader, Ho Xiaoqing, who intervened. Yet it was due to the arrival of a powerful figure from the central region that necessitated the chief's retreat. Ho merely took advantage of the situation. Sun Yifei cast him a sidelong glance and replied calmly, it is not that simple. When Ho Xiaoqing acted, the chief was present. Why did he not intervene? Was it merely due to his high status that he chose to wait until Ho finished his slaughter before engaging him in a duel? Youngsters often think too simplistically. He placed greater value on these martial disciples than on those with superpowers. While he himself is a superpowered being, he finds little fondness for that path. In the realm of superpowers, lineage is not of paramount importance. Aside from certain techniques, there is little finesse involved, merely absorbing energy, breaking the superpower lock, and learning some super techniques. The disparity with martial disciples is vast. The master-disciple bond in martial arts fosters deeper emotional connections and facilitates the transfer of experience, strategies, and techniques. Therefore, despite having several disciples in the Radiant Sun stage, he remains rather unconcerned. In those years, he was unable to reach the pinnacle of combat. and after suffering a defeat that shattered his ambitions, he was compelled to ascend to a higher realm of power, postponing his decline. Ultimately, however, he found himself unable to return to the path of the martial arts master. Thus, he harbored hopes that a few of his disciples might step into the realm of combat. For instance, his eldest disciple, a prominent figure within the martial arts community, had already begun to grasp the essence of combat, showing promising potential. He held great expectations for him. Mo Xian, do not underestimate Yin. Sun Yifei expressed his deep regard for this martial arts disciple, imparting wisdom with earnest intent. Yin has historically thrived in the frontier regions where martial arts flourished. 20 years ago, before the emergence of superpowers, the martial masters of Yin were renowned across the land. In those years, the masters of Yin traversed the 99 provinces, asserting their dominance. Subsequently, when the Tianqing dynasty unified the realm, there was a period during which the chaos among the martial masters of Yin compelled the issuance of a martial prohibition. 20 years ago marked the twilight of Yin's martial arts era, yet numerous formidable figures emerged, including the notorious Yuan Shuo, who, though not a combat master, had slain many revered divine masters during the early rise of superpowers, gaining widespread acclaim. The martial arts heritage of Yin runs deep. One can never know where a potential combat master may be hidden in its remote corners. Sun Yifei spoke gravely. Currently, there is little conflict between superpowers and martial masters. Some of the older generation have either retreated to seclusion or lie in wait for the right moment. Others have reinvented themselves, becoming leaders of various superpower organizations. Among the three major organizations, the leader of the Red Moon hails from Yin, and even the leaders of the Feitian Yinluo families share ties with Yin. You may perceive the central region as a bastion of strength, yet what significance does that hold? Speaking of his homeland, despite the presence of adversaries, Sun Yifei was filled with nostalgia. There are indeed formidable individuals within Yin's martial arts circle. For instance, Ying Honyue, though opposed to the official establishment, remains a preeminent figure representing Yin. Thus, even as Yin gradually wanes in the realm of superpowers, its name continues to resonate throughout the Tianqing dynasty. This dynasty, which has long ruled the land, may be in decline, yet it has not yet reached the point of utter collapse. Whether Ying Honyue can secure a rightful place for the Red Moon remains uncertain. Sun Maxian nodded earnestly. The disciple understands. Beside Sun Maxian stood a young woman carrying a long staff, her hair tied back, exuding a sense of competence. At this moment, she spoke up. Master, I have heard of the formidable strength of Yin's martial arts, yet in recent years, no combat masters have emerged from Yin. Meanwhile, the central region has seen the rise of several combat masters, some even active on the battlefield of superpowers, with whispers of combat masters reaching new heights. Why has Yin's decline been so swift? She had indeed heard of the strength of Yin's martial arts, not only from her master, but also from the older generation of martial masters. However, as far as she knew, it had been many years since Yin produced a combat master, whereas in the central region, while combat masters were rare, they were not entirely absent. She and her master had visited a few combat masters, but none hailed from Yin. Regarding Yin's decline, Sun Yifei, with a rare sense of resignation, shook his head and remarked, "It is not entirely accurate to label it as decline. To speak candidly, there remains a connection with us, hastening the pace of decline." In those days, numerous martial artists from Silver Moon aspired to ascend to the realm of Do Qian. Many, not merely one or two. They were once hailed as the last frenzy of the Silver Moon martial world. Both I and the leader, along with that Yuan Shuo, were exceptionally ruthless during that period, having slain many masters who had achieved the pinnacle of martial prowess. The Silver Moon 7 swords, the Silver Moon 3 spears, the kings of southern and northern fists, the 4 directions blade king, the thunderous leg, the mountain-cleaving axe, and the iron cloth were all formidable champions of that time. He recounted the powerful figures of Silver Moon, most of whom had surpassed the 100 mark in mastery. Even those who had not were nearly there. Countless indeed. It was a resplendent era, the final frenzy before the rise of superhuman abilities. The Silver Moon martial world was on the brink of ascension, yet Sun Yifei sighed, somewhat nostalgic. Ultimately, merely from the Silver Moon 7 swords, 3 perished at the hands of Yuan Shuo, while 2 of the 4 directions Blade King were slain by him. An iron cloth was shattered by his 5 animal technique. Sun Yifei chuckled. noting that this old fellow single-handedly decimated half of the martial world's masters. The remainder, including myself, the leader, and a few others, nearly annihilated the rest. Thus, the Silver Moon martial world fell into decline. The others stared in astonishment. This matter was truly beyond their comprehension. So it turns out, the Silver Moon martial world was obliterated by their own hands. But why has Yuan Shuo never crossed into Douqian? His ambition is too grand. Sun Yifei remarked coldly. That fellow practices the 5-animal technique, mastering the 5-animal stance. Historically, most martial artists focus on honing a single stance, yet he, as if that were insufficient, seeks to integrate all 5. Should this fellow enter Douqian and slay Sun Yang, it would not surprise me in the least. If he were to breach that realm, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier existence within it. The mere fact that he can slay Sun Yang with the 5-animal fusion stance is, in my view, entirely reasonable. He holds Yuan Shuo in high esteem, or rather, no one dares to underestimate any martial artist who emerged from the Silver Moon martial world. A man who has taken down half of the martial world's masters. The one who has fused the 5-animal stances. Even with Ying Hongyuan now elevated. To claim that Yuan Shuo's inability to enter Douqian renders him worthless would be tantamount to slapping oneself in the face. Who can achieve the fusion of 5 stances beyond the 100 mark? Ho Xiaoqing supports Yuan Shuo not merely for his ability to explore relics, but also harbors a glimmer of hope that Yuan Shuo may ascend to Douqian, ensuring that the last hope of the Silver Moon martial world does not extinguish. The 5-animal stances. Sun Maxian was somewhat taken aback. Has he truly succeeded? Let alone 5 stances. Even the second stance is a struggle for me to master. At this moment, he began to comprehend why his master regarded this matter with such gravity. Such a figure, even if not having engaged in Douqian for many years and only now entering, should not be underestimated. He is at the pinnacle of mastery. Thus he fully understands how arduous it is to cross into Douqian with merely 1 stance, let alone 5. Master. So his slaying of Sun Yang is a testament to his true strength, rather than a mere stroke of luck? Of course. Sun Yifei replied solemnly. How could it possibly be luck? Without solid strength, how could there be talk of cunning? Some superhumans in the central region, arrogant and conceited, believe that Yuan Shuo's slaying of Duantian was purely coincidental, an accident, or a sneak attack. Nonsense. Those individuals, having fortuitously gained power, dare to belittle the masters of the martial world. Such people will not endure. At this moment, despite his status as a superpower, he exuded an air of disdain that was palpable. He surveyed his surroundings with an air of confidence and declared, if given the chance, I would aspire to be a martial master. A martial master who surpasses Douqian. What of the late Sun Yang? It matters not. Emocian. Remember this, a martial master holds far greater promise than a superpower. The words of a late Sun Yang superpower uttering such sentiments would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the realm of superpowers. Sun Emocian nodded eagerly, unable to suppress his curiosity. Master, are you concerned that he might defeat me? Sun Yifei chuckled. I am not an ordinary late Sun Yang superpower. Do not forget. I almost stepped into the realm of Douqian as a martial master. In the central region, I have vanquished late Sun Yang superpowers that were hardly noteworthy. To me, Yuan Shuo is formidable, yet he has squandered many years. I genuinely yearn for a battle with him, one where he possesses the strength to contend. If I were to easily defeat him, that would indeed be a pity. His spirit began to soar. Yuan Shuo, he eagerly anticipated clashing with that individual. Sun Emocian inquired once more, Master, who do you believe is stronger, Yuan Shuo or the Cloud Master? The Cloud Master, a top-tier martial master in the central region, had once slain a peak Riyao superpower with a single strike on the battlefield and had engaged in direct combat with a late Sun Yang superpower, managing to injure the latter and force a retreat. He was one of the few in the central region capable of defeating a Sun Yang, instilling hope and expectation among other martial masters. Sun Yifei pondered for a moment, recalling that after injuring that individual years ago, the Cloud Master had since secluded himself, with rumors suggesting he may have discovered the path beyond Douqian. Yuan Shuo had only recently stepped into Douqian, and his strength might indeed be comparable to that of the Cloud Master from a few years prior. However, at this moment, Yuan Shuo would likely not be his match. That is reassuring. Sun Emocian felt a sense of relief, knowing that the Cloud Master had only managed to injure a late Sun Yang. While his master was a late Sun Yang himself, having advanced as a martial master. Thus, even though Yuan Shuo was strong, he would likely struggle against his master. The group stood by the boundary stone, engaging in vibrant discussions about the martial world, with Central Region powerhouses frequently mentioned in their conversation. Dou Qian and San Yang were the prevailing forces, while Ri Yao was seldom referenced, and those above San Yang were rarely spoken of. After sharing tales of past glories with his disciples, Sun Yifei continued onward, stepping into the Silver Moon realm. In that moment, he made his way directly toward the Hengduan Canyon. He chose not to visit Silver City. Instead, he aimed to defeat or even kill Yuan Shuo in the Hengduan Canyon, where he had once faced defeat. Today, he would rise again in that very place and reclaim his honor. In Baiwa City, Ho Xiaoqing sat in his office chair, observing a stream of messages. After a moment, he came across a notification. Sun Yifei has entered the Silver Moon realm with 3 disciples. Sun Yifei had arrived. Ho Xiaoqing furrowed his brow slightly. This was not an adversary to be taken lightly. He wondered whether Hao Lianquan had the capability to confront him. As for Yuan Shuo, given his brief time of advancement, it was highly likely he would be no match for Sun Yifei. Even with his rapid progress into the so-called peak of Dou Qian, it was Hao Lianquan, armed with the Fire Phoenix Spear, who had a greater likelihood of either defeating or obstructing Sun Yifei. As he pondered, a knock resounded at the door, and Chief Steward Yu entered. Minister, urgent news from the Central Region. A riot has erupted in the neighboring Beige province. The situation is dire, and we hope you can mobilize the Source Divine troops to quell the unrest. Ho Xiaoqing's gaze sharpened momentarily before he regained his composure and replied calmly. Relay the message back. Hao Lianquan will lead an expedition to the ruins. With no one stationed in Baiwa City, I cannot depart. Understood, Chief Steward Yu responded. Then added in a hushed tone, the King of Reincarnation, Yin Luo, and the leader of the Red Moon, Ziyu, wish to confer with you outside Baiwa City. Ho Xiaoqing chuckled. What are they so afraid of? That I might strike from the shadows. Chief Steward Yu smiled knowingly. They are acutely aware of your formidable strength. Thus, they are employing every possible means to ensnare you, ensuring you do not appear at the ruins. This is the essence of your power. The King of Reincarnation and Ziyu, both coming together, aim solely to prevent Ho Xiaoqing from leaving the city. Very well. Inform them that I shall await them atop Baiwa Mountain. They must not dare to shy away. He then laughed. And what of the Half Mountain from Feitian? There is a leader known as Half Mountain in Silver Moon, shrouded in mystery. It appears there is no intelligence indicating Half Mountain's recent activities. He has long been absent from public view, either recovering from injuries or preparing for an advancement. Chief Steward Yu surmised. Ho Xiaoqing nodded slightly, acknowledging the possibility of an advancement. Never mind him. If he has indeed ascended, there is little we can do. The methods of Feitian are even more enigmatic than those of Red Moon, making them challenging to predict. With that, he gazed towards the direction of Silver City, remaining silent for a moment before averting his eyes. The recent appearance of Yuan Shuo had compelled him to revise certain plans. He was uncertain how much of Yuan Laoma's former demeanor still resided within Yuan Shuo. The once formidable Yuan Laoma, who nearly annihilated the martial world of Silver Moon, now seemed to have adopted a more subdued and introspective lifestyle. It was difficult for him to gauge Yuan Shuo's true strength. Ho Xiaoqing chuckled softly, then turned his attention back to the Central Region, which was in utter disarray. Even the night patrols were in chaos, with some advocating for war, while others favored defense. The discord was palpable. He could not help but wonder if the Tianqing dynasty could endure this turmoil. Should it collapse entirely, the 99 provinces of the realm would surely spiral into chaos. Chapter 74, Heartfire Ape, Essence Unveiled, Subscription Requested. As the days slipped by, in Silver City, Li Hao immersed himself in martial arts, tirelessly practicing through the night, scarcely returning to the grand courtyard. He spent most of his time in the law enforcement building, dedicating himself to relentless training. 9 forging strength, 5 animal techniques, and shadowless sword. He diligently practiced these 3 secret techniques, with 9 forging strength now achieving a 5-fold enhancement. However, it was still insufficient. Liu Long had once reached a perfect 100, capable of achieving 9 enhancements. Liu Long's father had also accomplished this feat in his prime. Li Hao felt he was still far from the mark. 5 enhancements were simply too few. Moreover, he was experimenting with how to swiftly transition between the shadowless sword and 9 forging strength, particularly the latter. When the 9 forging technique is being executed, It necessitates the utilization of the 9 breathing method. This circumstance relegates the 5 technique and the shadowless sword to mere embellishments, rendering them unusable in conjunction. This outcome does not align with Li Hao's expectations. At this moment, every move and technique is of paramount importance to him, and he meticulously contemplates how to achieve their harmonious coexistence. Time elapses, though Li Hao remains oblivious to its passage until he thrusts his sword forward, swiftly retracting it. In the next instant, he exhales, transforming his breath into a blade, releasing a plume of white smoke. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao endeavors to apply the principles of the 9 technique, aspiring to unleash 5 swords in succession. The first breath sword is successfully released. Yet as he transitions to the second breathing technique, it results in nothing but emptiness. It remains ineffective. Li Hao furrows his brow. The essence of transforming breath into sword lies in the strength of the lungs. The lungs correspond to the metal element. And if his lungs were robust enough to unlock extraordinary potential, could he not store a greater quantity of qi, thereby facilitating the continuation to the second sword? Currently, the transformation of breath into sword is proving to be an arduous task, primarily due to the inadequacy of his lung capacity. His teacher once remarked that the lungs nurture the spirit, akin to the avian essence within the 5 technique, which corresponds to the metal element. The association between the 5 animal forms and the 5 organs may not be strictly defined. It merely reflects the teacher's mastery over these forms, which stands as the optimal choice. Li Hao reflects on his own mastery. He has grasped a fragment of the earth's essence, which is aligned with the earth element, corresponding to the spleen that fortifies blood vitality. Now, he begins to hope for the mastery of sword essence, which, being aligned with metal, corresponds to the lungs. Could the sword essence, replacing the avian essence, be a matter of the same principle? Though he ponders this, Li Hao dares not to experiment at this moment. The sword essence is exceedingly sharp, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal outcome. Besides, he has yet to enter the realm of Douqian. At present, his priority must be to strengthen the earth's essence, refine the sword essence, and rather than seeking to integrate all 5 forms like his teacher, he would be content with the fusion of the earth's essence and the sword essence. The union of these 2 forces would enable Li Hao to enter Douqian, perhaps even surpass Liu Long, who has only mastered a single essence. Furthermore, Li Hao's sword essence is anything but ordinary. To this day, he has merely transformed his internal energy into a sword. The true sword essence has yet to be successfully amalgamated. Li Hao is acutely aware that the authentic sword essence may only be realized through the shedding of blood. What sword does not draw blood? Thus, this expedition into the ruins holds the promise of culminating in the consolidation of sword essence. With many thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Hao practices for a while longer before glancing at the clock on the wall not far away. He tidies himself briefly and strides out of the basement. Outside, night has fallen. It is midnight, 12 o'clock. His teacher had instructed him to seek him out in 5 days. Today marks the 5th day, as time has crossed into August 26th. The day for exploring the ruins is set for August 28th. At the Yuan residence, Li Hao refrains from entering the house, choosing instead to wait in the courtyard, silently observing. 5 days have passed. Will his teacher be ready to cultivate the Heartfire ape today? Inside, Wang Ming emerges, yawning. He has remained here these past few days, primarily to internalize the breathing method, tirelessly practicing day and night without leaving. Upon seeing Li Hao, Wang Ming attempts to speak, but Li Hao gestures for silence, disinclined to converse. Wang Ming, recognizing this, falls silent. In recent days, he has gleaned some information. It appears that Yuan Shua is in seclusion, refraining even from meals, and has not emerged from his study. Li Hao has not visited for several days, yet today, he suddenly arrives, perhaps signaling the end of Yuan Shua's retreat. The 2 sit quietly in the courtyard, awaiting his emergence. The sky remains shrouded in darkness. And within the room, there is no sign of movement, no fluctuation of internal energy, no manifestation of extraordinary abilities, only an oppressive silence. Time passes, and gradually, the dawn begins to break. At this moment, Liu Long arrives, accompanied by Liu Yan. It is already the 26th. The Hengduan Gorge lies over 1,000 miles from Silver City, and the journey cannot be completed entirely by car. Reaching their destination will require at least a day. And should they delay further, they risk missing this opportunity for exploration of the ruins. Noticing that Li Hao and Wang Ming are waiting in the courtyard, Liu Long nods to them without uttering a word, silently standing by as they await Yuan Shua's return. Liu Long speculates that Yuan Shua may be seeking a breakthrough, and he can only gaze up in admiration. At present, he has just entered the Do Qian realm, far from the next level, while Yuan Shua, who advanced a few days earlier, has already begun his pursuit of the next stage, an unknown realm. The four individuals in the courtyard are lost in their own thoughts as they await Yuan Shua's emergence. Inside the room, Yuan Shua feels as if he is enveloped in a furnace. In the recesses of his heart, a great ape materializes, exhibiting a wild ferocity and a frantic struggle. The Heartfire Ape. Utilizing the heart as a crucible, he melds the 5 animal spirits. The agility of the ape is matched only by its volatility. The divine intent, imbued with both spirit and purpose, signifies a burgeoning awareness. Under such circumstances, subduing the Heartfire Ape and persuading it to willingly root itself within his heart proves to be an arduous challenge. Yuan Shua's heart pounds, ever faster. Whether he can tame the Heartfire Ape is crucial to his cultivation of the 5 internal organs and to his advancement to the next realm. A powerful heart disrupts the balance of the 5 organs. Will this path prove viable? Yuan Shua remains uncertain. Thus, he can only attempt it. In desperate pursuit of harmony among the 5 organs, time is of the essence. At this moment, the great ape within his heart emits a series of grunts, as if struggling to escape the confines of his heart, unwilling to remain shackled. It cannot be contained. Over the past 5 days, Yuan Shua has exhausted every means, yet has been unable to confine this great ape. Even though it is merely a manifestation of his divine intent, the entity resists remaining within the heart, and he can only exert a feeble control. 5 days have passed. Yuan Shua senses the passage of time, yet he feels the weight of failure. However, he does not succumb to despair or panic. Throughout these 5 days, he is not left empty-handed. With a sigh, he murmurs, "You are forcing my hand," insisting on disobedience. In the next instant, as his heart beats with intensity, the surface of his heart seems to manifest a chain, a so-called psychic lock within the realm of extraordinary abilities, which also serves as the lock of the heart. Since you refuse to remain obedient, do not blame me for binding you. In prior days, he hesitated to employ this tactic, fearing that his Heartfire Ape might be too powerful. What if the chain were to snap? What if he were to forcibly step into the realm of extraordinary powers, becoming a fire-type extraordinary being? That is not the outcome he desires. At this moment, Yuan Shua had no choice but to take a gamble, wagering on the Heartfire Ape, which was fiercely tugging at the heart lock. The heart lock remained formidable, having absorbed a substantial amount of fire elements, thereby enhancing both the heart and, consequently, the heart lock itself. For an ordinary person, the super ability lock would likely snap under such strain, yet for a martial artist, fortifying one aspect invariably reinforced the super ability lock. Thus, it was uncertain whether the Heartfire Ape could indeed sever it. If it were to break, it might signify Yuan Shua's breakthrough into a new realm. With resolve, Yuan Shua directed the chains towards the great ape. The sound of labored breathing intensified, echoing thunderously. The colossal ape roared in a frenzy, thrashing wildly and swinging its arms, unwilling to be bound. Nevertheless, the chains descended with unwavering determination. The heart lock was designed to bind the heart. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. Despite the Heartfire Ape's immense power, it was ultimately subdued beneath the weighty chains. A thunderous crash resonating solely in Yuan Shua's heart. In a brief moment, the Heartfire Ape lay constrained beneath a massive chain. This was Yuan Shua's heart lock, immensely powerful. No matter how the Heartfire Ape struggled, it was futile. The heart throbbed violently, writhing, even erupting in turmoil. The booming sounds of the heart's pulsation persisted for an extended duration, and blood trickled from the corners of Yuan Shua's mouth, yet he wore a radiant smile. He had truly locked it down. This underscored the necessity of fortifying the internal organs before advancing to the next realm, strengthening the super ability lock. He committed the entirety of this process to memory, ensuring its legacy. He could scarcely indulge in joy, instead focusing intently on awaiting the next shift. Any subtle change would capture his attention. Within the heart, as the Heartfire Ape was completely ensnared, the heartbeat quickened, and the other 4 organs trembled violently, their stability compromised. The equilibrium among the 5 organs had been disrupted. The lungs and spleen exhibited signs of bleeding. as if the heart's newfound strength and accelerated blood flow were overwhelming these organs. Thus, while subduing one organ, the others must also be fortified, otherwise, they risk fragmentation. The stronger the super ability chain, the better. If it were too weak, an overwhelming force could easily shatter the chains. With good fortune, one might become a superpowered individual. With ill fortune, the organs could be obliterated alongside it. As he pondered these truths, the Heartfire ape ceased its struggles. However, soon Yuan Shua observed an unusual scene. Within the Heartfire ape no longer contended, and the chains began to calm. Yet shortly thereafter, the Heartfire ape revived once more, entwined with the super ability lock. The enormous ape, wielding the chains, suddenly roared within the heart. Flames ignited in its eyes, and in an instant, the Heartfire ape transformed into a true fire monkey. Yuan Shua felt a surge within him, and in the next moment, the 5 animal stances erupted forth. The tiger, deer, bear, and bird maintained their positions as before. Yet the moment the fire ape emerged, it instantaneously distanced itself from the other 4, appearing as if it materialized from thin air, bound in chains. The clanking of the chains resonated throughout the courtyard. In the next moment, the Heartfire ape stirred restlessly, suddenly striking out with a chain towards the void. This strike seemed to penetrate the very fabric of matter. Within the courtyard, Liu Long and his companions sensed something amiss and awaited developments. Suddenly, Li Hao's expression shifted as he beheld a crimson chain shooting forth from the building, exuding an overwhelming power. This was not merely a figment of his imagination. All present witnessed it. In an instant, both Li Hao and Liu Long leapt and rolled to evade the chain. However, Wang Ming, having entered the state of daybreak, glanced at the chain. Whether he felt it was unavoidable or deemed it unnecessary to evade, he seemed somewhat exhilarated as the chain approached, perhaps believing Yuan Shua was testing them. Without further ado, he conjured a golden longsword and swung it at the chain. With a resounding clash, the sound echoed. And the next moment, Yuan Shua's voice boomed from within. "Come back." With a loud thud, the golden sword shattered into fragments, while the chain continued its advance. Wang Ming's countenance changed drastically, blood spilling from his mouth as he faced the imminent threat of the chain piercing his skull. Suddenly, the chain appeared to be restrained and was yanked back. In the following moment, the door swung open. Yuan Shua emerged, his complexion slightly flushed. And after glancing at Wang Ming, he paused before asking, "What were you doing?" At that moment, Wang Ming was still somewhat shaken and fearful. Swallowing hard. Wasn't the teacher testing us? Yuan Shua was left speechless. Test? Nonsense. Just moments ago, the Heartfire ape had defied control and unleashed that strike, though ultimately, it was subdued by Yuan Shua's authority. Little did he expect Wang Ming to be so naive and foolish. What was there to test? Congratulations, teacher. At this moment, Li Hao rose from his role, casually brushing off the dust from his clothes, his face alight with joy. Had he succeeded? Furthermore, what was that chain just now? Dou Qian was merely a martial artist, yet that chain had appeared from nowhere, instantly shattering the golden longsword of daybreak, giving it an air of the extraordinary. The crimson chain, was it related to the heart deity? Li Hao pondered, while Yuan Shua cast a glance at him and then at Liu Long, who was bowing respectfully beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is merely the beginning. There is nothing to celebrate. With that, he looked outside. Dawn had already broken. Meanwhile, Wang Ming had regained his composure, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned to Yuan Shua, dazedly inquiring, "What was that just now?" Yuan Shua was a martial artist. Being a martial artist often implied invincibility in close combat, but vulnerability at a distance. He was somewhat aware of Dou Qian's prowess. However, that chain just now felt unlike any ordinary force. A ranged attack. Astonishingly, a martial artist of Dou Qian had, in an instant, shattered his extraordinary sword. Unbelievable. At this moment, Wang Ming found himself in a state of bewilderment. Yuan Shua cast him a fleeting glance and remarked, "Who says martial masters can only engage in close combat? You think that because I am at a distance, you are beyond my reach, do you?" "That's not the implication," Wang Ming stammered. Yuan Shua chuckled, "But it is indeed what you meant." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Ming had thought that upon arriving at Liu, even if he were to encounter Yuan Shua, he would at least have the advantage of distance to escape. However, the recent strike had left him somewhat disoriented. "All right, you may come in," Yuan Shua said, offering no further explanation before turning to re-enter the room. Li Hao and the others followed suit. At this moment, Yuan Shua's hair was somewhat disheveled, and he did not greet anyone else, but headed straight for the bathing area to cleanse himself. Once he departed, Wang Ming became animated, exclaiming in astonishment, "That last strike was astonishing. How did the teacher accomplish that?" The distant strike had rendered him utterly defenseless. It was terrifying. Li Hao remained silent, while Liu Long was deep in thought, replaying that strike in his mind. What kind of secret technique was that? He had never witnessed anything like it before. It was not a weapon. Had it been, the impact would not have been so shocking. It felt akin to a superpower. Had Yuan Shua transformed into a superhuman? Had he transcended from martial prowess to become a formidable figure among the three sons? Various thoughts swirled in their minds. The group fell into silence for several moments until, after about 7 or 8 minutes, Yuan Shua emerged, having changed into fresh attire. He promptly seated himself on a chair, his hair still damp, and upon noticing their gazes, he smiled and asked, "What are you staring at?" Still pondering? "It is not a superpower. It is the ability of a martial master. I have long claimed that martial masters are not inferior to superhumans. They are simply stronger. Subduing the power of the 5 viscera, mastering the strength of the heart, which is associated with fire, though it may seem similar to fire-type superpowers, it is entirely different. Superpowers utilize mysterious energy, while I harness momentum, which is divine." Liu Long inhaled sharply. Divine will materialized? How is that possible? Divine will is merely a form of momentum, a type of pressure. How could it manifest into something tangible? Yuan Shua regarded him for a moment and finally said, "Do not overthink it. Let me impart one thing. Cultivate your internal energy to nourish the 5 viscera. Your water momentum can also be utilized to nourish your kidneys." Liu Long raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wang Ming, too, looked at Liu Long in astonishment, somewhat taken aback. Liu Long initially did not grasp the implication, but after a moment, it seemed to dawn on him, and with a stern expression, he asked, "What are you contemplating?" Wang Ming cleared his throat. "Nothing at all." He forced a sheepish smile, glanced at Li Hao, and winked playfully, as if to say, "Minister, kidney deficiency." Li Hao was at a loss for words. Wang Ming, lacking understanding, was unaware of the implications. Although the teacher had not stated it directly, advising Liu Long to nourish the 5 viscera, particularly the kidneys, was indeed a subtle indication of the path forward. The teacher had succeeded. Li Hao felt a surge of joy, but before he could articulate anything, Yuan Shua interjected, "You 4, step outside. Li Hao, remain." This was the signal for imparting secret teachings to a disciple. Wang Ming, as a nominal disciple, found himself unable to receive any confidential instruction. Liu Long said nothing and rose to exit, while Liu Yin smiled and followed suit. Wang Ming, still reluctant, pondered what could possibly be withheld from him. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he resigned himself and left obediently. Once everyone had departed, the atmosphere shifted. Yuan Shua spoke in a deep voice. "The internal organs must be immensely powerful. Only with great strength can one avoid the peril of self-destruction. Furthermore, the superpower lock is indeed robust, yet it possesses its limitations. The integration of the internal organs requires foresight. One must discern whether the superpower lock can secure the essence." Secure the essence? Yuan Shua remained silent, but in the next moment, he seemed to transform into a colossal ape. At that instant, the enormous fire ape was entwined with a long, winding chain. Li Hao's eyes flickered. "Teacher, is this the superpower lock?" "Indeed," the fire ape replied, reverting back to Yuan Shua. "Or rather, it is not merely a superpower lock, but a bridge constructed between the internal organs and the body." He fell into contemplation, and after a long pause, he continued, "These chains serve not only to confine, but also seem to connect all the hidden treasures within the body. The human body is a treasury. These chains secure it, yet they also facilitate connection. One need not necessarily sever them to release one's treasures." Li Hao nodded thoughtfully. "Teacher, does this mean you have advanced in rank?" "Not quite." Yuan Shua shook his head. "Today, I have gained deeper insights and discoveries. Cultivating the internal organs is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Beyond the realm of Douqian, it is not merely about breaking through the myriad barriers. I am currently merely a single organ locking the divine. Strictly speaking, I have not yet advanced. I am simply progressing further within the Douqian realm. Yet to formally enter that stage, in my view, beyond Douqian, one should cultivate the divine essence of the internal organs. Perhaps this divine essence can be divided into 5 stages, with each organ nurturing a divine essence. This nurturing of the divine essence is a new realm granted by the teacher, fostering the divine essence of the 5 organs. Only upon the successful nurturing of all 5 divine essences can one achieve the fullness of this divine cultivation. Following this, one would unlock the hidden treasures of the internal organs, which I wish to term the merging of the divine realm. Severing 10, breaking 100, battling 1,000. Nurturing the divine, merging the divine. Li Hao pondered. Is nurturing the divine comparable to the 3 yang? One could say so, albeit with some reservations. Yuan Shua elucidated. Do not compare it with superpowers. The significance is rather limited. Whether the divine essence can contend with the 3 yang, whether it can stand on equal footing, is something only battle can reveal. However, upon entering the realm of divine essence, as I nurture the heart fire ape, I feel that in terms of sheer strength, I may not be inferior to the previous Qiao Feilong. Clearly, he believed such a comparison to be valid. He had now taken his initial steps into the realm of divine essence. In this state, should he successfully nurture all 5 divine essences, it would indeed be formidable. Li Hao exhaled. Teacher, you are truly remarkable. Yuan Shua's pioneering endeavor had shattered the conventional boundaries of martial arts. Yet, he shook his head. I have merely sketched a broad outline. Numerous issues remain. For instance, after nurturing the divine essence, how does one merge the divine essences of the internal organs? One cannot simply extract them for use, as that would be of little significance. Additionally, should the internal organs nurture the divine essence collectively, or one by one, which would be more advantageous? Furthermore, breaking the equilibrium is not a realm that everyone can endure. If a state can be universally accepted, it signifies that all may cultivate it. If it is solely attainable by one individual, it cannot truly be deemed a realm. If it cannot enable others to cross over, then it is not a new realm. He continued, I have absorbed a significant amount of fire element, combined with your sword energy, which others lack. How many years would it take to cultivate the 5 internal organs? 10 years, 20 years, or even 50? I cannot fathom how long it would take to gradually cultivate the 5 organs and endure such force. Therefore, at the Douqian stage, the breathing technique must evolve further. It should not only adjust the body, but also strengthen the 5 internal organs. Yuan Shua spoke with a solemn tone. The 5 animals breathing technique is no longer sufficient. Initially, I thought it inconsequential after entering the Douqian stage. But now I contemplate how to improve the 5 animals breathing technique to cultivate the 5 organs using internal energy rather than the 5 elemental forces. You must understand that sword energy is merely yours, an external force. If this element were to vanish, would everyone cease to advance? Would they stop their cultivation? At this moment, Yuan Shua was consumed with thoughts on how to modify the 5 animals breathing technique, transforming this foundational method to empower the 5 organs so that it could be practiced by all, benefiting the masses. It was not a matter of dissemination. It was simply the duty of a master to impart knowledge to his disciples. Must everyone rely solely on Li Hao's sword energy? The teacher's determination to reform the 5 animals breathing technique filled Li Hao with admiration. To be candid, he had never considered this aspect, as he believed the current sword energy sufficed for their master-disciple relationship. However, Yuan Shua was contemplating a far-reaching vision. His intent was to elevate the entire martial arts domain. Was that even possible? Li Hao did not argue. He could neither support nor dissuade the teacher's endeavors, for they were no longer on the same level. You possess an excellent foundation. You have been continuously fortifying your internal organs. At this stage, it may not manifest much, but once you step into the Douqian realm, you will save a considerable amount of time compared to others, perhaps even directly cultivating the spirit. Yuan Shua expressed his profound sentiments. Perhaps one day, you may surpass my level of nurturing the other 4 organs, which may not compare to yours. Teacher, you can also absorb sword energy and cultivate rapidly. Yuan Shua chuckled, tossing a small sword to Li Hao. Give it a try. Li Hao took the small sword, practiced the 5 animals breathing technique briefly, and after a moment, expressed with mild exasperation, it's almost depleted? It seems to be running low. Yuan Shua coughed lightly. In recent days, my heart could not withstand the pressure. So I absorbed a bit more, and I haven't had time to seek out the other stone gates. There's only a little left. I dared not fully deplete it. As we may still need it when we reach the Hengduan Gorge, it's wise to keep some for emergencies. Indeed, it was nearly exhausted. The sword energy Li Hao had absorbed from the stone gate was utilized extensively, and Yuan Shua had also consumed considerable amounts in his spirit cultivation. It was rapidly diminishing. All right. Li Hao now understood why the teacher sought to reform the 5 animals breathing technique. Without such modifications, if there were no other Stone Gate relics, depletion of sword energy would leave them unable to cultivate. Yuan Shua refrained from further comment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, at that moment, the pressure on his heart was overwhelming, and he had no choice but to absorb the sword energy to preserve his life. The sword energy could potentially be replenished, but if one were to perish, it would present more complications for Li Hao. Subsequently, Yuan Shua shared various issues and challenges encountered during the spirit cultivation process, along with potential scenarios they might face. These matters may well be experiences unique to Yuan Shua. As for other regions, it is uncertain whether any martial masters have ascended to this level. Even if there are, their paths may not necessarily be the same. The master and disciple conversed for nearly half an hour. After a while, they stepped outside. Just beyond the door, Liu Long and a few others were engaged in conversation, primarily led by Wang Ming, who was quite talkative and incessantly inquired about various topics. Upon seeing Li Hao and the others emerge, Wang Ming exclaimed with excitement, "Master, have you broken the 10,000 mark?" "What 10,000? Yuan Shua shook his head. Wang Ming instantly appeared disheartened. "What a pity. After all, you are a recognized disciple of Yuan Shua. If he truly ascended to the next level of martial master, it would have been advantageous to establish connections and seek a formidable ally." Liu Long, on the other hand, regarded Yuan Shua with a few glances but refrained from asking anything. Yuan Shua had just advised him on nurturing his internal organs. Liu Long vaguely understood that this might pertain to his next steps. After entering the realm of Do Qian, Liu Long felt quite perplexed about his future direction. How should he progress further? As a newcomer to Do Qian, he still had ample room for improvement, such as enhancing his power and internal energy, but these were merely the beginnings of his journey. Eventually, his internal energy would grow to an unparalleled level, and his strength would also expand beyond measure. But what then? There would be no further path to tread. Today, Yuan Shua had indeed provided him with some guidance. "Master Yuan, shall we set off today?" Liu Long inquired. He did not elaborate further. Minister Hao and the others had long since arrived at the Hengduan Canyon. It would take at least a day for them to reach the area, and they might encounter various troubles along the way. Upon nearing the canyon, they would still need to walk. It seemed too late to proceed. Time was of the essence. Once they arrived, they would need to recuperate. Liu Long feared that Yuan Shua might be unable to act at this moment, having spent many days in seclusion, which must have taken a toll on him. "Let us depart, bringing some provisions." Yuan Shua smiled and remarked, "How Lianchuan must be growing impatient. He is likely already venting his frustrations." The agreed-upon exploration time was the day after tomorrow, and while others may have arrived, Yuan Shua had not. It would be unusual if he were not reprimanded. Liu Long chuckled at this possibility. Meanwhile, at the Hengduan Canyon, within a tent, Hao Lianchuan was indeed cursing. He was quite vexed. Find a way to send a message to Silver City. What on earth is Yuan Shua doing? It seems he has yet to set off. It was already the 26th. Silver City was over 1,000 miles away, and the roads were not easy to navigate. This group could not fly, and upon arrival, they might even need to walk. Was this a deliberate delay? The journey had already consumed considerable energy for the martial masters. Was he not courting trouble? He could not comprehend why Yuan Shua appeared to be acting aloof, seemingly forgetting that martial masters were incapable of flight. Did he expect his bird technique to traverse 1,000 miles? Beside him, a middle-aged woman chuckled and remarked, "How? Do not be so hasty. There is no need for urgency. Besides, without Yuan Shua, no one else would dare to explore recklessly. After all, he is a master in this field." Hao Lianchuan remained silent, cursing inwardly. It was easy for her to say, "The crux of the matter is that the 28th is the most opportune time for exploration, which is precisely why they have deliberately chosen this date. Should one miss the 28th, it would be prudent to wait another month. During that month, who knows what may transpire?" Below Hao Lianchuan, a robust man murmured, "Shall I go to fetch him? Perhaps Huang Yun could go as well. Huang Yun is swift, while he excels in earth evasion." "No need." Hao Lianchuan shook his head, responding gravely, "It is not convenient to leave at present. We must keep a watchful eye on each other. If you depart, be wary of those who might attempt to assassinate you. As for Yuan Shua, the danger is minimal. First, with the departure of a strong individual, it would create quite a stir. Second, everyone hopes for Yuan Shua's participation in the exploration, so for the time being, They likely will not act against him. How Lianchuan exhaled, refraining from pursuing the topic further, and instead solemnly inquired, "Have you seen Sunny Fei?" "No. However, it is said that recently, someone spotted him in the Hengduan Canyon, seemingly near the old sky bridge." At this moment, genuine concern surfaced on Hao Lianchuan's face. Could it be that Sunny Fei would strike at Yuan Shua before the relic exploration even commenced? If that were the case, it would likely lead to a fierce battle before they even entered the relic. The Night Watchers would certainly not permit Yuan Shua to be slain so easily. What a considerable dilemma. Some shared this sentiment, lamenting, the Silver Moon martial world was thrown into disarray by such individuals in the past, with daily fatalities. Now that Sun Yifei has returned, and with Yuan Shua in the Silver Moon martial world, will chaos repeat itself? For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Events from several decades ago have not been forgotten by some. In the Silver City, Li Hao and his companions boarded a vehicle, this time driven by Liu Long. Given that they still had quite a distance to cover, Liu Long was understandably concerned about both Li Hao and Wang Ming. Inside the car, there were 4 individuals and a dog. The Black Panther climbed directly into the vehicle, and neither Li Hao nor Yuan Shua paid it any mind. If both of them were present, and the Black Panther did not join, it would simply be a stray dog. Should it return, it would do so. If not, they would all meet their fate together. In the front passenger seat, Liu Yin was responsible for relaying intelligence, some of which was sourced from the Night Watchers, while others were gathered locally in Silver City. The Hengduan Canyon lies over 1,000 miles away, spanning an extensive distance of several hundred kilometers. The canyon is renowned for being a treacherous passage for birds, with its deepest point exceeding 300 meters and shallower areas still reaching several dozen meters in height. Both sides are lined with sheer cliffs, and within the canyon lie some ancient relics. It is said that during the era of ancient civilizations, there may have been a city there, which was later engulfed by the earth due to a collapse. This time, 3 major organizations from the Silver Moon Division, along with 2 medium-sized organizations and 14 smaller entities, are joining the Night Watchers in the exploration. It is possible that some independent superhumans will also participate. Liu Yin glanced back at Li Hao, noting that Wang Ming and Yuan Shua were likely aware of the situation, while Li Hao might not be fully informed. She clarified, according to the intelligence, a medium organization is defined as having 3 yang. The Sunlit Radiance is classified as a small organization. During this exploration, the capabilities of medium organizations may rival those of the 3 major organizations, as the primary forces of the latter are not in Silver Moon. While the medium organizations may have their main forces fully deployed, Li Hao understood that she was addressing him and nodded slightly. Liu Yin continued, among these 2 medium-sized organizations, one is Bright Island, and the other is Sword Gate. Li Hao nodded once more, when suddenly Yuan Shua interjected, the master of Sword Gate should be Hong Yitong, one of the 7 swords of Silver Moon martial arts from years past. Do you know him? Li Hao's inquiry was not about familiarity, but rather enmity. Just say it directly. You have already killed 3 of the 7 swords, and I have obtained the legacy of the Shadowless Sword. Now, I wish to ascertain the depth of your animosity. Yuan Shua, having grasped the implication, retorted curtly, there is no enmity. I am not well acquainted with him. That fellow was rather low profile back in the day. Among the 7 swords, some were ostentatious while others were enigmatic. The earth-overturning sword was neither remarkable nor flamboyant, and such individuals tended to have fewer adversaries seeking to kill them. The group fell silent. So you all went directly to kill him back then? Liu Long, who was driving, spoke up, is the master of Sword Gate indeed Hong Yitong? The intel does not indicate this. Speaking of which, my father had some connections with the earth-overturning sword in the past. Yuan Shua replied dismissively, do not attempt to cozy up, it is futile. Moreover, your father, Liu Hao, has been dead for many years. Any acquaintance you had has long since faded. Once a person dies, their connections extinguish like a candle's flame. In the martial world, unless one is a close friend, after so many years, there is no relationship left to leverage. Liu Long chose not to respond further. Unable to restrain himself, Li Hao remarked, so, many of the powerful martial artists from those days have transformed into superpowered individuals? He added, why are Night Watchers so seldom seen? Both Hao Lianchuan and Hou Xiaoqing were not known as prominent martial artists. Yuan Shua remained silent. It was Wang Ming who quietly chimed in. I do know a bit about that. Back in the day of Silver Moon martial arts, the martial world was chaotic and tumultuous. Even during the early rise of superpowered beings, martial artists were engaged in rampant slaughter. when the Night Watchers were established. The directive was to avoid incorporating martial artists as much as possible. The Tianqing dynasty even explicitly forbade martial arts for a period, due to the disturbances caused by martial artists. Unlike the current superpowered individuals who all aspire to dominate the world, martial artists were not particularly interested in such pursuits. Yet they were far more reckless and ostentatious. For the title of the world's strongest, they would leave countless bodies in their wake. You kill me today, I kill you tomorrow. During that era, the Night Watchers dared not recruit martial artists. Hence, the number of martial artists among the Night Watchers was relatively low. While various superpowered organizations were entirely unrestrained, anyone could join, and some superpowered organizations were even founded by martial artists themselves. After exchanging a few more words, Liu Yan continued. This time, the three major organizations will undoubtedly send over 3 Yang-level powerhouses, though the exact number and identities remain unknown. The 2 medium-sized organizations are also likely to have 3 Yang-level individuals in attendance. As for the 14 small organizations, there will certainly be a substantial presence from the Sunlight faction. Currently, the Night Watchers are led by Captain Hao, with 7 Sunlight powerhouses accompanying him. This assembly of the Night Watchers is not insignificant. Yuan Shua, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them after Liu Yan summarized the situation and stated, "Do not focus solely on the individuals. We must also consider the ruins themselves. 3 years ago, I ventured into that ancient ruin and narrowly escaped death. The injury to his heart was a consequence of that experience. He was on the brink of demise. On that occasion, a leader from the Sunlight faction perished there, along with several members of the Moonshade faction. It is essential to understand that 3 years ago, the Sunlight faction was quite valuable, rapidly advancing in power. In just 3 years, they had the potential to reach the level of the 3 suns. At that moment, Wang Ming seemed to recall something and immediately exclaimed, "Yes, yes. 3 years ago, I had just joined the Night Watchers, and during that incident, a top-tier powerhouse lost their life, along with several members of the Moonshade faction." Yuan Shua ignored him and continued, "This particular ruin is not merely a typical site. It is, in fact, an ancient city. Ruins can vary in scale. A tomb may also be referred to as a ruin. However, this time, it is a city. Naturally, the larger the ruin, the greater the rewards and opportunities it presents." An ancient city? Liu Long, driving with unwavering focus, asked solemnly, "An underground city?" "Indeed." Yuan Shua replied calmly, "It is a vast underground city, buried yet remarkably preserved in its original form. This city is extraordinary, possessing a treasure that envelopes the entire metropolis, a treasure that the Night Watchers ardently desire. A buried grand city. Crucially, the entire structure has been preserved because of the treasure that shielded it from the ravages of earth and stone." Liu Long was somewhat astonished. A single treasure can truly safeguard an entire city, enduring the passage of time and the vicissitudes of nature while maintaining its integrity? Indeed, Yuan Shua affirmed, such treasures do exist. Consequently, the entire Silver Moon superpower realm is in a frenzy over it. Even though the Night Watchers and the 3 major organizations are at odds, embroiled in fierce conflict, they are willing to explore together in this endeavor. The allure of profit is compelling. How many invaluable artifacts might be found in a perfectly preserved city? Ancient texts, divine weaponry, the technologies of ancient civilizations, and perhaps even the martial arts and superpowers of bygone eras could be uncovered. There may also be extraordinary treasures beyond imagination. Yuan Shua seemed to recall something and, in a reverie, murmured, "Years ago, I once excavated a ruin. It was not large, but you would not believe what I unearthed." The crowd, intrigued, leaned in to listen. A tree. Yuan Shua sighed with nostalgia. A tree that had been buried for countless ages, long since dead, leaving only its trunk. At first, no one paid it any heed. But who could have known that when someone accidentally broke the trunk, everyone felt a surge of life force? With a mix of emotion and yearning, Yuan Shua continued, "We witnessed a droplet of water, a unique essence, entombed within the heart of the trunk. The moment we opened the trunk, that droplet quickly evaporated. Yet, the energy that overflowed revitalized the surrounding ancient trees, causing them to flourish and grow into towering giants. All of us present were swept away by this aura, feeling rejuvenated by a decade." Yuan Shua reflected with deep emotion. "At 70, I can still maintain my peak condition. Had I not been injured, I might have even reached the realm of the 1,000 fighters. And this is connected to that droplet of water. This is the treasure left behind by ancient civilizations. The crowd was stirred, their hearts racing with excitement. A single drop of water, sealed for millennia, upon its release, astonishingly rejuvenates the soul and prompts trees to grow into towering giants. What treasure could this be? It is beyond imagination. At 70, a martial artist is indeed expected to embark on a downward path. Yet Yuan Shuo, even at 70, was contemplating a foray into the fray of combat. Alas, an injury thwarted him. Had it not been for that, he might have achieved success long ago. Liu Long spoke gravely. Elder Yuan, does this ancient city harbor such treasures? I cannot say for certain. It is possible, Yuan Shuo replied. He continued. This ancient city has yet to be fully explored. We cannot claim to know it well, but we have entered the outer city limits, which has claimed the lives of many of our companions. The outer city? What is the source of the danger? Liu Long pressed for more information, as it seemed that only Yuan Shuo possessed the knowledge, and others might not divulge it. Yuan Shuo pondered for a moment, uncertainty clouding his thoughts, before he finally said, It is difficult to specify. On that day, as we ventured inside, a sudden burst of fire erupted, claiming many lives. This was merely the beginning. Shortly thereafter, countless sharp blades flew from the darkness, causing further devastation. In the end, only I and that radiant figure remained, when we heard footsteps. Footsteps? Living beings? Several individuals trembled at the thought. Are there truly living people in this grand city? How could that be? This ancient civilization city has stood for countless years. No one could ascertain, as the timelines documented in ancient texts have long since diverged from the present, now marked by the Star Era. Such a vast city, even if preserved in its entirety, surely could not harbor any living souls. It must have long since crumbled to dust. Indeed, there were footsteps, though perhaps they were mere puppets. Yuan Shuo too could not determine whether they were living beings or automatons, but he spoke with gravity. In any case, we only heard the sounds. We did not see any real figures. However, we were attacked. Something lurking in the darkness struck at us. It was formidable. I glimpsed a flash of light, and that radiant figure was slain. At that moment, I fled the scene, disregarding all dangers, and was ultimately pierced through the heart by a blade. Fortunately, as a martial artist, I possessed the ability to seal the wound and narrowly escaped with my life. He sighed deeply. I truly did not wish to come to this accursed place. Yet, I had no choice. Over the years, the Night Watch has sent others into this realm, and few have returned alive, most having discovered nothing. They hope I can assist in another exploration. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Master, does that mean you saw nothing? I did witness some things, Yuan Shuo smiled. Initially, I beheld many wonders. Even a radiant glow that revealed the entirety of the city. The darkness came later, as if the city had its lights extinguished. The Night Watch reported that when they returned, it was shrouded in complete darkness. In any case, should you venture forth, exercise utmost caution and remain vigilant. At this juncture, Yuan Shuo hesitated before imparting a small secret. Do not share this with others. The group nodded earnestly. Once inside, be mindful. Try not to leave the ground. Leave the ground? What does that mean? Wang Ming hurriedly said, staying grounded. Does it mean standing still? That is not the intention. Yuan Shuo replied softly. It means to avoid leaving the ground as much as possible, to refrain from flying. I suspect that this ancient city has certain restrictions against aerial movement. Many perished that day, and upon reflection, it likely relates to their attempts to fly or leap. It is not to say one must not leave the ground entirely, but there should be limitations. Also, be vigilant for any sounds of footsteps nearby. A city that may prohibit flight, anyone who violates the rules could meet a deadly fate. After being buried for countless years, it still functions. Such technology is truly terrifying. Modern cities cannot achieve this. Even if there are prohibitions against flight and weaponry, they are merely enforced through human patrols. If one is not caught, it is as if it never happened. Do not disclose this to others. Yuan Shuo continued with a knowing expression. The Night Watchers have gathered some intelligence, but for many other organizations, this is their first exploration. One misstep could lead to disaster. The group nodded in agreement. This illustrates the value of experience. Yuan Shuo had survived those trials and gained some insights. Yuan Shuo further cautioned, the dangers are manifold. Peril could arise from any direction. Remember, do not disturb anything. Even if you come across ancient weapons or treasures, refrain from touching them for now. If you do, you may incite danger. Cannot touch anything? Wang Ming lamented. Then what is the purpose of exploration? If we find treasures but cannot interact with them, are we not merely courting death? What significance does this hold? Their goal was solely within the city. They believed that within lay the core of control, perhaps the source divine weapon that enveloped the entire city. If they could seize that weapon, the benefits would undoubtedly be theirs, especially since their primary objective likely centered around that divine artifact, a source divine weapon capable of shrouding the entire city, yet still operational after being buried underground for countless years. How formidable must it be? Some superpowered organizations currently sought a stable base. Once they could find success, even the Night Watcher's city-destroying weaponry could be resisted, allowing the superpowered organizations to quickly forge a grand city and relocate some populace, thereby establishing a solid foundation to truly make their mark. Presently, these superpowered organizations remained enigmatic, hesitant to recklessly expose their strongholds, which was a significant factor in their operations. The Daylight Triad might evade detection, escaping the wrath of conventional weaponry, yet the weaker individuals would not be so fortunate. If they were to perish, the organization would crumble and their future would be extinguished. With only a handful of strong individuals left, what purpose would an organization serve? Li Hao pondered and remarked, so? It follows that everyone's objective revolves around the source divine weapon within the city. I can understand the motivations of medium-sized organizations, but what about the smaller ones? Do they dare to covet the divine weapon as well? Such folly. Yuan Shuo shook his head. Not quite. Those individuals primarily aim for various treasures within the city. Once the larger organizations secure the source divine weapon, they will naturally seek to claim their share. Furthermore, they are unaware that the prohibition against disturbing these treasures is specifically aimed at them. If ever an opportunity to seize the divine weapon arises, why would they not attempt to take it? Yuan Shuo chuckled, expressing a carefree attitude. If I can truly take it away, I would abandon everything. What do organizations or homelands matter? With the source divine weapon in hand, I could venture far away, hiding for a while. Once I grow stronger, who would dare to provoke me? Thus, some individuals harbored similar thoughts. Li Hao was acutely aware of the advantages of the source divine weapon. Take the Starry Sky sword for instance. Its intrinsic sword energy was nothing short of extraordinary. His rapid progress and Yuan Shuo's ascension to the realm of spirit convergence were closely tied to this small sword. A source divine weapon capable of enveloping an entire city was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. If it could withstand the relentless pressure of countless years of earth and stone, could it not also offer personal protection? Did this not imply that, in this world, no one could breach such defenses? Unassailable protection. Li Hao pondered this while recalling what his teacher had mentioned the previous night, that this ancient city might have some connection to the 8 great families. He seemed to have spotted a turtle at the entrance of the outer city. Indeed, a turtle. There was a line in the Ballad of the 8 Great Families that spoke of the Wang family raising a grand turtle. Although linking a turtle to the 8 great families and the ancient city seemed tenuous, during the era of ancient civilizations, if the 8 great families were indeed formidable, Silver City was merely 1,000 miles away. Could such an ancient city truly be unrelated to Silver City, given their proximity? Perhaps, in ancient times, 1,000 miles was not such a distance. Furthermore, if the strong during that era were as powerful as the swordsmen Li Hao had encountered, what did 1,000 miles mean? Modern superhumans, particularly those with flight abilities, could traverse such distances in a mere couple of hours. What of the formidable beings of that epoch? Could they not arrive in an instant? Thus, 1,000 miles would not signify any barrier. When his teacher suggested that this city might be linked to the 8 great families, and that the source divine weapon could possibly be the Wang family's turtle, Li Hao contemplated what he could achieve this time. As the vehicle departed from Silver City, he continued to ponder whether the stone gate had any connection to this ancient city. His teacher speculated that there were 8 stone gates. The stone gate he had seen last time appeared to be either a turtle shell or a hammer, exuding a round essence. Might this turtle shell be the key to unlocking that stone gate? During their conversation, the vehicle had already left Silver City. Throughout his life, Li Hao had seldom ventured beyond its borders. As a child, when his parents were still alive, they had visited a neighboring city, but after they passed, he remained in Silver City, perhaps one of the few with the least experience. The vehicle drove out of Silver City, traversing a wide and spacious road. The journey was smooth. Wang Ming, aware of Li Hao's limited exposure, remarked jovially, "Look at you. Have you never seen this before?" This road was constructed by the Tianqing dynasty a few years ago, with hopes of connecting all 99 provinces for the dynasty to maintain control at any time. However, after the rise of superhumans, things became chaotic. Some areas were poorly constructed and were left incomplete. Over the years, many roads have fallen into disrepair, and there has been neither manpower nor resources to repair or maintain them, leading to numerous impassable routes today. Some individuals have deliberately damaged the Grand Thoroughfare, seeking to escape the dominion of the Celestial Star Dynasty. Wang Ming sighed, reflecting on the vastness of the 99 provinces, encompassing nearly 100 billion souls. Each province is akin to a realm unto itself, and certain officials in various regions have long aspired to autonomy. The Silver Moon Province, situated at the fringes, enjoys a rare moment of tranquility. Despite its expansive reach, the 99 provinces do not signify an infinite territory. North of the Silver Moon Province, beyond several mountain ranges, lies another nation, yet the inhabitants of the Celestial Star Dynasty seldom pay heed to it. Decades, perhaps a century ago, conflicts had erupted. During that time, Silver City, the heart of the Silver Moon Province, was a city of war, having engaged in battles with the neighboring realm. However, in the last 100 years, the two sides have become nearly completely isolated from one another. Silver City is no longer a strategic stronghold. Indeed, the Celestial Star Dynasty seems to have almost forgotten that there exists another nation beyond the mountains. The significance of the frontier has diminished considerably. With no adversaries to contend with, what else does the frontier symbolize but remoteness? Who would concern themselves with a diminutive nation that has refrained from invasion for a century? It is rumored that their territory is even smaller than that of the Silver Moon Province. Even Li Hao has only perused descriptions of this neighboring nation in books. Neither his father's generation nor his grandfather's had any direct interactions, nor had there been any wars. He holds but a vague recollection that the land beyond the mountains is called Li. As for the reasons behind its name, its governance, or its population, he is entirely unaware. No one seems to care. A century of peace, separated by towering mountain ranges, creates an almost dichotomous existence. The Celestial Star Dynasty struggles with its own 99 provinces. Who has the time to concern themselves with the affairs of the other side? Even the Silver Moon Province, situated within the dynasty's domain, has garnered little attention in recent years. Were it not for the presence of some formidable individuals hailing from Silver Moon, it might have been entirely forgotten that such a province still exists within the Celestial Star Dynasty. These thoughts drifted through Li Hao's mind as he observed the undulating plains on either side, catching sight of a few hares darting across the road, and noting the state of the roadside trees, some withered, others broken. It seemed that this road had long been neglected. Silver Moon is not excessively chaotic. Yet why has there been such laxity in managing the areas outside the city? Li Hao posed this question, aware that others might grasp the nuances, but he genuinely did not understand. Wang Ming, having lived in Baiwest City and belonging to a family of some influence, was well versed in these matters. 20 years ago, the emergence of superhuman abilities led to the establishment of the Night Watchers. Initially, their formation had little impact, but as their strength grew, so did their need for a voice in governance. Conflicts arose between the original administrative headquarters, the military garrison, and the Night Watchers. Though these disputes were not vast in scale, they were nonetheless significant, particularly from the perspective of the administrative headquarters, which is a directly governed entity of the dynasty. While the Night Watchers fall under the jurisdiction of the Inspection Bureau, the two entities operate within separate systems, leading the administrative headquarters to aspire to assume control over the Night Watchers, resulting in several clashes. Li Hao listened attentively. It appears that power struggles are an inevitable aspect of any era. Has the Celestial Star Dynasty now lost control over the various provinces? Li Hao inquired once more. Wang Ming chuckled. I do not know. It is said that over 20 provinces in the central region remain under the dynasty's control. However, beyond these provinces, the dynasty has become incapable of governance. 3/4 of the territory is beyond their reach. This revelation surpassed Li Hao's expectations. He had initially thought that only a few provinces were in disarray, unaware that outside of the more than 20 provinces, all other regions were entirely uncontrollable. The Celestial Star Dynasty is the first throughout history to achieve a grand unification. And this notion of unification is not confined to merely a handful of provinces, but encompasses the entirety of the Central Plains, with the entire realm under its dominion. As for some remote small nations, such as the Great Li Dynasty, they remain unchallenged due to the intervening mountain ranges and their limited size, rendering them unworthy of conquest. It is said that during the founding period, merely subduing this expanse took a full 50 years. Nearly 2 centuries have elapsed since the dynasty's establishment, and the current royal family has long since retreated behind the scenes. 80 years ago, the Celestial Star Dynasty instituted a system of shared governance among the 9 offices. The royal family now enjoys various honors and privileges, but no longer participates in the actual administration. The management of the entire dynasty is overseen by the 9 offices, which include the inspection office. Notably, this is not a trivial branch like that of Silver City, but the headquarters of the inspection office. The Night Watchers still operate under its banner, illustrating the formidable prowess of the inspection office, which stands equal to the military forces of the dynasty. Of course, the station troops are solely directed towards Silver Moon, as they fall under the jurisdiction of the Military Law Office. The military strength of the dynasty is managed entirely by the Military Law Office. The Inspection Office primarily oversees local security. While it may lack in certain aspects compared to others, its breadth of responsibilities and personnel encompasses various facets of the dynasty. Beside him, Wang Ming continued, the Night Watchers remain the only official superpower agency. However, I have heard that the Central Region has begun to establish other superpower organizations. Among them, the Celestial Army formed by the Military Law Office is composed entirely of superpowered individuals. The Administrative Office has also created a Supervision Office, reportedly seeking to recruit superpowered members. Additionally, the Commerce Office has formed a Business Security Committee, also in the process of assimilating superpowered individuals. Li Hao listened intently, recognizing the grand trends of the world. In the past, he would not have paid attention to such matters or cared about them. He had scarcely traversed the small Silver City, let alone the vast expanse of the world. It was simply too immense. How many people live their entire lives without leaving their small towns? Even if they do venture out, how many can truly escape Silver Moon? As for the Central Region, the 9 offices, and the royal family, those concepts felt exceedingly distant to them. At this moment, upon hearing all of this, he spoke up. Why not fully strengthen the Night Watchers? He. Wang Ming laughed. Yuan Shuo and the others joined in the laughter. Liu Long could not help but say, this is called balance. Li Hao, you are still too young. The inspection office is merely one of the 9 offices. Initially, when the Night Watchers were established, superpowers were not particularly formidable, and it was manageable. Now, as superpowers grow ever stronger, do you think the other 8 offices would feel secure in trusting the entire superpower force to the inspection office for governance? Very well. Li Hao understood this principle indeed. However, he pondered that in the face of various major organizations, it would be prudent to unite forces, yet it seemed that they were somewhat scattered at present. Were the 3 major superpower organizations indeed so formidable? Li Hao furrowed his brow and remarked, in the realm of the 99 provinces, for the most part, they still heed the commands of the 9 divisions. With the addition of large-scale destructive weaponry, can it truly be that even the 3 organizations cannot be subdued? It cannot be that simple. At this moment, it was Yuan Shuo who spoke. Possessing greater insight, he softly articulated, we are not entirely clear on the strength of the 3 major superpower organizations. However, it is certain that there exists some provincial power supporting them from behind. This support is utilized to sow discord within the central regions, restraining the dynasty's forces and preparing for their own autonomy. Intelligence, weaponry, personnel, and resources, these will all be provided to the 3 organizations. Moreover, as superpowered individuals, the 3 organizations operate with great secrecy and possess numerous strong members, making them inherently difficult to eradicate. The prevalence of superpowers is not a matter of simplicity. The crux of the issue lies in the existence of backing. For 2 centuries, the dynasty has unified and governed over 100 billion souls. Now, as chaos descends, the dynasty loses control, and many ambitious figures would welcome further turmoil, desiring the dynasty's complete unraveling. This fact is known to many, but what does knowledge avail? Without evidence, and even with it, those preparing to oppose the dynasty have long made their arrangements. Any rash movement against them would quickly trigger a chain reaction, causing the entire realm to collapse in an instant. Li Hao found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of these individuals and could only lament. Those not in positions of power do not concern themselves with governance. In his view, the shared rule of the 9 divisions was quite commendable. It is said that 80 years ago, the royal family ruled, and that era was indeed chaotic, with the royal authority unrestrained, resulting in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. arbitrary sentencing, and a lack of clear laws. This was true disorder. Yet now, the 9 divisions govern the world, commerce thrives, agriculture flourishes, urbanization accelerates. And all are able to eat and drink their fill, with various technologies advancing. Why then, should there be a desire to overturn such a state? In times of chaos, it is the common people who suffer. He harbored no significant animosity towards the 9 divisions, although there were injustices and issues for the past 80 years of shared governance. He had at least not heard of starvation in Silver City. Was it not common for many to have starved 80 years ago? The royal family is now constrained. While still possessing many privileges, they are no longer as ostentatious, adopting an extremely low profile. Is such a system not preferable? Do the great figures still aspire to become the next emperor? But having experienced the shared governance under the 9 divisions, would the common folk wish to have another emperor above them? Li Hao was certain that if one were to inquire today, a vast majority would not desire the royal family to manage the realm again. Those who would are either misguided or have vested interests. Can one succeed without the people's hearts? He contemplated these thoughts, yet refrained from voicing them. These matters were far removed from him, concerns of the great figures. As for Silver Moon, he sensed no indications of independence. Perhaps his status was too low to grasp the intentions of the upper echelons of Silver Moon. The vehicle sped away swiftly, the distance to Silver City increasing, gradually fading from view behind them. Chapter 76. The Challenge. A vehicle approaches. On the outskirts of the Hengduan Canyon, less than 50 miles from the Great Gorge, the roads lay in disrepair. The once direct route traversing the Hengduan Canyon has reached its end, and the distant Hengduan Bridge has long been destroyed. Many years ago, a substantial investment was made to construct a bridge across the canyon, only for it to be obliterated over a decade ago, severing the connection between the north and south of Silver Moon. In the past, when the Hengduan Bridge still stood, the cities of the south and north thrived in commerce, allowing for the free exchange of goods. Today, however, the division has led to a certain desolation throughout Silver Moon. Numerous attempts to reconstruct the Hengduan Bridge have ultimately come to naught, and now, fewer and fewer people even mention the prospect of rebuilding it. At this moment, at the end of the road, a group of individuals eyed the approaching vehicle, one of them whispering, "Shall we rob it? Are you out of your mind? Don't you see that it's a patrol vehicle? And so what? The patrol can't reach us out here." Behind a boulder, several murmured quietly. The patrol was renowned. But within the city, what influence did they hold outside its walls? In recent years, with the rise of extraordinary abilities, the patrol had lost much of its former authority. Even the night watchmen, who had arrived, needed to exercise caution in the wilderness. A few martial artists and starlight practitioners whispered among themselves. In these times, those daring enough to commit robbery in the wild were not ordinary individuals. Some martial artists and starlight practitioners, lacking strength and unwilling to conform, resorted to thievery, hoping to strike it lucky and seize valuable items. Of course, if luck turned against them and they encountered a formidable opponent, they would have to accept their fate, with no recourse but to endure whatever punishment awaited them. As they continued their conversation, suddenly a profound silence enveloped the area. One of them turned to look back, his face draining of color. Just as he attempted to flee, a heavy stick descended, shattering his skull into pieces. From behind the boulder emerged 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, all youthful. On the ground lay 7 or 8 corpses. Some had been struck dead by the stick, while others had their throats crushed. Sun Maxian walked at the forefront, gazing towards the distant vehicle, softly uttering, "Is that them?" "It should be." The woman replied in a hushed tone. The youngest among them, at the 10th level of mastery, frowned and questioned. "Why doesn't Team Master come directly to eliminate Yuan Shua and instead sends us to issue a challenge?" Indeed, a challenge. Sun Yifei had not come directly, nor did he harbor any intentions of concealment. He instructed his disciples to wait on the necessary path for Yuan Shua. He sought to boldly issue a challenge. Sun Maxian gently advised, "This is a custom within the realm of martial artists. Junior apprentice, remember this. Years ago, Master confronted old demon Yuan on the Hengduan Bridge and was defeated. Master has since been burdened by inner demons." Inner demons? Not as you might imagine, or perhaps akin to emotional ties. Master was defeated by Yuan Shua, retreated to distant lands, ascended to extraordinary capabilities, becoming a formidable force, yet still bore the name of the vanquished in the realm of martial arts. He yearns to reclaim his honor, and the only way to do so is through an open challenge to old demon Yuan. To triumph over him would be to cleanse the stain of past humiliation. However, the junior brother, who had slain 10 realms, was somewhat perplexed. Was it truly necessary? This was in stark contrast to the customs of the central region, where strength reigned supreme. Victory was all that mattered. There was no need for formal challenges. Ambushes and assassinations were fair game, and the deceased had no voice in the matter. If the master were to confront Yuan Shuo directly and strike him down with a single blow, who would dare question the master's superiority? Such was the code of the Silver Moon martial world. Sun Maxian emphasized his words, whispering, "Be polite when the time comes." The man and woman behind him exchanged glances, puzzled by the notion of politeness. As the eldest disciple in their martial path, Sun Maxian felt compelled to caution them. This is Yuan Shuo, the ruthless old demon who once slaughtered half of the Silver Moon martial world. We are here to challenge him, not to court death. If he perceives our manners as lacking and takes our lives, even if the master avenges us, our deaths would be in vain. The two inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was indeed the old demon, a being with countless deaths to his name. The trio fell silent, awaiting their fate. As the vehicle ahead gradually came to a halt, the road proved too bumpy. Traveling on foot would have been preferable. After a brief moment, the four of them, accompanied by a dog, disembarked. Liu Long led the way, followed by Yuan Shuo. After walking a short distance, Liu Long glanced into the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. There's a scent of blood. Upon nearing the vicinity of the Hengduan Gorge, the stench of blood was unmistakable. This area was sparsely populated. Had a battle among superpowered beings erupted here? Yuan Shuo remained silent, merely casting a glance in that direction before continuing onward. Li Hao also surveyed the surroundings, but saw no luminous orbs, deducing that there were likely no superpowered individuals present. Even if there were, they would either be ordinary folk or martial masters. Wang Ming, however, displayed audacity, laughing heartily. What is there to fear? With our strength, even a trio of Yang-level fighters would meet their end. With one who had slain 3 Yangs, another who was a fighting 1,000, one who shone like the sun, and 2 others surpassing 100, their collective power was formidable. In any other region, they could act with impunity. Of course, the central region was a different story, teeming with powerful adversaries. The group remained silent as they proceeded at a steady pace. The distance to Hengduan Gorge was still several dozen miles, not considered far from martial masters. Departing early in the morning, dusk was fast approaching. They hoped to reach their designated location before nightfall to set up camp and avoid complications in the dark. After walking for a while, they spotted a massive boulder ahead, beside which stood 3 individuals. Their attire differed slightly from the customary garb of the Silver Moon, appearing more extravagant. The martial attire bore a luxurious quality, and those with keen eyesight could discern golden thread woven into the fabric. The group felt unafraid. These were 3 young individuals. In truth, Li Hao and his companions had already begun to suspect the identities of these individuals, as each bore a long staff on their backs. The kings of the Qimei staff. However, it was more likely that these 3 were disciples of the opposing faction. Without waiting for Yuan Shuo to speak, Li Hao dashed forward with remarkable speed. Li Hao of Silver City, disciple of the 5 Animals sect, may I inquire what brings you esteemed brothers and sisters here? Li Hao? Sun Maxian awkwardly clasped his fists, uncertain if his etiquette was appropriate, but he thought, close enough will suffice. In the southern Dipper province, Sun Maxian, the foremost disciple of the renowned Qimei Gun King, has been dispatched by his master to deliver a challenge letter. He proclaims that his master intends to duel the 5 Beasts King on the morrow at the Hengduan Sky Bridge. With that, a letter is hurled towards Li Hao, infused with internal energy. The formidable force of the internal energy renders the paper resilient, showing no signs of damage. As Li Hao reaches out to grasp it, the internal energy erupts, but with a swift motion, he counters with a finger technique akin to a sword, effortlessly shattering the energy and securing the letter in his grasp. He acknowledges the challenge on behalf of his master, affirming the duel. In the background, Yuan Shuo remains composed, replying, "I shall be there punctually." Inform Sun Yifei that now that he has become a superhuman, he need not resort to such tactics. I am eager to witness whether, after years of mingling in the central region alongside Ing Hongyue, he has made any progress. At this moment, Sun Maxian appears slightly shaken, refraining from further discourse, and offers a respectful bow, stating, "The message has been delivered. We shall await the 5 Beasts King tomorrow." With that, he departs swiftly, followed closely by his junior disciples. After they have traveled a distance, the disciple who has attained the 10th realm quietly remarks, "Eldest brother, why did we not convey our master's fierce words?" Sun Maxian pauses in contemplation before responding, "Those are our master's words, and it would be futile for us to echo them. Empty threats serve no purpose. Should Yuan Laoma strike lethally, it would be to our detriment. Moreover, if there is a duel tomorrow, it is customary in the Silver Moon martial arts to have disciples participate in preliminary matches. I shall take the stage myself to face Li Hao." The two disciples are taken aback. "Why?" "Eldest brother, Li Hao accepted my challenge. The letter I sent contained a trace of pressure, intended merely to intimidate him. I did not expect him to shatter it with ease. Li Hao is either at the late stage of the 100 break or has achieved completeness." Upon hearing this, the two are astonished. "Is that possible?" I inquired around the Red Moon faction, and Li Hao was merely a disciple taken in by Yuan Laoma 3 years ago. Initially, he had not even inherited martial arts. At most, he could reach the 10th realm. How could he possibly be at the 100 break? Even if he is, he should only be at the early stage. How could he be at the late stage, or even completeness? Achieving completeness requires an understanding of pressure. Both are filled with disbelief. Could it be? Sun Maxian ponders for a moment before shaking his head. It's hard to say. Regardless, we must exercise caution. Our master has spoken of the Silver Moon martial arts being a realm of exceptional talent, and indeed, in the central region, we are considered geniuses among martial artists. Yet here, it seems that those at the 100 break abound. The group falls silent and departs quickly. Simultaneously, Yuan Shua glances at the letter with a smirk. Decades have passed, yet he remains unchanged. He then turns to Li Hao. "How did you manage to withstand it? I thought you would choose to retreat." Li Hao beams innocently. "I cannot bring shame to my teacher. As contemporaries in the martial arts, when a disciple delivers a challenge, it would be disgraceful for me to back down. Life is trivial, but honor is paramount. In our martial world, is not reputation more valuable than life?" Yuan Shua nearly bursts into laughter, struggling to contain himself. What a jest! After a moment, he regards Li Hao thoughtfully. "That Sun Maxian is quite remarkable. He must have grasped the pressure. I did not expect Sun Yifei to cultivate such a young master at the 100 break completeness. This is no small feat. A 100 break completeness master is undoubtedly more challenging to produce than a daylight radiance. In truth, the consumption of innate talent and mysterious energy allows martial artists to reach a state of perfection beyond 100. Understanding, on the other hand, can be quite elusive. Even the most astute individuals may fail to grasp the essence of momentum." He then turned his gaze to Li Hao and said, "I comprehend the intent behind Sun Yifei bringing his disciple to challenge us. You must deliberate carefully. If you can avoid the arena tomorrow, then do so. Remaining concealed until now, many spectators may gather for the event, and should Li Hao be exposed, it would not bode well for him." Li Hao, who typically favored a low profile, shook his head today, declaring, "It is different. My teacher once ruled the martial world of Silver Moon, and now, having retired to Silver City and taken on a closed-door disciple, if we cannot even contend with Sun Yifei's disciple, it would indeed be a significant loss of face. This truly is an era where pride outweighs all, especially for the elder martial artists. Concealment also depends on timing. Should Li Hao suffer defeat without a fight, that would be utterly shameful. Those with extraordinary abilities may not grasp or care for such matters, but martial artists surely will." Meanwhile, Wang Ming seemed to grasp the situation and eagerly exclaimed, "I will take the stage. Teacher, I am also your named disciple. A named disciple is still a disciple. Watch me defeat that fellow." Yuan Shua glanced at him, and after a moment responded, "You? Not to belittle you, but if Sun Maxian were not a novice, your chances would be merely 70-30. "What do you mean by 70-30? Wang Ming queried. "Does that imply my odds of victory are only 70%? That seems rather low. I am a radiant sun, and he is clearly not a combat 1,000. 3 for you, 7 for him." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's expression soured. Such a slight was intolerable. "I have just attained radiant sun status." Yuan Shua chuckled. "Is that truly impressive?" "It is indeed commendable. If Liu Long had not entered combat 1,000, he might not be your match, for at that time, his strength reached a level of perfection but lacked the comprehension of momentum. His pseudo-perfection would surely falter against a radiant Sunday. A martial artist who has not grasped momentum cannot hope to rival a radiant Sunday. However, once momentum is comprehended, the outcome becomes uncertain. Saying the odds were 70-30 might have been an exaggeration, but 50-50 was undoubtedly accurate. victory would be hard to ascertain. At this moment, Liu Long nodded slightly, affirming, "Without the comprehension of momentum, one cannot hope to rival a radiant sun. When momentum is understood, victory hinges on strength, experience, and skill. Distinguishing between win and loss is indeed challenging." Continuing, he asked, "Yuan Lao, did Sun Yifei issue a direct challenge for tomorrow? Shouldn't we wait until the exploration of the ruins begins? Is he disregarding the sentiments of others?" Yuan Shuo replied calmly, "Who can say? Either Sun Yifei is so formidable that even the three major organizations and the Night Watchers cannot intervene, or he is merely testing the waters, perhaps seeking to incapacitate me, allowing them to manipulate the situation once I enter the ruins to prevent any disruption due to my strength." Liu Long frowned deeply. He glanced at Li Hao and then at Yuan Shuo, asking, "If we accept the challenge, will revealing Yuan Lao's strength tomorrow be inappropriate for what lies ahead? Before even entering the arena, his strength would be exposed. If he is stronger than Sun Yifei, everyone will be on high alert. If he is weaker, he may very well suffer serious injury or even death, as the ruins have yet to be explored. No matter how one looks at it, the situation seems quite disadvantageous." Yuan Shuo scoffed, "Let them expose it. When one lacks strength, it is wise to remain low-key. Yet, upon gaining strength, what is wrong with being more ostentatious? Should anyone dare to provoke, let them face dire consequences." At this moment, he indeed exuded a hint of an ominous aura. Exposure is merely exposure. If he can vanquish Sun Yifei, he would dare to eliminate anyone standing in his path. Sun Yifei can serve as a measure of his own prowess, ensuring he does not overestimate himself. Previously, his humility stemmed from weakness. Now he fears nothing. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Li Hao. "You seem quite eager to accept the challenge, unafraid of revealing your strength. Pray tell, do you have a plan?" Li Hao smiled. "Teacher, I do have a notion. I have realized that one must boldly forge ahead. To sever my path and draw blood indicates that the opponent possesses considerable strength and influence, making them my ideal adversary. If I can defeat them, my sword's momentum may take shape." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shuo's eyes lit up. "So you intend to conceal the power of the earth?" "Indeed," Li Hao nodded. "I will transform my internal energy into the sword. Few would suspect that I can comprehend the earth's essence. Thus, I intend to engage in battle with my post-advanced 100-breaking strength. If victorious, I may grasp the essence of sword momentum. Once the sword momentum takes form, both forces will coalesce. Should I succeed in merging these two forces, perhaps I can ascend to the realm of Doqian." At this juncture, Wang Ming finally comprehended the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, "What does this mean? Li Hao, are you not at the mid-stage of 100 breaking? Something felt amiss. Post-advanced 100 breaking? Perfection? What madness is this?" Li Hao's strength was something he was well aware of. It felt as if he had awakened from a decades-long slumber. Li Hao smiled, but remained silent. Liu Long disregarded him, stating directly, "Let us proceed to the night patrol. Regardless, it is wise to confer with Minister Hao tomorrow. Many eyes will be upon us, and having someone to oversee matters is beneficial." The group nodded in agreement and swiftly made their way towards the Hengduan Canyon. Simultaneously, beneath the Hengduan Canyon, numerous tents stood erect. Beneath a sheer cliff, someone remarked, "Underlord Sun, a challenge has been issued to Yuan Shuo." In the ghost-face encampment at Red Moon Station, voices echoed with a hint of indifference. If Sun Yifei insists on such actions, let him be. The use of his name directly indicated that those within the tent were at least formidable warriors of the Three Yang realm. Clearly, the presence of Red Moon was less than pleased with Sun Yifei's direct challenge to Yuan Shuo. Firstly, it exposed Sun Yifei's existence. This newcomer to Silver Moon was far too arrogant, openly revealing himself, which displeased Red Moon. Secondly, Yuan Shuo was still needed as a guide, and he was not targeted by a single foe. After all, he had slain Wantian, possessing notable strength. Should Sun Yifei be genuinely harmed, it would deplete Red Moon's forces. Now, others likely relished the unfolding drama, but only the Night Patrol and Red Moon felt the burden of the situation. Two formidable warriors, one who had slain a Three Yang and another at the late stage of Three Yang. If one were to perish or both were to suffer mutual destruction, the rest would welcome the spectacle. Even if Yuan Shuo were to die, the loss of an expert could be seen as acceptable. Outside, the ghost face hesitated. Should we intervene? How shall we intervene? The individual within remarked, "He is Sun Yifei, renowned in the Red Moon for his audacity. a trait not acquired in a day or two. Apart from the leader's commands, whom does he heed? Not even I, and certainly not the leader of the Purple Moon, who is currently absent in Baiwa City. Here, he holds dominion, as another formidable figure among the three sons. The might of the Red Moon is evident. With the slain Duantian, the newly arrived Sun Yifei, the absent leader of the Purple Moon, and this three sons individual, there are already four notable presences. Even in the absence of Sun Yifei, Silver Moon still boasts three powerful figures among the three sons. As for the recently slain offspring of the Crimson Moon, little concern was shown. The progeny are numerous, with many grandchildren. In Silver Moon, they either lacked aptitude or were deemed too gifted, necessitating refinement. Clearly, the deceased did not possess exceptional talent, for despite having a father like the Crimson Moon, he remains at the early stage of the sun's radiance. At the Night Watcher's encampment, Hao Lianchuan had also received the news. At this moment, he paced within the tent, plagued by a headache. What misfortune, to encounter such a situation so soon. That damned Sun Yifei, Hao Lianchuan cursed, exasperated that he hadn't even begun exploring the ruins when this fellow sought a confrontation. As a late-stage Three Sons warrior, challenging a newly promoted martial artist seemed absurd. I shall confront him tomorrow. Frustration surged within him. He had initially thought that even if Sun Yifei were to challenge him, it would likely be after the exploration concluded, considering the bigger picture. Yet, to his dismay, Sun Yifei disregarded such considerations and scheduled the duel for the morrow. Was the leader of the Red Moon, Hao Kong, utterly inept? How could he not manage this? Indeed, the individual in question was a Three Sons powerhouse, the leader of the Red Moon's expedition to the ruins. Hao Lianchuan had hoped that this individual could impose some restraint. However, he soon realized that it was futile. Sun Yifei paid him no mind. Within the tent, Huang Yun and the others were present, their expressions solemn. The late-stage Three Sons warrior evoked apprehension among them. Truth be told, aside from Minister Ho, who could guarantee victory over Sun Yifei. Yet, someone quietly remarked, Minister Hao, while this is not encouraging news, it is not entirely bleak. Sun Yifei will undoubtedly enter the ruins, and it is prudent to gauge his capabilities now. Otherwise, once inside, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage, unaware of his true strength. Though he is said to be a late-stage Three Sons, how formidable is that truly? Let Yuan Shua assess him, and at a crucial moment, we can devise a strategy to interrupt their duel. Hao Lianchuan frowned. Tomorrow, countless spectators will be eager to witness the spectacle. They would relish a fight to the death, echoing the old ways of these veteran martial artists. This has always been the culture of Silver Moon's martial world. Even with the looming threat of formidable adversaries, these individuals are quick to resort to conflict, leading to situations where others reap the benefits. Such occurrences have transpired in the Silver Moon martial realm many times before. Not solely a trait of Sun Yifei and Yuan Shua. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that these martial artists remain obstinately unyielding. It could be said that they are aware of the potential outcome, yet choose to proceed regardless. Hao Lianchuan, overwhelmed, pondered for a moment before solemnly declaring, when Yuan Shua arrives, I shall counsel him to forego this duel. If Sun Yifei dares to come, he will soon realize that this is Silver Moon, not the Central Plains. Here, his word holds no weight. He steeled himself, ready to wield the Fire Phoenix Spear should Sun Yifei dare to approach. Although revealing the Fire Phoenix Spear so early was not his desired course of action, circumstances had left him little choice. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to dissuade him. Sun Yifei's sudden appearance had indeed disrupted everyone's plans. Simultaneously, discussions were unfolding in various encampments. The announcement of Sun Yifei challenging Yuan Shua, a rivalry that had simmered for decades, stirred a mix of anticipation and trepidation among the martial community. In another encampment, the Sword Gate's quarters, a middle-aged man with a piercing gaze, upon hearing the news, chuckled, as I expected. The king of the Chi-Mei staff and the Five Beasts Old Demon are bound to clash. Years ago, Yuan Old Demon bested Sun Yifei on the Hengduan Sky Bridge, leading Sun to take his own life in disgrace, or so we believed. Who would have thought he would return, transformed into a formidable late-stage superpower? He continued, his anticipation palpable. Their impending confrontation is indeed thrilling. Regrettably, one has ascended to superpower status, while the other has only just entered the ranks of the fighters, rendering their strengths unequal. Yet, even as a nascent fighter, Yuan Old Demon, with his fusion of the Five Beasts, shall not be underestimated. His slaying of Duan Tian was well-deserved. Even if he were to falter tomorrow, it would still be a spectacle to behold. Clearly, he harbored considerable faith in Yuan Shuo, not due to a belief in his victory, but in the conviction that even in defeat, he would deliver an extraordinary battle. Beside him, a young woman spoke up. Father, was Yuan Shuo truly that formidable in his prime? If so, why does he appear to be at his lowest now? The likes of Hong Yue and Sun Yifei, including you, have long ascended to superpower status. Why then has he lingered at the threshold for 2 decades? If he is indeed so powerful, why did he not transition to superpower sooner? Perhaps he now occupies a realm akin to that of Hong Yue. The man in question was none other than Hong Yitong, one of the 7 swords of Silver Moon. Contemplating his daughter's words, he shook his head. It is difficult to say, but it may be related to his extensive accumulation of strength. Extensive accumulation? His daughter expressed a flicker of understanding, though still grappling with the concept. He has achieved perfection in breaking the 100, and with the fusion of the 5 forces, while others may require a mere 1,000 units of mysterious energy to break the superpower seal. Yuan Shuo might need as much as 5,000. At that time, how could he have access to such abundant mysterious energy for his ascension? Later, as Hong Yue grew in power to avenge him, he was compelled to retreat into the Silver Moon province, even isolating himself within Silver City, thus missing the opportune moment. Is he truly that formidable? His daughter marveled. A 5-fold consumption? The events of the past concerning her father had reached her ears. In his quest for advancement, he had expended a considerable amount of mysterious energy. There were those who supported him, enabling him to barely achieve success in his promotion. Now, he had ascended to the rank of Sanyang, emerging as a formidable force and founding the Jianmen organization. As for Yuan Shuo, it seemed he required 5 times the energy expenditure of her father, which explained his prolonged stagnation in advancement. Hong Yitong chuckled. Do you believe the title of Old Demon Yuan was bestowed upon him without cause? He himself claims to be the king of the 5 beasts, and while others may refer to him in such a manner, behind closed doors, they call him the Beast King, the King of Beasts. His methods are both ruthless and insidious. Without genuine strength, he would have long since been vanquished. Among the 6 swordsmen who were once my equals, 3 fell to his hand in direct confrontation. Was your father truly inferior to him? This was a daughter's admiration for her father. Under normal circumstances, boasting might be easily overlooked. However, after a moment of contemplation, Hong Yitong shook his head. He is indeed inferior. His daughter looked on in astonishment. Her father had always spoken of the martial world with unwavering confidence and pride. Even when mentioning renowned martial artists from the central region, he regarded them with disdain. Yet today, before his daughter, he admitted to being less formidable than Yuan Shuo. Was that individual truly so fearsome? Hong Yitong paid no mind to his daughter's surprise and remarked, inferior is inferior. If we were evenly matched, or if I had the slightest edge, it would be inconsequential. But that fellow far surpasses me. To speak candidly, back in the day, I never ventured near his territory for fear of courting trouble. He relished dueling with strong opponents, and the unfortunate truth was that his sparring often resulted in fatalities. Thus, when he sent me 2 challenges, I declined. Had I accepted, you would not be here today. Hong Qing's interest was piqued. Father, may we attend the battle tomorrow? To witness a figure whom you regard as superior to yourself, now newly entered into Do Qian, yet having slain 3 of Sanyang, is indeed intriguing. Furthermore, another renowned figure, the king of the Qimei staff, had also recently entered the latter stages of Sanyang, making a name for himself in the central region. Their confrontation promised to be exhilarating. After a moment's thought, Hong Yitong nodded. Very well, let us broaden our horizons. Now that you have surpassed the 100 mark, if you are still unable to enter Do Qian, it may be time to prepare for the transition into supernatural energy and the radiant dawn. These individuals have mastered the concept of sure, particularly Yuan Shuo. Observing them may prove beneficial for you. The older generation of martial artists, even those who had advanced into supernatural energy, often held a certain disdain for it. Even as supernatural beings themselves, they were no exception. When it came to raising children, their priority was to cultivate martial skills until the 100 mark was achieved. Only then would they consider allowing their offspring to absorb mysterious energy and enter the realm of supernatural energy, ensuring progress was not hindered. Martial artists who surpassed the 100 mark had a high probability of directly entering Radiant Dawn. Should they manage to enter Do Qian, they would preferentially pursue that path. grasping the concept of before advancing into supernatural energy. Such circumstances were not unique to Yin, but were quite common in the central region. Many of the formidable individuals dominating the central area were either martial artists who had ascended or those favored by the heavens, making them the most challenging opponents in the region. Even before Yuan Shua arrived, news of his presence had already spread throughout the Hengduan Valley. Countless formidable individuals yearned to witness the impending clash between the two venerable masters of martial arts. As twilight descended, Li Hao and his companions arrived. Ahead, a row of tents came into view. While the others were unfamiliar, Wang Ming was quite well acquainted, exclaiming with excitement from a distance, "We've arrived. I can already see familiar faces." Meanwhile, voices from afar murmured, "Professor Yuan is here. The folks from Silver City have arrived." Moments later, before Li Hao and his party could enter the encampment, Hao Lianquan approached without regard for propriety, his discontent palpable as he called out from a distance, "It's already late, and I hear you've accepted the challenge? What is the meaning of this?" In the Silver Moon martial world, accepting a challenge signifies acquiescence. Declining leaves room for negotiation. Yuan Shua cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to ignore the remark. However, Li Hao stared at him, his expression a blend of bewilderment and fixation. Indeed, it was a gaze of sheer astonishment. At that moment, he perceived Hao Lianquan in an entirely new light. It was as if a phoenix surged within him, flickering with life. What could this mean? The phoenix seemed to pulsate within Hao Lianquan, exuding an aura of staggering might. Not of the supernatural kind, but a power that was ineffably formidable. As Hao Lianquan conversed with Yuan Shua, he sensed the weight of Li Hao's gaze and turned to him, momentarily taken aback. "What are you staring at?" he mused, his thoughts tinged with suspicion regarding Li Hao's intentions. Upon meeting his gaze, Li Hao quickly averted his eyes, feigning trepidation. Yet, his heart raced with intrigue. What was this? Could it be a source divine weapon? At that moment, he could think of nothing else. The critical question remained, could a source divine weapon truly reside within one's body? Why was his sword incapable of such a feat? If it were possible, how convenient it would be. One could simply summon it at will without fear of loss. The sensation was overwhelmingly powerful, even though there was a person standing between them. The presence emanating from within Hao Lianquan was profoundly intimidating to Li Hao. It felt as though a phoenix yearned to break free from its confines. Li Hao diverted his gaze from Hao Lianquan and scanned the surroundings. Numerous small moons, individuals of the moonshade tier, were present, as well as several small suns, all of the radiant sun tier. Indeed, a few were nearing the caliber of Qiao Feilong, evidently representing the pinnacle of the radiant sun tier. The night watchers had evidently spared no expense this time. In the next moment, Li Hao's attention fell upon a rather unassuming woman within the crowd. She appeared to be in her 30s, standing among the moonshade practitioners, her appearance unremarkable. Yet, like the others, she seemed intrigued, her gaze drifting towards Li Hao. Their eyes meeting momentarily. Li Hao quickly shifted his gaze, feigning shyness and timidity while covertly surveying the area, internally cursing. Who said the night watchers comprised only 2 individuals of the 3 sons? Who claimed only Hao Lianquan was present? What of this woman? She is of the 3 sons, and a remarkably powerful one at that, stronger than Qiao Feilong, perhaps even more formidable than Hao Lianquan, likely a mid-level 3-son practitioner. Deceivers. They are all deceivers. Li Hao silently cursed, finding the intelligence utterly inaccurate. This woman might possess a treasure akin to the mirror on him, concealing her aura so effectively that others seemed oblivious. Even the teacher appeared unaware. The concealment was profound. Could she possibly be an enemy? A sudden jolt of anxiety surged through Li Hao. It was hard to say. Perhaps she was sent by one of the 3 major organizations to infiltrate? Should he inform Hao Lianquan? Yet, if she were indeed associated with the Night Watchers, Hao Lianquan might remain in the dark, and if it were actually arranged by Hou Xiaoqing, would revealing this to Hao Lianquan lead to unforeseen troubles? Moreover, if others were oblivious to her true nature, how could he discern it? This moment brought a headache upon Li Hao. Having just arrived, it seemed he had already encountered trouble. At that moment, the woman whom Li Hao had scrutinized glanced his way but detected nothing amiss. She continued to observe Yuan Shua and the others with a curious gaze. Upon seeing Wang Ming, she was momentarily taken aback. The daylight. She recognized Wang Ming. Before departing, she seemed to have just reached the lunar stage. Merely a few days had passed, and she had ascended from the lunar to the daylight stage, Such rapid advancement was astonishing. Pondering this, she stole a few more glances but soon shifted her focus back to Yuan Shuo, and Liu Long. Assessing Liu Long proved challenging. He appeared to have stepped into the realm of the thousand struggles. As for Yuan Shuo, his state was far less discernible. Yet, she could vaguely sense a smoldering intensity within him, a restrained fury that felt akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, startling her. Indeed, there was no deception in the reputation he bore. Yuan Shuo was formidable. As she continued her observation, Yuan Shuo abruptly cast a glance her way, slightly furrowing his brow. His gaze imbued with a hint of coldness, sharp as a sword's edge. As he directed his scrutiny towards the woman and then to Hao Lianquan, "Tell your people to refrain from employing any methods of prying, lest I unleash my wrath, which you would find difficult to contain." Hao Lianquan was taken aback. Was there such a thing? He turned to look, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Frowning as he admonished, "Do not observe indiscriminately. Such behavior is quite impolite. Let us adhere to decorum." He had given prior notice before his arrival. Was anyone probing into Yuan Shuo? He sensed no extraordinary fluctuations. Perhaps it was an intentional provocation by the old man? Quite likely. Irritation bubbled within him. He thought, "I offer you a few words, and you grow impatient. Relying on your age and having entered the thousand struggles, having slain 3 Yangs, you truly no longer regard me with any respect. Tomorrow, you are not permitted to engage in battle." He declared this with an air of displeasure and departed. Regardless, it was not allowed. Yuan Shuo shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled, whispering to Liu Long, "Has Hao Lianquan perhaps mistaken me? I am not a night watcher." Liu Long was rendered speechless. Others present overheard the exchange, their expressions tightening, some stifled laughter, while others simmered with indignation. Hao Lianquan also caught wind of this remark, left speechless. He could not be bothered to respond. Indeed, it was a misunderstanding, and he suddenly recalled that this old fool was not a night watcher. Right, but his student was. Once again, Hao Lianquan mentally cursed, resolving to speak with that student tonight. If he remained disobedient, he would ensure that student returned home. Moreover, one must persuade Li Hao. Why exhibit such eagerness for a perilous endeavor? The encampment is limited, and those from Silver City have been allocated a spacious tent, which is quite satisfactory. The presence of Liu Yin is merely a matter of course, as it is typical for extraordinary individuals. Naturally, the arrival of a dog with Li Hao sparked astonishment in some and indifference in others. The personalities of the extraordinary vary greatly, and as long as the dog does not interfere with pertinent matters, no one will take notice. After placing their belongings with simplicity, Yuan Shuo sought rest, while Liu Long intended to confer with Hao Lianquan regarding forthcoming tasks and responsibilities. Meanwhile, Li Hao took Wang Ming along to forge new acquaintances. "Li Hao, allow me to introduce you to Elder Huang, whom you are familiar with." Wang Ming, at times quite magnanimous, typically visits only those of equal standing. Yet he chose to introduce Li Hao first to the esteemed Huang Yun of the Radiant Sun tier, a testament to their prior acquaintance. This visit serves not only to establish connection, but also to extend care. Although Huang Yun, a formidable Radiant Sun warrior, could not secure a tent for himself, he shares his space with just one other individual, a robust man resembling a black egg. His dark complexion exudes a sense of sincerity, and it is evident he is a practitioner of earth-based abilities. Upon seeing Wang Ming and Li Hao, Huang Yun greeted them with a smile, as he is quite familiar with Wang Ming and has some knowledge of Li Hao. "Greetings, Elder Huang." Li Hao, displaying youthful naivety and a hint of shyness, clearly appeared to be somewhat socially inexperienced. After exchanging pleasantries with Huang Yun, he turned to the Earth Warrior and promptly said, "Hello there, brother." Within the tent, the Earth Warrior chuckled, "Brother? I could be your father. I am quite a bit older. I am Zhao Huan, the city patrol officer of White Moon City." Huang Yun added with a smile, "Zhao Huan is a master of earth abilities. His earth-shifting techniques are remarkable, capable of traversing the heavens and delving into the earth, with the latter being far more challenging." As he spoke, he gestured for the two to enter the tent. During this encampment, the tents are considerably spacious, and due to the presence of an earth practitioner, some rudimentary structures have been erected within, such as tables and beds, rendering the accommodations much more comfortable and comprehensive than those of others. Wang Ming led Li Hao inside, and upon noticing tea bowls on the table, he remarked enviously, "It's good to have Uncle Zhao around. Even if the earth practitioners do not engage in combat, their skills in construction are unparalleled." Zhao Huan laughed heartily. Little Wang, your metal abilities are also commendable. Should we cease fighting, I will construct a city, and you can reinforce it with metal, creating a grand metropolis. Their banter indicated a certain level of familiarity. Of course, Zhao Huan and Huang Yun did not overlook Li Hao. Huang Yun invited the two to sit and, smiling at Li Hao, remarked, Li Hao, your teacher has accepted Sun Yifei's challenge. You ought to advise him on this matter. His teacher has few friends and relatives, having spent the last few years mostly in contact with him. You are the last disciple he has accepted. His character is quite rebellious, and Sun Yifei possesses immense strength. A formidable presence in the late stage of the three sons, unmatched by Duantian. He also hopes to influence Yuan Shua through Li Hao. Engaging in battle at this moment is not the most prudent choice. It would only benefit other parties, leaving the Night Watchers and the Red Moon at a disadvantage. The impact of the Red Moon is not as significant, but the Night Watchers would suffer the greatest loss. Li Hao nodded solemnly. I will persuade him. However, my teacher is rather obstinate, and even if I speak, it may not have much effect. He expressed some regret, shaking his head, and added quietly, Old Huang. I came with Brother Wang to understand the situation better. I feel somewhat uncomfortable asking others, and I've only met you a few times, so I can barely consider you an acquaintance. Huang Yin smiled. What would you like to know? Li Hao hesitated. I want to know, among our Night Watchers, aside from Minister Hao, is there anyone else capable of dealing with Sun Yifei? Li Hao appeared quite anxious. Old Huang, I've heard that many organizations, large and small, may have sent several representatives of the three sons, and they are all dissatisfied with us Night Watchers. We are indeed powerful. You and your group are formidable forces among the sunlit. But can we contend with so many from the three sons? He was particularly eager to discern whether these individuals were aware of the woman's existence. The sunlit is considered a core strength of the Silver Moon. If they are unaware, then Hao Lianchuan must also be tested for information. With the sudden emergence of another mid-stage sun, Li Hao felt compelled to clarify the distinctions between friend and foe. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yun replied, there is no need for excessive concern. The various organizations are not entirely united. Even against the Night Watchers, they do not share a single mindset. There are still divergences among them. Moreover, the two mid-sized organizations, being local, tend to collaborate with us more often, as the three major organizations primarily focus their energies in the central region. Does that mean that on our side, only Minister Hao is a three-son? Li Hao, disinterested in the roundabout discourse, directly inquired. Huang Yun nodded, revealing no secrets. Unfortunately, in our Silver Moon Night Watchers, only Minister Ho and Minister Hao are of the three sons. Minister Ho cannot leave, so only Minister Hao can attend alone. He added, however, do not underestimate us. This time, 7 sunlit have arrived, and aside from myself and Old Zhao, among the remaining few, there are 2 peak sunlit experts. He is at the initial stage of the sunlit, while Zhao Huan is at the mid-stage. Li Hao, observing the size of the sun, refrained from asking further. There are 2 peak sunlit. Li Hao deduced they are likely a man and a woman, both in their middle ages. He Bu, of the water element, and Zhou Bu, of the metal element. Li Hao appeared puzzled, prompting Wang Ming to interject. Among our Night Watchers, we have 1 principal and 5 deputy ministers. Aside from Minister Ho, the remaining 5 include Minister Hao as the first deputy. The other 4 have also come, including He Bu, the peak sunlit of the water element, who appears somewhat fierce. Huang Yun and Zhao Huan exchanged glances, acknowledging the audacity of this young man. Although they indeed belong to the elder matriarch class, you ought to be cautious with your incessant references to them as aunties, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of their displeasure. I am well acquainted with Zhou Bu. Wang Ming chuckled, explaining, as a fellow practitioner of the gold element, I frequently seek counsel from Zhou Bu, the dashing gentleman who previously stood beside Hao Bu, wielding a sword. Among the Night Watchers, I suspect that the third figure of the Tri-Sun may very well be Zhou Bu, given the gold element's prowess in offense, and Wang Ming's familiarity and admiration for him. This sentiment was echoed by Huang Yun and Zhao Huan. Zhou Bu possesses formidable attacking capabilities, and, being an experienced Sun Radiance practitioner, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to ascend to the Tri-Sun status. Li Hao smiled. Having discerned the identities of 4 out of the 7 Sun Radiances, he engaged in brief conversation with the 2 Sun Radiance practitioners, merely paying a visit without lingering too long, especially since the night sky remained dark, making prolonged discussions inconvenient. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ming led Li Hao away. Since they were already making visits, they continued to pay their respects to other formidable Sun Radiance individuals. Being a student of Yuan Shua, the other Sun Radiance practitioners greeted them with considerable courtesy. Gu Mei, a mid-stage with element Sun Radiance, served as the team's healer. Lu Ping, an early-stage Thunder element Sun Radiance, exhibited tremendous offensive strength despite his short stature, being a head shorter than Li Hao yet possessing a booming voice. Li Xiangdong, a mid-stage practitioner of the special element, was a relative of Li Hao, with a unique ability that made him the team's eyes, adept at reconnaissance. According to Wang Ming, he could perceive everything within a several-mile radius, even hearing the movements of ants. The configuration of the Night Watchers appeared quite balanced, with capabilities in offense, reconnaissance, healing, and defense, complemented by Huang Yun's wind element proficiency in evasion, rendering them a formidable force. Finally, upon exiting Zhou Huaimin's tent, Li Hao found his smile somewhat strained after having smiled for an extended period. As a junior, encountering so many distinguished figures for the first time naturally required him to present a cheerful demeanor. On the surface, everyone was quite courteous to him. Even the two deputy ministers offered him words of encouragement, advising him to caution Yuan Shua against hastily challenging Sun Yifei to a duel. After their visits, Li Hao suggested, "Old Wang, shall we also pay a visit to the Moonlit Realm?" Wang Ming was at a loss for words. He felt somewhat fatigued, primarily from the repetitive introductions he had to make, which left him parched. What is there to gain from visiting the Moonlit Realm? It would be better to meet them tomorrow and converse then, he replied, slightly unwilling. Li Hao merely smiled, silently observing him. Wang Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Muttering to himself, "What are you staring at? This fellow shows no respect for the powerful. I am a Sun Radiance practitioner." After a moment of exasperation, he reluctantly conceded. "All right then. However, I must admit I am not very familiar with many of the Moonlit practitioners. This time, not all of them are from Baiwei City. Some have been dispatched from other cities, including those from the Radiant City branch." Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. He cast his gaze towards the direction of a vast tent, beneath which the sun resided. The woman was situated there. Wang Ming noticed his attention and mused. "That seems to be the place I was thinking of, the gathering spot for female superhumans." He then turned to Li Hao, teasingly inquiring, "Are you visiting for a purpose? Or are you simply seeking to charm the ladies?" It was evident that he had fixated on the tent of the female superhumans. Among the more than 50 night patrollers, not all would enter the ruins. A portion would remain outside, while approximately 30 ventured inside, and the number of female superhumans was limited to around a dozen. Each tent housed 4 or 5 individuals, and Li Hao was observing one of them. "Let us take a look." Li Hao beamed, striding towards that direction, and as he walked, he whispered, "It's quite rare to see so many female superhumans at once. Old Wang, do you think if I married one, we could produce a celestial master?" Wang Ming was at a loss for words. "Where did that thought come from? You've never mentioned it before, and I've never seen you express such ideas. Is this what happens when you step outside?" Li Hao chuckled, offering no explanation. He pondered whether she might be listening. How delightful that would be. Within the tent, several female superhumans were still awake, some engaged in cultivation while others chatted. As beings of the Moonshade tier, they were on the cusp of entering the ruins, and a sense of nervousness prevented them from sleeping. Amid their conversation, someone remarked, "Someone is approaching. Who is it?" Just then, Wang Ming's voice rang out, "Hello. I am Wang Ming, a student of Professor Yuan, here to visit you all. Is it convenient for us to enter?" Wang Ming. Someone recognized him and quickly whispered, "Isn't he the one they call Big Mouth? Don't call him that. Wang Ming is quite impressive, talented. They say he has discovered 5 superpower locks, and his strength is formidable. He is even of the gold element. And Professor Yuan's student, the shy little boy? That must be him." The murmurs of women drifted softly from the tent. Li Hao remained composed, but Wang Ming's expression shifted. As a daybreak individual, his hearing had significantly improved. "Big Mouth? Who coined that nickname?" "You're the one with the big mouth." "Is my mouth particularly large?" "Not at all," Wang Ming retorted, feeling exasperated. Had it not been for Li Hao's insistence, he would not have bothered coming at all. Soon, the tent flaps opened to reveal the very woman whom Li Hao had been observing. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s and had a somewhat slender figure. Wang Ming seemed to recognize her and, upon seeing her, smiled. "So it's Sister Zhang residing here." Li Hao quickly interjected, "Brother Wang, could you introduce me?" He sounded like a bashful young boy, hesitant to speak too loudly. Wang Ming chuckled, inwardly chastising. This guy really knows how to put on an act. After dealing with Li Hao for so long, he was well aware of his true nature. When Liu Yin had previously teased him, he hadn't batted an eyelash. Where did this shyness come from? Hello, I am Zhang Ting, of the Moonshade Full Moon, water element superhuman. The woman, having overheard Li Hao's words, smiled and extended her hand, seemingly wishing to shake hands with him. Among superhumans, formalities like handshakes were quite rare. Not only are there extraordinary abilities, but among martial artists, a handshake is seldom exchanged unless they are probing one another. A handshake can easily reveal a multitude of secrets, especially for martial artists, whose inner strength is often imperceptible from their outward demeanor. At this moment, the woman unexpectedly extended her hand to him. Of course, Li Hao was a newcomer and appeared weak in the eyes of outsiders, with little to conceal. A handshake, after all, signifies an egalitarian engagement and mutual respect. Wang Ming did not dwell on this. Li Hao, shyly smiling, reached out and lightly grasped her hand before quickly withdrawing it, softly introducing himself. I am Li Hao, from Silver City. Just then, several other women emerged from the tent, casting curious glances at Li Hao before quickly resuming their conversations with Wang Ming. Zhang Ting, noticing that the others were indifferent to Li Hao, took on the role of a caring older sister and approached him with a warm smile, gently inquiring, Li Hao, is this your first time traveling far? Yes, Li Hao nodded. I have always been in Silver City. Given the danger this time, what prompted your journey? You are a decapitator of the 10th realm, aren't you? Yet you haven't entered the realm of extraordinary abilities, have you? Li Hao shook his head, whispering, I am not a decapitator of the 10th realm. My teacher advised me not to disclose this, but Sister Zhang, I possess a remarkable talent for martial arts. Please don't tell anyone else. I have actually surpassed 100. When I mentioned this to Brother Wang and the others, they did not believe me. Zhang Ting immediately laughed. What a naive young man. Surpassed 100. I sensed earlier that you might not be a decapitator of the 10th realm. Although our handshake was brief, I felt you might have indeed crossed the threshold of 100. You really know nothing, do you? Just like Brother Wang, you blurt out secrets without a second thought. I believe you, dear brother. Zhang Ting chuckled. Once we enter the ruins, should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. At your age, there are many things you may not comprehend, and you can always come to me for guidance. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Li Hao eagerly nodded, filled with joy. Yet, in his heart, he was contemplating that this woman was likely at the mid-third yang stage, and her abilities indeed seemed to stem from the water element. Moreover, Li Hao suspected that she might be wielding a source divine weapon. Unlike how Lianchuan's fire phoenix, which appeared alive and vividly powerful, her weapon was more subtle. Initially, Li Hao had not noticed it, but now that they stood face to face, he felt he could almost see through her. The reason he suspected she possessed a source divine weapon was that within the great light sphere of the third yang, he had glimpsed a small, transparent snake swimming about. It was so diminutive and translucent that one might easily overlook it, especially given the brilliance of the third yang's light. Now, with his enhanced understanding of extraordinary abilities, Li Hao perceived more details than before. He could even discern certain peculiarities. For instance, the light sphere surrounding her limbs was quite vibrant. Yet her left hand appeared significantly dimmer. This indicated that she had unlocked the extraordinary abilities of her right hand and legs. And since the water element corresponds to the kidneys, she had likely opened the extraordinary lock associated with that organ. Unlocking 4 extraordinary locks signifies reaching the third yang stage. Before me stands a woman whose left hand may very well be her Achilles heel, her physical strength unevenly distributed across her limbs. A being in the mid-stage of the 3 suns, she astonishingly wields a divine weapon. Whether it is indeed a divine weapon, I cannot ascertain. But I am certain that anything capable of being integrated into one's own body is far from ordinary. Should this truly be a divine weapon, then this woman becomes quite formidable. Although Hao Lianchuan's weapon appears more powerful, in a direct confrontation, he might not necessarily prevail, especially considering how deeply this woman conceals her true capabilities. If she were to launch a surprise attack, Hao Lianchuan could find himself in grave peril. Who orchestrated her entry? After contemplating for a moment, I noticed that Wang Ming had finished his conversation and was now looking my way, beaming as he said, "Let us go to the next location, Sister Zhang. We'll take our leave now." Zhang Ting nodded, watching the two depart. As Wang Ming and I walked a short distance, he whispered, "Do you have some peculiar preference? You're not chatting with those young ladies over there, but instead seeking out Sister Zhang, who is in her 30s or 40s. You truly have issues. I chuckled. She speaks gently and melodiously. While those younger girls are only focused on conversing with you. What can I do? I have no interest. Wang Ming replied with pride. I'm different now. My vision must extend further. Who knows? I might one day marry a woman of the 3 sons, or even above. They are all quite mature. I reminded him. But he dismissed it. What do you know? That's silver moon. In the central region, some celestial enlightened masters might awaken their talents as early as the radiant sun stage. And it is said that the youngest among the 3 sons is barely 20. Is it truly that remarkable? I asked. Of course. That's why I must set my sights in that direction. The 2 of us engaged in casual banter as we made our way to other tents. From that point onward, I became more of an observer, primarily watching Wang Ming converse, only chiming in when someone directed a question at me, exhibiting symptoms of social anxiety. Nearly 2 hours passed, and as darkness enveloped the sky, I finally returned to my tent. At that moment, Liu Yan was absent. A hint of concern crossed my face as Yuan Shuo, resting, did not lift his head, but said, Liu Long just returned, and took her to Yan Luo's side. She might be near the Yan Luo encampment. Furrowing my brow, I asked, Teacher, could there be a conflict? Yuan Shuo assured me, with Liu Long present, that is unlikely. After a moment, he glanced at me and continued. Since you arrived here, something has seemed off. You've been dragging Xiao Wang around. Speak up. What have you discovered? I surveyed my surroundings. Yuan Shuo lazily remarked. If someone can directly eavesdrop on my conversation, then whether I take precautions or not is of little consequence. If such a powerful being exists, it matters not whether they hear or not. Just then, Wang Ming entered the tent, still processing the situation, when Yuan Shuo instructed. Go find the person in charge here and fetch me something to eat. We've run out. Wang Ming, speechless, wondered why I wasn't sent instead. But he shrugged it off and left. Once he was gone, I spoke up. Zhang Ting, a water system superpowered individual, mid-stage of the 3 sons, possibly wielding a divine weapon, was previously positioned to our left, a slender woman in her 30s. Yuan Shuo nodded. I am aware. That woman glanced at me earlier, and I felt a sense of being watched. I initially thought it was a unique ability. I didn't realize. He exhibited neither surprise nor indignation. Rather, he appeared remarkably composed. It is highly probable that Hao Lianchuan is unaware of this individual's existence. He could either be a covert operative of Ho Xiaoqing, a higher echelon member of the Night Patrol, or an agent from one of the 3 major organizations. These 3 possibilities encompass the entirety of the situation, leaving no alternative. To have remained with the Night Patrol until now indicates a tenure far beyond mere days. He may have even operated under the very nose of Ho Xiaoqing. As this thought crossed his mind, Yuan Shuo smiled and said, You need not concern yourself with it. Shortly, I will meet with Hao Lianchuan. Do not mention anything to him. Simply approach him and contact Ho Xiaoqing through a special means. I have long wished to converse with Ho Xiaoqing. You may accompany me and, in doing so, observe him and become acquainted with that fellow. Ho Xiaoqing. Li Hao shared a burgeoning curiosity about this individual and nodded in response. His mentor was indeed formidable. While he pondered whether to inform Hao Lianchuan, his teacher was already poised to reach out to Ho Xiaoqing. After finishing his remarks, Yuan Shuo stood up and strode toward the exit. Just then, Wang Ming returned with something in hand and, seeing the 2 exiting, exclaimed in surprise, Aren't you eating? No longer. You go ahead. Very well. Wang Ming, somewhat disheartened, reflected on how fortunate the true disciple was, while he, as the name disciple, felt rather pitiable. In the center of the encampment, Hao Lianchuan occupied a large tent alone. At this moment, he contemplated whether to summon Li Hao for a discussion when suddenly his gaze shifted, and he opened the tent flap to find Yuan Shuo had arrived unannounced. He initially assumed Yuan Shuo had reconsidered, but before he could utter a word, Yuan Shuo cheerfully declared, I wish to contact Ho Xiaoqing. I need to speak with him. Hao Lianchuan's expression soured, and annoyance flickered across his face. If you have something to say, just tell me. He continued, the minister may not even be present. I heard that both the Red Moon and Yama's people have gone to the vicinity of White Moon City. The minister might have left the headquarters. Should he be absent, contacting him will be challenging, Yuan Shuo remarked. However, we could try. Even if he has indeed departed, they are likely to meet on the 28th. What? Do you expect a few people to engage in idle chatter ahead of time? Yuan Shuo's words left Hao Lianchuan feeling rather helpless. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted, Yuan Shuo, Is this truly necessary? Have I offended you in any way? Not at all. Yuan Shuo replied, exasperated. But do you really wish to know? Must you insist? It concerns confidential matters. Knowing may not be advantageous for you. However, if you are determined to listen, I shall not prevent you. You can simply remain by my side. How does that sound? Hao Lianchuan hesitated, finally responding with a resigned tone. Forget it. I warn you, do not constantly seek to create trouble for me. Had I known you would behave this way, I would not have invited you on this expedition to the ruins. Understood. Yuan Shuo waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in further discourse. Hao Lianchuan felt increasingly disregarded, which only intensified his frustration. Meanwhile, Li Hao stifled a laugh. He bore no ill will towards Hao Lianchuan, yet found amusement in witnessing his misfortune. Upon entering the tent, which contrasted starkly with the more primitive shelters of others, Hao Lianchuan's space bore a semblance of a base, complete with a large display screen at its center. Yuan Shuo glanced at it and nodded. I did not expect you to have managed this. The communication capabilities must be exceptional. Not too bad, Hao Lianchuan replied. As long as we remain within a 3,000-mile radius, we can generally maintain contact. However, once subjected to supernormal interference, we may lose communication entirely, especially upon entering the ruins, where it is highly likely we will be unable to connect with the outside world. As he spoke, he fiddled with the device, inputting some arcane energy into a small aperture. Subsequently, he pressed several buttons. At this moment, the daylight was waning. Yet, within a mere 10 seconds, the screen illuminated, revealing a youthful visage that appeared somewhat languid, poised to speak. Upon recognizing Yuan Shuo on the other side, the relaxed demeanor vanished. Reclining in his chair, he chuckled. Professor Yuan, it has been quite some time. Minister Ho. Yuan Shuo's gaze flickered momentarily. Indeed, it has been a while. The minister insisted on contacting you. Understood. Ho Xiaoqing nodded slightly. You may continue with your tasks. I wish to converse with Professor Yuan. Very well. Gao Lianchuan had no choice but to depart. As he left, he cast a glance at Li Hao, who, as if oblivious to his presence, lowered his head in silence and remained beside Yuan Shuo. Gao Lianchuan felt utterly speechless, opting to exit without further ado, truly disinclined to linger with the teacher-student duo, as each encounter left him feeling stifled. Inside the tent, Li Hao procured a chair for Yuan Shuo, who settled down with a smile. Ho Xiaoqing glanced at Li Hao and remarked, So this is Li Hao? Indeed, came the response. Quite admirable. Ho Xiaoqing nodded slightly, observing, unperturbed by honor or disgrace. The ability to endure is a blessing. Friends may perish tragically, yet one can endure for a year without revealing a whisper. That is far superior to your temperament. After a few contemplative remarks, he turned to Yuan Shuo. You sought me out at this late hour. There must be something of significance to discuss. Zhongting. Yuan Shuo uttered just 2 words. Ho Xiaoqing fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. Zhongting hails from the Nanyue province. Having joined the Silver Moon Night Watchers 3 years ago, initially affiliated with the Nanyue Inspection Division, she fell afoul of her colleagues and was reassigned to Silver Moon. Initially a member of the Inspection Division, she distinguished herself during a mission 3 years prior, harnessing energy into her being and becoming a Night Watcher. Her current registered strength is that of a full moon. Yuan Shuo inquired directly. Are you aware of her current strength? Ho Xiaoqing remained silent for a moment. Have you obtained some source divine weapon or similar treasure? You possess one of the 8 great family's weapons, do you not? Why do you say that? Without a source divine weapon, how could you perceive Zhongting so clearly? Ho Xiaoqing retorted. After a brief silence, he added with a half-smile. Or is it that your student has discerned her? Is the bloodline of the 8 great families truly so extraordinary? Yuan Shuo, disinterested in engaging further, responded succinctly. Are they friend or foe? Hard to say. Hard to say? Yuan Shuo frowned. Ho Xiaoqing chuckled. It is highly likely they are not affiliated with the 3 major organizations. Perhaps they are individuals keeping watch over me to prevent my independence. Are you considering independence? Yuan Shuo expressed surprise. Do you possess such ambition? Ho Xiaoqing chuckled lightly. I harbor no such ambition, yet when the time comes for independence, it is not surprising. The central region has been consistently mobilizing officials from the border to weaken their strength, deploying these individuals to the central battlefield, resulting in countless casualties among the talented being absorbed into the central ranks. The strong are thrust into combat, for those intending to assert their independence. This serves to restrain and suppress their ambitions, which I support. For us in Silver Moon, the number of strong individuals is finite. If we cannot contend with the branches of the three major organizations, yet still mobilize forces to absorb talented reserves, that is untenable. After dragging them along several times, they might not be too pleased, so they arranged for Zhang Ting to monitor me. At this point, he chuckled again, saying, "If you push me further, I shall become independent." Yuan Shuo was somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Li Hao, standing beside him, was utterly astonished. Just earlier, he had been discussing this matter with Wang Ming and the others in the car, but he felt that Yin did not harbor such intentions. Yet now, the leader of the Night Watch boldly declared his intent to stand on his own. Hou Xiaoqing turned to Yuan Shuo and remarked, "Stop staring at me like that. You, Yuan Shuo, are hardly a saint yourself. Do you truly care about this?" Yuan Shuo suddenly laughed. "I do not care. But I never imagined you would actually entertain such thoughts. According to my perspective, you ought to be going to the central region to apologize instead." "Why?" Hou Xiaoqing replied with a grin. "If they were to send someone to eliminate the three major organizations, allowing Yin to secure its territory, I wouldn't mind fighting in the central region. However, given the current situation, Yin is not exactly a peaceful place. If I leave, it will be abandoned. Then why depart?" He chuckled lightly. "The Night Watch, the Inspection Bureau, and the station troops have reached a consensus. It's just that the Administrative Directorate has yet to come to an agreement. Professor Yuan, would you be interested in joining us?" Yuan Shuo felt somewhat overwhelmed. He had merely inquired about the situation, and here they were directly inviting him to rebel. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Shuo replied, "My strength is insufficient. The one who stands out is the one who gets shot." "Indeed," Hou Xiaoqing chuckled. "Thus, I am not in a hurry. We shall take our time. This endeavor to seize the defensive source divine weapon is also a preparatory measure. If you are willing to join, perhaps the timing is not yet right. Once you advance further and manifest the prowess of your old demonic self, instilling fear in others, would that not be delightful?" Yuan Shuo was in agony, and after a while, he asked, "What about Zhang Ting?" "Indifferent," Hou Xiaoqing replied. "She will not act against the Night Watch nor against you. But do not expect her to come to your aid in danger. Of course, if she truly perishes, then so be it." Hou Xiaoqing was unconcerned, adding, "Her death is inconsequential. Hao Lianchuan must not die. If possible, assist him in resolving some issues." Yuan Shuo was utterly vexed, saying, "I am Dou Qian, and he is Sanyang." "Ah." Hou Xiaoqing nodded, chuckling lightly. "No matter, you manage it as you see fit. By the way, do you wish to know how to extract the blood god child from Hongying?" Yuan Shuo fell silent. "Then I shall share it with you. It is quite simple. If you possess a source divine weapon, utilize the soul of the source divine weapon to directly absorb it. However, the weapons of the 8 great families may differ. No matter how Lianchuan took the Fire Phoenix spear, you can borrow it." He continued, "If you have the capability, then eliminate all the members of the 3 major organizations this time. If you cannot finish them off, once this exploration of the ruins concludes, you shall flee." "Where to?" Yuan Shuo inquired, slightly furrowing his brows. "Go wherever you wish. Just let Li Hao come to Baiwa City," Hou Xiaoqing replied. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Shuo nodded. "All right. So, this time when we seize the defensive source divine weapon, it shall nominally be me who has taken it, correct? If you think so, then it is so." Yuan Shuo fell silent, and after a brief pause, he stated, "Very well, I will consider it. After this, I shall owe you no further favors. Not that you owe anything. It is entirely up to you." Yuan Shuo turned and left abruptly, while on the screen. Hou Xiaoqing remained silent for a moment before suddenly stating, "I can assure you that the ruins of Silver City belong to Li Hao. I will not intervene." Yuan Shuo's body trembled slightly. He said nothing and departed with Li Hao. Meanwhile, Hou Xiaoqing fell silent on the screen. After a while, when Hao Lianchuan entered, he whispered, "The Fire Phoenix gun can be lent to Yuan Shuo in a critical moment." "What?" Just like that. As he spoke, the screen faded to darkness. Hao Lianchuan cursed under his breath. These individuals were truly exasperating. Stepping out of the tent, Li Hao remained entranced by the shock of the revelation. Independence? This notion, which had never crossed his mind before, was now voiced by Hou Xiaoqing. At this moment, he paid no heed to Zhang Ting or the 3 major organizations. He understood all too well the repercussions of Silver Moon declaring independence. They would face oppression from the Central Powers and encirclement from various factions. The Tianqing dynasty had yet to collapse. It was not entirely out of control, and many ambitious figures were lurking. However, No one would dare to vocalize their desire for independence. No one had the courage. A withered camel is larger than a horse, at the brink of collapse. The true victors of the impending chaos were few and far between. A thorough study of history reveals that those who dare to emerge during such times often meet their demise. Moreover, historically, few border uprisings have ever managed to seize control of the Central Plains. Thoughts raced through his mind. Beside him, Yuan Shuo remained quiet for a moment. As they neared his tent, he finally spoke. Do not overthink it. It's not a significant matter. A mere silver moon, even if it were to declare independence, would hardly stir the waters. As for Hou Xiaoqing, he would not dare to take such actions unless absolutely necessary. Li Hao nodded. He glanced at his teacher and inquired, Teacher, why do you think he said that? Why even contemplate such actions? Shouldn't he keep such thoughts concealed? It was astonishing that he had spoken so openly. Yuan Shuo pondered for a moment before responding slowly. There is no other choice. No other choice? Yuan Shuo nodded. Let me ask you this. If Hou Xiaoqing were to leave Silver Moon and follow orders from above to wage war in the central regions, could the Night Watchers here, under Hao Lianquan's command, maintain stability? Could they withstand the three major organizations? Li Hao thought for a while and then gently shook his head. Probably not. Hao Lianquan's strength was somewhat lacking, and he was a rather straightforward individual, lacking in authority. This was evident. When Hou Xiaoqing was mentioned, everyone held him in reverence. And Wang Ming was no exception. When Hao Lianquan was brought up, Wang Ming would laugh, not in mockery, but because he found the deputy minister quite interesting and likable. However, such individuals often fail to instill a sense of security during critical times. With Hou Xiaoqing's departure, the Night Watchers of Silver Moon would likely falter. Yuan Shuo calmly stated, If they falter, then Silver Moon will be in trouble. But if he does not leave, it would mean defying orders from above. Once, twice, thrice, time and again defiance. If you were a formidable force in the central region, could one like Hou Xiaoqing still remain? Thus, he proclaimed it was unavoidable. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Does the upper echelon not consider this? With Minister Hou departed, Yin would be in peril. Consideration? Yuan Shuo chuckled. The central region is in chaos. The borderlands have long been forsaken. At this juncture, consolidating efforts to restore order in the central region takes precedence. As for a mere provincial border, relinquishing it would pose little consequence. As long as the central region remains under the dynasty's control, this realm shall not descend into turmoil. Is it not acknowledged that the situation is exceedingly complex? Indeed. Yet, they persist in their course of action, repeatedly issuing orders for Hou Xiaoqing to assume his post in the central region. Hou Xiaoqing clung to his position, refusing to depart. Otherwise, he would have left years ago. Li Hao pondered, what prowess does Minister Hou truly possess? The central region is in disarray, and yet there remains the energy to assign a mid-level Sanyang to monitor him. If Minister Hou were at the peak of Sanyang, such attention would be unwarranted, would it not? To have a mid-level Sanyang lie in wait for 3 years solely for surveillance, does that yield any merit? With such time, Zhang Ting in the central region could very well ascend to the peak of Sanyang, potentially rivaling Hou Xiaoqing, rendering any forced mobilization unnecessary. Yuan Shuo contemplated before shaking his head. It depends on the circumstances. Perhaps the higher-ups suspect his injuries have healed. If so, he once wielded the peak power of Sanyang, and he may well have transcended that now. Of course, he could not be certain. Whether Hou Xiaoqing's injuries have mended is likely known only to him. He neither claims to be gravely wounded nor asserts he is uninjured, leaving all in uncertainty, including the 3 major organizations. Even with several at Sanyang, none dare to provoke him recklessly. Is the teacher truly leaving? Li Hao refrained from further discussion on the matter, instead recalling Hou Xiaoqing's recent words. Departure is imperative. Yuan Shuo smiled. Before my arrival, I had prepared myself. This time, whether I slay Sun Yifei or meet my own demise, returning to Yincheng is no longer an option. Once my strength is revealed, those old acquaintances will surely yearn for my presence in Yincheng, which could bring forth greater troubles for you. Moreover, the martial arts in Yin you have declined, and the superhuman abilities here are rather limited. If I do not depart, further opportunities shall elude me. Additionally, Hong Yu has long been observing Yincheng. Yet in the choice between you and me, the primary focus of Hong Yu will undoubtedly remain on me. Hong Yu is well aware of my character. Should I leave Yincheng, retribution would be inevitable. He speaks with conviction. Should I eliminate Hong Yu's Sanyang and subsequently vanish, he would surely deduce my intent for vengeance. At that time, he may even send people to Inu. But he would undoubtedly allocate more resources to keep a watchful eye on me. Foring Hong Yu has tasted defeat. He knows well the nature of Yuan Shua. A formidable being such as he, disappearing from sight, would certainly seek to uncover Yuan Shua's whereabouts, exerting all efforts to eliminate him. Yuan Shua patted Li Hao on the shoulder, smiling. Therefore, I hope this time you can ascend to Douqian. Only by reaching Douqian can you possess some means of self-preservation. If I depart, and you lack the strength of Douqian, I shall be unable to assist you when troubles arise. Li Hao lowered his head. It is time to grow. A valiant man. Who among us has not endured a measure of hardship? Yuan Shua smiled brightly. In my youth, I ventured forth from home at an early age, embarking on a journey of trials, with enemies scattered across the land. I am uncertain how many I have slain, or how many have been instilled with fear by my hand. Yet it is through such experiences that I have arrived at this day. My concern lies with the teacher. Li Hao replied somberly. If the teacher truly seeks vengeance against the Red Moon, there are many formidable foes among the three suns, and likely even more powerful adversaries beyond them. This is merely hearsay from the frontier. In reality, the opposition may be even stronger. Isn't that splendid? Yuan Shua chuckled. The mightier they are, the greater the challenge. I have merely begun to cultivate my spirit and my inner organs. The true integration of spirit and the 5 organs lies ahead. The road is still long, and if my enemies were merely those of the daylight, 3 suns, I would find no pressure at all. In my day, the Silver Moon martial arts were formidable, yet why did my generation fail to produce a Douqian master? It was not due to our inadequacy, but rather because we surpassed the previous generations. Our flaw lay in the absence of the pressure that a Douqian master would impose. Attaining the 100 completion was sufficient to dominate the martial world, resulting in a lack of urgency. Thus, a multitude of 100 completion masters failed to ascend to Douqian. Had even one of us crossed into Douqian at that time, I dare say the Silver Moon martial arts would have birthed 7 or 8 Douqian masters. As he spoke, a tinge of regret mingled with pride. In truth, the failures of those younger than me are my responsibility. Back then, I overshadowed them, and they could not dare to rise higher. Had I entered Douqian, figures like Sunny Fei would have followed suit. My delay in crossing that threshold inadvertently stunted their growth. Li Hao could not suppress a laugh, the earlier melancholy dissipating. Teacher, regarding tomorrow's duel, of course, we shall engage. Yuan Shua replied calmly. Tomorrow, you must observe closely. The opponents I have faced thus far were merely extraordinary, and I have yet to unleash my true potential. Whether being pressured or imposing pressure, such encounters do not define a martial artist. They failed to awaken all my latent capabilities. Sunny Fei is an excellent rival. As for the relics accompanying this battle, they are of little consequence. If I can vanquish Sunny Fei, that is the true measure of achievement. Treasures can be acquired at any time, but a worthy adversary is the driving force of your advancement. Thus, do not concern yourself with whether or not to conceal your strength. If you can eliminate them, then do so decisively. If you cannot eradicate them entirely, then slay as many as you can. Even if they are forewarned, they can still be defeated. His tone exuded arrogance. Finally, he turned to Li Hao. Young Hao, when the moment calls for boldness, you must be audacious. A constant disposition of humility will not forge you into a true stronghold. I understand your apprehensions. Revealing too much invites peril, yet true strength emerges from confronting danger. Ho Xiaoqing may appear modest now, but in days of yore, he was anything but. He boldly challenged the Red Moon, and even now, none dare underestimate him. Xiao Feilong may seem unassuming, yet his humility reached the level of the 3 suns. And in a moment of inattention, I swiftly dispatched him. He spoke of 2 individuals, each yielding different outcomes. One remained so discreet that he failed to make an impression and was ultimately slain. Once a figure of great prominence, who basked in the limelight for many years, has now retreated into the shadows following an injury, to the point where many believe he has lost his prowess. Yet, his former renown remains formidable, and few dare to provoke him. Even those above him can only assign a late-stage Sanyang to monitor his movements. 2 divergent paths lie before him. Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. Soon, the master and disciple entered the tent, and at that moment, Lu Yin and her companions returned, enveloped in a serene quietness. Neither Lu Yin nor Liu Long spoke a word. As for whether they had encountered the tiger's soul, Li Hao refrained from inquiring. This night, A tranquil atmosphere prevailed, granting Yuan Shuo the time needed to rest. Tomorrow, he would face his opponent, a late-stage San Yang from the central region. Despite the confidence everyone held in Yuan Shuo, an undercurrent of unease rippled through their hearts. After all, a late-stage San Yang is inherently more formidable, especially in combat. Simultaneously, beneath a fractured overpass, Sun Yifei chose not to erect a tent, using the heavens as his canopy and the earth as his bed. Leaning against a stone while gazing up at the brilliant night sky, 3 disciples encircled him, warding off mosquitoes, while serpents and vermin dared not approach. After an indeterminate period of silence, Sun Yifei finally spoke, Mo Xian. Does Yuan Shuo's disciple truly possess the strength to surpass the late stage of 100, or even attain perfection? Most likely, replied the disciple from Wuqin sect. Sun Yifei pondered this for a moment before continuing. Tomorrow, you shall take the field. Give it your all, and see if you can encounter a worthy opponent. A good adversary could greatly aid your ascension into Douqian. He paused, then added, should I fall in battle tomorrow, you must take your junior disciples back to the central region. Master, listen to me. The relics are of little consequence. Do not become fodder for others. Sun Yifei remained composed. Though I harbor great confidence, my opponent is Yuan Shuo, and I must prepare adequately. Tomorrow, it is likely that only one of us will survive. Whether it be him or myself, it matters not. My greatest regret has always been not stepping into Douqian. I hope you can help me realize that dream. If you find yourself at a disadvantage against Li Hao, concede promptly. Losing once is not a disgrace. No warrior fears a single defeat. Everyone faces failure. Your master will not allow you to perish easily. Master, I will defeat him. Confidence is a virtue, Sun Yifei replied with a smile, nodding in approval. In any case, should I be defeated, you must leave swiftly. Yuan Shuo will not hinder your escape. The enmity between us belongs solely to our generation. The martial arts code dictates that no harm shall befall family. As long as you do not fall to Li Hao, our conflict will conclude. I will not pursue him with intent to kill, nor will he target you specifically. Upon hearing this, the disciples felt a pang of concern, yet struggled to believe their master would face defeat. How could that be? He is a late-stage San Yang, especially one who has advanced to that level as a martial artist. Even in the central region, only those beyond San Yang could challenge our master. Yet here, in the Silver Moon province, a Douqian martial artist had compelled their master to prepare for the aftermath. The female disciple, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Master, shall we not return to the central region then? Let us not engage in battle. What nonsense! Sun Yifei scoffed. I have come here expressly to duel with Yuan Shuo. Whether I live or die, it is the pursuit of my heart. As martial artists, remember this. It is permissible to face defeat, but retreating without battle is unacceptable. Unless you are a master beyond 100 and encounter the formidable 3 suns, if the disparity in strength is negligible, or even if you possess the advantage. Choosing to withdraw signifies the end of your path. The journey of a martial artist is fraught with hardship. Should you find this intolerable upon your return, you may choose to enter the realm of the extraordinary. Your future path will then be for you to determine. Upon concluding his words, he closed his eyes, choosing not to engage further with the group. He required a moment of respite to prepare for the impending confrontation with Yuan Shuo. At that moment, Sun Maxian and the others wore expressions of anxiety and unease. Their master's words robbed them of peaceful slumber. That night, it was not just them who struggled to find rest. Many others were equally restless. On August 27th, as dawn broke, Hao Lianxuan, possibly deprived of sleep throughout the night, hurriedly approached the tent of Li Hao and the others. Inside, Yuan Shuo leisurely prepared, unhurried and calm. After a brief wash, he indulged in a light breakfast. Once he had wiped his mouth clean, Yuan Shuo stepped outside. Hao Lianxuan regarded him, his eyes slightly reddened. You insist on a duel? Having contemplated seeking him out all night, he could no longer restrain himself at this moment. Are you a martial artist? Yuan Shuo queried, observing him closely. Hao Lianxuan frowned, and after a pause replied, No. Then you are not capable. Yuan Shuo sidestepped him and walked forward. True martial artists seldom shy away from combat. Those who do are either genuinely inferior in strength or simply cowardly. A martial artist charges ahead. As long as one believes they will not be defeated and is capable of fighting, they shall not evade battle. This holds true at all times and in all places. Take Hong Yitong of the Sword Gate, for instance. He avoided confrontation with me back in the day because he recognized his inferiority and admitted to being a coward. Thus, he shunned battle twice, and I could not be bothered to challenge him a third time. Hao Lianchuan, you are a decent person, yet it is unfortunate that you were not promoted to martial artist in your time. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly be stronger today. Hao Lianchuan was at a loss for words. There are many who are not martial artists. Who says that being promoted to martial artist guarantees greater strength? I can still defeat Sun Yifei, who is in the late stage of the three suns. Yuan Shuo brimmed with confidence. Realizing he could not sway him, Hao Lianchuan reluctantly stated, then let it be a matter of restraint. A match without restraint is only permissible when teaching a disciple. If Sun Yifei acknowledges me as his master, then I shall exercise restraint. Ridiculous. Hao Lianchuan felt a surge of frustration. I am doing this for your own good. There exists a love that is for your own good. However, you are neither my father nor my mother. Thus, I do not require it. Hao Lianchuan. Consider the consequences should I eliminate Sun Yifei. Hao Lianchuan had entirely given up hope. Hearing this, he wearily remarked, what consequences? If you were to slay Sun Yifei, you would become the strongest in this place. Other organizations would likely not abandon their quest for the ruins, but they would unite together, transforming from initial disarray into solidarity. Once we enter the ruins, we must be wary of their collaboration. Give up? That is not an option. If we relinquish our efforts and the Night Watchers secure that defensive source divine weapon, the major organizations will surely find no peace. Thus, there will be no departure. The initially loose alliance will only grow more tightly knit. However, this is of little consequence. The crux lies in the potential repercussions should he intervene to prevent Sun Yifei from killing Yuan Shuo. This was the matter that had kept Hao Lianchuan awake throughout the night. Reflecting on this, he recalled the minister's arrangement to lend the Fire Phoenix gun to Yuan Shuo. He hastened to catch up with Yuan Shuo, whispering, You Haven T brought any weapons, have you? May I lend you a gun? Are you skilled in marksmanship? Not necessary. Yuan Shuo firmly declined. Hao Lianchuan, exasperated, gritted his teeth and insisted, That weapon is extraordinary. It is a divine weapon. I can't accept it. It would expose us to greater troubles. Even if I were to use it, it would only be after we enter the ruins. Yuan Shuo remained resolute in his refusal, fully aware of what it entailed. He did not require it. Moreover, the Fire Phoenix gun was the sole divine weapon from Silver Moon's side. Its exposure could attract even more significant troubles, potentially drawing in outsiders whose intent would shift from the ruins to seizing the Fire Phoenix gun. The Fire Phoenix gun had never left Hou Xiaoqing's possession, and while others dared not confront him, would they truly challenge them? Nevertheless, Hao Lianchuan worriedly remarked, Truly, you cannot rival him. Holding that would afford you a sliver of hope. I do not require it, trust me. Once I triumph and we enter the ruins, you may lend it to me then, and there will assuredly be unexpected delights. Yuan Shuo smiled. When adversaries believe they have discerned all of your capabilities, yet discover that what they perceive is far from the whole truth, that is the true surprise. In his battle with Sun Yifei, he intended to rely solely on the Heartfire ape, even refraining from revealing his stone knife. As for whether he could match Sun Yifei, that would only be determined in combat. Yuan Shuo was reluctant to employ even more formidable weapons against him, and he was not overly concerned about Sun Yifei resorting to underhanded tactics. This was an unspoken understanding among martial artists. A fight marked by honor. Of course, employing slightly devious techniques is commonplace. Some individuals deliberately adopt such strategies, rendering their methods inconsequential. Did Sun Yifei possess the Red Shadow? Yuan Shuo believed it highly unlikely. If that fellow understood the Red Shadow's significance, his first action would likely be to eliminate it and claim it for himself, rather than nurturing one. Ying Hongyue would likely be aware of this as well, so even without citing it, Yuan Shuo knew Sun Yifei was without the Red Shadow. Given this, what need had he for the Fire Phoenix gun? As they conversed, others began to catch up. Some were apprehensive, while others were exhilarated. Thrilled at the prospect of witnessing a battle of the third tier, for many had never observed such high-level combat. In the distance, some tents began to stir. Several superhumans followed at a distance, filled with anticipation. The place where the sky bridge once stood was now reduced to a broken bridge. A group of ghostly figures appeared mysteriously around Sun Yifei. He was currently clearing the area, having created a flat space beneath the broken bridge, seemingly oblivious to the ghostly figures that had emerged. The third-tier Haokong, noticing Sun Yifei's indifference towards him, spoke in a deep voice, Senior Sun. Do you still insist on challenging Yuan Shuo? Sun Yifei swept a large stone aside with a single stroke and glanced at him, questioning, "Is there an issue?" To which he replied, "No issue at all." However, Hao Kong's tone turned grave. "I merely hope that the esteemed elder will show some restraint and spare Yuan Shua. Otherwise, it may easily provoke a conflict between the Red Moon and the Night Watchers at this juncture. Fists and feet are devoid of discernment. Once on the arena, life and death are disregarded. Those who wish to hold back will inevitably meet their demise." Sun Yifei's words clearly conveyed a sense of refusal. Hao Kong suppressed his rising ire and reiterated, "Esteemed elder, this is also the intention of the leader of the Purple Moon." "Purple Moon?" Sun Yifei turned to him, chuckling. "When the Red Moon was established, the 7 colors of the rainbow illuminated the skies. The Purple Moon of yesteryear is not the same as it is now. In my eyes, it was merely that girl from back then who has since passed away. The current inheritor of the Purple Moon is nothing but a worthless wretch. Do you dare to use her as leverage against me?" Upon utterance of these words, a surge of energy rippled through the air. Many of the masked superhumans bristled with anger. Regardless of whether their fury was genuine or feigned, the Purple Moon was their leader in the Silver Moon. And to be insulted thusly could lead to dire consequences should their leader catch wind of it. Sun Yifei cast another sidelong glance at Hao Kong, grinning. "Keep your distance from me. Your presence is somewhat nauseating. Since the establishment of the Red Moon, it has become increasingly opaque to me, particularly those trinkets surrounding you. Although I cannot see them, I can sense some of their essence. Do not draw too close, lest I be compelled to strike you down and examine one of those curiosities to see if they can be consumed." These words caused Hao Kong's expression to darken once again. After a long pause, he declared solemnly, "In that case, esteemed elder, feel free. However, once we enter the ruins, I hope you will not act too independently. We have our arrangements and do not wish for you to jeopardize the entire plan. Let us speak of it later," Sun Yifei replied with a smile, waving his hand as if to usher them away. Hao Kong refrained from further discourse, and he and the others vanished from sight in an instant. Moments later, they stood several hundred meters away on a protruding cliff, clearly choosing to observe rather than depart. After a while, a group of individuals clad in black appeared, all wearing cloaks, opting for another cliff to watch from. Sun Yifei cast a glance in their direction, recognizing them as the people from the Skyward faction. The Red Moon's members preferred to don ghostly masks. Although he belonged to the Red Moon, he chose not to wear one, and none compelled him to do so. The Skyward faction favored black attire and cloaks, their methods even more enigmatic than those of the Red Moon. As for the Yama faction, few concealed their faces. However, those from Yama exuded a heavy aura of menace. Among the 3 major organizations, Yama was perhaps the most bloodthirsty, reveling in brutality. While lost in thought, a group of menacing figures ascended another cliff in the distance. The cliff was insufficient to accommodate their presence, and they shattered the stone face, with Earth-type experts even conjuring a jutting ledge from the ground. All 3 major organizations had arrived. They came swiftly, and the others were not slow to follow. Within minutes, representatives from the 2 major local organizations made their entrance. The Light Island members, dressed in white, many of whom were women, directly piloted a hovering vessel. This was not merely a ship but an extraordinary item, albeit not at the level of a source deity weapon. These individuals levitated the vessel, securing it in the air to gaze down upon the ground, a display both ostentatious and bold. In the vicinity of the sword gate, Hong Yitong descended from the skies, bearing a long sword upon his back. From a distance, he clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Brother Sun." Sun Yifei turned his head to glance at him, no longer choosing to ignore his presence, yet a hint of mockery laced his words. "Hong Yitong, among the 7 swords of yore, you were among the least esteemed. Who would have thought that now, with the demise of the others, you flourish among the 7 swords?" Hong Yitong remained unperturbed, merely expressing a sigh. "Perhaps I have a greater appreciation for life." After a moment, he surveyed Sun Yifei's disciples and nodded slightly. "The young disciples you have brought this time seem promising. Once this duel concludes, it would be beneficial for the youth to engage in further sparring." Following his gaze, Sun Yifei noticed a young woman behind Hong Yitong, her sharp eyes exuding the essence of a swordsman. She too bore a long sword, distinct from the typical attire of extraordinary beings. "Have you grasped the essence?" he inquired. "Not yet," Hong Yitong replied, shaking his head in disappointment. "Understanding the essence is difficult. The martial arts have indeed declined, primarily in this regard." Sun Yifei nodded, refraining from disparaging remarks, and pondered for a moment. No need to select a day. Hongxiu, you shall spar with this young lady shortly. Hong Yitong, taken aback, turned to regard Sun Yifei's female disciple. Sun Yifei spoke calmly. Hongxiu is at the late stage of breaking 100. Your daughter should be around the same level, right? She resembles you, yet seems stronger. You lack that fervor in your youth. Indeed, she is my daughter, Hong Qing. Greet Uncle Sun. Hong Qing stepped forward promptly, clasping her hands in respect. Uncle Sun, spare the formalities. They are of no use. Your father, I do not hold in high regard. Do not emulate him. When the challenge was issued, he dared not respond. Hong Qing felt a wave of embarrassment, while Hong Yitong remained carefree. If I were to accept the challenge, I might not be standing here now. Brother Sun, I am simply not his match. Why trouble myself? Useless. Sun Yifei chided with a chuckle, but it is true. You possess some self-awareness. Hong Yitong then glanced at his remaining 2 disciples and inquired, Brother Sun, do you intend to adhere to the rules? Is that not permissible? Not quite, but it seems that Yuan Shua's disciple is absent. Only a relatively new student is present, previously a scholar, who has only been training in martial arts for less than 3 years. Meaning, who will step forth from your side? Sun Yifei, disinterested in further discourse, waved his hand impatiently. Step aside. I have no time for reminiscing. Hong Yitong laughed, choosing not to press further, and led his daughter towards the assembly of the Sword Gate. After walking a short distance, Sun Yifei suddenly called out, when the time comes, let Hongxiu and your daughter set the stage for everyone. Keep it to the point, focusing on sparring. You have no objections, I trust? Hong Yitong's expression shifted slightly, not due to the opening being inappropriate, but because typically, in martial arts sparring, the opening serves merely as an appetizer, with the more brutal exchanges to follow. What does this imply? He had assumed Sun Yifei would allow his disciple, who had attained the 10th realm, to face Yuan Shua's disciple in the opening bout. Yet, it was evident that this was not his intention. He meant for his senior disciple to take the stage. With some confusion, he refrained from asking further questions and nodded. Very well. Good then. Sun Yifei smiled and, once the others departed, turned to his female disciple. This time, your journey here must not be in vain. Hong Yitong's daughter is no weakling. She is your equal. It is a perfect match, indeed. Do not underestimate her. Although her father may dismiss her, there are no weak swords among the Silver Moon's 7 swords. Hong Yitong, known as the earth-shattering sword, wields a power that can turn the world upside down. His daughter is also a swordsman and will not be lacking in strength. Among martial artists, swordsmen hold considerable prowess. Hongxiu nodded, though a hint of hesitation lingered. Master, what about my senior brother? His opponent is Li Hao. Your focus should be on sparring with Hong Yitong's daughter, as if you were fellow disciples practicing together. With that, he turned to Sun Maxian. As for you and Li Hao, hold nothing back. Treat it as a battlefield. You have been in combat, and even if he cannot withstand a single blow, should you strike without hesitation, killing him would simply reflect his weakness. Sun Maxian nodded earnestly. Just then, a group approached from a distance. The night watch has arrived. From afar, Sun Yifei spotted a familiar figure, an old acquaintance he had long remembered. In that moment, he stood tall. Yuan Shua. Sun Yifei. Yuan Shua also smiled, as if greeting an old friend, and laughed heartily. Back in the day, I thought you were truly dead. To see you alive is indeed a cause for celebration. Few have survived my hands, and I am curious to see if I can still defeat you after all these years. With a booming voice, Sun Yifei replied, then let us find out. Yuan Shua, I am eager to see if you still possess the same ferocity after being a grandfather for over a decade. I have relished my time in the central region. While you've enjoyed your retreat in Silver Moon, I presume. Yuan Shua chuckled, choosing not to respond. Sun Yifei fell silent as well. Yuan Shua waved his hand, signaling others to step back, while he and Li Hao moved forward. Beneath the broken bridge, a clean area of over 100 square meters had been cleared, smooth and devoid of stones, standing out distinctly. Old rules. Old rules. Their dialogue was straightforward. Yuan Shua posed a question, and upon receiving Sun Yifei's response, he grinned. There is no need for formality between us. This is my disciple, Li Hao. Will you face him together, or one at a time? No need, just Maxian will suffice. Sun Yifei replied, adding calmly, I will set the stage, you will establish the rules. As always, we need not elaborate. Is this a spar or a duel? A spar, without distinction of life and death. A duel, regardless of life and death. Yuan Shua chuckled. Have you grown soft in your killing? I fear your disciple may perish. And you would be disturbed. Sunny Face scoffed. In that case, let it be a duel. Very well. Yuan Shuo maintained his composure as he glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, and over there, Sun Moxian did the same. Tension thickened in the air. At that moment, from a distance, Hong Yitong spoke up, Brother Yuan. Sun has suggested that my daughter spar with his female disciple. You have no objections, do you? Yuan Shuo turned to look, smiling. Very well. Hong Yitong also smiled. Though now a seasoned warrior, he still felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of two contemporaneous martial artists. It is not merely a matter of feeling inferior in strength. Rather, in their presence back then, I lacked confidence, and even today, that sentiment remains unchanged. Yuan Shuo, accompanied by Li Hao, withdrew from that circle and quietly remarked, "It is for the best. Observe the woman's techniques. They all stem from the Chimei staff tradition, with similar moves and secret arts. While I trust in your ability to triumph, it is wise to remain cautious in all endeavors." He continued, "If it truly comes to a point of insurmountable defeat, then concede gracefully. Do not persist stubbornly. If you refuse to yield and he strikes you down, it would not bode well for me either." Li Hao nodded in agreement. Yuan Shuo chose not to elaborate further. Some matters are not so straightforward. If one is genuinely defeated and reaches the point of acknowledging it, under the watchful eyes of many, for these young martial artists, the experience could be devastating. Ancient texts have recorded the cultivation of an invincible momentum. During the nurturing phase, any defeat is the most arduous burden for a martial artist to bear. Out of 10, 9 may ultimately falter at this critical juncture, potentially never entering the realm of combat at the 1000 level. In the Silver Moon martial realm, so many martial artists have failed to reach the 1000 level, and Yuan Shuo and his companions have played a significant role in this. During their nurturing phase, many have faced defeat or demise at their hands. It would be extraordinary for anyone to reach the 1000 level under such circumstances. Moments later, from the sword gate, Hong Qing approached with a long sword slung across his back. Beside Sun Yi, his disciple, Hong Xiu, emerged with a Chimei staff in hand, her expression cool and composed. From all directions, attention was drawn by several powerful beings. Both were formidable, each having surpassed the 100 mark, representing a contest equivalent to the level of the full moon in the Moonshade realm, which piqued the interest of many. In this arena, where the Moonshade reigned supreme, it was precisely at a level they could comprehend. Many had not engaged with martial artists before, and they eagerly anticipated this duel, eager to witness the true prowess of the martial artists. As the two entered the circle, whispers of admiration arose. Impressive, without witnessing much. The very presence of the two stirred the air, causing a gentle breeze to swirl and displacing stones, allowing certain superpowered individuals to sense the strength of the martial artists. At that moment, Li Hao observed intently, refusing to underestimate them due to their inferior strength. Suddenly, the computer crashed. I was still a few hundred words short of completing this chapter. I pray I do not lose my work as I attempt to resolve the issue swiftly. Chapter 79, Life and Death Duel, Seeking Monthly Votes and Subscriptions, Sword Gate, Hong Qing, Red Moon, Sun Hongxiu. In martial artist contests, there is little room for pleasantries. Both parties introduced themselves, and in the next instant, Hong Qing unsheathed his sword and thrust it forward, enveloped in swirling mist, sending gravel flying and creating a massive wave of stone. Break! A low shout echoed as Hong Xiu thrust her staff into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Amidst the fog, she swung her long staff down towards Hong Qing. At this moment, the two women engaged fiercely, instantly finding their rhythm, with little room for preliminary testing. Given their comparable realms and strengths, it was a matter of experience and execution. Sword light flashed, and the staff danced through the air as they fought vigorously. Surrounding them, several Moonshade-level super beings were captivated by the spectacle. A gasp escaped from the crowd. How remarkable! Why does it seem that this individual surpasses many martial artists we have encountered in the past? The answer lies in the fact that this is a true martial artist with a legitimate lineage, unlike those mediocre practitioners. Both in secret techniques and physical prowess, they are at the pinnacle of their capabilities. Such martial artists cannot be compared to those who merely run martial arts schools. Their esoteric skills are not something that can be easily acquired. At this moment, in the arena, Hong Xiu wielded her staff with precision, moving like water flowing effortlessly, swiftly closing in on Hong Qing. In the next instant, the long sword clashed with the staff, producing a series of metallic sounds accompanied by sparks flying. The confrontation between two late-stage martial artists was nothing short of spectacular. The ground that Sun Yifei had meticulously prepared was now riddled with craters. Outside the arena, someone suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, Hong Qing thrust her sword with force, piercing through the staff, seemingly poised to strike at her opponent's throat. A cold glint flashed in Sun Hongxiu's eyes as her staff spun rapidly, resembling a meat grinder, swiftly entangling both Hong Qing's sword and her right hand, threatening to sever it. It was evident that the apparent weakness exhibited by Sun Hongxiu earlier had merely been a ruse. As the two women engaged fiercely, their strikes were merciless. Many onlookers held their breath, some even displaying concern, as though worried for the safety of the combatants. From the vantage point of the night watchers, Liu Long, Wang Ming, and Liu Yin were also observing the duel. Wang Ming was so engrossed that he appeared particularly animated. After watching for a while, he turned to find Liu Long and Liu Yin expressionless, prompting his curiosity. "Why are you two so unfazed?" Liu Long replied, his face devoid of emotion. "It's merely an opening spar, though it may appear visually captivating." "What do you mean?" Wang Ming questioned, puzzled. "It's already quite brutal. Look, Hong Qing's arm is nearly being shattered. How can it be just a spectacle?" From his perspective, this battle exemplified the might of martial artists, as well as the peril inherent in their confrontations. Exhilarating, indeed. He then turned to Liu Yin. "Captain Liu, what are your thoughts?" Liu Long's strength was undeniable, and it was understandable that he would dismiss the encounter. But what about Liu Yin? She glanced at him, pausing for a moment before responding. "They are merely exchanging techniques." Wang Ming contemplated the implication of her words. Exchanging techniques? This suggests that Liu Yin also perceives this match as perilous, yet considers it merely a rather intense spar. After a lengthy pause, he remarked, "This is the most impressive display of martial prowess I have ever witnessed. Just listen to the sound of clashing swords. The whoosh of staffs slicing through the air, the earth trembling and cracking. It all conveys a sense of danger. Isn't this how true martial artists should be?" Liu Long replied calmly, "You will soon witness it firsthand." Yuan Laoshe and Sun Yifei? Perhaps not. Liu Long offered little elaboration. Who is to say that Li Hao cannot deliver a genuine martial artist battle? Although he may lack extensive combat experience, Liu Long had sparred with Li Hao numerous times, and Li Hao possessed the essence of a martial artist. If Sun Yifei's disciple is indeed a true martial artist, then today, everyone might be fortunate enough to witness one of the most extraordinary battles beneath the heavens. In the arena, the fight continued, appearing exceedingly perilous. The surrounding onlookers gasped in trepidation, as if their lives were on the line. Sun Yifei furrowed his brow slightly. Though it had been stated that this was merely a sparring match, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. He turned to Sun Maxian beside him and inquired softly, "What are your thoughts?" Sun Maxian observed for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. "They performed admirably. Junior sister possesses a solid foundation." And then, Sun Maxian fell silent, as there was nothing more to add. Indeed, the performance was commendable, and the foundation was quite robust. What else was there to say? Sun Yifei, noticing his silence, chuckled softly. "Excellent. It ought to be so, and it truly is. Aside from being visually appealing and fundamentally sound, there is little to commend." Of course, Sun Hongxiu lacked the experience of Sun Maxian, and her combat experience was limited. Achieving such a performance was already quite remarkable. Against typical superhumans, she posed minimal issues. Did one not hear the continuous gasps of astonishment from the surrounding superhumans? A glimmer of derision flickered in Sun Yifei's eyes. He held disdain for anyone who was not a martial artist, considering them all worthless. The battle raged on, yet Sun Yifei had lost interest, as had Sun Maxian. The master and disciple both turned their gaze toward the distance, focusing on Yuan Shuo and Li Hao. In that moment, Li Hao and Yuan Shuo simultaneously glanced in their direction. Their eyes met in an instant. Li Hao revealed a bashful smile before quickly averting his gaze. Yuan Shuo, however, wore a mocking expression, casting a provocative grin towards Sun Yifei. The four soon withdrew their gazes. Yuan Shuo murmured, "That Sun Maxian is not to be trifled with. A martial artist can discern much from demeanor and gaze. Do not mistake his junior sister's strength for his own." "Indeed, I am aware," Li Hao nodded. He would not underestimate his opponent. He intended to treat him as a captain, recalling the near-fatal encounter during their last battle. Before the fight, he sought to consolidate his sword intent. However, when the battle commenced, his singular objective was clear: The martial artist's aim is simple: eliminate the enemy, vanquish the opponent, and all else may be set aside. While the two pairs of master and disciple whispered among themselves, the arena was filled with cries of exertion. In the next moment, a tremendous crash echoed. With two muffled thuds, Hong Qing was struck in the chest by a staff, sent flying backward, blood spewing from her mouth as she crashed to the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath her. Sun Hongxiu, too, was in distress. Her arm had been pierced by a sword, blood gushing forth. Clutching her staff, she staggered back several dozen steps before regaining her footing, panting heavily. Yet a glimmer of pride shone in her eyes. She had emerged victorious. Though wounded, she had indeed triumphed. The Qimai staff had bested the Diju sword. I concede. Hong Qing spat blood, feeling somewhat despondent. Within the Silver Moon martial arts realm, she still held a place of respect. She had challenged many seasoned martial artists of the older generation, achieving more victories than defeats. Thus, she had always believed herself formidable within the martial arts domain. Yet now, a disciple of the Qimai staff king, whose strength was comparable to hers, had defeated her in this exchange, leaving her feeling unsettled. In the distance, Hong Yitong remained silent. Winning was expected, and losing was also a part of the game. A disciple of the Qimai staff king was indeed exceptional. Though the earth-overturning sword is formidable, one must not underestimate the reputation of its wielder. Defeat is but a setback. It has yet to crystallize into momentum, hence the repercussions are not overly significant. A single failure can serve as a lesson, revealing to my daughter that there are always those stronger than oneself. Brother Sun is indeed an adept mentor. I, Hong, humbly acknowledge my inferiority. After exchanging pleasantries, Hong Yitong gestured to his daughter, who, feeling somewhat disheartened, descended with her sword in hand. As she passed by Li Hao, an unexpected thought crossed her mind, and she whispered, "You must not lose. Our Silver Moon martial arts has already suffered one defeat. Another would be embarrassing." With that, she departed, still harboring hope for Li Hao's victory. After all, he is of the Silver Moon, while that Sun Maxian hails from unknown origins. Certainly not of Silver Moon lineage, and his master had long since left. Li Hao found her words perplexing, but dismissed them. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly spoke. "Might I borrow your sword?" He recalled that he possessed only the Starry Sky sword, which was far too sharp to reveal in such a crowded setting. Others lacked suitable weapons, but this woman's sword was indeed remarkable. He had witnessed it pierce through rock, emerging unscathed. A splendid blade. Huh. Hong Qing was taken aback. Wasn't he a disciple of the 5 Animal Kings? The 5 Animal Kings excel in unarmed combat, yet swordsmanship is not their forte. Nevertheless, she handed over her sword. For the honor of Silver Moon martial arts. From a distance, Hong Yitong furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly at his daughter's naivete. This was not ideal. Should Li Hao wield this sword to defeat, or even slay Sun Maxian, it could unwittingly invite trouble. Of course, Sun Yifei may not concern himself with it. But Hong Yitong, being cautious by nature, felt a flicker of discontent that he swiftly suppressed. Well, the sword had been lent. He could always reclaim it later. After all, he had yet to offend Sun Yifei, but he had certainly displeased Yuan Shua. Li Hao accepted the sword, giving it a light flick that produced a melodious chime, causing him to smile. A fine weapon indeed. He shed his outer garment, now clad in a tank top and the leather boots issued by the patrol division, appearing somewhat incongruous. Yet, Li Hao paid little heed to such trivialities. Across from him, Sun Maxian removed the long staff from his back and nodded slightly to Li Hao. Both stepped forward into the center of the arena. Disciple of the Qimei staff kings, Sun Maxian. Disciple of the 5 Animal Kings, Li Hao. As they entered the stage, both displayed courteous demeanor. Surrounding them, the onlookers lamented the conclusion of Hong Qing's match, expressing their disappointment. At that moment, a voice rang out, "This Li Hao, I hear, has only been practicing martial arts for a few years, not even 3. Is he simply walking into his own demise? Such a pity. The previous match was thrilling. But at least we get to witness the splendid duel of martial masters." Some spectators chatted idly, deeming this upcoming match less significant, surely lacking the explosive energy of the previous bout. In the arena, Li Hao and Sun Maxian locked gazes, disregarding the surrounding chatter. At this moment, they saw only each other. Li Hao's expression turned grave. This was his first genuine confrontation with a perfect 100-level master, and not merely a sparring session, but a battle of life and death. This time, it was not an ambush but an outright clash. He sheathed his long sword, not rushing to wield it. but instead assumed the stance of the five-animal play. In Sun Maxian's gaze, only Li Hao existed, grasping a long staff. He lifted it high as the two exchanged intense glances, each waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Outside the arena, impatience began to brew among the spectators as time stretched on without any engagement. When will they start? Are they merely playing? Two men, locked in a gaze. Is this a staring contest? The jeering voices predominantly belonged to a small faction, while the larger organizations remained more reserved, their members acutely aware of the hierarchical structure. Without directives from above, they typically refrained from speaking out of turn. At that moment, Yuan Shuo lightly stamped his foot. A stone beneath shattered into several fragments. Hurtling outward with astonishing speed, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and in the blink of an eye, half of the 8 superhumans who had been so boisterous moments earlier were felled on the spot. This act sent shockwaves through the crowd. The few who survived were fortunate enough to have strong allies intercept the flying debris, yet they were preparing to retaliate when, in an instant, a long staff descended from the heavens, crashing down with a thunderous roar, accompanied by wild flames. One of the daylight-level warriors was bludgeoned to dust, vanishing from existence in a heartbeat. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The stones had been hurled by Yuan Shuo, while the staff had been thrown by Sun Yifei. The two formidable fighters exchanged no words, merely continuing to observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside was eerily quiet. In the distance, Hong Yitong had long since distanced himself from the fray, a cold smile gracing his lips. The earlier sparring was one thing, but now, witnessing the deadly confrontation between these two prodigies, he felt that if they did not eliminate one another, he might suspect that they had been replaced. Should they continue to chatter, these two could very well decide to eradicate them before settling their own scores. He was acutely aware of their ruthless nature, having once been one of them in years past. At that moment, many swallowed hard. They were too powerful and too brutal. A mere exchange of words had escalated into a massacre, with 7 or 8 Moonshadow-level superhumans dispatched in an instant, along with the demise of a daylight-level warrior, a pinnacle of the superhuman realm in Silver Moon. As for the sunlight-level beings, they were akin to elusive dragons, rarely seen except on occasions like this. Amidst the shock and fury, a palpable fear gripped the onlookers. The daylight-level warrior had failed to withstand the force of a staff strike from a distance. How terrifying! Just then, the two combatants sprang into action. As Yuan Shuo and Sun Yifei initiated their lethal assault, they sensed the other's movement. This was their chance. In utter silence, like tiger claws reaching for the heart, they struck with ferocity. In an instant, a long staff swung toward Li Hao's head. He evaded with a fierce roar, the sound reverberating through the air. In that moment of hesitation, he lashed out with a claw, sending blood and flesh flying. Yet, the staff, having momentarily paused, swiftly descended, as if purposefully intended to dispel Li Hao's doubts, delivering a crushing blow. "Drink!" Li Hao roared, propelling himself off the ground as he reached for the long staff. The staff came crashing down, striking his head with a resounding thud, blood splattering forth. Yet, he firmly grasped the staff with both hands, preventing it from descending entirely. His face stained with blood, Li Hao exhibited no fear. Seizing the staff, he launched himself upward, unleashing all his strength. The bear fighting technique erupted from him, resembling a colossal bear as he drove downward with a powerful strike at his opponent's hands. Sun Maxian shook the staff, the force of the tremor reverberating through the air. Internal energy exploded forth, akin to a blade, leaving multiple lacerations across Li Hao's hands. Nevertheless, he continued his descent along the staff, delivering a thunderous blow. Sun Maxian shouted, withdrew the staff, and struck the ground, shattering the stones beneath him. The fragments flew in all directions. The two combatants moved with remarkable speed. While others remained entranced by the earlier carnage, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Li Hao had inflicted a wound upon Sun Maxian's chest, while Sun Maxian had cracked Li Hao's scalp with his staff. As the staff descended, Li Hao closed in, flowing like water. Fists and feet collided, each delivering explosive kicks against one another on the ground, shattering stones anew. Amidst the swirling dust, Li Hao executed the 5-animal technique to perfection, while his opponent, adept in both fists and feet, wielded the long staff with agility. With a resounding impact, a staff struck Li Hao's chest, the sound resembling a bone fracture. Yet, Li Hao, with fingers like blades, lunged forward once more, seizing Sun Maxian's wrist. The grip tore away a significant chunk of flesh. Both retreated momentarily, only to surge forward again. Li Hao leapt into the air, delivering a kick, and in a blink, a long staff materialized beneath him. The staff, resembling a spear, aimed to pierce through Li Hao. At that moment, his legs moved with an almost serpentine grace, entwining around the staff in an astonishing manner. With a twist, he wrapped himself around the staff, unleashing powerful punches towards Sun Maxian, the force erupting in explosive sounds. Sun Maxian swung the staff down towards the earth, while Li Hao followed suit, akin to a shadow or monkey, wrapping himself around the staff, his fists striking in various forms, sometimes claw-like, sometimes as solid fists, creating a cacophony of sound. Onlookers were instantly captivated by the scene. They observed Li Hao entangled with the staff, relentlessly attacking, each strike drawing forth blood and flesh. While he too was struck down by the staff, his body drenched in blood. Was there beauty in this? None whatsoever. The elegance witnessed in their prior duel was wholly absent, replaced by sheer brutality and indescribable violence. Blood and flesh flew, debris scattered. The sounds of bones cracking and flesh tearing filled the air. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, not solely due to the earlier warning, but also because of the gruesome spectacle that rendered them incapable of discussing anything further. Their focus entirely consumed by the palpable tension. This was a battle for survival. In this instant, the superhumans seemed to grasp the stark difference between this confrontation and the previous one. Previously, although the two engaged in perilous exchanges, they were overly cautious, failing to strike at vulnerable points such as the throat or heart, and refraining from the brutal act of extracting the heart or smashing the skull with overwhelming force. A martial artist is inherently born for slaughter. To avoid targeting weaknesses and instead focus solely on strengths, can one still claim to be a martial artist? Beside Hong Yitong, Hong Qin clenched his fists, his gaze fixated intently. Hong Yitong, too, observed silently, as memories of the past flooded back. In those days of the Silver Moon martial world, blood was shed upon entering the arena, and killing was inevitable. What a sparring! It was non-existent. Now, with the rise of superpowers, martial artists have fallen from grace. It seems an eternity since such scenes have unfolded. In the distance, Sun Yifei wore a grave expression, while Sun Hongxiu and her junior apprentice appeared equally tense. Shameless. Sun Hongxiu gritted her teeth and uttered a low reprimand, only to be met with a resounding slap from Sun Yifei that sent her staggering back several steps. Lowering her head, she dared not speak. Sun Yifei remained silent as well. He struck this disciple because just moments ago, Li Hao had nearly struck at a critical area with a claw. Despite this, Sun Maxian's pants split, and droplets of blood began to fall. Shameless? Indeed. Others may speak, but his disciple must not. This is a life-and-death battle. If his disciples deem such tactics to be disgraceful, then what merit is there in being a martial artist? The esteemed martial artists in the eyes of outsiders have perished. Those who survived have traversed this path. What if strikes at sensitive areas or the heart? Such acts are commonplace. True martial artists endure these trials, and those who cannot have perished, there is no need to speak of them. Sun Yifei observed quietly. This was merely the beginning. His disciple's potential had yet to be unleashed. In the arena, Sun Maxian let out a fierce roar, his staff shaking the air as it swept outward, forcing Li Hao to leap continuously, akin to a monkey. Sun Maxian was panting heavily, blood staining his garments. Meanwhile, Li Hao, disheveled and dirted, was not in good condition either. One leg bore an unmistakable injury, having been struck by a staff blow that seemed to have fractured his bone. At that moment, Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. Opposite him, Sun Maxian regarded him coldly. His staff thrust into the ground. The 5-animal technique and the Qi Mei staff have been sufficiently showcased. Isn't it time to take this seriously? At these words, a ripple of unrest spread through the crowd, yet no one dared to speak. Take it seriously? Li Hao took several steps back, drawing a long sword from the ground. Revealing a smile, my master is renowned for the 5-animal technique. It would be remiss not to fully exhibit its intricacies before claiming to be a disciple of the 5-animal school. Sun Maxian said nothing, drawing his staff. In that moment, an overwhelming force surged forth. The mists that filled the air dissipated in an instant. Li Hao felt a stirring within him, his gaze sharpening. Earth? Indeed. The earth. At that moment, he sensed the tremors of the ground. His opponent had comprehended the might of the earth, a remarkable coincidence. Had it not been for his master guiding him to understand the sword's force, Li Hao would have employed the earth's might himself. Unexpectedly, the disciple of the Qi Mei staff had grasped the essence of the earth's force, albeit in a manner slightly distinct from his own. Li Hao perceived a monumental strength, the grandeur of the earth's formidable essence. A long staff seems to connect with the earth, the force of the ground enveloping it. With a strike, the earth appears to leap with joy. Simultaneously, Sun Maxian's aura transforms, resembling a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, with a single blow. Regardless of who stands before him, death is assured. The staff, akin to a spear, is both exquisitely crafted and immensely powerful, utilizing the might of the earth. Sun Maxian's prowess has escalated beyond measure. In a single swing, before the staff even touches the ground, the earth has already begun to crack. At this moment, Li Hao's gaze sharpens like a blade. The earth? Splendid, I relish it. A long sword is unleashed, its inner energy sharp as a sword. A beam of sword light flickers silently, vanishing in an instant. Li Hao moves like a shadow, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye, plunging his sword into the opponent's throat. The shadowless sword. At this moment, Sun Yifei slowly utters a few words, directing a piercing gaze toward Yuan Shuo, his eyes fierce. The old man excels in the five-animal technique, yet he has imparted the shadowless sword to his disciple, a most unexpected turn of events. The battle at this moment feels as if it is solely Sun Maxian's fight. The staff cuts through the air with formidable might, while the sound of Li Hao's sword is almost imperceptible. He moves like a specter, swiftly approaching and retreating. A strike missed, he immediately withdraws. The shadowless sword operates in this manner, akin to an assassin. The two engage once more, with the staff raining down blow after blow, each swing impenetrable. Li Hao's sword cannot find its mark. In the next moment, Sun Maxian suddenly roars, the earth splits apart, and the surroundings collapse directly. Li Hao's figure materializes, and in the blink of an eye, a long staff descends upon him, aimed squarely at his forehead. The might of the earth exerts its influence. In a silent instant, the ground fractures, revealing Li Hao's whereabouts. Death! Sun Maxian bellows again, the staff seemingly shattering space itself. As it strikes, the surrounding stones fracture before even making contact, exploding outward. At this moment, Li Hao finds himself in peril. This strike, which rends the earth, exceeds his expectations, surpassing the anticipated force. Now, he finds his legs off the ground, feeling somewhat unsettled. The descending staff instills fear. In this fleeting moment, Li Hao still refrains from employing the earth's might. Even if he wished to, time may not permit. Thus, in the next breath, a beam of sword light shoots forth, followed swiftly by a second and a third, nine-forged might. In this fleeting moment, he completes the transformation of his breathing technique, maintaining his composure amid chaos. Astonishingly, at this critical juncture, Li Hao activates an alternative secret technique. Flash. He unleashes a sword strike, 6 beams of sword light coalescing instantaneously. The long sword slices down. Thunderous. There is no crisp sound of collision, only the echo of violent impact. Li Hao is cleaved by the staff, as his feet dig into the earth. He remains fiercely defiant, propelling himself upward with incredible force, his sword cutting through the staff with a resounding whoosh. Swift. Incredibly swift. Sun Maxian's expression shifts slightly. What immense power. His right hand releases the staff in an instant, for this sword strike could sever his fingers entirely. At the moment he released the long staff, Li Hao seized it with a fierce grip, striking down with unparalleled force. The resounding crack echoed as Sun Maxian was directly impaled in the chest, bones fracturing. A jet of blood erupting forth. This very spray of blood arced towards Li Hao, who too expelled a breath of air. The collision of blood and gas erupted in the air. The spectators were dazzled, each holding their breath, realizing in that instant how rapidly both parties had reacted. A mere misstep could have resulted in one of them meeting their demise. Especially Li Hao. In midair, he had unexpectedly unleashed a powerful burst. Only Liu Long and a few others comprehended the peril involved. Liu Long, feeling the sweat bead upon his brow, was tense. The moment had transpired too swiftly. Had Li Hao failed to execute the breathing technique transformation and unleash 6 layers of strength, he would have been unable to withstand that blow. What a remarkable young man. Liu Long was astounded. Li Hao's 9 forging technique had indeed achieved 6 layers. Not only that, but in that fleeting moment, Li Hao had managed to complete the transformation of his breathing technique. How composed must one be to accomplish such a feat? By all accounts and logic, it was conceivable to achieve. Yet, it demanded absolute tranquility. Was this lad born for the martial path? Who could maintain such poise in the face of life and death? A slight miscalculation could lead to being struck down by that staff. Did he not fear? In the arena, utilizing the 9 forging technique, Li Hao swiftly turned the tide, inflicting counter-harm upon Sun Maxian. In the next moment, the two were entangled again. Even though Sun Maxian had harnessed momentum, Li Hao had not. Yet he remained unyielded by his opponent's force, allowing the true strength of Li Hao to be felt. His fortified organs, robust physique, 9 forging technique, and various secret arts leveled the disparity in power. His body possessed extraordinary resilience. Even Sun Yifei, observing from a distance, could only frown in concern. Under normal circumstances, Sun Maxian, wielding momentum, would have inflicted internal injuries with such a strike. A single blow could shatter internal organs. Yet, Yuan Shua's disciple exhibited such formidable internal fortitude that he remained unscathed. This was unexpected. He glanced at Yuan Shua, who wore a smug expression, returning his gaze. Lips slightly moving. What of momentum? The 5 animals breathing technique is unparalleled. A martial artist has no weaknesses. The internal organs remain their strength. Sun Yifei fell silent. He observed the scene, feeling a waning confidence in Sun Maxian. Even though Li Hao did not display signs of momentum, appearing instead to be comprehending sword momentum. The 9 forging technique, the unshadowed sword, the 5 animals technique, coupled with his formidable internal organs, meant his disciple had utterly failed to gain the upper hand. Initially, when the two had warmed up, he had assumed Li Hao's prowess had reached its limits. It seemed he had underestimated Yuan Shua, and, even more so, his disciple. In the arena, Li Hao and Sun Maxian exchanged fierce blows, their flesh colliding brutally. Li Hao staggered back, and Sun Maxian retreated several steps as well, both wearing grave expressions. Blood continued to flow from Li Hao's head, while the blood on Sun Maxian had nearly dried, gripping the long staff tightly. His blood stained it red. Li Hao too seized the sword embedded in the ground, chuckling softly as he drew it forth, launching into another assault. The pressure, it seemed, was still insufficient. In my mind, the image of that fateful sword reemerges. Strike. Sever me. Vanquish the foe. Sun Maxian's countenance shifted drastically as he roared, unleashing his long staff with a flurry of strikes, each landing with a resounding thud. The staff and sword, both treasures, were now engaged in a fierce clash. At this moment, under Li Hao's relentless swordplay, the staff was marred with deep fissures, while the sword also bore similar scars. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The sword and staff shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. In the distance, Wang Ming observed a shard hurtling towards him. His gaze flickered, now laden with gravity, as he reached out, attempting to seize the sword fragment. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted. A pair of golden gauntlets manifested upon his hands, a manifestation of his golden energy. With a piercing crack, the shard, laced with remnants of sword energy, sliced through the gauntlets effortlessly, causing blood to flow from his palm. Gone was his usual mirth. Only solemnity and weight remained. I am from the daylight. These were merely fragments of weapons unleashed by the two combatants, yet they had breached his mystical defenses, injuring his hand and nearly severing it. Ignoring the pain, Wang Ming stared at the wound in his palm, a deep mark that cut to the bone. At that moment, he seemed somewhat disoriented. Around him, several formidable figures intervened to block the shards. A few superpowered individuals attempted to counteract the onslaught. One of the Moonshade supers conjured flames in an effort to incinerate the fragments, but with a hiss, the shard pierced through the super's defenses as if they were non-existent, shattering the man's skull instantly. Silence. An eerie stillness engulfed the arena. The two combatants had merely breached the 100 threshold and stood on par with the Moonshade. At that moment, all Moonshade warriors fell into a hushed reverence, while several from Daylight bore expressions of grave concern, their previous arrogance extinguished, replaced solely by seriousness. Is this the 100th threshold? Is this what it means to be a martial master? Foolish. Hong Yitong muttered a curse under his breath. Two martial masters. One possessing mastery over the momentum, while the other, though lacking, was not far behind, equating to a full-force strike from two masters who had grasped the essence of combat, shattering their weapons in the process. This strike could very well eradicate even the nascent Daylight cultivators present. How could a moonshade dare to engage? Who would survive if not them? The lesser organization's supers, lacking experience, believed that their newfound powers allowed them to look down upon martial masters. Just moments ago, Yuan Shuo and his companions had taken lives without remorse, yet they had learned nothing. In the following instant, all eyes were drawn back to the arena. The sword lay in ruins, the staff shattered. At this juncture, both combatants bore the scars of their internal energies clashing. Sun Maxian gasped for breath. The sound of his labored inhalations palpable as his right fist surged towards Li Hao, the might of the earth converging upon his knuckles. With a cacophony of thunderous blows, he pounded relentlessly, sending Li Hao reeling backward. Li Hao, fueled by the explosive force of the 9 forging technique, had no time to activate the 5 animal technique and could only withstand the onslaught. Even with his robust internal organs, he was relentlessly pushed back by the barrage of fists, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth. This was the essence of a martial master. Each strike bore the weight of bloodshed and ferocity. Sun Maxian appeared as an indefatigable madman, his fists alternating in a relentless assault, intent on subduing Li Hao until he was lifeless. The clash of fists, the collision of elbows, and the incessant kicks left his trousers tattered, revealing bloodied legs beneath. Despite the damage inflicted upon him, with his internal organs strained and seemingly on the verge of rupture, he did not falter, retreat, or withdraw his strikes. Take advantage of his affliction to claim his life. Li Hao's formidable strength was unexpected, yet it fueled Sun Maxian's fervor. The goal was clear: to vanquish Li Hao, disrupt Yuan Shuo, and perhaps gain a slight advantage in the forthcoming battle. Li Hao, too, harbored a similar intent. In the realm of Silver Moon martial arts, disciples took to the arena first. Should one side succeed in eliminating the opponent's disciple, it would bolster their own morale and diminish that of the enemy. In battles of equal caliber, the victor often emerged from the disciples' confrontations. Striking down the opponent's disciple first was frequently the secret to triumph. While Yuan Shuo remained silent on this matter, Liu Long had previously spoken of it. Under relentless pressure and fierce attacks, Li Hao maintained a clear gaze. His mentor had imparted that every battle and every technique was merely a prelude to the final strike, aimed at extinguishing the enemy. Thus, the journey was merely a means to an end. In the instant when his opponent launched another punch, Li Hao let out a ferocious roar, exhaling a cloud of white mist that shimmered like a sword's glare. Sun Maxian instinctively retaliated, shattering the mist with a powerful punch. Yet this was not Li Hao's ultimate move. At that moment, he raised his right hand, bearing a blood-stained grin. The 9 forgings technique surged forth once more. Layers of internal energy coalesced in his right hand as he recalled that sword strike, transforming his inner strength into a blade. His palm split open, and a faint sword energy erupted forth. In the distance, Sun Yifei's expression shifted. He wished to shout the words of surrender, sensing something extraordinary, a surge of sword intent. He contemplated stepping in to thwart Li Hao's advance, yet Yuan Shuo remained still, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Sun Yifei's steps faltered, revealing a flicker of anguish in his eyes. His disciple had not conceded. Yuan Shuo frowned slightly, glancing at him before dismissing the matter. Sun Yifei was a commendable martial artist and teacher, yet perhaps not an exemplary master, for he hesitated to intervene due to the established rules of the martial world. At this moment, he looked upon his disciple with a glimmer of hope, silently urging him to yield. If only he surrendered, he would not face death. Meanwhile, Sun Maxian sensed an impending danger, feeling an exceptionally sharp sword intent emanating from Li Hao. Li Hao, too, was caught in a moment of uncertainty. He awaited Sun Maxian's surrender. Although he desired to eliminate him and unsettle Sun Yifei, the sight of Sun Maxian's somewhat unfamiliar face caused a flicker of doubt. Would it not be prudent to grant him the chance to concede? Surrender was a valid option. Yet, Sun Maxian remained resolute, refusing to yield. Once, the master faced defeat, a burden that weighed heavily on his heart for decades. In that moment of despair, he leapt from the bridge above. If I were to concede, perhaps my master would find solace, and I might continue to live. Yet, the anguish of losing could be more profound than death itself. In death, my master might grow stronger, fueled by a heart filled with sorrow and rage, channeling that energy into formidable power. Moreover, in this phase of gathering strength, my defeat at the hands of a newcomer still ignites a flicker of determination within me. Can I shatter the barriers of despair and ascend to a new pinnacle of combat? At this moment, A smile graced Sun Maxian's face. The dedication of a martial artist is beyond the comprehension of outsiders. In the next instant, an internal force manifested in his fists, coalescing into a formidable staff. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the staff with the might of the earth itself, striking down with explosive force that reverberated through the surroundings like the very collapse of the heavens and earth. I may face death, but I have yet to concede. The master once said, until the final moment, who can truly determine the victor? This strike was immensely powerful, aimed directly at Li Hao's heart, intent on delivering a fatal blow. No matter how strong your sword is, it ultimately depends on who is swifter and more adept at handling crisis. In the distance, Sun Yifei's expression brimmed with excitement. His disciple had not surrendered. He was far more resilient than he had been. Years ago, a similar scene unfolded when he lost to Yuan Shua, choosing to leap from the bridge rather than perish at his hands. Yet, his disciple had proven to be even stronger. Meanwhile, Yuan Shua furrowed his brow, a hint of concern washing over him. He had not anticipated that Sun Maxian could still unleash such power, merging his internal strength, a clear sign of approaching the pinnacle of combat. At this critical juncture, his opponent was on the verge of transcending into the next realm, something even Sun Yifei had failed to achieve in his time. Would his student be able to withstand this strike? Life and death hung in the balance in that fleeting moment, and victory teetered on the edge. Worried, Yuan Shua contemplated intervening. As a teacher and a father figure, he could uphold the rules and allow his disciple to fall, but a father cannot simply stand by. Even if his intervention might complicate his future interactions with Sun Yifei, what of it? Just as he resolved to act, Li Hao let out a thunderous roar. Using his hand as a sword, he unleashed a sweeping strike. The clash of the staff and sword ignited a tempest in the air, causing it to rupture explosively, sending debris flying. Nearby, formidable superhuman beings tensed, their expressions grave. The duel of two rising powers unfolded before them, no longer mere newcomers in their eyes. Even the mightiest among them, including the radiant sun and the formidable Sanyang, were riveted, their attention unwavering, caught in palpable tension. Boom! A cataclysmic sound erupted as the sword's energy severed the staff in an instant, leaving Sun Maxian bewildered. How could this be? It was inconceivable. That strike had felt like the apex of his existence, a display of unmatched strength, one that he believed could rival the greatest. Yet, it had been cleaved in two. A thin line of blood appeared on his forehead. Sun Maxian felt no bitterness, only confusion, as he parted his lips in disbelief. Li Hao, still panting, replied, though his words went unheard, "This sword is not of this world. Thus, your defeat at my hands was not due to strength or power, but rather the disparity between our worlds. I beheld the sword, while you did not." Sun Maxian seemed to grasp something, though his understanding was elusive. After a long pause, he slowly collapsed. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, a trail of blood extending from his head down to the earth beneath him. Li Hao observed silently, feeling neither excitement nor elation in that moment. This is the martial world. There are no grievances or enmities. Only the bloodshed that arises because one's master is an adversary. They fight fiercely, solely to ensure their respective masters gain the upper hand in the forthcoming battles. Maxian, senior brother. Anguished cries echoed from the sidelines. Sun Yifei appeared in an instant, gazing at his fallen disciple with a pained expression. It seemed he had erred. He should have intervened. He turned his gaze towards Li Hao, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his eyes, only to be immediately suppressed. The next moment, he focused on Yuan Shua, gritting his teeth. "I will make you pay. You will be punished." Yuan Shua's expression turned grave, coldly replying, "I await your attempt." His student had emerged victorious. This time, Sun Yifei did not succumb to despair. Instead, he grew stronger. But what of it? Li Hao furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Sun Yifei astonishingly did not erupt in fury. He looked at the fallen Sun Maxian, said nothing, and with a slight bow, he painfully withdrew from the center of the arena. Winning was sufficient. The master would also triumph. Behind him, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. Sun Hongxiu cradled the blood-soaked corpse, her voice hoarse as she screamed with rage. "Li Hao, I will kill you, mark my words." Li Hao did not turn back. A martial artist must act thus. If one cannot annihilate their enemies today, they must brace for retaliation tomorrow, year after year, time and again, until death claims them in the next duel. Such is the fate and cycle of a martial artist. Even if the master triumphed today, It is likely he would not slay Sun Hongxiu, for there are rules. Is it pedantic? Perhaps a little. Yet Li Hao understood that his master was one of the more unconventional figures among martial artists. Compared to him, Sun Yifei and his ilk were far more rigid. However, this rigidity is not always a detriment. A martial artist, being a touch old-fashioned, may indeed possess a charm worth cherishing. Li Hao's thoughts spiraled endlessly as he exited the arena, collapsing onto the ground. In that moment, he finally felt the pain. His entire being ached, an excruciating torment. Chapter 80. The Chimei Staff, Heartfire Ape, subscription requested, victory. In the first battle, all witnessed the splendor of the martial artists. Their combat was visually stunning, affirming the prowess of the martial masters. By the second battle, however, no one had the heart to offer praise. Only the harsh reality remained. At this moment, they comprehended what the rivers and lakes truly entailed, what the martial world represented. Over 20 years ago, the Silver Moon martial world was just so. Each day, lives were lost. Each day, vengeance was sought, with lives extinguished in the pursuit of retribution. What is the struggle for? For fame, for profit, or perhaps more fundamentally? The essence of a martial artist is to exist for the purpose of slaughter. From the moment a martial artist is born, they exist for the sake of killing, to transcend the limitations of the mortal realm, to explore the boundaries of the human body, to carve out one's own name and surpass those who came before. All of this constitutes the path of a martial artist. Why must one life be extinguished? This is a contemplation within the minds of the extraordinary, who, despite their inherent cruelty, often act out of self-interest and the pursuit of treasures. The martial artists embroiled in the current conflict, however, are driven solely by grievances that have festered for decades, extending even to the next generation. It is only at the final moment that shock reverberates through the crowd. Eyes turn towards Li Hao, faces etched with disbelief. Even Hao Lianchuan finds it hard to accept. Is this truly Li Hao? The young lad who has merely dabbled in martial arts for a few years? He has managed to slay a martial artist who has reached the pinnacle of 100 realms, one who was on the cusp of touching the realm of 1,000. One wonders, what if an extraordinary being had stepped onto the battlefield instead? Would a nascent extraordinary have killed Li Hao, or would Li Hao have triumphed over them? The true potency of a martial artist manifests in the moment of perceiving the overarching force. The mental pressure they exert is formidable. If a martial artist truly ascends to the realm of 1,000, contemporaneous extraordinary beings would stand no chance. The sheer weight of the momentum would diminish 90% of them. Unless their abilities are exceptional, most extraordinary beings, primarily offensive in nature, would find themselves outmatched by martial artists of the same tier. A name is forged in battle. Following this encounter, the name of Li Hao, the heir of the 5 animals, will likely resonate throughout Silver Moon. The martial world of Silver Moon has not witnessed such a young powerhouse emerge in many years. Ahead, Liu Long and his companions hastily approached, assisting Li Hao, who was drenched in blood. Liu Long frowned slightly, saying nothing, as he helped him toward the periphery. The atmosphere here was overwhelmingly oppressive. Even this master of the 1,000 realms felt compelled to distance himself. In that moment, from all directions, everyone felt a similar weight pressing down upon them. Sun Yifei resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. At this juncture, he handed Sun Maxian's lifeless body to Sun Hongxiu, his lips trembling slightly. Let us depart. Carry your elder brother's remains back to the central region. The moment Li Hao struck down Sun Maxian, Sun Yifei realized he might not leave today. Yuan Shua's disciple had progressed remarkably over the years. What of Yuan Shua himself? At this moment, he could choose to evade battle. But could he? He was the king of the Chimei staff. His disciples had sacrificed their lives in the pursuit of vengeance. Could Sun Yifei simply walk away? Could he refrain from fighting? No, he could not. Master. The 2 surviving disciples, their voices choked with sorrow, clutched Sun Maxian's body, tears flowing uncontrollably. They were still too young. Had Sun Maxian lived, he might have comprehended the heart of his master and offered understanding. Yet, Sun Hongxiu and the young man, being too inexperienced and lacking in exposure, could not grasp the gravity of the situation. Sun Yifei gazed at Sun Hongxiu, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Sun Maxian was gone, and now, the legacy of the Chimei staff rested upon her shoulders. He had other disciples, but the ones he had brought were undoubtedly the most talented, the most intelligent, and the most deserving of cultivation. Even the one who had achieved the 10th realm was worth nurturing. He did not wish for these bright souls to perish here, severing the lineage of the Qimei staff. Sun Hongxiu and the young man wept, but they soon wiped their tears away. Sun Hongxiu knelt, bowing her head in reverence. After a brief moment, Sun Hongxiu, burdened with a lifeless body, prepared to depart. In the distance, Yuan Shuo suddenly spoke softly, "Sun Yifei, perhaps Sun Maxian should be interred in Silver Moon. If he has no family left, let him remain in Silver Moon. The Silver Moon martial world is the true sanctuary for martial artists. To perish here is better than to be buried elsewhere." Sun Yifei turned to him, and after a pause, a smile graced his lips. With a long staff raised high, he struck the earth, creating a vast pit in an instant. "He has no family. I am his family," Sun Yifei declared with a grin. "Very well, Yuan Shuo. You speak with some sense this time. If you meet your demise, I shall use your head as an offering to honor my disciple." Yuan Shuo calmly replied. "If you fall, I will ensure you are laid to rest together with him." "So be it." Sun Yifei smiled once more. He stepped forward, took hold of Sun Maxian's corpse, and, under the reluctant gazes of Sun Hongxiu and the others, he laid the body to rest within the great pit. Returning to the central region with no family and no master felt unbearably lonely. It was better to remain here. This place was the homeland of his master, as well as his own. Both Sun Maxian and Sun Hongxiu were orphans forged in the fires of war, hence they bore the surname Sun. With a mighty strike of his staff, the earth trembled as countless sands and stones cascaded, swiftly burying the deep pit and leaving behind a mound. Sun Yifei withdrew his staff and glanced again at Sun Hongxiu. As their master looked upon them, they hesitated for a moment before Sun Hongxiu turned away, grasping her younger disciple's hand, and they hurriedly departed from this sorrowful place. Such is the life of a martial artist. They leave behind a legacy and await retribution. Sun Yifei had never spoken of forsaking vengeance. That notion simply did not exist. The legacy of the Qimei staff persisted, and so would the pursuit of revenge. Until the day when the Qimei staff vanished entirely from the martial realm, it would inevitably return to Silver Moon to confront the disciples of the Five Beasts sect. This was a truth known to Yuan Shuo, to Li Hao, and to all martial artists. Yet, none intervened. Martial artists are often a fierce and brutal lot, cloaking themselves in a semblance of hypocritical kindness. In duels, it is exceedingly rare for families to be annihilated. They are aware of the benefits of eradicating the roots of enmity, yet few genuinely act upon it. They understand that vengeance will come. Thus, they await their adversary's return, often refraining from seeking them out until their martial prowess has waned. In their twilight years, they take in disciples to guard the gates, biding their time for the enemies to strike back, never venturing forth while still capable of battle to eliminate their foes. All of this stems from tradition. No one has established such rules. They have simply been passed down through generations. Yuan Shuo has vanquished many, yet most of those slain were merely opponents in combat. He seldom strikes against their disciples unless provoked. Therefore, Yuan Shuo harbors numerous enemies, an unending cycle of vendettas. Only when these individuals believe they can no longer seek vengeance, or when they naturally fade from the annals of martial tradition, will these grievances dissipate like mist. Sun Hongxiu and her companions departed, unimpeded. Indeed, no one dared to stir. At this moment, Sun Yifei's fierce gaze swept across the surroundings with an air of brutal ferocity. He fixed his stare on everyone present, save for Yuan Shuo. As he awaited his disciple to distance himself, perhaps even to leave Silver Moon entirely, he was acutely aware that Yuan Shuo would remain steadfast. In the distance, those who fell under his scrutiny, whether Dayo or Sanyang, felt an innate chill. His eyes radiated savagery, madness, and a thirst for blood. This tense silence endured for half an hour, with all present enduring the torment alongside him. In this moment, the three major organizations and the Night Watchers shared an unspoken understanding. None wished to provoke the frenzied Sun Yifei, a peak powerhouse of the late Sanyang. As for his two disciples, regardless of any grievances, their prowess commanded respect and caution. After half an hour, Sun Yifei suddenly leapt into the air, soaring hundreds of meters in an instant, landing upon a fractured bridge. This was the very bridge where he had once faced defeat. Below, Yuan Shuo propelled himself from the ground like a rocket, swiftly ascending into the sky and alighting effortlessly on the opposite side, akin to a bird settling on land. Matters of the martial world remain within the realm of the martial world. Below, the crowd visibly shifted in color. While an average Dayo could also achieve such heights with ease, The effortless manner in which both men ascended using martial techniques was truly extraordinary. At this moment, Li Hao felt a sense of weakness. He gazed upwards, and moments later, his brow furrowed as he noticed a ship partially obstructing his view, a vessel belonging to the people of Bright Island. These individuals occupied a ship not far from the bridge, suspended in the air about 100 meters away, with several figures aboard. Yuan Shuo and Sun Yifei faced each other across the expanse. Battles between martial artists typically confined themselves to a limited area, and even if they were to expand their range, the most probable outcome would be to descend and engage on solid ground. Thus, Bright Island had not relocated, remaining in the optimal viewing position for the spectacle, with the clearest sightlines. Li Hao frowned, while beside him, Liu Long also glanced upward, an icy gleam in his eyes. This was a reckless endeavor. In martial confrontations, the scope is generally restricted. Even in the realm of supernatural abilities, the engagement area remains limited and does not infinitely expand. Especially with the adversaries suspended in the air, expansion to that side would be nearly impossible unless they fought midair. However, whether martial artists or superpowered beings, unless they belong to the aerial category, battles rarely occurred aloft. The ground remains their sanctuary. Yet, were Yuan Shuo and Sun Yifei merely ordinary individuals? After a pause, Li Hao murmured, "Do not concern yourselves. There are always those who believe themselves to be exceptional, unique. This bright path appears to have been established by a gifted celestial master, does it not?" Beside him, Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Unlike the Sword Sect, which was founded by Hong Yitong, Bright Path was established by a remarkably talented celestial master who had ascended to Dayo early on, subsequently advancing to Sanyang, becoming one of the few formidable powers within Silver Moon with Sanyang at its helm. For martial artists, the recent battle witnessed by Li Hao and his companions was indeed thrilling. Yet, it merely equated to the initial stages of Dayo, far removed from the heights of Sanyang. Some individuals are remarkably obstinate. Furthermore, the master of Bright Island, who prides himself on his formidable strength, would seem inferior if he were to suddenly relocate his ship. Li Hao understood that the scope of this situation was too limited. They were utterly oblivious to the power of martial masters. Once unleashed, the might of a master could easily traverse 100 meters. What was that in comparison? Perhaps the three suns were unscathed, but beneath the three suns, even the radiant sun would be battered by the overwhelming force, risking death or injury. This was purely self-inflicted. He turned his gaze away from that direction and instead focused on his teacher and Sun Yifei in the sky, hoping that Sun Yifei would be affected by the death of Sun Maxian. Otherwise, the previous battle with Sun Maxian would lack significance. In midair, the broken bridge lay in two halves, severed at the center. On one side stood a lone figure. Sun Yifei's eyes still burned with fury, yet there was a hint of regained composure. He looked at Yuan Shuo and after a lengthy silence, spoke. "You have harmed the Silver Moon martial arts." Yuan Shuo chuckled. "Perhaps, but have you learned to use righteousness to pressure me? Does it count?" Maybe it does. He had failed to ascend to the Do Qian level. Or rather, he had not done so 20 years prior. The decline of the Silver Moon martial arts was significantly due to him. Had he managed to reach Do Qian back then, many who had broken through the 100 could have survived, and the remaining ones might have all transcended into Do Qian. This is the peculiar nature of martial masters. As long as Yuan Shuo did not break through, everyone seemed stuck in that limbo. Yet, if Yuan Shuo were to break through, the Do Qian level would undoubtedly spring forth like mushrooms after a rain. This phenomenon is not merely a matter of one era, but rather many. There are those who determine the upper limits of martial arts. When that limit is shattered, many will rise with the tide, continually breaking through in pursuit of the next threshold. If that limit remains unbroken, unless someone eliminates the one who established that limit, that era will be defined by that individual as the pinnacle. It is an extraordinarily fascinating state of affairs. You are not being suppressed. Sun Yifei remained composed. "I merely harbor resentment and regret. Your limitations prevent us from appreciating the beauty of Do Qian, from advancing further. We can only lament that we failed to defeat you back then, to pull you down from your pedestal. This is one resentment. The second is my becoming a superpower, unable to contend with you using the strength of a martial master. The third is my inadequacy as a disciple. Perhaps I should have risen to fight, even to the death, leaping from the cliff. This is the shame of my life." Yuan Shuo regarded him and nodded. "This time, you may fight until the very end. Yuan Shuo, I hope you do not disappoint me." With that, a long staff rose to eye level, held in one hand, pointing towards Yuan Shuo. Come, let us battle. Boom. Before the technique was even unleashed, an inferno erupted, engulfing the heavens and earth. Fire-based superpowers. Fire, adepted offense. Many aggressive superpowered beings belong to the fire category. Fire embodies explosiveness. As the flames ignited, the expression of Hao Lianquan shifted subtly. He too was a fire-based superpower, also a 3-sun level. However, upon witnessing Sun Yifei's flames, he suddenly felt a stark disparity between their powers. Despite both being 3-sun level, such a gap left him bewildered. Of course, if he were to wield the Fire Phoenix Spear, he could likely unleash a similar magnitude of strength. Though Sun Yifei's Qimei staff is crafted from top-tier materials, it pales in comparison to the formidable Huofeng Spear. Opposite him, Yuan Shuo narrowed his eyes as the overwhelming flames coalesced upon the staff, rendering it akin to a raging fire dragon, exhibiting unparalleled might. It was evident that Sun Yifei's intentions were unequivocal. He aimed to utilize martial prowess to defeat Yuan Shuo. The fiery energy was merely a manifestation of inner strength for him. At that moment, Yuan Shuo underwent a transformation. The intensity of the flames was unbearable for the human body. He seemed to metamorphose into a fiery ape, reflecting in the hearts of all witnesses. Suddenly, he embodied the spirit of the heart-fire ape. Sun Yifei's eyes sparkled with clarity. In that instant, he glimpsed something profound, a realization as he beheld Yuan Shuo. His gaze brimming with uncontainable joy and the exhilaration of a worthy adversary. Others failed to comprehend, but he did. Below, Hong Yitong furrowed his brow, vaguely grasping the situation, yet still bewildered. The 5 animal styles ape technique. However, it felt distinct from what he had encountered before, leaving him to ponder the limitations of his own prowess as a 3rd-tier martial artist. Meanwhile, Hong Yue, Yin Luo, and Fei Tian exhibited subtle unrest. Their intrigue peaked. Before they could speculate further, a breathtaking scene unfolded. In midair, a fire ape launched the first strike, raising one hand towards the heavens and slamming down, causing the void to seemingly shatter. The 5 animal techniques, ape technique. Come forth to battle. Sun Yifei, filled with elation, swung his staff with a force that seemed to rend the earth and sky asunder. In a blink, the staff met the gigantic palm, resulting in an explosive eruption of flames. The 2 warriors instantly shifted positions, soaring through the air in a dazzling display. Boom. If the confrontation between Li Hao and Sun Maxian was a mere clash of mundane techniques, these 2 displayed the true prowess of terrestrial deities. As they exchanged blows, the entire sky was painted crimson. The late stage of the 3rd tier engaged in a fierce battle with a martial artist of divine essence. Yuan Shuo shed his usual composure, resembling a frenzied elder ape, his eyes alight with fire as he unleashed his fists, long arms breaking through the heavens. With a single punch, he seized the staff, igniting it with flames. As the 2 clashed, flames erupted in all directions. Boom. Their speed was so rapid that Li Hao and his companions struggled to follow. Their vision blurred. The intensity of this level of combat transcended their understanding. Only a select few among the 3rd tier could discern the intricacies. And even the illustrious Rieo found it challenging to perceive the exact nature of their engagement, merely witnessing the Heartfire ape's brutal onslaught, delivering punch after punch, sometimes dozens in succession, appearing to others as merely a singular strike. Meanwhile, the Qimei staff danced gracefully in the air. At that moment, the 2 suddenly altered their trajectories, stepping through the air, swiftly diverting from their original positions. 100 meters? To them, it was but a mere stride. In midair, aboard the ship at Bright Island, nearly 100 individuals were present. Though there were many, a significant number were Starlight Masters who would not enter the ruins. At this moment, they were captivated by the spectacle. Among them, a young Celestial Master furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the opposing force seemed to draw nearer. He initially anchored the spaceship here merely to exhibit the prowess of Bright Island. However, when Yuan Shuo and his companions ascended, he felt there was no need to retreat. Doing so would be too humiliating. As a Celestial Guardian, he was also one of the rare Tri-Sons of Silver Moon. Since his debut, he had navigated smoothly, successfully establishing Bright Island and transforming it into a formidable organization. Even the 3 major organization's branches, including the Night Watchers, would afford him a modicum of respect. Reluctant to provoke this local Tri-Sun Celestial Guardian. Thus, the Lord of Bright Island was indeed audacious, possessing both the qualifications and confidence to be so. Yet at this moment, an unsettling tremor coursed through him. Suddenly, just as he was about to speak, a long pole pierced through the heavens, descending with immense force. The Lord of Bright Island, astonished, was also a formidable figure. Upon witnessing this, he bellowed in anger and unleashed a punch, akin to the sun plummeting from the sky, the radiant fist. These two individuals were somewhat deliberate in their approach. He sensed that these rascals were intentionally targeting him. However, as his radiant fist surged forth, an even larger flaming fist descended upon him, colossal in size, as if a titanic ape was swinging its fist through the void. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion, resonating within the mind of the Lord of Bright Island. He envisioned a monkey, cleaving the heavens. His gaze momentarily clouded. This was the essence of a martial artist's might. Those who have never comprehended or encountered it would never fathom the true strength of someone like Yuan Shua. The Lord of Bright Island, although a celestial guardian, remained woefully ignorant of martial artists. In the distance, Han Yitong scoffed and shook his head, filled with a sense of melancholy. There are always those who are obstinately headstrong. To gaze from above at these two, akin to watching a monkey show. When both were titanic martial artists, once invincible old demons, how dare one look down upon them? This was truly courting death. A celestial guardian? Tri-Sun? Perhaps, in the future, there would be no Bright Island left. The Tri-Suns are strong, but one must consider who they are facing. In that moment, all beheld a chilling spectacle. The immensely powerful Lord of Bright Island, upon unleashing his radiant fist, was instantly struck by an even larger fist, obliterating his own fist and shattering his defenses. In a heartbeat, a blazing long pole descended. This strike, ferocious beyond measure, ignited everything in its path. With a resounding crash, the previously hovering spaceship was cleaved in two, and the Lord of Bright Island vanished completely. No, a trace of his radiant power lingered. The colossal fist fell, obliterating the bisected spaceship with a single blow. Countless screams and gasps erupted. Those of the Bright Island's superhumans who survived plummeted to the ground at an astonishing speed. Some superhumans capable of flight suddenly found themselves terrified and unable to ascend. In this realm, power reigned supreme. It was a dominion of might. In this realm, they found themselves unable to transcend the formidable blockade erected by two titans, rendering them powerless as they were ensnared by their immense might. A resounding crash echoed through the air as those endowed with supernatural abilities plummeted from a height exceeding 100 meters. Except for a fortunate few, the majority were instantaneously reduced to mere pulp upon impact. Among the lucky survivors, some were caught by fellow superhumans, compelled to fall into their ranks, while others managed to grasp the edges of the canyon, narrowly escaping death. The formidable Bright Island, home to over 100 superhumans, witnessed a massacre. Aside from 7 or 8 fortunate souls, the rest were obliterated in an instant by the two assailants. The master of the 3-yang level on Bright Island was mercilessly reduced to ashes by a single punch and a staff strike. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere was filled only with the agonized cries of the few remaining souls. In the flying sky camp, a group of cloaked warriors stood as if paralyzed by an unseen force, gazing upwards in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Was it possible for a martial artist to reach such heights? While everyone was aware of Yuan Shua's prowess in severing heaven, none had anticipated his ease in slaying the 3-yang. Red Moon. Hao Kong's expression shifted dramatically, a mixture of fear, incredulity, and anger washing over him. How could Yuan Shua be so powerful? That punch had shattered the defense of a celestial guardian, a being of 3-yang, not merely a sunlight level. Could Dou Qian truly rival the sunlight? It seemed implausible. While Sunny Face strength was understandable, Yuan Shua's might was utterly incomprehensible. Could it be above Dou Qian? He murmured, grappling with disbelief. At this moment, he was not alone. Many others shared the same thought. Yet, it was inconceivable. Even in the central region, rumors spoke of several martial artists who had crossed into this echelon, yet they now seemed to vanish, their mysterious presence absent from the battlefield. It was said that these individuals had discovered the path beyond Dou Qian. However, that was merely speculation in the central region, lacking concrete evidence. Today, in Silver Moon, within this waning martial world, they bore witness to a martial artist who obliterated a 3-yang celestial guardian with a single punch. In the direction of the Night Watchers, Hao Lianchuan's complexion flickered with disbelief. Was this Yuan Shua? Bright Island had fallen. Even if a few remnants remained, the essence of Bright Island was utterly extinguished. A mid-sized organization, a 3-yang, and several sunlight-level beings had been entirely annihilated beneath a punch and a staff strike. Incredible. Beside Li Hao, Wang Ming's mouth hung agape, his expression one of confusion and stupor. That was a 3-yang, not a moonshade. Just like that, it was gone. Teacher, he exclaimed softly, and in an instant, his eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he murmured, I want to learn martial arts. Indeed, he yearned to master the martial way. Good heavens! Was this what a martial artist was? Li Hao's strength had already instilled a sense of inferiority in him, yet when Yuan Shuo acted, he realized Li Hao paled in comparison. Those were merely mundane methods. Yuan Shuo was the true celestial being among men, the legendary terrestrial immortal, formidable beyond belief, capable of shattering the heavens with a single blow. What is this so-called 3-yang that can withstand this punch? Impossible. Even the immensely powerful Minister Hao, in this moment, felt incapable of withstanding such a blow. Glancing over at Hao Lianchuan, he indeed observed the minister's mouth agape and his eyes wide open in disbelief. Clearly, Minister Hao was also taken aback, rendered speechless. In midair, the two swiftly returned, landing once more upon the broken bridge, their expressions remarkably calm, as if they had merely swatted a few insignificant insects. Observers from above would think that if such individuals were not defeated, the outside world would believe that martial artists were merely this formidable, if they did not vanquish these disrespectful opponents. Those martial artists who perished over 20 years ago would surely not rest easy. In those days, during our observations, who dared to act so recklessly? They would have been struck down long ago. Why, then, did they not eliminate these miscreants? Now, the two had dispatched these unruly fellows, and their spirits appeared quite buoyant. It truly felt as though they had merely crushed a few mosquitoes, and they did not even mention these individuals. Sun Yifei shook his long staff, gazing at Yuan Shuo, and after a long moment, spoke softly. Yuan Shuo, in the realm of martial artists, you have triumphed. Yuan Shuo had ascended to an entirely new level. What kind of realm was this? He was filled with anticipation and yearning, and thus he asked, for he wished to know desperately. Beyond the threshold of 1,000 battles, was there a path? He feared that if he did not inquire, he might never have the chance again. Yunshun, Yuan Shuo replied with tranquility. Yunshun is merely my initial step. Beyond Yunshun, there are further realms. Rongshun, Yunshun, Rongshun, Sun Yifei murmured to himself, filled with excitement, disappointment, and a tinge of reluctance. He turned to Yuan Shuo. You have ventured into a new realm of martial artists. Hope abounds for all martial artists. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Looking at Yuan Shuo, he revealed a radiant smile. I have no regrets. Truly, I have gained immensely. At this moment, I have learned that beyond 1,000 battles, there are indeed further realms. Yuan Shuo, the Yunshun martial artist, allow me to witness the might of Yunshun. As you wish. With a thunderous roar, a colossal ape re-emerged, and this time, there was a palpable difference. This gigantic creature wielded chains, and as it swung one, it seemed to tear a rift in the sky. In that instant, a long staff pierced through the very fabric of reality. The great battle commenced, and now was the true moment of exerting their utmost effort. Meanwhile, the onlookers below were utterly stunned. A Yunshun martial artist. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the instantaneous defeat of a 3-yang attack, which was merely a warm-up for these two formidable beings. At this moment, they too felt the overwhelming power that could rend the heavens and shatter the earth. In this instant, both Haokong and Yanluo sought ways to connect with the outside world. A change was upon them. Sun Yifei's battle with Yuan Shuo heralded Yuan Shuo's ascension beyond 1,000 battles, establishing him as the first Yunshun martial artist of this era. Surely, once this news spread, martial artists across the 99 provinces would be stirred and shaken. Indeed, there was a path beyond 1,000 battles. Were those Yunshun martial artists from the central regions truly real or merely illusions? They could not know. Yet, Yuan Shuo was undoubtedly genuine, a being capable of subduing the late-stage powers of 3-yang, a transcendent martial artist advancing beyond limits. Such strength could not be achieved by those who merely fought 1,000 battles. Boom. Like thunder, like a volcanic eruption. In the void, two figures flickered and collided. The Heartfire ape wielded chains, each strike shattering the heavens, while the Chimai staff was equally formidable. With a single blow, the ground began to crack. Even though the opponent remained airborne, Below, Li Hao observed intently, his gaze unwavering. He witnessed the heartfire ape being suppressed, momentarily sent flying by a staff strike. His expression shifted, internal energy surging, sword aura radiating. He felt an acute tension. His mentor was powerful, yet only possessed a singular divine essence, and by rank, was merely at the initial stage of the three-yang realm. In contrast, the adversary was a late-stage three-yang, while an average three-yang would pose little threat. Sun Yifei was evidently exceptional. An impulse surged within him. He yearned to ascend to the battle, to cultivate the five organs' divine essence, to join forces with his mentor against the enemy. Yet he understood that even if he mastered the five organs' divine essence, his mentor would not permit him to take the stage. This was a battle that belonged to his mentor, a final bastion of dignity for the martial artist. Moreover, it was a continuation of the illustrious legacy of the Silver Moon martial arts. At this moment, Li Hao surveyed his surroundings, witnessing only fear, admiration, and envy. Suddenly, he smiled. Perhaps this was the very purpose of his mentor's engagement, the public challenge issued by Sun Yifei. The Silver Moon martial arts were still thriving, not in decline. These superhumans were, at this moment, shrouded beneath the might of the martial artist, trembling in fear. His mentor must prevail. Li Hao's heart cried out. Victory was imperative. Chapter 81. Qimai Staff. Victory. The fierce battle raged on. Upon the broken bridge, the two no longer fought in midair. Yuan Shua's five animals technique reached its zenith, as did his breath control. Amidst his inhalations and exhalations, wisps of white smoke emanated from his body, an intense expulsion of breath, the gas evaporating due to the drastic temperature fluctuations within. To onlookers, it appeared almost divine, as if he were exhaling clouds and mist. Perhaps ancient legends were born from such spectacles. Standing aloft, surrounded by a semblance of fog, was this not the very essence of cloud and mist expulsion? Meanwhile, Sun Yifei embodied the fire god. The flames did not scorch him, yet his staff blazed with a fierce crimson hue, relentlessly pummeling the heartfire ape, Yuan Shua, driving him back at every turn. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Even as he embraced superhuman abilities, he remained steadfast in his martial path. Once a master of martial arts, though he no longer employed internal energy, his formidable superhuman prowess still unleashed the might of the Qimai staff. Who said superpowers were solely for super techniques? Sun Yifei had forged his own path within the realm of superhuman abilities, treating them as internal energy, adeptly employing the breathing techniques of the Qimai staff without incurring significant drawbacks. Boom! A mighty strike shattered the side of the broken bridge. Yuan Shuo, soaring through the air like a bird, lunged forward, his fists morphing into claws akin to a bird's talons, reaching for the staff. Like an eagle pursuing its prey. In that instant, he seemed to transform into a majestic eagle, its sharp claws aimed at Sun Yifei, igniting sparks upon contact with the staff. Sun Yifei, with a sudden shake of his staff, unleashed a resonant shockwave. Thrusting forward, the staff pierced through the heavens, and though Yuan Shua swiftly retreated, he still found his palm impaled by that very strike. The long staff struck relentlessly, colliding with the distant cliffside, producing a thunderous roar as a vast cave materialized, carved out by his force. With a swift motion, the staff flew forth. The two combatants grew increasingly fierce in their struggle. At this moment, Sun Yifei was ablaze with fervor, as if several suns had truly manifested upon him. He epitomized the essence of a true warrior, radiating heat and unmatched might akin to the sun itself. In comparison, the warriors of Silver Moon appeared woefully inadequate beside him. Their murderous intent, battle awareness, experience, and tactics paled in comparison to his formidable presence. Emerging from Silver Moon and returning with ferocity, Sun Yifei had spent decades in relentless combat. The crimson stains upon his staff were not merely the glow of flames, but also the blood of his adversaries. In midair, Yuan Shua roared fiercely, unleashing the heartfire ape to cast forth its chains once more. The chains entwined around the staff, producing a cacophonous clamor that reverberated through the heavens. As the chains wrapped around the staff, Yuan Shua let out another roar. Below, Li Hao and his companions hastily covered their ears. In that instant, it felt as if a ferocious tiger had emerged from the mountains, its roar magnified countless times, resembling the arrival of a great demon. The echoes of the roars reverberated through the earth and sky. Those weaker superhumans below unleashed mysterious energies, yet they could not withstand the overwhelming ferocity of the roar. Many suffered ruptured eardrums, blood streaming from their ears. Retreating again and again. Many superhumans' faces turned ashen, some fled in palpable fear, hastily backing away. The smaller organizations fled rapidly. Retreating over 1,000 meters, still feeling the danger, they continued to withdraw. Among the mid-sized groups, only the sword sect remained. Here, Hong Yitong signaled for his disciples to depart, yet he himself did not leave. Instead, he fervently gazed at the duel above. Martial arts. The path of the martial master. After today's battle in Silver Moon's martial world, he believed that martial masters from across the land would surely flock to pay homage and continue pursuing the elusive future within their discipline. For the future is promising. Yuan Shuo had shattered the boundaries of combat. At this very moment, even Hong Yitong's long-dormant heart ignited with fervor. Martial masters. The path of martial arts is divine. Even though Yuan Shuo at this moment had yet to subdue Sun Yifei, and might even be on the verge of being overwhelmed, Hong Yitong could not conceal the fire within him. The return of the old demon Yuan heralded the resurgence of Silver Moon's martial world. Roar. A series of roars reverberated, shaking the canyon and echoing endlessly. In midair, Yuan Shuo traversed the void, his mastery of the five animals technique unparalleled, not merely the ape technique, but at this moment. He employed the tiger combat technique, battling like a fierce tiger, the heartfire ape bearing the ferocity of a tiger, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The powers of the five animals merged. Besides the heartfire ape, Yuan Shuo commanded other forces, which swiftly converged, transforming into a mighty tiger. The ape and tiger stood side by side, their combined might erupting into an even more formidable force. With a fierce shout, Yuan Shuo's fist surged towards Sun Yifei's head. The combined strike. With a resounding crash, Sun Yifei swept out his staff, disrupting the momentum of the five animals technique. In the air, Yuan Shuo wavered precariously. Sun Yifei wielded his staff in a frenzy, the staff's movements creating dazzling patterns, each strike piercing through, forcing Yuan Shuo to retreat once more. The two alternated between gaining the upper hand, their strengths remarkably evenly matched. Though formidable, the strength of the opponent's extraordinary abilities cannot be underestimated. At this moment, the roles have seemingly reversed. In his confrontation with Sun Maxian, Li Hao's internal organs proved resilient against Sun's formidable might, despite the latter's power. He ultimately fell to Li Hao's counterattack. Similarly, Yuan Shuo, despite his own impressive strength, finds his internal energy lacking when compared to the opponent's prodigious capabilities. The overwhelming fire energy significantly diminishes Yuan Shuo's offensive potential. Not only has Li Hao comprehended this shift, but others have also begun to see it, their gazes reflecting a sense of astonishment. The tide has turned. Previously, it was Li Hao who vanquished Sun Maxian. Now, should the events unfold as they appear, it is likely Sun Yifei who will retaliate against Yuan Shuo. The battle between the master and apprentice has taken an unexpected turn. In midair, Yuan Shuo's chains tremble, but fail to shatter the opponent's staff. He roars furiously, reminiscent of a raging gorilla. Sun Yifei grows increasingly fierce in his assault, his gaze sharp, tinged with a hint of delight, yet predominantly filled with murderous intent. To grasp the way in the morning and die by evening is acceptable. Yet this does not deter him from eliminating Yuan Shuo. In the path of martial arts, as long as there is a way, one must proceed. Another violent clash ensues. Yuan Shuo grasps the staff, leaving deep claw marks upon it, yet is ultimately sent flying by a punch from Sun Yifei, who retreats with his weapon as Yuan Shuo is propelled backward, blood spilling into the void. Yuan Shuo steadies himself in midair, his complexion slightly pale and fatigue evident. In contrast, Sun Yifei's face flushes with vigor as he coughs. Is this truly the end? Must it be so? He bares his teeth in a smile. Where is your second god? You have merely cultivated one. Yuan Shuo, were you to embody 5 gods, this day would not require a battle. I would surely perish. Yet, with only one god to contend with me, it is insufficient. Yuan Shuo gasps heavily, his gaze fixed on Sun Yifei. The latter, with a keen eye, has discerned the situation after prolonged engagement. To embody 5 gods is a certainty for Yuan Shuo to dominate the 3 yang. Even 3 gods would suffice for him to sweep them away. Yet he is not. He has only cultivated 1 god, which may allow for a momentary aggressive surge against ordinary 3 yang opponents, an instant that can leave them dazed. However, his adversary is Sun Yifei, an indomitable martial artist. As long as he withstands the initial onslaught, it will be Sun Yifei's moment to counterattack. Yuan Shuo smirks, such arrogance. Few who dared to challenge me in my prime have lived to tell the tale. Upon uttering these words, he unleashes a thunderous roar, transforming instantaneously into a fierce tiger. Simultaneously, an aura of shadow emanates from this tiger. Underfoot, clouds of mist swirl, embodying the force of water. The 5-animal technique, tiger walks in shadows, associates with the water element, corresponding to the kidneys. He embodies the second god, though his kidneys lack strength and have not received adequate nourishment. Forcing the cultivation of the spirit may lead to their fracturing. Yet what of it? At this juncture, who would concede defeat? Yuan Shuo, having roamed unchallenged for a lifetime, sees only a defeated foe before him. If one god is difficult to slay, how formidable is the second? In an instant, the roar of the tiger reverberates through the heavens and earth. Yuan Shuo, merging water and fire, transforms into a beast with the head of a tiger and the body of a monkey, unleashing a punch that morphs into claws. With a swift strike, the claw emerges with astonishing speed. In an instant, a claw struck Sun Yifei, tearing into his ankle and sending flesh and blood flying. Rather than being alarmed, Sun Yifei felt a surge of joy. The second god. He glimpsed the second god, and if possible, he yearned to witness the 5th god. Though he was aware that such a vision was unattainable, this was Yuan Shuo's limit. Should a 3rd god emerge, Yuan Shuo would likely perish before engaging in battle. Enough. Come forth. Sun Yifei laughed heartily, his fiery energy erupting to its zenith, reaching an unparalleled intensity. In that moment, Li Hao sensed a shift. Casting a glance toward Hao Lianquan, whose countenance had drastically changed. Within him, the fire phoenix seemed to sense something, wildly surging within his body, clearly eager to break free and embrace this newfound power. Li Hao's expression grew grave. It had indeed stirred the source divine weapon. And for his teacher, this posed a significant dilemma. The water tiger was truly lacking in sufficient water energy, and its kidneys had not received adequate nourishment. If this continued in a prolonged battle, it would inflict tremendous harm upon his teacher. Li Hao scanned his surroundings, his eyes landing on Liu Long boss. Instruct the Night Watchers to gather all the mysterious energy left by the fallen superhumans. Liu Long paused momentarily, but soon comprehension dawned upon him. He swiftly departed, heading towards Hao Lianquan. Moments later, at Hao Lianquan's command, while the fierce battle above raged on and others trembled in fear, the Night Watchers began to extract the mysterious energy from the fallen powerhouses. Under ordinary circumstances, there might have been attempts to seize it, but today, no one dared. With the 2 combatants still locked in battle, not even the Red Moon dared to act. Hao Kong was acutely aware that Yuan Shuo might be somewhat lenient toward the Night Watchers, but Sun Yifei would show no mercy to the Red Moon. At this moment, any misstep that disrupted the duel could provoke a backlash from both fighters, and even the Red Moon would be unable to withstand their combined wrath. In Hao Kong's estimation, only the Purple Moon might have the power to intervene. As for himself, he was still lacking in strength. Even if he allied with the Flying Heaven and the Underworld, they might only be able to barely fend off the 2, unless one of them fell in battle and the other sustained grievous injuries, which would align with everyone's interests. Seeing the others begin to gather superhuman energy, Li Hao's gaze flickered. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhang Ting, a Night Watcher, a mid-tier existence of the 3 suns. A weapon that might be a water-source divine weapon. He was uncertain, but he knew that even if his teacher triumphed in this battle, the kidneys might still rupture. The collected mysterious energy, imbued with luminous energy, could perhaps mend some damage, but it would not suffice. If only he could obtain a water-source divine weapon, that would surely suffice. In that moment, Li Hao was resolute in his belief that his teacher could emerge victorious. Regardless of the outcome, he hoped for his teacher's swift recovery post-battle. Otherwise, his teacher might face grave troubles. Apologies to Minister Ho, who had also stated that the decision to kill or spare was at their discretion. At this juncture, Li Hao, having surpassed the century mark, was actually contemplating murder to seize treasures, targeting a mid-tier 3 suns individual. If word of this spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the realm. Yet, Li Hao was indeed harboring such intentions. As for Zhang Ting being from the central region and a covert agent of the Night Watchers, what of it? As the thought first crossed his mind, Liu Long suddenly grasped his shoulder, as if he had sensed something, or perhaps he had not. Yet he knew Li Hao was contemplating a deadly resolve. Remain calm. Liu Long spoke in a grave tone. Everyone is waiting, and you must wait as well. The one who stands out will be targeted. I believe old Yuan would not wish for you to take risks at this moment. Focus on your recovery. Li Hao remained silent, bowing his head, suppressing the turmoil within him. The second god. The power of Sun Yifei was beyond imagination. Initially, he had hoped that with the first god nurtured by his teacher, victory was within reach. Yet now, even with the emergence of the second god, he still found himself unable to contend with his opponent. In the void, the formidable Yuan Shuo launched another fierce assault, incredibly powerful, a punch that seemed to shatter the heavens. His fists and legs were invincible, his agility unparalleled. With relentless strikes, he completely overwhelmed his adversary, forcing Sun Yifei into a retreat, blood spilling from his lips. Yet he laughed heartily, a mad laughter echoing. Is that all you have, Yuan Shuo? Not enough. The second god is far too insubstantial. Despite his grievous wounds, blood spraying everywhere, Sun Yifei continued to laugh joyously, and in the next moment, he erupted into a counterattack, wielding a long staff with wild ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds resounded, and at that moment, neither combatant defended. It was pure offense. A relentless assault, ever stronger. After a protracted struggle, Yuan Shuo roared, unleashing a punch that reverberated with a tremendous crash, shattering the long staff. This formidable weapon, after Yuan Shuo's countless strikes that nearly shattered his own fists, was finally obliterated by a single blow. With a sickening crunch, Sun Yifei's chest caved in as he was sent flying backward, spewing fragments of his own insides, the long staff completely demolished in his grasp. Yet he laughed. How much strength do you have left? Yuan Shuo swayed unsteadily but did not respond, his face a mask of cold pride. How much strength? Not much. But what of it? Sun Yifei, you shall always remain my defeated foe. Yuan Shuo stepped forward, traversing the air, his pace unhurried. Sun Yifei, bloodied yet still smiling, recounted. That year, when you defeated me, it was much like today. You shattered my long staff. I fell grievously injured, and as you approached, knowing I was doomed, I refused to perish at your hands and leapt from the bridge of despair. Yuan Shuo, not today. A brilliant smile graced his face. Not today. My disciple taught me that even in dire straits, there exists a glimmer of hope. Do not surrender. I have yet to be defeated. I am not dead. In that moment, a tremendous surge of fiery power emanated from him. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The mysterious source. Indeed, just as Yuan Shuo had once accessed the mysterious source, he had discovered it drained his inner strength, devouring it, leading him to forsake the mysterious source, thus severing his hope of transcending into the extraordinary. Meanwhile, Sun Yifei had become an extraordinary being. The mysterious source was the wellspring of his power, the gathering place of his extraordinary abilities. At this moment, he conjured another long staff, a special one forged from his final reserves of strength, akin to that of Sun Maxian, even formed from the essence of his mysterious source. Should this staff be destroyed, his mysterious source would shatter, sealing his fate. This was the ultimate frenzy. I shall not concede defeat. Having lost once, there shall not be a second time. Sun Yifei erupted into laughter, declaring, Yuan Shuo, today, should you attempt to sever my Chime stick once more, I shall not falter. For in that moment, he had already met his demise. Come, attempt to break my Chime stick. Attack. A thunderous roar echoed as he struck with unwavering force. The recently injured king of the Chime stick, in that instant, experienced a remarkable resurgence, unleashing an unparalleled might. The Chime stick reemerged. He yearned for victory, even if it was but once, even if for a fleeting moment. He craved to triumph. Madness. How Lianchuan muttered to himself, truly mad. Sun Yifei, a formidable warrior in the late stages of the third yang, was channeling the mysterious essence into the Chime stick. Should the stick be broken again, his essence would shatter, and certain death would follow. This was a battle fought with one's life at stake. Although it was inherently a life-and-death struggle, if Sun Yifei were to win, he might be rendered incapacitated, or at the very least, suffer a significant setback. Damage to one's mysterious essence was an immense loss for a supernatural being. Is this what it means to be a martial artist? He pondered. Yuan Shuo inquired, Are you a martial artist? How Lianchuan was not. Thus, Yuan Shuo retorted, You are not a martial artist, hence you cannot comprehend their essence, and therefore, you lack the requisite strength. The martial artist has been in decline for 2 decades. Yet today, who among those present would dare claim the martial artist's demise? No one. Even the supernatural Sun Yifei showcased the demeanor of a martial artist in that moment. In this conflict, he could not be merely classified as a supernatural being. Beside him, several others from the Sunlight faction bore solemn expressions. At this juncture, it was evident that both combatants would suffer greatly. Yuan Shuo had clearly exhausted himself, and Sun Yifei was not faring much better. If this continued, they would likely perish together, or one would die while the other lay grievously wounded. It was initially believed that entering the ruins would pose a risk. Yet, before they even stepped inside, Bright Island had vanished. Even 2 of the top 3 formidable warriors in Silver Moon might face death or incapacitation this time around. In the void, the sound of the stick clashing drowned out the roars of tigers. Sun Yifei grew increasingly frenzied, swinging his stick relentlessly as flames illuminated the sky. "Yield to me," he bellowed, desperate for a single victory. "Yuan Shuo, why will you not concede?" Even knowing it was a futile wish, he longed to hear Yuan Shuo admit defeat. Boom. Yuan Shuo struck the cliffside, creating a massive crater, while Sun Yifei swung his stick, reducing countless boulders to dust. The 2 crashed from the air into the cliffside. In an instant, they soared skyward from the crumbling cliff, and with a thunderous roar, the cliff below collapsed. The battle raged on. The Heartfire ape and the fierce tiger shone ever more brilliantly, as did the long stick. Both combatants had exhausted their reserves, growing increasingly savage in their combat. "Yuan Shuo." At that moment, Sun Yifei gasped for breath and shouted, "Can you not sever my Chimei stick? I know you can. Come, break my Chimei stick. Otherwise, I shall strike you down." Boom. Another blow descended. Uffed. Yuan Shuo coughed up blood, feeling somewhat weakened and melancholic. "I still wish to conserve some strength to explore the ruins with the others, yet you compel me to fight to the death. It's utterly absurd." "Madman." Sun Yifei had lost all semblance of reason, consumed by fury. He spoke without anticipating that Yuan Shuo indeed held a trump card. With a mighty swing, fueled by an overwhelming fervor and tinged with reluctance and a hint of madness, he declared, "Come, even if I must perish in battle, I would rather die at the pinnacle than fade away gradually, ultimately reduced to a mere ruffian, slain by your indiscriminate blows." Indeed, he felt himself beginning to decline. And Yuan Shuo was in the same predicament. Both were struggling to maintain their positions. The zenith was no longer theirs. Sun Yifei could accept dying at the height of his power, but he was unwilling to face the same fate as before, choosing to leap from a cliff in despair amidst decay and powerlessness. Yuan Shuo spat blood. He gazed at Sun Yifei and smiled. "Do you still possess a hidden card?" "Yes, the blood blade technique." However, he realized he could afford to wait, biding his time until his opponent faltered. There remained hope that he could vanquish him in this state of decline, for he was a martial artist, strong in physique, while the extraordinary thrived on sheer force. As the mysterious energy dissipated, Sun Yifei could no longer maintain his present strength. Yuan Shuo's chances of victory were significantly heightened, a favorable 7-3 in his favor. Yet, upon hearing Sun Yifei's roar, he chuckled. "You are remarkably tenacious, Sun Yifei. So much so that I feel an impulsive urge to bestow upon you the highest honor, despite the severe consequences that may ensue." Yet Yuan Shuo was indeed somewhat impulsive. He glanced downward and spotted Li Hao, offering an apologetic smile, pondering whether, had he survived, the meager sword energy he could absorb would suffice. Regardless of adequacy, he thought, if he remained alive, those sword energies would likely be completely exhausted. In that moment, Yuan Shuo smiled. "What does it matter? My disciple may lack sword energy, but he will find his way. I simply wish to be reckless once, to indulge in madness alongside this lunatic." He was so endearing that, despite his affection, he felt an urge to slay him for a proper farewell. In that instant, the stone blade in his grasp, its energy drawn forth, seamlessly merged within him. He seldom absorbed blade energy in such a manner. Yet at this juncture, how could he bear to let Sun Yifei witness anything less than his utmost prowess? As he absorbed the blade energy, the heart's fire and the raging tiger dissipated. All 5 forces vanished. In a heartbeat, the energy of the stone blade fused, its power integrating with his inner strength. Meanwhile, Sun Yifei made no attempt to hinder him. He was fervently enhancing his own abilities, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy. The staff in his hands blazed with a crimson hue, illuminating half the sky, and he laughed joyfully. "How delightful! Yuan Shuo, you old devil, have truly concealed your strength. Did you think I couldn't handle it? No, I can. The world around him shifted. In this moment, everyone below displayed expressions of disbelief. The momentum continued to surge. Was this truly still Sanyang? Hao Lianchuan could hardly believe it, nor could any of the other Sanyang members. They felt as though they were witnessing a battle that transcended the very essence of Sanyang itself. At this moment, both combatants were somehow still ascending. It was inscrutable, unfathomable. Was the martial artist's potential truly limitless? Yet Li Hao understood the reason, the bloodblade technique. The master had once again employed the bloodblade technique. Forcibly cultivating the second divine state was not sufficient, and yet he resorted to the bloodblade technique. Was the master mad? The sword energy was running low. Unless he had thought of something. At this moment, silence enveloped him as he gazed upward. In the sky, Sun Yifei was trembling, not out of fear, but with anticipation. Yuan Shuo, can you become even stronger? Sun Yifei declared, I shall accompany you on your journey. At that moment, Yuan Shuo was ready. The stone blade in his hand magnified, transforming into a crimson weapon, imbued with solemnity. Walk well on the road to the Yellow Springs. I send you forth. Sun Yifei laughed heartily, striking out with his staff. This strike transcended all previous limits, seemingly shattering the void itself. It appeared slow, yet bore an immense sense of oppression, causing those below to feel as if they were suffocating under its weight. Flash! Yuan Shuo roared, unleashing a blow with his blood-colored long knife, conjuring a crimson shadow that stretched for hundreds of meters. This strike exceeded even Yuan Shuo's utmost capabilities. The clash of the long knife and staff resonated in the air, yet produced no sound, only flickering light. Suddenly, the staff shattered instantaneously, not broken in half, but cleaved into two distinct pieces. Under the force of this strike, the staff, infused with all of Sun Yifei's essence, was severed effortlessly, and the sharp blade continued its trajectory, descending. A smile appeared in Sun Yifei's eyes as he watched the long knife fall. In that instant, he seemed to go mad, as if teleporting. He vanished the moment the blade descended, just as the bloodstain appeared above him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beside Yuan Shuo, who was now somewhat weakened. Yet, Sun Yifei had inexplicably appeared before him. Sun Yifei chuckled, the bloodstain above him growing larger. He extended his hand and delivered a punch to Yuan Shuo's throat. It was a feeble blow, one that Yuan Shuo barely felt. They locked eyes. After a moment, Sun Yifei managed to utter a few strained words. I have defeated you. Jump down. You must jump. Years ago, he had lost and had leaped down. I will not kill you. I grant you a chance. Jump down. His body began to fracture, and he looked at Yuan Shuo, a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. Jump down. I have won. Despite his impending demise, he truly felt victorious. He longed to see the old demon Yuan, defeated and forced to leap from the precipice. Yuan Shuo met his gaze and suddenly laughed, his strength dissipating as he fell. At that moment, Sun Yifei looked down and saw him. Yuan Shuo had jumped down. I have won. He laughed, his body cracking, flesh and blood cascading down. He had won, although that punch might not have been lethal in Yuan Shuo's current state. He was confident of shattering his throat. Even if Yuan Shuo survived, he would be gravely injured. But did it matter? He witnessed Yuan Shuo crash heavily to the ground. He beheld the second deity, glimpsed the path of martial artists, envisioned the grandeur above 1,000 combatants, and witnessed Yuan Shuo's strongest strike, along with his disheveled appearance. It was worth it. Even if it cost him his life, it was worth it. Upon returning to Silver Moon, having defeated the inner demons that plagued me for over 2 decades, I suddenly felt a sense of liberation. Mo Shan, as master and disciple, we have witnessed the rise of martial arts. In this moment, Sun Yifei released his final laughter. The Chimei staff triumphs. Boom. The void erupted. A ball of flame illuminating the cosmos. The Chimei staff king has vanquished the beast king. Shattered to pieces. At that instant, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Below, Yuan Shuo crashed heavily to the ground. Countless bones shattered, yet he still gazed upwards, observing the mangled figure, and smiled. Another old friend has departed. You have won. The Chimei staff has prevailed. Yuan Shuo beamed radiantly. In the next moment, he vanished without a trace. No one witnessed his departure. At that very moment, a cry pierced the heavens, and in an instant, a blade appeared atop a steep cliff. The blade struck, swiftly, ferociously, with unparalleled ruthlessness. This strike eclipsed all previous ones. Damn it! A roar infused with terror echoed through the heavens. Red Moon. Within the Red Moon faction, Hao Kong's countenance shifted drastically as countless mysterious energies erupted recklessly. Yet it was too late. With a sickening thud, a head tumbled to the ground. It was too swift. Even he, a formidable figure of the three sons, could not evade it. In a heartbeat, his head was severed. In the distance, Li Hao remained composed, having anticipated this outcome. When the master employed the blood blade technique, he sensed his own sword would be insufficient, and thus he surmised. The master would kill. He would slay the Red Moon's members. What could be done without a sword? The Red Shadow energy replenishment proved effective. Strangely, the Red Moon's members did not flee, with their master still possessing fighting spirit. Lingering before the master's blood blade technique completely dissipated would be tantamount to courting death. Yuan Shuo. From all directions, powerful figures bellowed. In an instant, those who soared through the skies, the denizens of Yin Luo, including the Sword Sect members, converged together, not in flight, but in a frantic gathering. They were terrified, anxious. Yuan Shuo had gone mad. He had just slain Hao Kong, seemingly oblivious to the consequences of continuing his rampage within Silver Moon, having deep-seated enmity with the Red Moon. Was he truly reckless enough to kill Hao Kong in such a setting? Surely, there would be retaliation. But did Yuan Shuo care? Not in the slightest. With a single stroke, he decimated Hao Kong, the long blade cleaving through the void. One by one, heads fell, each empowered being met their end at his hands. Yuan Shuo wore a smile. Sunny Fei, what do you amount to? He surveyed the surroundings, laughing heartily. What are you all? What do you amount to? Do you dare to witness my battle? The Red Moon's members, if they wish to kill, let them do so. What could they accomplish? The consumption of the blood blade technique was immense. Without slaying some, how could he replenish his energy? With a manic laugh, the blood blade erupted in resplendent light. In that instant, while the others saw nothing, Li Hao's gaze shifted as the stone blade instantaneously absorbed countless red shadows. Evidently, the teacher, through Hou Xiaoqing, grasped certain techniques for wielding the stone blade, directly absorbing the crimson shadow. Li Hao beheld a colossal red silhouette, that of the one who had annihilated the people of the Red Moon. Yuan Shuo erupted into laughter, soaring into the sky, vanishing from the crowd in an instant. Li Hao heard Yuan Shuo's voice whispering in his ear, I can't hold on any longer. I will take my leave. The forthcoming dangers are for Hou Xiaoqing to handle. With that, he had already disappeared. Li Hao stood there, frozen. Ah yes. Do not forget to erect a monument for Sunny Fei. Yuan Shuo's final words echoed, soon fading away. Around him, everyone was stricken with fear. Silent until Yuan Shuo's absence allowed for the faintest sounds of breath to emerge. Each face was a tapestry of complexity and dread. The battle of the day was unimaginable. The demise of the Qimei staff, the 5 Beasts King slaying all those from the Red Moon division, the obliteration of Bright Island. These events would swiftly circulate, stirring the world, even resonating through the central regions. Above the combat of thousands, there lay the essence of the divine. Chapter 82. Fanning the Flames of Chaos. 3 updates seeking monthly votes and subscriptions. This battle had concluded. Initially perceived as a crushing defeat for Yuan Shuo, it turned out that the 5 Beast sect was remarkably formidable. Li Hao had slain Sun Maxian, and Yuan Shuo had even transcended the realm of thousands, decisively eliminating Sunny Fei. The powerful from the central region returned to their roots. Fallen leaves must ultimately return to their origins. Sun Yifei's demise would indelibly mark the annals of the Silver Moon martial world. However, the ripples of this battle were only just beginning. The scene was momentarily hushed. In the next instant, someone leapt into the air, heading straight for the heavens, the very site where Sun Yifei had met his end. After his death, nothing remained except for a potent, mysterious energy that had yet to disperse entirely. Yet there, faintly, emerged a broken long staff, the Qimei staff. This was not the one previously wielded, but rather one later forged from mysterious essence. It was unimaginable. This was a testament to the powerful spirit, a remnant left in the final moments of a formidable warrior. A treasure. Everyone recognized it as such. A broken Qimei staff left behind by a late-stage Sanyong warrior. A fragment of indomitable will and unmatched battle intent. Such a treasure, even if not extraordinary, surpassed most extraordinary artifacts. In that moment, some surged forth. Among them were those of the Sanyong and those of the Sun's radiance. As for the weaker ones, none dared to seize it. At that moment, Li Hao felt a bloodthirsty impulse. That artifact is unworthy of your grasp. Indeed, they were unworthy. Though Sun Yifei had perished, despite being an adversary, Yuan Shuo held him in high regard, and Li Hao also acknowledged him as a distinguished martial artist, a master of his generation. What right did these individuals have to claim his Qimei staff? Li Hao propelled himself from the ground, wielding the starry sky sword, charging towards one of the sun's radiance. Just as he was about to close the distance, a thunderous roar reverberated. Get lost. In a moment, Hao Lianquan ascended, flames erupting skyward, bellowing, "How dare you? Whose possessions do you think you can touch?" At this instant, Hao Lianquan was consumed by an indescribable fury, though the reason for his wrath remained unclear. Perhaps it was due to Sun Yifei's fiery prowess? With a single punch, flames erupted in all directions, causing the radiant daytime superhumans to retreat in haste. Yet, several members of the Three Sons remained, including individuals from Yanluo, Feiqian, and Jianmen. A stoic middle-aged man from Yanluo coldly remarked, "Yuan Shuo has departed. Do you intend to obstruct us?" Hao Lianquan, you overestimate yourself and the Night Watchers. Hao Lianquan felt a surge of frustration at that moment. He yearned to wield the Fire Phoenix spear and unleash devastation upon them. Damn it, who do you think you are? With the fall of the red moon, do you still believe you hold a significant advantage? His gaze suddenly shifted to Hong Yitong, and he furiously questioned, "Are you also going to seize it, Hong Yitong?" Hong Yitong furrowed his brow slightly and retorted, "It is not a matter of seizing this item. I simply wish to prevent any disturbances to Brother Sun after his demise. If I were to take away this half of the Qimei staff, I assure you it would not be for personal use. I shall have it delivered to the central region for Sun Hongxiu." Upon hearing this, Hao Lianquan's expression darkened with dissatisfaction. To give it to Sun Hongxiu? If it truly reaches her, and she gains anything from it, perhaps even some semblance of Sun Yifei's will, would she not come seeking vengeance upon Li Hao and the others? Previously, Sun Hongxiu had issued dire threats, and now, a blood feud loomed large. Though Hao Lianquan felt sympathy for Sun Yifei, he recognized that Yuan Shuo and Li Hao were the true representatives of the Night Watchers. He was acutely aware that regardless of whether Hong Yitong's intentions were genuine or feigned, the artifact could not be permitted to slip into his hands. Hong Yitong. According to the rules of the martial world, Sun Yifei fell at the hands of Yuan Shuo. His Qimei staff is thus Yuan Shuo's trophy. Yuan Shuo has left, yet his disciple, Li Hao, remains. It is not your place to lay claim to it. Hong Yitong frowned and nodded slightly. Very well then. I harbor no intention to seize treasures, whether you believe it or not. As a fellow member of the martial community, I would not stoop to claiming Brother Sun's belongings after his passing. With those words, he took several steps back and vacated the area. Whether out of caution or genuine disinterest in the spoils, he chose to relinquish the pursuit. In that moment, only 3 figures from the Three Sons remained. Facing each other, the cold-faced middle-aged man from Yanluo and the enigmatic cloaked figure from Feiqian. The mysterious figure in the cloak seemed to survey the surroundings, and moments later, silently vanished from sight, reappearing within the Feiqian ranks. With a wave of his hand, a cadre of formidable Feiqian members swiftly departed as well, abandoning their quest for the treasures. The Yanluo warrior frowned in response, while he had no fear of Hao Lianquan. With the departure of the Feiqian members and Hong Yitong observing nearby, coupled with the possibility of Yuan Shuo's return, despite speculation that he had fled due to severe injuries, caution was warranted. Yuan Shuo of the Night Watchers, he murmured to himself, before swiftly taking his leave. Below, the Yanluo warriors began to disperse as well. With their leader gone, they dared not linger. The events of the day required reflection, and the information needed to be disseminated. As for the half of the Qimei staff left by Sun Yifei, it was uncertain whether the Night Watchers could retain it. Even if they refrained from claiming it, others might well attempt to seize it. Through this half-length Qimei staff, one might uncover a myriad of secrets, Yuan Shuo's secrets, the mysteries of the hidden deity, and the enigma surrounding why this fragment of the Qimei staff remained after Sun Yifei's demise. Within these revelations, there may lie countless treasures. As the forces of Yanluo retreated, the smaller factions, devoid of courage, hastily fled the scene. The battle of today concluded, yet the continuation of tomorrow's expedition into the ruins remained uncertain. At this moment, several minor organizations began to reconsider their participation. Should we withdraw? It is far too perilous. Initially, they had anticipated a mere excursion into the ruins, where the larger organizations would feast while they savored the remnants. Yet, to their dismay, the broth was snatched away before they could even partake. The Red Moon, one of the three major organizations, suffered the loss of two of its formidable Sanyang warriors. Coupled with the earlier demise of Duantian, Red Moon had witnessed the fall of three Sanyang powerhouses in just over a month. Once, the Sanyang were seldom seen. However, with their emergence, they did not exhibit an unstoppable dominance, but rather fell one after another, all at the hands of the same individual, Yuan Shua. The notorious reputation of this old fiend was indeed well-deserved. Upon reflection, it was evident, from Duantian to Sun Yifei and then to Haokong, they remained unaware of Qiao Feilong. Had they known that Yuan Shua had claimed a Sanyang warrior every 10 days, the terror of it would be unfathomable. Yet, in this moment, everyone had forgotten one person, the Lord of Guangming Island, a renowned powerhouse and a celestial favored by the divine, yet in today's battle, his presence was so diminished that it scarcely rivaled even Haokong, who at least had the backing of Red Moon. It was common knowledge that Red Moon would not rest until retribution was exacted for Haokong's death. As for the Lord of Guangming Island, he was irrelevant. His demise and the obliteration of his island rendered him a mere footnote, overlooked by all. A Sanyang celestial favored by the divine had perished. Yet his death garnered less attention than that of Sun Maxian. In midair, Hao Lianchuan grasped the Qimai staff, which appeared to struggle momentarily. Upon landing, he was approached by none other than Li Hao. Their gazes met, and after a brief silence, Li Hao muttered, "Thank you, Minister Hao?" Hao Lianchuan was left speechless, pondering the meaning behind those words. "Thank you for retrieving the Qimai staff for me." Suddenly, understanding dawned upon Hao Lianchuan, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to keep the staff and hand it over to the Night Watcher for further examination. However, he had just declared it a trophy belonging to Yuan Shua. According to the rules, it rightfully belonged to Yuan Shua, and thus to Li Hao. Li Hao, in his murmur, reiterated, "Thank you, Minister Hao." He desired the Qimai staff, not for its value as a treasure. He possessed enough treasures, and the starry sky sword remained a mystery to him. But the Qimai staff represented the weapon of his teacher's adversary. In that final moment, he had witnessed the opponent's hesitance to strike. Li Hao yearned to reclaim this Qimai staff, with the hope that one day, he might return it to the central region, restoring it to the heir of the Qimai staff's legacy. Indeed, even if he knew that the other party would harbor no gratitude and might even wish for his demise, he still felt compelled to return it. Death may claim the body, yet the legacy endures. The heritage of the Qimei staff king persists. Is it antiquated? As he once pondered, indeed, it seems rather archaic. Not only to leave roots unsevered, but to also return the will of the Qimei staff king is foolish, is it not? Indeed, it is foolish. However, is this not the essence of a martial artist? I remain a martial artist. At this moment, Li Hao's blood has yet to cool. Hao Lianchuan, rendered speechless, took a moment before responding, "Many eyes are upon us now. Once we return to the Night Watch headquarters, I shall provide you with what you seek." "Thank you." Li Hao expressed his gratitude. In this moment, he silently gazed skyward, then turned his attention to the distant grave of Sun Maxian. He approached, searching for items that could attest to the identity of the Qimei staff king. They should not be overly precious. Should the Qimei staff be interred, it would likely attract daily visits from grave robbers. After a brief search, Li Hao discovered some tattered garments left from a previous battle, along with a small segment of the original Qimei staff, now diminished to a mere fragment, unlikely to draw much attention. Before the newly formed grave, Li Hao buried these items. He found a large stone and, after a lengthy silence, inscribed a few humble words. "Here lies Sun Yifei, the Qimei staff king, and Sun Maxian, the inheritor of the Qimei staff." There were no accolades, no achievements, no dates, nothing at all. Yet, this sufficed. At that moment, another figure appeared, Hong Yitong, accompanied by his daughter. Hong Yitong cast a glance at the tombstone, sighed softly, and bowed slightly, saying, "Brother Sun, your wishes are fulfilled. You witnessed the birth of Yinshi. I believe you left this world willingly. The legacy of the Silver Moon martial artists, after all, has not been severed. There is a sense of nostalgia, a tinge of sorrow. Another has departed." He turned to Li Hao and spoke gently. "You are commendable, do not overthink it. This is the way of the martial artist. The martial world as we knew it has vanished, yet when your master stepped out of Silver City, the martial world re-emerged. The mythos of the Silver Moon martial arts, I believe, shall continue. Li Hao, take good care of yourself. Your master, having slain Sun Yifei, transcended into Yunxi, breaking the chains of Douqian. With his departure, if he cannot be found, I trust others will soon seek you out. Whether for sparring or vengeance, rest assured, peace shall elude you. Remember, the martial artists have fallen into decline. These words carry profound meaning, tinged with melancholy. The martial artist has been supplanted. The force that has taken their place is the now dominant superpower. Yet, among the martial artists, an anomaly has emerged. Will superpowers tolerate the resurgence of martial artists? Not necessarily. In times past, the rise of superpowers led to the demise of many martial artists, forcing numerous practitioners to embrace superpowers. If martial artists were to prove their superiority now, would it not slap many faces? Especially those martial artists who have transitioned to superpowers. Not everyone is like Sun Yifei, and not all yearn for the revival of martial arts. Some superpowered martial artists actually thrive on the resurgence of martial arts. This indicates that their past choices were flawed. No one wishes to acknowledge their own mistakes. Therefore, it is only fitting that martial artists fade into obscurity, aligning with their sentiments. Hong Yitong, the extraordinary martial artist, profoundly comprehended this sentiment at that moment. He refrained from speaking. Witnessing Yuan Shua's formidable prowess sparked a flicker of regret within him. The path of a martial artist, though arduous, beckoned with the allure of greater strength. Such thoughts swiftly dissipated, yet an inescapable sense of longing lingered in his heart. He considered himself to be quite magnanimous. After all, enduring several challenges from Yuan Shua without engaging in battle was undeniably humiliating. If he, too, felt a twinge of regret, one could only imagine how other extraordinary martial artists fared. Beside him, Li Hao regarded Hong Yitong, bowing slightly. The younger generation understands. However, I do not fear a straightforward challenge. My master carved out a path for himself, and I shall do the same. Should it come to assassination or ambush, then Master Hong underestimates the Night Watchers. A faint smile graced Li Hao's lips. The Night Watchers are spread across 99 provinces. And while we still exist under the domain of the Tianqing dynasty, should anyone wish to take my life, it would require the Night Watchers' consent. And even if they consent, they might have forgotten that my master is still alive. Upon hearing this, Hong Yitong chuckled and nodded slightly. It is good that you have a plan. The expedition to the ruins tomorrow may not proceed smoothly. Even if it does, it would be wise not to enter. It is perilous. Thank you for the warning. Master Hong, Li Hao replied, then turned to Hong Qing beside him. Miss Hong Qing, the sword has been shattered. I apologize. Once I return to the Night Watchers, I will have another crafted and sent to you. It is of no consequence, Hong Qing said, casting him a curious glance. It was merely a mundane sword, not an extraordinary item. If it is broken, then so be it. Her curiosity got the better of her. You have only practiced martial arts for 3 years? Indeed. Impressive. Hong Qing expressed admiration, genuinely astonished by his mere 3 years of training. A true genius. Having trained since childhood, she had dedicated over a decade to martial arts, reaching the late stage of breaking 100, which was commendable. Yet here was someone who, in just 3 years, had already slain the prodigy Sun Maxian, who had grasped the essence of martial arts, and was on the verge of entering the realm of Douqian. She felt a sense of loss for the 2 martial artists who had perished that day. Of course, had Li Hao and Yuan Shua met the same fate, she would have felt equally saddened. They were both geniuses and powerhouses of the martial arts world, and to lose them would be a profound tragedy. You flatter me. Li Hao said no more and turned to leave. He preferred not to engage in lengthy conversations with strangers, despite Hong Yitong's amiable demeanor. One could never truly know another's heart. Upon returning to the Night Watchers' camp, he found others busy tidying up the aftermath. With the Red Moon's forces vanquished, the battlefield required cleansing, and the extraction of mysterious energy was a task others dared not undertake. The Night Watchers, however, bore no such reservations. After all, they were responsible for the consequences. Yuan Shua claimed he was not one of the Night Watchers, but outsiders did not share that perspective. When Hou Xiaoqing had shielded Yuan Shua, the world saw him as part of the Night Watchers faction. Therefore, Hao Lianquan showed no mercy. Yuan Shua had killed and seized the Red Shadow, actions that others did not witness, leading them to believe he was merely killing for the sake of killing. At that moment, the mysterious energy was still present. Today, many formidable warriors have perished, their mysterious energies dissipating into the air, yet no one has chosen to collect them. Even though Hao Lianquan felt a pang of regret deep within, he ultimately decided against taking action. Sun Yifei, though a member of the Red Moon, commanded how Lianchuan's admiration for his martial prowess. Such a strong individual should not suffer indignity in death. This sentiment transcended factional divides, rooted purely in respect. Had all members of the Red Moon embodied such valor, he would have held the organization in high esteem, yet sadly, individuals like Sun Yifei were few and far between. At that moment, Wang Ming approached with a solemn expression, lamenting, "Brother, I never expected this battle to yield such an outcome." Stunned into silence were Li Hao, Liu Long, and Liu Yan, while Hao Lianchuan looked at Wang Ming as if seeing him for the first time, utterly bewildered. "What, brother?" Wang Ming, seemingly oblivious to their reactions, expressed concern. "Brother, has our master departed due to severe injuries?" Everyone witnessed the extent of his wounds, and with news of today's conflict spreading, countless individuals may seek to harm him or extract the secrets of advancing to martial master. "Our master is in peril, brother. Do we have any means to assist him?" Li Hao, struggling to respond, finally said, "Old Wang, just call me Xiao Ming." Wang Ming resolutely replied, "Brother, the rights of martial masters must not be disregarded. I lacked understanding before, but today I feel it profoundly. There is a hierarchy. You are the elder brother, and I am the younger disciple, regardless of age. You should call me Xiao Ming." The group fell into a perplexed silence. Could they argue against him? They could not. He was indeed a disciple of Yuan Shua, and a recognized disciple at that. When Yuan Shua sought to pave the way for Li Hao, he had no idea that Li Hao would progress so rapidly, nor that he himself would also advance swiftly into the realm of spirit nurturing. Now, the three recognized disciples he had taken under his wing had indeed made a name for themselves. 5 animals, sect members. Hao Lianchuan observed with a peculiar gaze before smiling and saying, "Indeed, Li Hao, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak. As for you, Wang Ming, please engage with your elder brother for guidance. The path of martial arts holds great promise." He was pleased by this development, even feeling a hint of schadenfreude. Initially, he had found Yuan Shua's insistence on their apprenticeship somewhat inappropriate, yet now he mused, "Ah, Yuan Shua, you never anticipated this, did you? Your recognized disciple has latched onto you." Li Hao, weary of further discourse, merely remarked, "Wang Ming, sometimes you can be quite exasperating. Just remember not to call me anything out loud when we are outside. Do not think you can gain an advantage. Understand that many wish for our master's demise. And for mine as well. Among the martial masters, superhumans, and even the night watchers, not all desire Yuan Shua to live." He recalled Ho Xiaoqing's ominous warning that should he be pushed further, he would retaliate, an even more terrifying prospect. Moreover, nearby lurked a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of the 3 sons, silently observing them. Speaking too much could easily attract unwanted attention. When their master departed, he did not absorb the sword energy, but merely took the red shadow with him. It remained uncertain whether the power of the red shadow could aid in the master's recovery, and with his forced nurturing of the second spirit, he was undoubtedly suffering significant depletion. Li Hao felt a lingering concern. As for the teacher's escape, he could comprehend it. At this juncture, remaining in place would render him a target, especially with his injuries still unhealed. Here, he could easily fall prey to an ambush. At this moment, Hao Lianchuan also considered these factors and solemnly remarked, "The situation concerning the relics has become quite troublesome. The news may have already spread. I must report this immediately to Minister Ho. Li Hao, come with me." With that, he led Li Hao towards the night watchman's camp. He felt that he might not be able to handle this. No, it was certain he could not manage it. This was a significant predicament. Fortunately, Yuan Shua had fled. Had he not, the trouble would have escalated even further. He felt a sense of relief that Yuan Shua had left, for if he had remained, the 3 major organizations would likely dispatch their top-tier experts from the central region at the fastest pace. Even if the central region was distant, surrounding provinces would swiftly mobilize their forces. Meanwhile, the news had indeed spread. At the foot of Baiwa Mountain, within a tea house, the Wheel of Destiny had just arrived at the base of the mountain when a mirror in his possession began to tremble. Upon glancing at it, his expression gradually turned grave, eventually transforming into one of profound seriousness. The information was scant but exceedingly alarming. Yuan Shua had broken through, advancing to the spirit-infusing stage, surpassing 1,000 in combat prowess, and there was still a path for martial artists. Yuan Shua had slain Sun Yifei, who wielded a mysterious source as his weapon, yet was still defeated. Yuan Shua's combat strength was nearing that of the 3 sons. Such terrifying news. Additionally, it was reported that Yuan Shuo was gravely injured and had fled, but not before annihilating the entire Red Moon expedition team, including the death of Hao. This revelation brought a smile to the Wheel of Destiny. They were not of Yama's ilk. The three major organizations had both cooperation and rivalry, and their demise was even preferable. However, he had no time to indulge in mockery. Originally intending to ascend the mountain, he abruptly changed direction, soaring towards the Hengduan Gorge. At this moment, restraining Hou Xiaoqing was no longer a priority. He departed. Moments later, a furious shout resonated through the heavens, and in an instant, a purple figure ascended into the air. It was Ziyue, the leader of the Red Moon. She too had received the news. Although her people had been slaughtered, those present with abilities would certainly relay the information to her. As for who it was, that held little significance. Red Moon's intelligence network was always formidable. At the summit of Baiwa Mountain, Hou Xiaoqing was sipping tea in a pavilion when Yu, the chief steward, swiftly presented a screen, solemnly stating, "Minister Hao has urgent news. Receive it." Hou Xiaoqing was already aware that something had gone amiss. He felt the departure of Ziyue and the Wheel of Destiny. Yet, what could compel them to act so urgently? Had Hao Lianchuan drawn forth the Fire Phoenix gun? Was that why they were hastily seeking to acquire the Source Divine weapon? This was within his calculations. Let them go. The Source Divine weapon was not so easily obtained. Thus, he remained unperturbed. When Hao Lianchuan's face appeared on the screen, he found the humor to jest. "You still haven't fled? The Source Divine weapon has been exposed, and you still linger there? Flee." Hao Lianchuan was taken aback, and in the next moment, he hurriedly replied, "Minister, should we retreat? What else?" Yet, Hao Lianchuan anxiously insisted, "But the timing is perfect. Red Moon has suffered severe losses. I believe this is an opportunity." Briefly explain. Hou Xiaoqing seemed to have everything under control. In reality, he had anticipated numerous scenarios. Thus, even in the face of adversity, he had made provisions. The minister, Yuan Shuo, had ascended to the realm of Yunxi, discovering a path that transcended Doqian, and had eliminated Sun Yifei along with the entirety of the Red Moon faction, extinguishing Guangming Island. Crash. The teacup was crushed to smithereens beneath his grip. "Minister?" Hao Lianchuan queried, perplexed. Had not the minister already been apprised? Hou Xiaoqing remained unperturbed, merely nodding slightly. Indeed, and what else? Yet at this moment, his heart was in turmoil. What was happening? Yuan Shuo had reached Yunxi? While it was not entirely beyond his contemplation that Yuan Shuo could defeat Sun Yifei, he had considered possibilities such as Yuan wielding the Fire Phoenix spear and unleashing formidable power, which was indeed plausible. He had also entertained the notion of Yuan utilizing the mysterious weapons of the 8 great families to overpower Sun Yifei. The prospect of Yuan ultimately succumbing to Sun Yifei and making a hasty retreat had crossed his mind as well. However, he had never fathomed that Yuan Shuo could truly rely on sheer strength to vanquish Sun Yifei. This was beyond even the realm of the divine. How could one expect that a mere month after his promotion, Yuan Shuo would swiftly discover a path leading beyond Doqian and even step into it? Yunxi? Hou Xiaoqing was genuinely astonished, utterly flabbergasted, unable to believe his own thoughts. How could this be possible? Yet, the earlier calm demeanor prevented him from exhibiting any sign of his shock. Only the ever-composed chief steward noticed the minister's growing agitation as he nearly reduced his cup to dust. "Minister, Yuan Shuo has slain the members of Red Moon and gravely injured himself in his escape. Should we abandon the exploration of the ruins and retreat? Retreat? Nonsense. The Hengduan Gorge will soon become the focal point of attention from all quarters. We cannot leave now. If we do, the ruins will be lost. Once we depart, a multitude of formidable beings will arrive to investigate the Hengduan Gorge. We must explore the ruins before they come, and I must personally oversee this." At this moment, even the city of Baiwa was of little concern. Indeed, it was not only him. The 3 major organizations and the higher-ups had all shifted their focus away from Baiwa City. Who had the luxury to care about Baiwa City? They were all intent on locating Yuan Shuo. If they could not find him, they would seek out his disciples instead. "I shall be there immediately." With that, Hou Xiaoqing abruptly terminated the communication. As he descended the mountain, he instructed, "Contact the garrison headquarters." Chief Steward Yu swiftly established the connection. Upon receiving the call, Hou Xiaoqing spoke with gravity. Regardless of the circumstances, the garrison must be stationed at Hengduan Gorge and secure it. All weapons must cover the gorge. Additionally, initiate level 1 combat readiness. In critical moments, those assets can be deployed for comprehensive strikes. Minister, trust me, or we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Understood. However, such actions may lead to undesirable consequences. It matters not. We are prepared. If necessary, we shall proceed with the worst-case scenario in mind. Understood. Ho Xiaoqing ended the call, contemplated for a moment, and then dialed another number. Public relations, launch an extensive campaign to announce that Yuan Shuo has ascended to Yunxi, surpassing Doqian, and has defeated Sun Yifei in 3 strikes during the late Yang phase. At this moment, Yuan Shuo has journeyed to the central region, intent on harnessing the power of the spirit to annihilate the Crimson Moon, compelling it to await its demise with a cleansed neck. Moreover, Yuan Shuo is eager to reorganize the Silver Moon martial world, willing to impart the secrets of spirit cultivation to those who share his aspirations. He is open to accepting any martial artist who wishes to join him in vanquishing the formidable warriors of the Crimson Moon. Beside him, Steward Yu's eyes flicker with uncertainty. Is this appropriate? Certainly. With such a plan, the agents of the Crimson Moon will undoubtedly fixate on Yuan Shuo, likely lying in wait for him in the central region. Meanwhile, martial artists from across the realm will converge upon the central area in search of Yuan Shuo. Whether they seek to eliminate him or the warriors of the Crimson Moon remains uncertain. As for the credence of their beliefs, the tone aligns perfectly with that of the notorious Yuan Laoma. Those familiar with Yuan Shuo are unlikely to harbor doubts. At this juncture, Ho Xiaoqing has regained his composure, shedding the earlier astonishment and shock. He reflects for a moment before declaring, "Send a message to the Central Command. Inform them that we require reinforcements, specifically a few proficient warriors of the Dawn level, equipped with 3 to 5 divine weapons. Otherwise, we shall be unable to withstand the onslaught." Steward Yu, taken aback, asks, "Are we truly sending such a message?" "Indeed." Ho Xiaoqing suddenly smiles. "Dispatch it just as I've instructed. Furthermore, notify them to ensure Yuan Shuo is well cared for in the central region. Yuan Shuo has secretly pledged allegiance to the Night Watchers. Inform headquarters that he has consented to provide us with the most comprehensive techniques of spirit cultivation in exchange for assistance in eliminating the Crimson Moon, which will help us resolve our superhuman dilemmas, and he will also impart the advanced version of the 5 animals breathing technique to us. While this may seem far-fetched, it closely mirrors Yuan Shuo's distinctive style. As for me, I must now venture, injured, to the Hengduan Canyon. Inform headquarters to bring along a soul fruit when they arrive to aid my recovery. Otherwise, I fear I may not endure much longer." Steward Yu swiftly jots down the details, utterly in awe of the minister's prowess. At this moment, Ho Xiaoqing stands on the mountainside, gazing into the distance. Additionally, convey this message to the entire world. The blood child of the Crimson Moon is the key to Yuan Shuo's breakthrough in spirit cultivation. All with divine weapons can extract the blood child, and the methods for extraction shall be made publicly available. He chuckles. Yet, Steward Yu feels a chill in his heart. Should this news circulate, both superhumans and martial artists, particularly those possessing divine weapons, will undoubtedly be intrigued. Whether for research or preservation, they will surely be compelled. Previously, this information held little value. Who would believe it? But now it holds weight. Preparations for the details must be meticulous. After killing Duantian, he seized the blood child and swiftly advanced. Following this serious injury, after vanquishing Haokong and reclaiming the blood child, Yuan Shuo's next appearance may herald an even stronger warrior. All of this must be disclosed. Based on his trajectory and pace of advancement, it aligns seamlessly with the characteristics of the treasure that facilitates his ascension in spirit cultivation. Ho Xiaoqing's mind races, and in the blink of an eye, a series of cunning schemes take shape. If one were to scrutinize closely, they would indeed possess an air of invulnerability. Furthermore, the Night Watchman disseminated the news of presenting him with a blood god child of the 3-sun level. He acquired the blood god child and began to retreat for several days, and every detail of this information must be thoroughly communicated through those dark channels. Understood. Chief Steward Yu increasingly admired him and silently mourned for the red moon in his heart. Thus, even if the red moon could withstand the pressure, it was unlikely they would have the energy to trouble the Silver Moon or Silver City in the short term. They must first ensure their own well-being. At this moment, Li Hao remained oblivious to all of this. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to admire his teacher. No wonder the teacher remarked upon leaving that he would leave the mess entirely to Ho Xiaoqing. Evidently believing that Ho Xiaoqing could resolve these troubles, and minimize the danger. And indeed, Hou Xiaoqing did not disappoint. In the blink of an eye, he arranged matters one after another. When this information erupted, the most distressed were not Yuan Shuo or Li Hao, but rather those from the Red Moon. The blood godchild could lead to advancement. Those who killed members of the Red Moon could also acquire the method of nurturing spirits. With this back and forth, those with ambition inevitably took action. Who would be content without killing a few strong members of the Red Moon and testing their mettle? Even if they were aware that the information might not be true, strong individuals would still attempt it. They certainly would. Even strong members within the Red Moon might not find peace. On this day, before Hou Xiaoqing and his companions reached the Hengduan Gorge, the news had already begun to circulate in certain circles. Yuan Shuo advanced to the level of nurturing spirits, a martial artist surpassing the 1,000 combatants, having slain Sun Yifei, who was on the verge of breaking through to the Dawn Light realm. A sensational news indeed. The Silver Moon's old demon, Yuan Shuo, who had roamed the martial world over 20 years ago, advanced beyond the 1,000 combatants, decimating Sun Yifei of the Dawn Light level with a single stroke. Remarkably, his method of advancement was actually provided by the Red Moon, with the Red Moon's shadow god serving as the key to the martial artist's breakthrough. No wonder. I had my suspicions that the Red Moon's shadow god was extraordinary. They cultivate the shadow god, but never allow martial artists to do so. It is always the supernormal beings, and periodically, they would reclaim the shadow gods. So it was. Could it be that the Red Moon still retained its internal energy? The tides have turned. A martial artist has advanced beyond the 1,000 combatants, comparable to the Dawn Light. And the key to advancement is the Red Moon's shadow god, a treasure with exceptional concealment abilities, present on many of the Red Moon's supernormal beings. With just 3 blood god children composed of 3 sun-level shadow gods, one could advance to nurturing spirits. Is it truly so? I assure you. This news has likely spread throughout the 99 provinces. Just 3 sun-level shadow gods. Let us prepare. We need the Source Divine weapon, right? Quickly, bring the Source Divine weapon and take the opportunity to eliminate a few before others are ready. At this moment, the entire Tianqing dynasty was in an uproar. Killing a late 3 sun-level individual is not particularly remarkable. In the central region, late 3 sun-level warriors have met their demise before. And even those beyond the 3 sun level in the Dawn Light realm have fallen. However, when a martial artist achieves victory over such an opponent, it becomes the most significant news. Moreover, this martial artist has shattered the limits of martial artists. For many individuals and organizations, martial artists have not been abandoned. As everyone understands that the supernormal beings who advance martial artists are immensely powerful. Many organizations cultivate martial masters, and the 3 major factions are no exception. The promotion of martial masters strengthens everyone involved. Thus, upon hearing the possibility of advancing beyond the realm of Douqian, comparable to Sanyang or even Su Guang, some individuals became frenzied. They understood that a promotion from martial masters typically signifies a 1-level enhancement. If one could achieve a breakthrough into the realm of Yuanshan, would that not mean a direct ascension to Su Guang, or even a level beyond? If the rumors hold any truth, then Yuan Shuo, rivaling Su Guang, would suggest that after his promotion, he could surpass Su Guang and reach an unprecedented pinnacle of power not yet witnessed. This is something no organization would overlook. Chaos ensued. The aftershocks began to spread. Yuan Shuo, Hong Yu, and Xue Xinzi became the focal points of fervent discussions among powerful individuals from all directions. Not to mention the stirring influence of Hou Xiaoqing. Countless organizations commenced investigations into the veracity of the information, deploying agents from Inu or the Night Watchers in hopes of acquiring more reliable intelligence. The information divulged by Hou Xiaoqing appeared exceptionally credible, particularly after Yuan Shuo entered Douqian and swiftly progressed after vanquishing Duan Tian. Hou Xiaoqing had even provided a Sanyang Xue Xinzi, which, after a few days in seclusion, led to the confrontation with Sun Yifei. This all felt strikingly genuine. No one could discern any flaws in the narrative. Yuan Shuo's disciple, Li Hao, after 3 years of martial training, consumed a blood god's essence of the Riyao tier, propelling him directly into the realm of Ba by Yuan Man, where he defeated the formidable Sun Maxian. This news circulated widely among various factions. A newcomer, having trained for merely 3 years, achieving such rapid advancement further validated the accuracy of the information. Naturally, Li Hao garnered significant attention as a result. Unable to locate Yuan Shuo, They turned their sights to Li Hao. The caveat being, one must eliminate a Hongyu warrior to extract a blood god's essence to seek him out. Otherwise, if one found Li Hao without any treasures in hand, how could one leverage his knowledge of absorption techniques? It was evident that Li Hao and his companions lacked such resources. If they had them, they would have already used them. How could one dare to venture that far without a blood goddess essence? The already tumultuous Tianqing dynasty descended further into chaos. Meanwhile, the Hongyu faction had yet to grasp the situation, and in the blink of an eye, numerous Hongyu warriors vanished. They did not perish, they simply disappeared, silently and without a trace. Even several Sanyang warriors vanished without a sound, alive or dead. No one could ascertain their fate. Less than an hour had passed since the information leaked, highlighting the formidable capabilities of certain covert superpower organizations. In the heart of the realm, within a secretive location, a strikingly handsome man, albeit with a slightly androgynous appearance, suddenly narrowed his eyes with fierce intensity. "Damn it!" he exclaimed in fury. If Yuan Shuo were to witness this, he might utter a playful rebuke, remarking on how, after all these years, the man still maintained such a youthful demeanor, resembling a young lad despite being an elder. Yet, anger aside, he quickly commanded, "Gather the forces from all major provinces. Everyone, await orders to obliterate strongholds and conceal yourselves." This was infuriating. At that moment, he felt a pang of frustration, realizing the delay in response had resulted in several Sanyang stationed in the provinces being unreachable. Why? Was it even necessary to ask? Damn it. In this context, the contributions of various organizations and night watchmen are indispensable. Otherwise, the disappearance of the three sons would not have been so easily accomplished, especially considering the need for divine weaponry, which smaller organizations could scarcely possess. Chapter 83, Blinded by Light. The matters concerning Yuan Shuo have prompted numerous formidable individuals to set forth towards Silver Moon. Initially, the numbers would have been greater. However, as news spread, the troubles of the Red Moon have also intensified. A portion of the strong is currently devising ways to hunt down the powerful of the Red Moon, thus reducing the expected influx of warriors. Nevertheless, many martial artists across the realm are still embarking on their journey to Silver Moon. Above the 1,000 fighters, those who have not yet reached this level may come with a sense of reverence, while those who have attained the rank are now also making their way towards Silver Moon. For these esteemed martial artists, the path ahead is severed. With no means to enter the realm of the superhuman, they find themselves at a standstill. At this moment, having caught a glimmer of opportunity, however faint, they are compelled to investigate. Yuan Shuo has vanished, and whether he has ventured to the central region remains uncertain, yet they are aware that his disciple, Li Hao, is present in Silver Moon, and his whereabouts are public knowledge. Typically, martial artists of Yuan Shuo's caliber would leave behind a legacy for their successors. This is the nature of martial artists. Fearing that they might meet an untimely demise at any moment, they conventionally bequeath their teachings to a single heir, rarely clinging to their knowledge, particularly given the decline of martial artists. In the Crosscut Gorge, at the Night Watchman's base, many exhibit signs of anxiety. With the conclusion of battles, they have begun to grasp the implications. Yuan Shuo has shattered the limits of martial prowess, leaving aside the potential retribution from the Red Moon. The mere secret of his ascension is sufficient to drive countless individuals into a frenzy. Hao Lianquan furrows his brow deeply. He contacts the minister, who responds with a composed demeanor, assuring him that all is well. But is he truly at ease? Can the ruins still be explored? If they do not, with an increasing number of strong individuals focusing on Silver Moon, will these ruins remain theirs? The more he contemplates, the more it pains him. It was long advised that Yuan Shuo refrain from engaging in battle. Now, look where that has led. This old fiend is naturally inclined to stir up trouble. He casts a glance at the seemingly obedient Li Hao, pondering whether this young lad might be a second Yuan Shuo, perhaps another little troublemaker. His demeanor of obedience is certainly suspect. During his confrontation with Sun Maxian, he exhibited a flair reminiscent of Yuan Shuo in his prime, executing strikes that were swift, precise, and ruthless. Even Sun Maxian, a remarkable figure among martial artists, fell to his hand. At this moment, can anyone truly believe his facade of innocence? After a brief silence, Hao Lianquan speaks. The minister should be on his way. Initially, our presence alone sufficed, but it seems that is no longer the case. Should we enter the ruins in advance? In the gathering, a handsome gentleman, a vice minister of the Night Watchman, speaks up. He carries a long sword and shares the same elemental affinity as Wang Ming. That is not feasible. Hao Lianquan shakes his head. You were absent during the previous expeditions. The decision to choose the 28th was not merely a matter of superstition. It is the day when the dangers within the ruins are minimized. Entering early would amplify the risks. In previous attempts, poor timing resulted in significant losses. Minister Zhou expressed his surprise, inquiring, "Is there something special about the 28th? The moonlight?" Hao Lianquan replied, initially unprepared to conceal the truth. However, to prevent widespread rumors, he had held back. He continued to explain, on the 28th, the silver moon's light is at its weakest. Certain mechanisms within the ruins may require the power of moonlight to activate. The fainter the moonlight, the safer the mechanisms. Entering during a full moon would be akin to courting death. This ancient city, buried for countless ages, still retained its current state, suggesting that its energy could not be internally stored. Thus, we collectively deduce that the energy source derives from the illumination of the moonlight. Why not the sun? Wang Ming questioned with curiosity. The moon is not always visible, while the sun graces us daily. Shouldn't the ancients have considered the energy of the sun when designing these mechanisms? Why moonlight? His inquiry, though normal, bore a hint of contrarianism. Hao Lianquan cast him a glance and elucidated, because the sun does not appear at night, and during the day, the ancient guardians were vigilant. Nighttime was when normal people rested, and activating certain mechanisms was a preventive measure against nocturnal chaos. Hence, a source of energy was required during the night. Wang Ming remained puzzled. If we enter during the day, won't we be free from the interference of moonlight? Hao Lianquan shook his head. The energy is cumulative. But wouldn't the sun be more advantageous? It accumulates during the day and can be utilized at night. Though he was being contrarian, his argument held some merit, leaving Hao Lianquan at a loss for words. This young man had grown bolder since entering the daybreak. Regardless, Hao Lianquan asserted, the moonlight is weakest on the 28th, making the mechanisms within the ruins less potent. Wang Ming was about to voice further objections when he caught the disapproving look from Hao Lianquan, prompting him to swiftly fall silent. Fine, you're right. Everything you say is correct. The others understood as well that the 28th was the most suitable time. Otherwise, they might have to wait until the next month's 28th. Delaying for a month raised uncertainties about whether the ruins would still be under the control of the Night Watchers. A somber mood enveloped the group. Liu Long, who had remained largely silent due to his lack of understanding, finally spoke with a hint of despondency. Most of the Red Moon division has perished, and the Island of Light has been obliterated. Alone, Yama, skyward, and Sword Gate cannot match our strength. Compared to before, our situation should be more favorable. Even if they have reinforcements, do we not have any? The Night Watchers have been engaging them in the central region without losing ground, indicating their combat prowess remains formidable. If the adversary draws strong fighters from the center, can the Night Watchers' headquarters not also mobilize some strength? Since we are currently maintaining a balance, it stands to reason that after eliminating some, the situation should not become more perilous, does it? Before Hao Lianquan could respond, the cold voice of Minister Zhou, affiliated with the Gold faction, interjected. The central region would prefer that all major organizations withdraw from it. As for the turmoil at the borders, that is their own concern. The more that perish here, the better. Liu Long was momentarily taken aback. Hao Lianquan rebuked. What nonsense are you spouting? Minister Zhou coldly remarked. They are all Silver Moon people. There is nothing to discuss. The dynasty has already lost its grip on the border territories. Preoccupied with the chaos in the central regions and apprehensive about the provinces declaring independence. The more turmoil there is, the better. Only in such disorder can they find sufficient time to quell the unrest in the central region and then gradually restore order in the bordering provinces, thus bringing an end to the chaos. Therefore, the intentions and attitudes of the central region are quite clear. You may create as much disorder as you wish. As long as it can hinder the enemy's movements, that is deemed a success. The losses you incur and the lives that are lost are of no concern to them. Liu Long momentarily fell into a daze. This was information he had never encountered before. Suddenly hearing such news, he found himself distracted. The central region would not provide support to the border? He glanced at several individuals, particularly at Hao Lianquan, whose emotions were complex and inscrutable. He spoke solemnly. How? Silver Moon is also part of the Celestial Star Dynasty. In times of crisis, is the central region truly indifferent? We in Silver Moon have not yet reached the point of upheaval and have consistently acknowledged the dynasty's rule. The people under our governance recognize themselves as subjects of the dynasty. There has been no sign of rebellion or independence. Why, then, this neglect? Hao Lianquan, upon being questioned, remained silent for a long moment before slowly responding. Perhaps it is not indifference, but rather an inability to intervene. The turmoil in the central region has already consumed too much of their resources. At this moment, they also wish for a respite. Sending reinforcements to Silver Moon would merely prolong the conflict in the central region. Furthermore, Silver Moon is simply too far removed. The 99 provinces are vast, with Silver Moon situated on the frontier. The central region's more than 20 provinces alone constitute an enormous territory. Beyond that, it does not concern Silver Moon. Extending only to the borders, that is Silver Moon's domain. The current goal of the Celestial Star Dynasty is to expel all superpowered organizations from the central region and solidify its control before gradually expanding outward, which aligns with their overarching policy. Otherwise, constant division of forces may lead to a loss of control in the central region. The direction is correct, and the strategy is sound. However, for the border provinces, particularly those without aspirations for rebellion or independence, this feels like abandonment. The notion of migrating from small towns to larger cities in Silver Moon represents a surrender for many. Moreover, the central region has not even attempted relocation, outright abandoning us. Such a blow is profoundly heavy for many. After finishing, Hao Lianquan added, "Do not dwell too much on these matters. It may turn out to be quite beneficial. As long as we resolve the invading enemies, Silver Moon will find peace." The dynasty does not entirely neglect US. At times, they do allocate some superpowered resources. He spoke a few more words to prevent disappointment or even anger among the crowd. That would be undesirable. Furthermore, this is not the time for such discussions. Let us remain calm. Once the minister arrives, all troubles shall pass. Upon hearing that the minister was coming, the group suppressed their earlier apprehensions. Despite having not taken action for many years, he remained a steadfast anchor in their hearts. With his presence, the problems seemed manageable. Li Hao had been silently observing and, upon witnessing their expressions, began to comprehend the situation. Hou Xiaoqing held considerable esteem among the night watchers. Whether due to an inherent desire for independence that garnered the people's loyalty or out of a genuine commitment to safeguarding Silver Moon, as he repeatedly rebuffed the summons from his superiors, Li Hao found himself unfamiliar with Hou Xiaoqing. Thus he only half believed his words, remaining skeptical of the remainder. The current predicament of Silver Moon could be attributed to the higher-ups' negligence, as well as Hou Xiaoqing's defiance of imperial edicts. In Li Hao's perspective, no superior would be content with such a subordinate. While it may seem acceptable for military orders to be disregarded in external conflicts, the central region was embroiled in a significant war. The reluctance of frontier generals to return and aid the central authority was tantamount to rebellion in the eyes of the higher-ups. However, each party held their own understanding of the matter. Li Hao, lacking insight into the intricacies, opted to remain an observer. After some discussion among the group, they found themselves devoid of effective strategies and could only wait for Hou Xiaoqing's arrival. Their anticipation did not linger long. Just as they were still awaiting his presence, a formidable aura surged forth. Inside the tent, Hao Lianquan furrowed his brow and quickly exited. In the distance, a flash of violet light appeared before them. Hao Lianquan's expression turned grave. It was the Purple Moon, the supreme leader of the Red Moon faction stationed at Silver Moon, the Purple Moon. She did not don a ghostly mask and appeared to be a relatively young woman, perhaps no older than 30, with violet eyes that flickered with a faint, thunderous energy. A thunder elemental expert. She offered no further words, scanning the crowd until her gaze rested upon Li Hao, her tone remarkably calm. "Surrender, Li Hao, Hao Lianquan. You know the reason." Li Hao's master had decimated their ranks. Now that Yuan Shuo had escaped, the Purple Moon was determined to provide an explanation to the impending central power. Her demeanor was tranquil, yet seemed to conceal a storm of wrath. "My reluctance to confront you Night Watchers does not permit you to shield the disciples of the Five Beasts sect." Hao Lianquan cursed under his breath. Where was the minister? Why had he not yet arrived? The Purple Moon was formidable, potentially surpassing even Sunny Fei. The Red Moon boasted 7 leaders, each symbolized by a color, with the Purple Moon ranked 7th, which did not necessarily denote superiority, for she was not the original Purple Moon. Nevertheless, her status was significant, indicating that the Red Moon still valued Silver Moon highly. This was true not only for the Red Moon, but for other organizations as well. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that many powerful individuals had emerged from Silver Moon's martial world. Of course, that was a reason rooted in the past. Presently, it might also have ties to the 8 great families. Regardless, Hao Lianquan was acutely aware that he was no match for her, even with the Fire Phoenix spear. As the Purple Moon undoubtedly possessed divine weaponry. Such weapons were scarce, yet several provinces would have a few in their possession. The quality of divine weaponry varied significantly. Some had unique effects, such as the aggressive divine weapon currently contested in the central region, which was of lesser value. However, a figure as prominent as the Purple Moon would undoubtedly possess one. Purple Moon. Hao Lianquan intoned gravely. Whether or not to surrender Li Hao will be decided when the minister arrives. I am not in a position to make decisions, nor should you attempt to seize control by force. Otherwise, when the minister arrives, a war between the Crimson Moon and the Night Watchers is inevitable. Ziyu coldly regarded him. And what of war? Are you threatening me? With Hao Kong deceased, Duan Tian gone, and son Yifei dead, how can I explain if I fail to take Li Hao? Since trouble is unavoidable, let it be even more chaotic. With that, she reached out her hand, her palm crackling with thunderous energy, exerting immense pressure upon all present. This woman was indeed prepared to take action. Hao Lianquan was infuriated, roaring as he unleashed a punch, igniting celestial flames that erupted with a thunderous sound. He staggered back, his palm resonating with the crackling of thunder, causing his arm to shatter repeatedly. Meanwhile, Ziyu remained as steadfast as a mountain, launching another strike towards Li Hao. Her intention to seize Li Hao stemmed first from Yuan Shuo, and second, from his identity as a scion of the 8 great families. Ziyu understood that capturing Li Hao this time might grant her redemption, sparing her from punishment upon her return. However, failing to capture him would lead to significant complications. Under her command, the Silver Moon Division had lost far too many formidable warriors. Several from Sanyang had perished, including the recently arrived son Yifei. It was crucial to note that many provinces lacked the protection of Sanyang. Some less significant provinces were only guarded by Ri Yao, yet Silver Moon, owing to the 8 great families and Ho Xiaochun, had summoned several Sanyang experts, and now only she remained. The higher-ups were likely nearing a state of fury. Amidst the crowd, Li Hao maintained a stoic expression. He merely observed this woman, as she struck again and again, only to be thwarted by Hao Lianquan. Capture me? He harbored no fear of death, or rather, he was unafraid of dying in this moment, for Ziyu would not dare to kill him. The matters in Silver City were far from resolved, the intrigue still unfolding, and the stone gate remained intact. The Crimson Moon was likely well aware. They still required him, even needing to await the next rainy season to extract their lineage. Hence, she would not kill him now. He simply committed this individual to memory. Moreover, with Ziyu's arrival, what of Ho Xiaochun? At this moment, several Ri Yao began to act. A single Ri Yao was no match for a Sanyang expert. But when multiple Ri Yao joined forces, chaos ensued. Ziyu scoffed softly, as if something within her were about to surge forth. Li Hao observed silently, perceiving that within Ziyu, an indeterminate ferocious beast seemed poised to emerge, likely a source divine weapon. In a brief span, he had already witnessed several source divine weapons. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Zhang Ting, who, like him, was concealed within the crowd. This individual, possibly from the central region and a mid-tier Sanyang, wielded a source divine weapon, yet chose to remain hidden at this moment. By Li Hao's side, Liu Long refrained from taking action. He merely shielded Li Hao behind him. Yuan Shuo was absent, and since Li Hao was brought by him, he now served as Li Hao's final line of defense, despite being merely an ordinary fighter. Far from the prowess of a martial arts master like Yuan Shuo, Li Hao felt a slight warmth in his heart at such a critical juncture. Not everyone was like Zhang Ting. Hao Lianquan and his companions were resolute in their actions. Despite the simplicity of surrendering themselves, they remained uncompromising. The Night Watchman, after all, still bore a semblance of dignity and valor. Just as the colossal beast seemed poised to manifest, unexpectedly, Ziyu ceased her onslaught and retreated a few paces. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the distance, one male and one female. The man was recognized by Li Hao, Ho Xiaoqing. The woman, however, was unfamiliar, her frigid countenance supporting Ho Xiaoqing as they approached. Hao Lianquan felt a surge of joy. Minister Ho had arrived. As for the steward beside him, no one acknowledged her. This esteemed steward had cared for Ho Xiaoqing for many years. and whether there existed any deeper connection between them was a matter of little concern to others. With neither being married, their relationship was of no consequence. Ziyue's gaze also turned towards Hou Xiaoqing, who, despite appearing frail and requiring assistance, commanded respect. He was the formidable superhuman who had slain a Sanyang powerhouse in front of Ing Hanyue. At that time, Ing Hanyue had likely already ascended to the realm of Shuguang. Yet Hou Xiaoqing had brazenly dispatched a Sanyang warrior, underscoring his strength. Hou Xiaoqing, Ziyue spoke, her tone laced with iciness. The night watchman meddled too much. Do you intend to protect Yuan Shua's disciples as well? Hou Xiaoqing chuckled lightly, exuding a calm demeanor. Li Hao is a night watchman, correct? In the distance, Hao Lianchuan quickly affirmed, indeed. Then all is well, Hou Xiaoqing remarked, turning to Ziyue with a smile. Now, let us not dwell on anger. Ziyue of the third generation, why trouble yourself alone when stronger members from the Red Moon will soon arrive? Ziyue's gaze was sharp as steel. What do you seek to prove? Hou Xiaoqing responded with a playful grin. I harbor no fear of you, even if I am not as formidable as I once was. After all, I was the one who dispatched the second-generation Ziyue right in front of Ing Hanyue. Surely, you do not wish for me to repeat such a feat with your generation? At this proclamation, Ziyue's complexion shifted slightly. Indeed, the second-generation Ziyue had been the one slain in the past, and the mere mention of it soured her expression. Yet, the reality of Hou Xiaoqing's might loomed over her. In the distance, a shadow flickered, and Hou Xiaoqing glanced over, chuckling softly. Is it that Yin Luo wishes to involve himself in this matter? This time, Yin Luo suffered no losses, while the Red Moon endured significant damage. Do you aspire to share in their fate? A distant, ethereal laughter resonated. That is not my intention. Minister Hou has misunderstood. I merely sensed the superhuman fluctuations here and wish to observe. Since you have arrived, we shall take our leave. With that, several figures vanished into the distance. Unperturbed, Hou Xiaoqing advanced steadily, quietly inquiring. Ziyue, the half-mountain of Feitian has yet to make an appearance. Have you had any contact with him? Where has he gone? Is he in hiding or in seclusion preparing for a breakthrough? Ziyue cast him a cold glance, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished like a bolt of lightning, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Hou Xiaoqing. Hou Xiaoqing remained unfazed, shaking his head. Youngster, you possess remarkable talent, alas. Your manners are somewhat lacking. I am, after all, her benefactor. Shouldn't she express gratitude for being promoted to the third generation of Ziyue? Silence ensued. Hao Lianchuan waited a moment before speaking. Minister, why did you arrive so late? Hou Xiaoqing glanced at him and replied with a smile. I was unwell and walked slowly. Are you not aware? A flawless excuse, albeit somewhat dubious. Even if injured, one would not appear so feeble. It is common for the strong to bear wounds. Even if not fully healed, one would not exhibit such a sickly demeanor. At worst, one's strength would be somewhat diminished. At this moment, others began to voice their excitement. The minister has arrived. Let us see if Ziyue dares to be arrogant now. With the minister here, there's south no place for her brashness. On the other side, Liu Long cast a glance at Hou Xiaoqing and whispered, Speak less. This individual is not to be trifled with, and is far less accommodating than Minister Hao. While he might jest with Hao Lianchuan, he would never dare to do so with Hou Xiaoqing, whose reputation from years past, particularly his confrontation with the Red Moon, precedes him. Even adversaries from Ziyue swiftly retreat in his presence, fearing to linger. Li Hao said nothing. He merely observed the man before him, whose hair was somewhat long and appeared unkempt, displaying a rather unwell countenance. He was not particularly tall, possibly a shade shorter than Li Hao himself, clad in the uniform of a night patrolman, a shade of deep blue that was slightly brighter than the black attire worn by Li Hao and his companions. He seemed to be in his 30s, though Li Hao knew he must be over 40. Whether he had reached 50 was uncertain. He certainly did not exude the vitality of youth. A faint smile adorned his face, which, combined with his pallid complexion, imbued him with an air of gentility. Yet it was this very individual who, just the previous night, had boldly declared that they could simply establish their own independence. Li Hao scrutinized Hou Xiaoqing, who in turn regarded him, gradually approaching with a smile. Are you a disciple of Yuan Shua, the heir of the Li family from the 8 great families? The 8 great families were seldom mentioned, yet today, Hou Xiaoqing had brought them into the conversation. Li Hao lowered his head. I am from the Wuqin sect. As for the 8 great families, I am not particularly knowledgeable. I have merely heard that the Red Moon seems to regard me as one of them. though I cannot confirm its accuracy. Ho Xiaoqing nodded slightly, smiling. Indeed, well said. He then turned to Hao Lianquan and instructed, send someone to Yama, Fate Yen, and the Sword Gate to invite their representatives to join us. If they do not come now, we shall commence our exploration of the ruins ourselves tomorrow. Now. Yes, now. Understood. Hao Lianquan promptly arranged for individuals to invite the leaders of each family for discussions. Ho Xiaoqing remained silent, casting a glance at Li Hao. Do you have time to accompany me to the previous battlefield, the Tiancio area? Li Hao inquired. Ho Xiaoqing nodded. Li Hao eagerly responded, Minister, please. With Ho Xiaoqing wishing to visit, he had no reason to decline. Others expressed their desire to join, but Ho Xiaoqing waved them off, allowing only Chief Yu to assist him as they followed Li Hao toward the former battlefield. On the road, silence enveloped them. Li Hao harbored a curiosity about Ho Xiaoqing. Yet he restrained himself, adhering to the unspoken rule of refraining from unnecessary inquiries. At present, he had merely surpassed 100, while his companion held the esteemed position of the Silver Moon leader among the Night Watchers, creating a disparity in their standings. After a brief interval, they arrived at the battlefield. Ho Xiaoqing cast a glance at the distant graves and then up at the sky. Moments later, he cleared his throat softly and began to levitate into the air. Suspended above, he strolled leisurely, occasionally reaching out as if to grasp the remnants of past battles. After a while, he descended to the ground, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. The formidable Yuan Laoma had not faded into obscurity, having transcended the Doqian realm. He swiftly ascended to the Yunxi phase, manifesting the 5 animals' confluence. Truly remarkable. With a chuckle, he pondered aloud, with the heart's fire nurturing the ape and the kidney's water nurturing the tiger. Does this imply that the essence of Yunxi is rooted in the 5 vital organs? Is it a convergence of the 5 energies into a singular divine entity? He furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. Yet, this may not be suitable for others. His keen insight led him to realize that while this path aligned with Yuan Shua's journey, it did not necessarily apply to all martial artists. If that were the case, the rise of martial artists would remain but a dream. One individual's strength does not denote the strength of all. Ho Xiaoqing shook his head, asserting, not every martial artist is a Yuan Shua. Not everyone can embody the 5 energies. How many lives did he take to achieve the fusion of the 5 energies, nearly jeopardizing his path in Doqian? This path appears inaccessible to others. Despite Yuan Shua's prowess, it should not incite a stir among the masses. A trace of regret flickered across Ho Xiaoqing's expression. The might of a singular Yuan Shua did not captivate him overly. He yearned for Yuan Shua to truly illuminate the celestial path for martial artists. Every martial artist should have hope. Even if Doqian presents a formidable barrier, eliminating countless individuals, the vastness of the world now offers mysterious energies, allowing martial artists to progress more rapidly. There are certainly many who can comprehend the essence, and in that time, achieving Yunxi should be attainable for all. This would herald a flourishing martial arts era. Li Hao lowered his gaze, remarking, my teacher has just stepped into this phase and is attempting to popularize it. Ho Xiaoqing nodded, smiling as he inquired, and you? Me? Yes. You must have also entered Doqian. Though your foundation may not match your teacher's, I suspect you would not wish to remain in Doqian for a lifetime. How do you envision your future? I am still young. 20 years old is no longer youthful, Ho Xiaoqing laughed. You must understand that in the central region, there are individuals who have already entered the Sanyong phase at the age of 20. With the rise of extraordinary powers and the emergence of mysterious energies, advancement has become simpler. The blessed divine masters ascend swiftly, and even for martial artists, training accompanied by mysterious energies is tenfold easier than in the past. At 20, one should have some plans in place. Moreover, as a student of Yuan Shua and a descendant of the 8 great families, if you do not strengthen yourself, you will encounter many troubles. He added, furthermore, every individual has their own intrinsic value. You are neither my student nor my child. As a night watchman, I am willing to assist you. But if the troubles you bring exceed the value you provide, do you truly believe a stranger would offer boundless help? A rather pragmatic statement. Li Hao fell into silence for a moment before speaking. The teacher has vanished. Currently, I am the sole bearer of the core inheritance of the 5 animal exercise, including the essence and philosophy of the cultivation process. Is that all? Ho Xiaoqing replied with disappointment. If it were merely for the masses, it might be worth considering, but if it is aimed at just one individual, then it hardly warrants significant attention. Li Hao fell silent once more. Time passed, and as Ho Xiaoqing prepared to depart, Li Hao suddenly declared, "I am a descendant of the 8 great families." Ho Xiaoqing chuckled and turned to him. "Aren't you uncertain about that?" "Certain." Li Hao lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "My teacher advised me not to speak of it publicly, but in reality, that is who I am." The 8 great families held immense significance during ancient civilizations, possibly linked to some top-secret matters and relics. Ho Xiaoqing pondered for a moment and nodded. "Consider it a tentative acknowledgement, then. Let it be." With that, he strode towards the camp. The steward, who seemed almost invisible, had remained silent throughout. Li Hao followed quietly, not uttering a word. He found Ho Xiaoqing somewhat inscrutable, or perhaps he simply dared not look too closely. However, he could discern a few things about the steward. The overwhelming radiance of the sun nearly blinded him. How unfortunate for Gao Lianchuan. Even as the first deputy minister, he was outshone by a mere woman. This steward was indeed extraordinary. Yet, the fact that he willingly chose to remain in the shadows as a caretaker illustrated how truly formidable Ho Xiaoqing was. Thus, throughout, Li Hao kept his head bowed. He feared that if he lifted it, he might be blinded not only by Ho Xiaoqing, but also by this steward. Many thoughts swirled in Li Hao's mind, and regarding Ho Xiaoqing, he felt an even deeper sense of confusion. Why did he not sense much supernatural ability? Had the other party completely restrained their power? Or was it possible that they too were a martial master? That seemed unlikely. A multitude of questions arose within him, yet Li Hao chose to remain silent, walking alongside these astute figures, pretending to know nothing. Chapter 84. Hu Dingfang, seeking monthly votes, having a stomach ache. Men take their time in the restroom. I was delayed a bit, please disregard. Without his teacher by his side, Li Hao reverted to a cautious demeanor. It is prudent to remain low-key in the presence of powerful individuals. Being overly assertive might earn him Ho Xiaoqing's regard, but was it truly necessary? He was unfamiliar with Ho Xiaoqing and lacked any emotional ties. He had no need for the latter's esteem. What he required was for Ho Xiaoqing to provide some protection from pressure in the short term. However, this was not a trade between him and Ho Xiaoqing, but rather an agreement reached between his teacher and the latter. Thus, Li Hao assessed that Ho Xiaoqing's desire for him to demonstrate his value might not necessarily relate to the issue of protection. Furthermore, would Ho Xiaoqing ever consider relinquishing him? Certainly not. A figure capable of articulating the essence of self-reliance now contemplates the relinquishment of Li Hao. Should he be surrendered, the Night Watchers would undoubtedly become unsettled. Although it is evident to all that delivering Li Hao could alleviate numerous troubles, the fact remains. Li Hao is an integral member of the Night Watchers, a truth that cannot be altered. To betray one's own in exchange for fleeting tranquility, who would pledge their loyalty to such a treacherous endeavor? Revealing any secrets might yield only a handful of resources, while the costs incurred could be far greater. This is the calculation that Li Hao contemplates. Thus, before Ho Xiaoqing, he maintains a demeanor of humility, refraining from showcasing any extraordinary traits. As for his prowess that surpasses 100, it is likely that Ho Xiaoqing does not regard it with particular concern. After all, he is not the once mighty Yuan Shuo of yesteryears. He is merely the novice. Li Hao. Having grasped the forces of sword and earth, Li Hao currently finds himself in a phase of amplification, striving to harmonize these two forces. Although he senses that he could transition into the realm of Do Qian at any moment, he remains unhurried. To enter Do Qian now would merely render him the next Liu Long. What Li Hao seeks is not the mere attainment of Do Qian. His mentor has unified 5 forces. Li Hao, at the very least, must integrate 2 forces. Only then can he swiftly ascend after entering Do Qian, becoming formidable enough to rival those in the latter stages, or even the pinnacle of the Sunlit realm, rather than merely defeating those in the initial stages, a scenario far too time-consuming. As Li Hao walks behind, he ponders these thoughts and considers the ruins. The exploration of the ruins is bound to continue. Ho Xiaoqing and his companions would not let such an opportunity slip away. Should the number of spectators swell too large, their chances might diminish. Therefore, tomorrow's expedition into the ruins is unlikely to encounter significant issues, though the number of entrants may fluctuate, perhaps decreasing or increasing the presence of stronger individuals. With the demise of the Red Moon's others, will the Purple Moon dare to enter? Should they do so? Li Hao even harbors a hope that the Purple Moon will join, for in crucial moments, an additional ally could prove invaluable. The Red Moon currently wishes for Li Hao's survival within the ruins. It all depends on whether the red moon has issued such orders to the purple moon. Upon entering Do Qian, I must swiftly cultivate my spirit. While my mentor consolidates 5 forces, I can begin with 1, either the force of the sword or that of the earth, which necessitates ample earth or metal energy. The sword pertains to metal, while the earth pertains to earth. My mentor has cultivated the Heartfire Ape, absorbing a life force equivalent to 3 yang, requiring thousands of units of fire energy to suffice. Li Hao has absorbed some previously, yet he must still prepare at least 1,000 to meet his needs. At this moment, he wonders where he might obtain such quantities of earth or metal energy, perhaps from a single 3 yang entity or 4 or 5 sunlit realm practitioners. The night watchers are silent, and only the purple moon remains of the red moon. The bright island has been annihilated, and the current status of the sword sect is uncertain, making it difficult to approach either the flying heaven or Yin Luo. Yin Luo stands as the primary target. He muses upon Yin Luo, contemplating it as perhaps the most aligned with his ambitions. The water force does not require immediate attention, yet early preparations for reinforcement are conceivable. Zhang Ting would be suitable for this purpose. On the Yin Luo front, I am aware that Li Dahu possesses earth attributes, albeit he is merely at the initial stage of the sunlit realm. Their leader is also a 3 yang practitioner. And there is the rotating king who arrived today. Will he venture into the ruins? His thoughts drifted far and wide. Despite merely breaking 100, he sets his sights on the sunlit realm and even 3 yang powerhouses. Those who know him might well consider him mad. Li Hao. At this very moment, ahead, Ho Xiaoqing suddenly called out. Li Hao swiftly stepped forward and bowed his head, addressing him as minister. Ho Xiaoqing turned to glance at him and smiled. You appear to be burdened with thoughts. Is there some pressure weighing on you? Li Hao was taken aback. Burdened with thoughts? I am merely contemplating matters. Is it so evident? No, I am just a bit concerned about my teacher. Rest assured about Yuan Shua. He has weathered many storms and will not falter over such trivialities. Besides, since he has departed, he must have been prepared. As he spoke, Ho Xiaoqing continued walking and inquired, do you possess any effective methods for extracting and absorbing the blood godchild? Li Hao promptly replied, I do not have any particularly good methods. As for the extraction of the blood godchild, you are already aware, minister. Regarding absorption, it is simpler. Martial artists will certainly experience enhancement, though the efficiency of ordinary breathing techniques may be somewhat lacking. The 5 animals breathing technique, however, would yield a higher absorption efficiency. Is the efficiency low? He fell into contemplation, walking for a while before asking, does your teacher mind imparting the 5 animals breathing technique? Not permissible. Li Hao shook his head. My teacher has not expressed his thoughts on the matter. However, since he has not permitted it, I cannot teach it to others. He was uncertain of Ho Xiaoqing's intentions, but the 5 animals breathing technique certainly could not be disseminated at present. Of course, should his teacher succeed in adapting it. And if the technique proves effective for nurturing the internal organs in its later stages, then the current breathing technique might indeed be teachable. Just as his teacher had created the 5 animals breathing technique, he would share the simpler breathing techniques with Wang Ming and others. This is also the essence of a martial artist's legacy, to retain some secrets, passing them only to core disciples. It is impossible to selflessly impart the core teachings to all. Indeed, Ho Xiaoqing did not pursue the topic further and, as they walked, asked, as for tomorrow's expedition to the ruins, do you wish to enter? Your teacher has instructed me to ensure your safety. The ruins are perilous. If you do not wish to enter, I shall not insist. You may remain with me. You are not going? I am not. Ho Xiaoqing chuckled. If I were to enter, others would certainly hesitate to follow. I fear that if I enter and then emerge, the night watchman outside may be gone. He could only remain outside to oversee, awaiting the arrival of other powerful individuals. With his presence, he could exert a degree of deterrence. Should he enter and lose contact, the entire superpower system of Silver Moon would descend into chaos. What about Manager Yu? Li Hao asked once more. She shall not enter either. Ho Xiaoqing smiled. She is merely a secretary, not a formidable warrior. Should we still require someone to protect her inside? At this, Manager Yu revealed a subtle smile amidst her otherwise stoic expression. Li Hao nodded, choosing not to comment further. What you say is sufficient. Upon returning to the encampment, Li Hao did not follow Ho Xiaoqing any longer. He retreated to his own tent. This morning, his teacher was present. Now, he was mysteriously absent, and he was uncertain whether his injuries could heal. Moreover, he wondered how many powerful adversaries would be drawn to target his teacher this time. despite his teacher's formidable strength. With the emergence of superpowers, even if not exceeding the three suns, should several late-stage three suns appear, his teacher might find it challenging to contend with them. In the past, under the protection of teachers, even in the face of adversaries and peril, there was always a semblance of support at the critical moment. But now, who can one rely on? Returning to the tent, Li Hao sat on a makeshift stone bed, lost in thought. Moments later, Liu Long entered. Noticing Li Hao's pensive demeanor, he spoke. You should refrain from entering the ruins tomorrow. Why not? Li Hao looked up, a smile gracing his lips. Boss, do you think that just because the teacher has departed, I should tuck my tail between my legs and hide away, perhaps in some desolate place? Waiting for the teacher to reappear? That's not the intention. It's simply that you are in grave danger. Yes, I am aware. Li Hao nodded, contemplating before saying, Boss, could you do me a favor? Speak. Teach me how to extract mysterious energy. Indeed, Li Hao lacked this knowledge. Liu Long might possess the skill, as it had previously been Yun Yao's responsibility. However, Li Hao believed it wouldn't be overly complicated. Many could extract it. He felt more at ease asking Liu Long rather than the night watchman. Liu Long furrowed his brow, yet quickly replied, the old methods were cumbersome. But now it's much simpler. Many of the daylight and Sanyong warriors have perished. Their bones serve as excellent storage vessels. Additionally, a new energy storage box has been introduced, which you are aware of. It's a valuable tool. When a superhuman dies, their energy does not dissipate immediately, but remains concentrated within their flesh. If you possess an energy storage box, simply place it inside. When you require the energy, crush the flesh, and it will naturally be released. Li Hao nodded. Indeed, possessing an energy storage box simplified matters significantly. It seemed prudent to take one with him into the ruins. As they conversed, Wang Ming hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, the Sword Gate, Yama, and the Flying Sky factions have all arrived. It seems the exploration of the ruins will continue. Li Hao swiftly exited the tent. At that moment, a throng of individuals approached from a distance, halting just outside the camp's perimeter, awaiting the night watchman's emergence. Li Hao hastened towards them, with Wang Ming unable to restrain him, quickly trailing behind, whispering, What are you doing? Going to observe the commotion. Li Hao replied dismissively, This is no mere spectacle. It's about selecting targets. He aimed to identify the practitioners of earth and metal energies as his primary targets. He needed to discern which of these powerful factions aligned with his expectations. Furthermore, he sought to uncover any hidden strengths among them, ensuring he maintained a safe distance if such individuals existed. At this moment, it was fortuitous that these factions had converged. Previously, when the teacher clashed with Sun Yifei, these individuals had remained too far away. Even if they could perceive the luminous spheres, the details were obscured. Now, however, he had the opportunity to observe clearly. For instance, he had previously noted the formidable figure of the woman known as Ziyue, who possessed a divine weapon and seemed even stronger than Sun Yifei, possibly at the pinnacle of Sanyong or above. The likelihood of her being above Sanyong was minimal. The odds favored her being a peak Sanyong warrior. From a distance, he spotted a similar luminous sphere, likely belonging to the Wheel King. The leader of the underworld, seemingly on par with the Purple Moon, appeared to possess a source divine weapon as well. From a distance of over 100 meters, Li Hao could faintly discern an entity within him, resembling either a dragon or a serpent, writhing. It became apparent to Li Hao that these source divine weapons all seemed to take on animal forms, or at least the luminous orbs emanating from them did. The true shapes might resemble various weapons. Could it be that these source divine weapons were forged from animals or even spiritually awakened beasts? Perhaps something akin to a Black Panther? The Black Panther, while only barely considered a demon, had not made an appearance today. Li Hao had not paid it much mind, as the creature was quite intelligent and likely sensed the overwhelming presence of powerful adversaries, choosing instead to conceal itself in a safe location. It was clear that the entity known as the Wheel Turner was not of the five elements. Upon observing the Wheel Turner, Li Hao deduced that he was not affiliated with that elemental category. The form of the luminous orb bore resemblance to that of a wind elemental. The orb appeared elusive and fluctuating, somewhat akin to yellow clouds. Continuing his scrutiny, Li Hao surmised that the underworld possessed another formidable figure, a third Yang strongman. Indeed, behind the Wheel Turner, he spotted a second Yang strongman, whose luminous orb appeared slightly smaller, comparable to Hao Lianchuan, likely at the peak of early third Yang strength. Oh, this one seemed to be of the metal element. Li Hao's interest peaked, and he quickly shifted his focus. The metal element was promising. Yet the adversary was still a third yang strongman. He continued to observe, noting that with the arrival of several powerful beings, it was highly probable that all would gather to prevent any formidable individuals from departing, lest others encounter difficulties or be prepared to enter the ruins without the need to return to camp. The underworld's numbers were not overly vast, comprising around 30 individuals. In contrast, the Flying Sky faction had even fewer members, with only about 20 present, all donned in cloaks. The Sword Sect, however, boasted a considerable presence, nearing 50 members. Clearly, as a local organization, the Sword Sect had attracted numerous superhumans, albeit of lesser quality compared to the other two factions. Li Hao observed the luminous orbs and feared that some among them might only be newly initiated into the Moonshade, or even Starlight Masters. He scrutinized further, noting that several smaller organizations had yet to depart and had mingled among the larger groups. The underworld had 2/3 yang strongmen, while astonishingly, the Flying Sky also possessed 2. Li Hao was inwardly astonished, given the small number of Flying Sky members. It was remarkable that they had 2/3 yang entities among them, though he did not witness anyone of the same caliber as the Wheel Turner. As he glanced at the Sword Sect, he was mildly surprised to discover that, in addition to Hong Yitong, there seemed to be another third yang strongman. Though he was quite discreet, blending into the crowd without revealing any semblance of his strength. Besides that, the Sword Sect appeared to have additional martial masters. Veiled in mystery to Li Hao, the Sword Sect, it turned out, also had 2/3 yang figures. Li Hao was astounded. This implied that the Night Watchers, apart from Ho Xiaoqing and the Steward Yu, might be outmatched by the Sword Sect, considering they had only Hao Lianquan as their singular third yang representative. What was the meaning of this? Even if the Night Watchers were not as formidable as the 3 major organizations, they should not be inferior to the Sword Sect. In the absence of the Red Moon, these individuals remained remarkably powerful. As for the Sunlight faction, they were even more numerous. The faction boasting the most members was not the Underworld, nor the Night Watchers, but rather the Flying Sky. Li Hao felt a surge of unease as he meticulously counted the celestial beings present. There were a total of 22 cloaked figures in the sky, comprising 2 from the 3 suns and 13 who were likely of the sunlight, leaving only 7 who presumably belonged to the Moonshade, all of whom were beings beyond the full moon. How peculiar. Wasn't it said that the sunlight was a rarity? In this instance, the Night Watchers had dispatched 7, which he thought was quite a considerable number, yet it appeared that this was merely a fraction of the total. Were these individuals truly mobilizing en masse? At that moment, Ho Xiaoqing stepped forward, eschewing any formalities, and stated directly, "For tomorrow's expedition to the ruins, I have decided upon 6 a.m. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? If not, we shall proceed at dawn. Regarding the ruins, we can enter together. Once inside, there will be several diverging paths, allowing for separation or unity in exploration. However, if we do not enter together, the entrance to the ruins will only open once a month, after which we must wait until next month or until we exit." From a distance, the tall figure of the Wheel King spoke calmly. "That is indeed permissible, yet we must discuss other matters as well." He continued, "I propose some limitations on the number of participants." Ho Xiaoqing smiled. "And what restrictions do you suggest?" 20 individuals per faction, the Wheel King replied in a tranquil manner. "Excessive numbers can lead to chaos and disrupt the exploration of others. The Yama, the Skyward, the Night Watchers, and the Sword Gate may each send 20, while the smaller organizations can collectively send 20, making a total of 100. Too many, indeed, would be detrimental and could trigger further complications." As the conversation unfolded, a disdainful snort echoed, and in the next moment, a violet figure descended from above. Ziwei had arrived, coldly asserting, "Wheel King, have you forgotten about the Red Moon?" The Wheel King frowned slightly. "Not at all, but did not the members of the Red Moon perish?" Just then, his gaze shifted as a number of ghostly figures swiftly approached. In that instant, a sense of unease washed over the crowd. The Red Moon still had survivors. Despite the numerous casualties, including several from the 3 suns, it seemed the Red Moon had managed to regroup. How many operatives had they embedded within the Silver Moon? It was worth noting that this was merely a border province. Among the 99 provinces of the Tianqing dynasty, this one held some significance, yet not overwhelmingly so. The 3 major factions had indeed taken the Silver Moon seriously. But neither the Yama nor the Skyward had exterminated a considerable number of strong adversaries only to rapidly assemble another formidable force like the Red Moon had. The approaching figures numbered more than 20, several of whom exuded the aura of sunlight, though it remained uncertain whether any were from the three suns. Li Hao, however, discerned clearly that there were no three suns present. It seemed the three suns had indeed been eliminated. But wasn't Ziyue a member of the three suns? Could it be that she would enter this time? He was taken aback by the Red Moon's resilience, despite their losses. They had swiftly gathered another cadre of strong individuals, truly impressive. Nevertheless, Li Hao soon lowered his head, realizing that not only Ziyue, but also many of the newly arrived ghostly figures were directing their gaze towards him. Though subtle, he could still feel the weight of their scrutiny, a palpable judgment of martial prowess. These individuals are all fixated on themselves. How infuriating! It appears that the greater ambition of the Crimson Moon lies squarely upon oneself. Is it due to the matter concerning Silver City? Ho Xiaoqing also chuckled, remarking, Crimson Moon, truly worthy of being the strongest among the three major organizations. Impressive. This statement was evidently intended to incite discord. However, the three major organizations are not easily swayed by such provocations. They are impervious to such tactics. Ho Xiaoqing continued with a smirk. It seems that none of the factions have an overwhelming number of participants. Limiting the headcount is inconsequential. Those who wish to enter should feel free to do so, as the Night Watchers are not numerous, and some will surely refrain from entering. He then added, since the Purple Moon has also arrived, shouldn't we deliberate on which individuals should be excluded from entering? He chuckled lightly. I, alongside Purple Moon and Lunation, shall refrain from entry. With Fatian's Half-Mountain absent, perhaps the three of us should exercise restraint? The Lunation King had no objections, yet Purple Moon retorted coldly, as long as Haokong lives, I shall not enter. Now that Haokong has met his demise, courtesy of Yuan Shuo, Ho Xiaoqing, shall I eliminate Hao Lianchuan before we continue this discussion? Her refusal to enter meant that Crimson Moon would lack its Sanyong powerhouses. What purpose would there be in entering merely to face death? Hao Lianchuan cast her a sidelong glance, internally cursing. You think of murder now, yet you do not mention eliminating Ho. Ho Xiaoqing sighed. You are at the pinnacle of Sanyong, wielding a source divine weapon. Should you enter, it would complicate matters. I had hoped we could join forces for exploration once inside. But given your nature, would you not act swiftly against others? The purpose of collaboration would be rendered moot. Moreover, should you enter, Lunation would wish to follow suit. And I would have no choice but to enter as well. Would it not be better to settle this through direct conflict instead? Purple Moon maintained her icy demeanor, refusing to respond. She was determined to enter, not solely for the ruins, but primarily because she sought to capture Li Hao within. With Ho Xiaoqing present, she was indeed hesitant to make a move. Of course, this was contingent upon whether Li Hao would also enter. Ho Xiaoqing appeared somewhat troubled, at which point the Lunation King chuckled. Should Purple Moon enter, I too cannot remain behind. If Minister Ho is interested, he may also join. But would Ho Xiaoqing dare? If he ventured inside, the chaos that would ensue in the ruins might plunge the entire Silver Moon into disarray. You are indeed a general. Ho Xiaoqing laughed softly, contemplating for a moment before stating, alas, Yuan Shuo has escaped. After a period of reflection, he finally said, let us wait a moment. I shall summon someone. Once they arrive, you may decide whether to enter or not at your leisure. The others exchanged glances of curiosity. Who could possibly be coming? Moreover, who could elicit such confidence in Ho Xiaoqing as to contend with the Lunation King and Purple Moon? Not just them, but Hao Lianchuan was also intrigued. Apart from myself, are there other Sanyong powerhouses capable of resisting the likes of Purple Moon? Yet, Ho Xiaoqing did not elaborate further, adding, let it be settled then. Perhaps I have spoken too freely, but I must emphasize that cooperation is paramount once we enter. This ancient city is no ordinary place. Otherwise, we Night Watchers would have long since explored it, and there would be no need for everyone to gather. Rushing in with the intent to eliminate adversaries is not a prudent strategy. Should we resort to indiscriminate slaughter upon entry, we risk the demise of us all. Moreover, once the entrance to the ruins is opened, it will not be until midnight the following day that one can emerge. In other words, should you enter tomorrow morning, the earliest you can exit would be at 12 o'clock that night. Otherwise, you would be unable to open the entrance to the ruins. Even with the presence of Sanyong or Su Guang, it may still remain sealed. Upon hearing these words, the crowd exhibited a sense of unease. The entrance to the ruins is so formidable. This naturally implies that the ruins are indeed extraordinary. And there is no need for Hou Xiaoqing to deceive anyone regarding this matter. He ceased to elaborate further, turning to walk towards the tent, stating as he walked, "You may disperse, simply join us tomorrow morning. If you all linger here, one might think you are planning to ambush the night watchman." Outside, the superpowered individuals had little to say and quickly dispersed, though they did not stray far, remaining in close proximity to the night watchman's encampment. Li Hao paid no heed to the others, casting a glance at the fierce-eyed Liu Yan beside him, who was fixated on a particular individual. Following her gaze, he beheld a robust man. The aura he emanated indicated he was a formidable figure, likely the notorious Li Hao. Sister? Since arriving at the Hengduan Gorge, Liu Yan had been notably reticent, almost entirely silent. Li Hao understood that her desire for vengeance was intense, now that the enemy lay before her. Yet she felt utterly helpless. It was indeed a painful predicament. "I'm fine," Liu Yan murmured. "I noticed that Hong Yu seemed to be observing you earlier. It would be wise for you not to venture in." "It's all right," Li Hao chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Sister, I'll find an opportunity to deal with that scoundrel later. Don't let it affect your health. You needn't concern yourself with that, Xiao Hao. Just be cautious of your own safety." Liu Yan refrained from speaking further. The more she spoke, the more it would provoke Li Hao and his companions to seek trouble with Li Hao, which would only complicate matters. Even if they entered the ruins, avenging themselves was not as simple as merely stepping inside. One must also seek the right opportunity. At that moment, Wang Ming approached, curiosity evident in his voice. "Who do you think the minister will send over?" He implied that the visitor would be formidable. Could it possibly be a strong night watchman from headquarters? Li Hao shook his head, unsure. "Perhaps its supervisor Yu? Judging by the aura he possesses, it appears to surpass that of Ziyue. It could very well be the Su Guang mentioned by the minister, or at the very least, a peak-level Sanyang. If this individual enters, they would indeed be capable of handling those two." The night watchman also awaited developments. With the minister's confirmation that he would not enter, the identity of the next arrival became crucial. Hao Lianchuan simmered in his own frustrations, disregarded by others. Clearly, everyone believed he could not withstand Ziyue and the Wheel Monarch. As midnight approached, a sudden roar echoed through the air, awakening everyone. Speculation arose regarding the arrival of a powerful individual. Soon, Li Hao joined the crowd in stepping outside. In the sky, a flying machine, or rather, a helicopter, was visible. The military. Upon witnessing this, a singular thought crossed everyone's minds. Such aircraft could only belong to the military. While there were reports of civilian versions in the central regions, Silver Moon possessed none. Only the military had access to such technology. In the next moment, a figure leapt from the airborne vehicle. A thunderous crash resonated. The ground split open with a tremendous noise, attracting the attention of various outside factions, who began to converge in this direction. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, a figure emerged. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting very short hair and an expressionless visage, clad in a black military uniform. Reminiscent yet distinct from a typical inspection outfit, he exuded an imposing aura. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment. After a pause, he exclaimed, "Heaven's mercy, it's him. Do you know him?" Li Hao inquired softly. "Impressive," Wang Ming replied, his voice barely above a whisper. The moment this man arrived, he sensed an undeniable difference. His brilliance was dazzling. While he might not be overwhelmingly powerful, he felt akin to Sun Yifei from earlier. Yet, there was an undeniable strength in his presence and demeanor. "Are the station troops aware?" Wang Ming continued in hushed tones. "The Silver Moon province has a garrison of 300,000. Did I not mention before that my Wang family holds some sway within? The military is primarily divided into 3 factions, with approximately 100,000 in each. This man is Commander Hu from the Tiger Wing Corps, overseeing the Tiger Wing forces. However, the military rarely collaborates with the night patrol." As they spoke, the middle-aged man nodded toward the freshly emerged Hou Xiaoqing. He cast a frigid glance outside, commanding, "Get lost. If you seek death, entering the ruins will fulfill your wish." In the distance, several figures materialized. Ziyue's expression turned grave as she remarked coldly, "Hu Dingfang, when did the military begin to involve themselves in these matters?" Hu Dingfang. At that moment, the unfamiliar name was indelibly etched in their minds. Hu Dingfang shot her a chilling glance and, moments later, retorted with indifference, "Ziyu. I command you to distance yourself. Who granted you the privilege to hover above me and speak? Minister Ho chooses not to hold grievances against you, but I, Hu Dingfang, shall not tolerate your insolence. If you do not retreat, I will eliminate your Red Moon faction immediately. With a disdainful snort, Ziyu chose silence and turned to leave. Hu Dingfang. This unexpected turn left them astounded. They had anticipated the arrival of a formidable night patrol warrior, only to find a military figure instead, the commander of the Tiger Wing Corps, no less. Since when had the night patrol and military reached an accord? This was a development none had foreseen. Meanwhile, Ho Xiaoqing chuckled. The tiger has arrived. Why bother with them? Hu Dingfang slightly nodded, maintaining his aloof demeanor, which seemed inherent rather than unfriendly. He did not elaborate further, but surveyed the night patrol members before stating coldly, I am not well acquainted with you. Minister Ho invited me solely to counter Ziyu in the cycle. Tomorrow will unfold as it does. Should Ziyu in the cycle refrain from intervening, I shall not act recklessly. His words carried a certain chill. Nearby, Hao Lianquan scoffed. It seemed he had been noticed, as Hu Dingfang abruptly turned to him. Hao Lianquan. Had it not been for your incompetence, I would not have had to step in. Hao Lianquan nearly erupted in outrage, responding with irritation, Hu Dingfang. I am not your subordinate. Tomorrow will tell, he said, his expression one of disbelief as he glanced at Ho Xiaoqing. Is this fellow truly leading the team? He was acquainted with Hu Dingfang, a man of true iron will and ruthlessness, one who disregards familial ties. Being in his presence made Hao Lianquan feel a sense of discomfort. Ho Xiaoqing wore a reassuring expression. He had no choice but to seek assistance from the military, as he could not intervene directly. He thought that with patience, it would pass, for those who patrol the night are accustomed to freedom. However, Hu Dingfang, hailing from the military, was more inclined towards strict adherence to rules and was a rather serious individual, which was naturally unsettling for the night patrollers. Observing this, Hao Lianquan displayed an expression of utter despair. It's over. Deep within Hu Dingfang's gaze, a hint of amusement seemed to surface. He paid no further attention to Hao Lianquan and scanned the surroundings, ultimately focusing on Li Hao, presumably to identify who among them was Yuan Shua's disciple. After observing for a moment, he nodded slightly. Li Hao was taken aback and glanced at Wang Ming beside him, who indeed appeared delighted and promptly exclaimed, Uncle Hu. Hu Dingfang seemed momentarily startled, glanced in Wang Ming's direction, and after a brief pause, nodded slightly, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. Wang Ming was puzzled by this unexpected response. Hadn't he just acknowledged him? Otherwise, he would have been disinclined to initiate conversation, as he was somewhat intimidated by Hu Dingfang. Both Wang Ming and Li Hao were bewildered. It felt as though Hu Dingfang had greeted him, yet he did not recognize the man. Could it be he knew his teacher? It was a possibility. Hu Dingfang soon entered the tent with Ho Xiaoqing. Inside the tent, Ho Xiaoqing remarked, It's good that you're here. Otherwise, this situation would have been quite challenging. He continued with a smile. Have you seen Li Hao? He insisted on entering despite the circumstances. Quite impressive. The disciples of the Five Animal Sect should be like this. Hu Dingfang replied in a calm tone. Ho Xiaoqing chuckled. You speak as if you are a member of the Five Animal Sect yourself, though one could argue you are half a member. Did Yuhua mention anything to you before you arrived? At the mention of Yuhua, Hu Dingfang unexpectedly revealed a faint smile. Rare, yet indeed a smile. He nodded slightly and said, She did mention the need to eliminate all those from the Red Moon. Additionally, she asked to ensure her junior disciple's safe return, especially since Yuan, the old man, has gone missing. As her senior sister, she should look after him. Senior sister. At this moment, if Li Hao were present, he would likely be taken aback. He was aware he had a senior sister who was considerably older, in her 30s. According to his teacher, she was past her prime, lacking prospects, and working in Baiwa City to support her family. Yet, Yuan Shua had never revealed that his senior sister had any connection with Hu Dingfang. Ho Xiaoqing, however, was not surprised and chuckled. You handle it as you see fit. Yuan has fled, leaving us with quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, Yuhua tends to remain low profile. And with your presence, Li Hao is indeed facing significant challenges. If you ask me, why complicate matters? Hu Dingfang replied coldly. Tonight, we strike and eliminate them all. Once the others arrive, we will conduct a comprehensive assault, eradicating them completely, which will undoubtedly instill fear in many. Let us not dwell on that. Ho Xiaoqing shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. Within the ruins, we may take action, but what does it matter to annihilate a faction outside? You are too impulsive. It would be best if you spoke less. Very well, then. Hu Dingfang refrained from further comment, rising to say, I shall take my leave to rest. I will arrive tomorrow. By the way, if Hao Lianchuan disobeys, may I strike him? Ho Xiaoqing remained silent for a considerable time. This question was indeed difficult to answer. After a long pause, he muttered, as you wish. Very well, I shall strike. With that, he turned and departed. Ho Xiaoqing found himself both amused and exasperated. After all, had Hao Lianchuan wronged him? Why this persistent desire to confront him? Was it merely due to a few exchanged words years ago when Hao Lianchuan had met Yuhua and inquired whether she would join the Night Watchers? What was the purpose of holding onto such a grudge after all these years? Who claims that soldiers do not bear grudges? With a sigh, Ho Xiaoqing realized he would need to speak with Hao Lianchuan. It appeared Hu Dingfang had not forgotten, while others had moved on. Such a small-mindedness. Chapter 85. Entering the ruins, August 28th. Morning. 5 o'clock. The camp began to stir. As agreed, they would enter the ruins at 6 o'clock. But Li Hao still had no idea of their location, only that it was an ancient city. The Hengduan Gorge was vast. Where this ancient city lay buried, Yuan Shua had not had the chance to explain, and Li Hao did not inquire with the Night Watchers. He simply intended to follow along. The dawn had yet to fully break. The Night Watchers were becoming lively, while the outside superhumans, who had not yet slept, were also starting to stir. Soon, a group of superhumans gathered at the center of the camp. There were quite a few, though many would not be entering. Ho Xiaoqing emerged, supported by Manager Yu, while others remained largely unaffected. Li Hao managed to maintain his composure, but Wang Ming was curious to gossip about whether these two had spent the night together. However, upon seeing Ho Xiaoqing's smiling face, he felt a twinge of fear and refrained from whispering. Let us proceed. Ho Xiaoqing said little more. Hu Dingfang quickly approached, positioning himself at the forefront of the crowd, somewhat usurping Hao Lianchuan's place. Hao Lianchuan shot him a glance. This fellow, often labeled as straightforward due to his military background, struck him as cunning. He had a penchant for stirring trouble, and Ho Xiaoqing had little fondness for this rascal. Stand at attention. Haven't you eaten enough? At that moment, Hu Dingfang glanced at him and reprimanded. Hao Lianchuan felt the urge to retaliate. Whom are you scolding? I am the deputy minister, indeed the first deputy minister. Of course, the Night Watchers, by rank, might be considered half a level lower than the military. After all, the Night Watchers were originally subordinate to the Inspection Bureau. In rank, the director of the Inspection Bureau of the Silver Moon Province was their superior, equivalent to the military commander. As for Ho Xiaoqing, he could be seen as equal to Hu Dingfang, who was merely one of the 3 military commanders, while Hao Lianchuan indeed ranked half a level lower. Hu Dingfang's reprimand caused a stir among others. After all, Hao Lianchuan was their superior. Some found it somewhat inappropriate, especially considering Hao Lianchuan was a formidable 3-son warrior. The fact that Hao Lianchuan was generally well regarded only added to the awkwardness. Seeing their superior scolded did not sit well with some, even if the intent was to establish authority. Observing this, Ho Xiaoqing opened his mouth to speak, but Hu Dingfang interjected coolly. What are you staring at? My personal grievances with Hao Lianchuan are of no concern to you. Is there anyone willing to take over this matter on his behalf? Silence. Personal grievances? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what kind of private vendetta could exist between them. Hao Lianchuan, equally perplexed, remarked, Hu Dingfang, what personal animosity do we share? If you seek a quarrel, simply state it. Yet, Hu Dingfang chose to ignore him. Nearby, Ho Xiaoqing chuckled. There might be a slight issue, but it's not substantial. Let us not ruin the camaraderie. With that, he took a step forward. Hao Lianchuan, however, fell into deep contemplation. Did he truly have any grievances? He couldn't recall. A slight issue? No wonder this fellow always wore a disdainful expression when they met. Was there genuinely something amiss? Yet, he was unaware of it. Confused, he deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for Minister Ho and Hu Dingfang to engage in hushed conversation, before quietly inquiring of Chief Steward Yu. Do you know anything about this? He genuinely could not remember, and if Minister Ho seemed aware, surely Chief Steward Yu would as well. Yu cast him a sidelong glance. Seemingly disinterested, Hao Lianchuan felt a twinge of irritation. What a character! If he didn't want to speak, he could simply remain silent without that expression. After a moment's consideration, he caught up and whispered, let me share a little secret. The minister actually dislikes spicy food. Every time you serve him something hot, he discreetly discards it once you leave. Chief Steward Yu regarded him for a moment. Ahead, Minister Ho turned his head, glancing over without uttering a word, merely lowering his voice to say, on Hao Lianchuan's side, let us not go too far. We are all on the same team. If you truly wish to confront him, it can wait until after the expedition. Hu Dingfang nodded slightly, understanding the implication. At this moment, Chief Steward Yu pondered briefly before speaking. It pertains to his wife. You can deduce the rest. Related to his wife? Hao Lianchuan reflected carefully. He was acquainted with his wife, Chen Yuhua, who was quite beautiful. They had conversed a few years prior, and she was a formidable martial artist. At that time, Yuan Shua and the night watchman were collaborating, and he had sought her out for discussions. A few discussions? Surely that wasn't the reason. Hu Dingfang could not be so petty, especially since they had merely chatted without any ulterior motives. Could it be because of Yuan Shua? As this thought crossed his mind, Hao Lianchuan began to piece things together. Was it because of the incident 3 years ago when Yuan Shua was injured? Did his wife hold me responsible, prompting Hu Dingfang to target me? This seemed plausible. However, it was not I who had sent Yuan Shua into the ruins. That was Minister Ho's doing. Contemplating this, Hao Lianchuan felt a wave of disdain. A cowardly individual who only picks on the weak. So, you dare not confront the minister, yet you choose to harass me? Now I understand. Thus, he found himself increasingly disinclined towards this man, a bully at heart. Yet, to be fair, his wife was indeed quite attractive, albeit unfortunate to be paired with such a cold-faced general. But upon reflection, perhaps it was she who subtly influenced him against me. She, too, was not to be underestimated. Yuan Shua's circle is hardly filled with admirable characters. Contemplating these thoughts, he cast another glance at the inconspicuous Li Hao amidst the crowd. The more he looked, the more displeased he felt. This fellow was truly pitiful in his attempts at humility, seemingly innocent, yet in reality, he was far from a good person. Much like his mentor, when lacking in strength, he was unervingly low-key, but when his power was sufficient, he became utterly audacious. While Hao Lianchuan reveled in gossip, the crowd exited the camp, dispersing into several factions. It was eerily quiet. The principal groups were Red Moon, Flying Sky, Yin Luo, and Swordgate, accompanied by around 30 smaller organizations or independent superhumans. Their strength was not formidable, yet they were not to be underestimated. With Moonshade taking the lead and Sunlight boasting about 10 individuals. Of the previous 14 smaller organizations, some had fled, while most remained, though the weaker ones did not bring their members. Given the current circumstances, it was audacious for the likes of Sanyang and even Ziyue to enter. As the superhumans from the smaller organizations were understandably fearful, the fact that 30 to 40 of them remained was already quite bold. Alongside the Night Watchers, nearly 200 individuals were set to enter the ruins. Upon seeing Hou Xiaoqing and his companions emerge, the others quickly followed suit, maintaining their distance and trailing behind. In the dim light of dawn, the group advanced steadily. After about 20 minutes, Hou Xiaoqing halted before a sheer cliff. The crowd looked around, puzzled, as nothing seemed particularly special. At that moment, Hou Xiaoqing spoke, pointing toward the cliff. The entrance is right here. Instantly, 7 or 8 waves of superhuman energy surged forth to probe the cliff, yet nothing was uncovered. Hou Xiaoqing remarked nonchalantly, "It is quite difficult to detect. Had it not been for Yuan Shua leading us here initially, we would have been oblivious to the existence of this hidden relic." Among the crowd, someone queried, "How did Yuan Shua discover it?" "I don't know. He did not disclose that information," Hou Xiaoqing replied with a calm demeanor. "My agreement with him back then was for him to assist me in locating and exploring 30 relics. As for the rest, I did not pry. How he found this place remains a mystery to me. All I know is that during that expedition 3 years ago, he nearly lost his life here. I believe everyone present is somewhat aware of that incident. Is Yuan Shua's ascension to the spirit concealment realm related to this relic?" Someone ventured to ask. Others glanced at the members of Red Moon, their gazes laden with curiosity. It was evident that they had received news of the previous day's developments. Red Shadow, Blood God Child. This time, Red Moon had brought a considerable number of people. Did that imply these individuals bore the Blood God Child? Without the source divine weapon, there was little hope or expectation among the crowd. However, everyone was aware that Yin Luo's reincarnation king must possess a source divine weapon, and Hao Lianchuan likely had one as well. As for Flying Sky, with Banshan absent, it remained uncertain whether they were equipped with such weapons. Moreover, there was Hong Yitong from Swordgate, who could establish the sect and cultivate some superhumans. Who knew if Swordgate possessed a source divine weapon? If that were the case, The people here might be tempted. Ziyue had clearly received the news as well, her gaze as cold as ice. Last night, the headquarters sent a message urging her to exercise caution, as someone would soon arrive to meet her. However, following this relic exploration, it was imperative to proceed discreetly. The central region had already suffered assaults, with several strongholds uprooted and substantial losses incurred. In just one night, numerous formidable individuals had vanished, including several from the Sunlight faction. Noticing someone watching her, Ziyue coldly remarked, "Do they seek their own demise?" That information was either leaked by Yuan Shua himself, or someone is attempting to exploit the chaos. If that were the case, my Red Moon would have already had individuals advance to the spirit convergence stage. Silence enveloped the group. Whether they believed it or not was their own concern. Ho Xiaoqing smiled and interjected, "Ziyue, discussing this now serves no purpose. Before we set off, I have an important reminder for everyone. Once we enter, we should collaborate as much as possible. I am not worried about anyone causing harm to the Night Watchers. But we have indeed come here with great expectations for this relic exploration. If we miss this opportunity, it remains uncertain whether this relic will belong to the Central Region or the Silver Moon." The others pondered in silence, acknowledging the validity of Ho Xiaoqing's words. Once the Central Region sends representatives, will this place still belong to them? Without further ado, Ho Xiaoqing ceased speaking, and in the next moment, a mysterious energy struck the cliff. At that moment, Hao Lianchuan also unleashed a fiery energy against it. After a while, several other superpowered individuals followed suit, channeling their energies into the wall. Li Hao initially paid little heed, but as everyone infused their energy, he was momentarily startled, slightly distracted. The 8 energies of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and darkness seemed to align in specific directions. Li Hao observed closely, and at that moment, he connected it with a singular concept, the Bagua. It appeared that the activation of the relic required the infusion of these 8 energies. Crucially, the directions mirrored those of the Bagua. The Bagua diagram? In that instant, Li Hao suddenly recalled the Bagua diagram floating above Silver City. Could this place truly be related to Silver City? His teacher had also mentioned a small tortoise diagram at the entrance of the ancient city. Since learning about the 8 great families, he had suspected a connection. For within the Wang clan of the 8 families, there existed a legend about a giant tortoise. Yet, aside from this, Yuan Shua seemed to lack further evidence linking to the 8 families. But why did the activation method resemble the Bagua so closely? His teacher had never mentioned it. And Li Hao regretted not being able to ask him how he discovered this place and conceived the method of activation. Perhaps there truly is some connection. Contemplating this, Li Hao tightened his grip on the small sword at his waist. If there was a relation, the sword might prove invaluable. As the 8 energies penetrated the wall, gradually, the entire cliff began to exhibit signs of transformation. After a while, it seemed to morph into a mirror-like surface, becoming somewhat translucent. At this moment, several superpowered individuals were also awestruck, their expressions reflecting astonishment. "Ancient civilization is indeed astonishing," someone exclaimed, marveling at the advanced technology of ancient civilization. In today's era, many discoveries stem from the exploration of ancient civilizational relics. Even the martial arts practitioners are significantly intertwined with these ancient civilizations. The relatively recent emergence of superpowers is also linked to these ancient cultures, which encompass not only these aspects, but also a plethora of advanced technologies. For instance, modern automobiles, last night's helicopters, and various other facets are all connected to ancient civilizations. The Celestial Star dynasty swiftly transitioned from an agrarian society to a semi-high-tech, semi-superpowered society, all thanks to these ancient legacies. The Silver City Ancient Courtyard was specifically established to honor these ancient civilizations, where Yuan Shua was originally a teacher. It is said that the unification of the Celestial Star dynasty over the realm is also related to ancient civilizations, as the royal family may have unearthed a colossal ancient site, granting them access to numerous high-tech artifacts, including some so-called city-destroying weapons that could have been excavated from there. This significant connection is what allowed the vast Celestial Star dynasty to achieve unity, otherwise relying on the social standards of that time. One could conquer a province only to lose it shortly thereafter, often without even realizing it. At this moment, the superpowers were filled with awe, and Li Hao was equally astonished. Behind the cliff lay an astonishing hidden world. Does this imply that the Hengduan Gorge has existed since ancient times? Otherwise, the entrance should not be situated atop the cliff. If the gorge has indeed been in existence since ancient times, then this city must have been buried, rather than originally constructed underground. Imagine the marvel of ancient peoples building a colossal city beneath the surface. Gradually, the cliff calmed, resembling water settling after a disturbance. Hou Xiaoqing glanced around and spoke again. We can now proceed. The entrance will remain open for half an hour. Everyone may enter together or sequentially. However, it will close after half an hour. The earliest it can reopen is tonight at midnight, and it will open again at midnight for the next 3 days. Should you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait until next month, and it is likely that survival will be unattainable then. The crowd gasped in surprise. The wheel-turned king furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Have the night watchmen lived inside for a month?" "No," Hou Xiaoqing shook his head. "There are significant dangers within. To survive even until the 3rd day is commendable. Let's put it this way. Our prior explorations were limited to the outer city. While this underground city is divided into an inner and outer city. The outer city holds little of value. Only by entering the inner city can one hope to reap substantial rewards. Thus, the invitation for everyone to enter together is a plea for collective effort to access the inner city." After sharing this, he smiled. "Now, let us not delve into other matters. You know what you need to know. It is not as if there weren't arrangements for people to enter previously. Why the incessant questioning? Would the major organizations enter without preparation? That would be absurd. The night watchmen, after all, are numerous, and not all are loyal. There are indeed those among them who have leaked exploration information." Upon hearing this, while others remained silent, Hong Yitong explained, "I truly do not understand much about this. Minister Hou, please do not misunderstand." Hou Xiaoqing smiled without responding. "Is that so? You say so, then so be it." At this moment, as the water's surface calmed, several prominent organizations fixed their gaze intently on the entrance, deliberating whether to enter together or one by one. They pondered the potential dangers lurking within. Observing the eager members of the smaller organizations, Ziyu suddenly commanded coldly, "You shall enter first." Upon hearing this, the members of the smaller organizations exhibited a mix of hesitation and excitement, fully aware that this was an invitation to pave the way. However, having arrived at this juncture, would they still harbor fear? Those daring enough to come were either unafraid of death or hopeful for substantial gains. Entering first entailed risks, yet it also signified the possibility of greater rewards. Although the night watchmen had explored this area several times, what of it? Without needing further encouragement from Ziyu, several figures propelled themselves forward, crashing into the cliff that resembled rippling water. In an instant, they seemed to vanish as if a drop of water had been absorbed. Among the crowd, a powerful individual activated a unique ability, their eyes gleaming as they scrutinized the cliff, only to soon frown in disappointment. Nothing was visible. Indeed, as the intelligence had indicated, once inside, contact with the outside world was lost. Even a mere wall separated them from an understanding of the happenings within. With someone taking the lead, the stronger members of the smaller organizations grew resolute, one of them urging, "Let us proceed. We are here for a gamble. There is no room for hesitation." With these words, yet another group surged into the entrance. To enter first might prove safer. Those who entered later would need to be wary of larger organizations lurking behind, ready to ambush them. That would be the true peril. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 members from the smaller organizations had all slipped inside. Witnessing their entry, the night watchman remained unhurried. At this moment, Hou Xiaoqing spoke up. "Let us not waste time." Noting the unease among the crowd, he smiled and suggested, "Let the sword gate enter first, followed by Fei Tian, the night watchman, and then Yan Luo." The wheel king from Yan Luo furrowed his brow, questioning why they were to enter last. Hou Xiaoqing replied with a smile, "Arrange yourselves as you wish. We will remain in the middle to avoid your swift alliance against us upon entering. This is for the sake of peace." The wheel king contemplated this. With Fei Tian entering last and the mid-mountain not present, they had no grounds for dissent. As for the sword gate, entering first was acceptable. If danger awaited, they would bear it first. If no danger presented itself, these fellows would pose little threat. Hong Yitong, indifferent to the arrangement, complied readily, exclaiming, "Then we shall not be polite, esteemed guests. We shall meet inside." With that, he was the first to step forward. Soon after, others followed suit, including his daughter. For if Hong Yitong were to perish within, his daughter would not fare any better. The seasoned martial artists understood this clearly. It was better to keep her close than to allow her to become a pawn in the hands of others. After the sword gate entered, The Wheel King wasted no time and swiftly led the Yen Luo personnel inside. Fei Tian, too, made no objections. The cloaked figures maintained an astonishingly low profile. Once the Yen Luo members had all entered, it was the turn of the night watchman. At this moment, Liu Long grasped Li Hao with one hand while the other reached for Liu Yin, speaking in a low tone, "Stay close to me. Be cautious not to get separated." As for Wang Ming, he required no assistance, being well acquainted with the surroundings. Li Hao remained silent, glancing around in mild confusion. Where was the Black Panther today? Had it perhaps met an unfortunate fate and ended up as stew? Surely not. That creature was rather astute. Now that he was about to enter, its absence raised questions. Was it reluctant to enter? If so, it mattered little. The interior promised peril, and waiting outside was hardly a sanctuary either. Once they ventured inside, formidable adversaries might arrive, and encountering a dog on the verge of sentience could lead to dire consequences. Pushing such thoughts aside, Li Hao followed suit. At that moment, Hu Dingfang was the first to step across the threshold, with Hao Lianchuan bringing up the rear. Those in the front included several others, and once they had all entered, the trio of Li Hao surged into the cliffside. Subsequently, members of Hongyue and Fei Tian followed suit. Before long, only a handful of night watchmen and a few members from other organizations remained outside. Not all of Hongyue's members had entered. Some stayed behind, including Yu Ming. If killed, it would be no great loss. If they survived, they could await the arrival of stronger forces. Due to Yuan Shua's situation, various organizations were dispatching powerful individuals, albeit not at a rapid pace, necessitating some time. Those who lingered quickly vanished, each one filled with trepidation, fearing they might fall victim to Hou Xiaoqing. Yet, Hou Xiaoqing paid them no heed. Killing them would serve no purpose. He simply observed as the wall prepared to revert to its cliff-like state. At that moment, a black dog suddenly dashed in from a distance, colliding with the wall in an instant. Just as the steward Yu was about to intervene, Hou Xiaoqing gently shook his head and chuckled. "Let it in. I've heard it belongs to Yuan Shua." Steward Yu glanced around, frowning slightly. Is Yuan Shua still nearby? As a martial artist, he could easily conceal himself. It was difficult to ascertain Yuan Shua's actions. He could be lurking to recuperate or perhaps not hiding at all. After speaking, Hou Xiaoqing added with a smile, "Let us depart. The entrance is sealed. We shall return tonight to see if anyone arrives. If they come swiftly, those from the central region may not make it, but neighbors might arrive first. The distance to the central region is considerable, requiring some time. However, other provinces are not absent from the vicinity of Silver Moon. Various organizations might temporarily reassign some powerful individuals, or perhaps night watchmen from adjacent areas will show up. Who can tell?" Steward Yu assisted him in exiting, softly remarking, "Will they engage in battle upon entering? Not necessarily. They will likely assess the situation first. They are all supers. While impulsive, they are not fools. Charging in with intent to kill would jeopardize their survival," he replied. Meanwhile, atop the Hungduan Gorge, a figure materialized. Lightly coughing, his complexion somewhat pale, he cast a distant glance at the departing Hou Xiaoqing before surveying the sealed cliff, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are on your own now." He cast a glance into the distance, knowing that a formidable presence would soon arrive. After walking for a while, a figure emerged from behind a massive boulder. Yuan Shua coughed and turned to face the newcomer, somewhat surprised. "What brings you here, master?" The individual appeared quite youthful and graceful, yet donned a practical attire, her hair tied back in a ponytail. She expressed a hint of reproach. "I arrived on an earlier flight with Ding Fong last night. I knew you wouldn't leave without seeing me." Yuan Shua furrowed his brow. "With your junior brother here, would you have left early if Hou Xiaoqing had handed him over?" Chen Yuhua continued. "Everyone says you are gravely injured, yet you linger nearby. I knew you would insist on witnessing your junior brother enter the ruins for yourself. And here I am, waiting for you." Yuan Shua frowned and replied, "What are you waiting for me for?" With that, he began to walk away. Chen Yuhua hurried to catch up. "Master, is your injury severe? Everyone is searching for you. Come back to Baiwest City with me. The military camp is the safest place. No matter how bold they are, they wouldn't dare intrude upon the station troops. The Tiger Wing Army's base is the most suitable for your recovery. Get lost." Yuan Shua seemed somewhat impatient. Chen Yuhua felt a pang of sorrow. "Master," Yuan Shua continued coldly, "who do you think is your master? When I took you in, it was with the intention of passing on my teachings. You are my sole disciple in the martial arts, while Li Hao is merely the bearer of my knowledge. Have I not imparted to you the 5-animal technique and the 5-animal breathing technique? I had hoped that if you could ascend to the level of Doqian, you would strengthen my 5-animal school. Yet, you chose Baiwest City, aligning with the military or the night watchers. I am indifferent to your choices. At this point, his frustration began to boil over. You had the audacity to teach my 5-animal breathing technique to Hu Dingfang. His anger surged. 20 years ago, I would have struck you down with a single blow. You are a traitor to the sect. Otherwise, how could someone with Hu Dingfang's talent achieve such accomplishments today? Nonsense. He was furious. The woman before him had been the disciple he intended to pass on the martial arts legacy to. Li Hao had been an unexpected choice, not originally meant for martial training. Yet, this younger disciple, the least experienced among them, had committed the grave error of privately transmitting martial arts. Thus, when Li Hao inquired about his senior sister, Yuan Shuo seldom mentioned her, if at all. Even when he did, it was with disdain, dismissing her as an aging woman of no significance. This showed that his ire remained unresolved. Given his temperament, had it been years prior, he would have expelled her from the sect without hesitation. Chen Yuhua, with a mournful expression, pleaded, "Master, I understand it was my fault. But back then, you had many enemies, and Dingfang is already a military leader with great talent. His strength can safeguard you." She merely wished to ensure her master's protection. Yet the private transmission of martial arts was indeed a grave taboo in the martial world, which was nearing extinction at that time. Yuan Shuo, with a cold demeanor, ignored her and continued walking. Chen Yuhua persisted, "Master, look at Dingfang now. He can protect your junior brother as well. Ho Xiaoqing is cunning. Being with him may not guarantee safety. With Dingfang around, he would consider not just your well-being, but also Dingfang's feelings. Leave." Yuan Shuo, seething with anger, chose not to engage further. Chen Yuhua continued, "Master, it matters not if you do not recognize me, but you are in grave danger now. Furthermore, once the junior apprentice emerges, he too will face peril. I hope to secure his entry into the Tiger Wing Army. It would be considerably safer than being a night watchman." Yuan Shuo turned to glance at her, his brow furrowing. "You dare to meddle recklessly? You are not the only one I have dealt with harshly. I even executed Hu Dingfang. Do you truly believe that the late stage of Sanyang is formidable? And you, after entering Doqian, look at yourself. What kind of state are you in? Do you think you are worthy of calling me master? A Doqian like you is inferior to Liu Long. Do not address me as master. You lack the qualification." He was seething with rage. To master the 5-animals technique, to progress through the 5 forms, was a challenging feat. Yet I said at the very least you must converge 2 or 3 forms before advancing, and you dared to advance with only 1. Your reckless state is alarming. Upon entering Doqian, the difficulty of comprehending the forms will only intensify. Why do we hesitate to step into Doqian? Do you think you are capable? You are but a waste of Doqian. You privately transmitted martial arts to Hu Dingfang. Fine, I will not dwell on that. But for that worthless creature, you actually advanced to Doqian ahead of time. Do you even regard me as your master? Chen Yuhua fell silent. Indeed, in her attempt to rescue Hu Dingfang, she had advanced prematurely, grasping only a single form, a rather feeble deer form, which led her to her current state. Although she was now a Doqian martial artist, she could hardly be deemed strong, comparable to an ordinary superhuman. Even after several years in Doqian, she could only contend with some mid to late stage Riyao practitioners, and likely could not match a pinnacle Riyao master. This was evidently not in line with Yuan Shuo's expectations. Yuan Shuo was utterly exasperated. You possess remarkable talent and comprehended the forms early on, making you my greatest hope in the 5-animals lineage. And what has come of it? If you could merge the 5 forms, I might have forgiven your private transmission of secret techniques, but for him, you have squandered your martial path. I will eventually deal with him. This was his true disciple, one he had taken under his wing. With poor talent and low comprehension, would Yuan Shuo ever accept such a student? What a disaster. He had ventured to Baiwest City, only to lose both a person and the secret techniques, leaving half of the martial path severed. The deer form? You might as well not have advanced. No one anticipated that Yuan Shuo's disciple had entered Doqian early. Many believed the Silver Moon martial world had long been devoid of Doqian. Yet, Yuan Shuo had never publicly proclaimed or boasted about it. To him, it was not a matter of pride, but rather a disgrace. What use was a Doqian who had only comprehended the deer form? Merely for fleeing? The strongest heir of my 5-animals technique is reduced to this? Chen Yuhua was left speechless, lowering her head in silence. After a moment, she said, "Master, let us go to the barracks. It is safer there. By the way, I have prepared plenty of food and drink for you. Additionally, I have already informed others to hunt the powerful of the Red Moon, to see if we can extract the blood god essence to aid in your recovery. Furthermore, Dingfang mentioned before entering that he would bring some blood god essence with him once he emerges." "Get lost," Yuan Shuo shouted again. Chen Yuhua persisted, "Master, do not be angry. It has been many years. Moreover, now the junior apprentice has reached the realm of perfection, has he not? You have also stepped into the realm of spirit nurturing, and the 5 animal sect is thriving. I am merely a woman. If it is said that I am your closed-door disciple, it would be a disgrace. I believe the junior apprentice is quite commendable. Look, you are currently unable to make an appearance. I could have him taken care of by his brother-in-law. Otherwise, relying on me alone, how could I possibly manage? Is that not reasonable?" "Nonsense." Yuan Shuo cursed again. Chen Yuhua reassured him, "Master, we cannot linger here for too long. We must be wary of the enemy's approach. Come with me. By the way, I got in touch with our senior brother 2 years ago. He seems to be doing well now. Perhaps we could visit him tomorrow for a drink and a chat." Yuan Shuo hesitated, his brow slightly furrowing. "He is still alive?" Chen Yuhua comforted him, "Master, hold no grudges. Our senior brother acted to protect you back then." "Nonsense." Yuan Shuo scoffed. "He is not my disciple. My only disciple is Li Hao. That fellow, a transcendent who ascended to the 10th realm. What right does he have to claim to be my disciple? I wanted him to reach the 100th realm, but he insisted on ascending to the 10th realm and can go far away. He did not obstruct his disciple's ascent to transcendence. However, he wished for his eldest disciple to reach the 100th realm before advancing. In the end, the eldest disciple could not resist and leaped to transcendence at the peak of the 10th realm, which had vexed him for quite some time. Chen Yuhua whispered, "Master, please. For the sake of our junior disciple, you must acknowledge him. The senior brother is doing quite well. He has joined the Tianqing army, formed by the military law department, and is a key superpower there. He has now ascended to the 3 yang level." "Huh." Yuan Shuo mocked again. "What are the 3 yang? I have slain many. Had he heeded my advice and entered the 100th realm, he might have surpassed the 3 yang by now. How disgraceful to be merely at the 3 yang." Chen Yuhua, utterly exasperated, replied, "Master, not everyone possesses your ability to fuse 5 forces. Otherwise, the martial world would not have only one venerable Yuan." Yuan Shuo's expression darkened as he gazed at her. What was she trying to imply? "Old demon Yuan? Is that something you can call me? Who Dingfang is it?" He shot her a cold look. "Is it that who Dingfang calls out to you like this every day, prompting you to learn?" "No." Chen Yuhua quickly shook her head, realizing the precariousness of her admission. "That wretched fellow. I will settle the score with him eventually." Upon this, Yuan Shuo snorted coldly. "I am in a good mood today, so I shall not hold this against you. Do not let it be known that you are my disciple." He huffed once more before continuing. "You have fused with the deer force. The liver of the deer master is wood. You may attempt to nurture the 5 organs. The deer force can merge with the liver to cultivate the spirit of the wood deer." He briefly elaborated on this before adding, "Do not attempt anything rash. If you have questions, consult Li Hao." "Master." Chen Yuhua's face brightened with excitement. It seemed her master was no longer angry. Yuan Shuo sneered. "Do not claim to be my disciple. You are no longer one. I share this knowledge merely to inform you that a martial artist holds far greater promise than whatever Hu Dingfang is." With that, he took off, soaring into the sky and swiftly vanishing. Chen Yuhua hurried to chase after him, but how could she keep up? Yuan Shuo had already disappeared from the desolate expanse. Previously, when he was angry, he had merely walked to distance himself from her. Had he truly wished to evade her, with his current strength, he could have easily left her far behind with the bird flight technique. After a prolonged deliberation, the method of nurturing the spirit was finally articulated. Was it not, after all, an endeavor to gaze upon this apprentice, an apprentice upon whom great hopes were pinned? Chen Yuhua had remained by his side for a full decade, far surpassing the time spent with Li Hao. Yet, her heart had been grievously wounded. Now, having stepped into the realm of spirit nurturing, she found some solace. As Chen Yuhua pursued, she could no longer catch sight of Yuan Shuo, and a wave of sorrow washed over her, leaving her somewhat despondent. Her master was obstinately stubborn. Over the years, her attempts to visit Silver City were met with her expulsion, with Yuan Shuo's fury resulting in shattered belongings and no opportunity for her to return. However, things had improved somewhat. Perhaps it was due to the new apprentice, her junior brother, who had shown promise in martial arts. rekindling a glimmer of warmth in her master's previously sealed heart. Though Chen Yuhua lamented her failure to catch up with Yuan Shua, she quickly rallied her spirits. The fact that her master had transmitted the method of spirit nurturing indicated that he still held feelings, albeit buried beneath his stubbornness. This was indeed a positive development, provided that her junior brother remained safe. Otherwise, should misfortune befall him, her master's temper might turn icy again, especially if Chen Yuhua herself had not made significant strides in martial arts. Ding Fong, you must ensure the safety of our junior brother. If he were to perish in the ruins, I fear your life would be forfeit. Chen Yuhua's unease began to resurface. This time, Hu Dingfang was leading the team into the ruins. If any harm befell her junior brother, it would spell disaster for Hu Dingfang, who would never be able to redeem himself in her master's eyes. Meanwhile, within the ruins, beside the immense walls of the outer city, Hu Dingfang was plagued by an overwhelming headache, his mind teetering on the brink of explosion. Where was Li Hao? His wife had repeatedly implored him to ensure Li Hao's safety. The old curmudgeon, Yuan Shua, had been counting on this opportunity to protect Li Hao and ease the tensions between them. But where had Li Hao gone? Panic ensued. It was all over. They had entered together, yet upon counting heads, it became clear Li Hao was missing. Not only Li Hao, but Liu Long and Liu Yin were also unaccounted for. While the absence of the latter two was of little concern, Li Hao's safety was paramount. Hu Dingfang felt tears welling. The commander of the Tiger Wing army wished for nothing more than a private place to weep. My life is truly a torment. He glanced around. Those who had entered before him had already departed, and the newcomers swiftly vanished at the entrance. Only the night watchers remained, all eyes fixed upon him. Meanwhile, another member of the team, Hao Lianchuan, displayed little expression, merely expressing some confusion. Li Hao and the others are missing? Is it a matter of differing teleportation locations? After saying so, he dismissed it lightly, adding, it's nothing to worry about. It has happened before, though rarely. It's even rarer for three to vanish at once. They may have been sent elsewhere. Really? Hu Dingfang seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope, urgently grasping Hao Lianchuan's arm. They're not dead? Are you insane? Hao Lianchuan scolded. What are you doing? Instead of properly exploring the ruins, you, a commander, are in a tizzy. It's simply a case of differing teleportation. While uncommon, it's not without precedent. In that moment, Hu Dingfang was not angry. Instead, he was filled with elation. Everything was fine. Everything was fine. No matter if Hao Lianchuan had perished, Li Hao must not die. If he truly succumbed, returning home would be a futile endeavor. Let us depart and explore the ruins. With a decisive wave of his hand, Hu Dingfang set off swiftly, eager to locate Li Hao. Although death was not a certainty in the event of teleportation, losing him would still pose a considerable nuisance. If one were to inadvertently encounter danger ahead of time, and I were not by his side, it would be far worse than despairing now. Chapter 86. The Mysterious Ancient City in the Darkness. It seemed as if distant lights flickered, akin to the glowing eyes of beasts lurking in the wilderness. This was the sensation Li Hao experienced at that moment. The surroundings were eerily silent. Beneath his feet, he felt as though he were treading on solid stone, as if wandering through a deserted alleyway. It was only when he heard a faint gasp nearby that he realized he was not alone in this place. Turning his head, he noticed Liu Long was visibly tense. Although visibility was limited, the keen eyesight of a martial artist above the 100 level still allowed for some discernment, albeit hindered by the prevailing darkness. On the other side, Liu Yin appeared somewhat flustered, glancing about anxiously. Having just entered the late 100 level, the oppressive silence of the environment was indeed suffocating. In his ears, it seemed there were footsteps echoing. However, they felt distant, lacking clarity. The footsteps. Initially, they assumed it was merely a night watchman, but they quickly realized it was not. The sound persisted, unyielding, yet it did not draw nearer. It felt as though it lingered just beside them, yet remained at a distance. At that moment, the words of Yuan Shua echoed in their minds. In this ancient city, you will hear footsteps. When you do, it signifies impending danger. Yet Yuan Shua had also mentioned that the footsteps were heard only after he had ventured deep within. He had entered through the outer city gates and explored further. Only then did he hear the footsteps. At that time, it seemed he was nearing the inner city. Guluin, the sound of someone swallowing. Li Hao was uncertain whose it was. He felt it was not his own. Could it be Liu Yan's? Or perhaps the captain's? Was the captain afraid as well? To be honest, Li Hao found himself feeling a tinge of fear at that moment. Where were the others? According to Ho Xiaoqing, they would be together after entering. all appearing at the entrance. Yet why, at this moment, were only the three of them present? "Captain," Li Hao whispered, and in the next instant, an echo reverberated from their location. "Captain." The three were startled. It became evident that even martial artists were not immune to fear. Instinctively, they huddled closer to one another, seeking warmth in this eerie place that sent shivers down their spines. As they drew near, a semblance of safety enveloped them, yet the footsteps continued unabated. When Li Hao called out "Captain," the footsteps seemed to pause momentarily, causing their faces to pale. Had they been hurt? A few exchanged glances. Liu Long, being the leader, mustered his courage despite feeling an overwhelming urge to curse. "I was aware of the dangers upon entering, yet I had not anticipated such terror right from the outset. Do not be afraid," he whispered, his voice barely audible, even to those with keen hearing who could not catch his words. He himself felt a twinge of uncertainty as he spoke. Fortunately, there were three of them. Had just one appeared alone at that moment, genuine fright would have ensued. Liu Long surveyed his surroundings, realizing they seemed to be in a narrow alley, flanked by towering walls. A faint light flickered ahead, reminiscent of ghostly flames, seemingly emanating from the far end of the passage. The group exchanged glances, pondering their course of action. Should they advance or wait? For a moment, they found themselves in a quandary. Ultimately, it was Li Hao, emboldened by necessity, who decided to forge ahead. Previously, he had often glimpsed red shadows, which evoked a similar sense of dread. At that time, he had been alone in his visions, rendering it even more frightening than their current predicament, where at least there were three of them. He gestured forward, encouraging, "We must proceed. We cannot linger here." The alley appeared rather constricted. Should an enemy emerge, they would find themselves trapped, with no avenue for escape. The walls on either side loomed ominously, their height and sturdiness unknown. Attempting to breach them felt too perilous. Li Hao crouched down, his fingers brushing against the cool, hard stone beneath him. Upon closer inspection, he felt an unsettling sensation. The ground seemed to pulse with a terrifying energy, as if something sinister lay beneath. There were no visible seams in the surface, and as he continued to explore, reaching towards the walls, his expression grew increasingly tense and grim, as if everything were fused together. The ground and walls appeared seamlessly integrated. His instructor had warned against leaving the ground. At that moment, Li Hao swallowed hard, too frightened to rise. What kind of infernal place is this? The trio remained silent, while Liu Long also began to investigate. The ground initially seemed to possess cracks, but upon closer examination, he discerned they were mere embellishments, designed to mask its smoothness. With utmost caution, the three began to advance, moving as lightly as cats. The further they proceeded, the clearer their footsteps became, and the light ahead grew ever brighter. The sound of their footsteps instilled a sense of dread, each step seeming to press against their hearts. As they neared the end of the alley, Li Hao suddenly felt a vice-like grip on his arm, nearly causing him to scream. However, his formidable self-control allowed him to stifle the cry. Upon realizing it was Liu Yin who had seized him, he nearly wanted to shout in frustration. "Why are you gripping me?" Grasped Liu Long instead. It soon became apparent that Liu Yin had gripped both of them, one hand on each. This woman was undeniably bold, capable of cold-blooded violence without a flicker of hesitation. Yet, in that moment, fear coursed through her veins. She gazed ahead with a slight tremor, while Li Hao and Liu Long followed suit. Their attention diverted from the recent scare. As they turned their eyes forward, their bodies instantly stiffened. At the far end, in the illuminated area, a shadowy figure could be discerned, wandering restlessly. The sound of footsteps echoed, an eerie cadence emanating from beneath the figure. The teacher had mentioned the sound of footsteps, perhaps heralding the presence of a being lurking in the darkness. An ancient soul? How could that be possible? This place had been shrouded in silence for countless ages. If any living being were present, how would they survive? What sustenance would they find? How could they endure? It was inconceivable. Yet, they undeniably beheld the figure. Moreover, it seemed to sense something, abruptly halting at the alley's end, seemingly gazing in their direction. Their hearts raced, teetering on the brink of despair. It was not the might of an adversary that instilled fear, but the dread of the unknown. If the figure were to declare itself as a formidable entity, perhaps even one beyond the realm of the formidable, they might have felt less trepidation. But it remained silent. That was the true terror. Imagine, in the depths of darkness, within an ancient city long forgotten, suddenly being watched by an unseen presence. What emotions would that evoke? Motionless, They remained, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Time became nebulous, perhaps a minute, or 3, or even 5, until the shadow vanished, and the footsteps resumed. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. For the sound of footsteps now brought a semblance of comfort. The real fear lay in their abrupt cessation. Crouching low, they cautiously advanced, their movements almost imperceptible. What should have been a brief distance took an eternity, and soon, they arrived at the very spot where the shadow had lingered. Tentatively, they peered from the alleyway. In that fleeting moment, a chill coursed through Li Hao, his body rigid with apprehension. Liu Long, sensing his friend's tension, also leaned out to take a look, only to feel the same icy dread wash over him. Next, Lu Yan cautiously craned her neck to see, and all three heads became a picture of petrified stillness. Outside the alley, what appeared to be a grand thoroughfare unfolded, teeming with not merely one shadow but many. To their left was the very figure they had just seen, while to their right loomed a multitude of others. In an instant, they withdrew, for at that moment, a series of footsteps approached, growing ever nearer. The rhythmic sound was precise, almost as if from a single individual. However, they discerned it was a small contingent, at least 7 or 8 individuals, though they dared not ascertain the exact number. The footsteps continued, drawing closer. Li Hao contemplated retreating, but Liu Long restrained his arm, gently shaking his head, indicating that they must remain still, lest they attract undue attention. Thus, they stood there, frozen in anticipation. Moments later, a squad of figures drew near. As the first shadow passed the alley, they finally discerned the true nature of the silhouette. Soldiers. In this moment, several hearts quivered. It was not merely a shadow, but rather a soldier clad in black armor, a singular piece that enveloped the entirety of the figure, including an integrated helmet. Beside the black-armored figure, weapons were affixed. To their astonishment, this was a small contingent of ancient soldiers, each shadow advancing with synchronized steps through the alleyway they occupied, unnoticed and unheeded, or perhaps simply undetected. The rhythmic sound of their footsteps persisted, unwavering and uniform. This was undoubtedly a highly trained and exceptionally elite squadron of soldiers, seemingly engaged in routine patrols, day after day, year after year. Liu Long and the others were profoundly shaken. Were these living beings? Soldiers on patrol? They struggled to fathom the possibility that this ancient city still harbored a multitude of living souls. Yet, soon after, Li Hao's expression shifted slightly as he shook his head. Once the footsteps receded into the distance, he murmured, barely audible, "No, they do not appear to be alive." The instincts of a martial artist were keen. Beneath the armor, he felt no breath, no heartbeat, nor even the presence of a life force. What on earth were they? He found it hard to believe that anyone could survive in a city long sealed for countless years. Puppets? After some contemplation, he arrived at this conclusion. Having perused numerous ancient texts, he recalled accounts of puppets from the era of ancient civilizations, which could sometimes resemble living beings, crafted through various techniques, indistinguishable from real humans, yet devoid of consciousness, capable of simulating flesh and blood. Could it be that this was a battalion of puppet soldiers, designed for patrol and defense in the ancient city? It was inscrutable and incomprehensible to them. The ancient civilization felt too distant. The three of them, at that moment, hid at the alley's mouth, hesitant to emerge, merely peering out to catch a glimpse of the soldiers. Terrified, they dared not reveal themselves. As the soldiers moved further away, they continued to gaze outward. What they beheld left them in shock. Approximately 100 meters ahead loomed a towering wall, and between the wall and the alley stretched an expansive thoroughfare, remarkably wide. Was this an ancient road? A road so spacious? However, their astonishment did not end there. Following the wall upward, they were left in awe. The wall was exceedingly tall. After a prolonged gaze, Li Hao discerned the top of the wall, which loomed nearly 100 meters high, akin to a 30-story building. Was this the work of ancient peoples? What a jest it would be if city walls truly reached such heights. In the next moment, Li Hao's gaze sharpened. He studied the high wall closely and perceived shadows moving upon it, possibly more puppet soldiers. It appeared that a watchtower was situated atop the wall, where shadows were evident. Soldiers? Liu Long followed his line of sight and seemed to glimpse the shadow as well, swallowing hard. Where exactly were they? Li Hao seemed to recall something. At this moment, slightly shaken, he murmured. It appeared to be at the boundary between the inner and outer cities. The teacher had mentioned that it was here he first heard the footsteps and beheld a city gate, emblazoned with the image of a turtle. Were they indeed situated in this very place? The alleyway belonged to the outer city, and the wall ahead was the rampart of the inner city. According to the night watchman's discourse, upon entry, they would find themselves in the outer city, likely around the outer city gate area. The outer city also housed some residential districts. Only after navigating through numerous perils would they emerge outside the inner city. Could it be that they had directly arrived here this time? Why were they not with the others? Lost in contemplation, Li Hao touched the small sword nestled in his bosom. Could it be related to the Starry Sky sword? Yet, if so, why not directly transport me into the inner city? What was the meaning of being at the boundary between the inner and outer cities? It was a predicament from which there was no retreat. To turn back now might lead them to the outer city, where encountering the night watchman would be tolerable. But what if they faced the Red Moon or Yama? Entering would be a jest. These shadowy soldiers appeared devoid of any energy fluctuations, yet as the teacher had asserted, footsteps often heralded danger in the dark. One sunlet was slain in a single stroke. The sword wielded by these shadowy soldiers could possess the power to annihilate a sunlet in one blow. This was utterly terrifying. The teacher had only explored the vicinity and had never entered the inner city. Li Hao, utterly oblivious to the inner city, dared not venture recklessly. As he pondered these matters, an indistinct yet piercing cry echoed from behind him. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, the very soldiers who had just been walking vanished in an instant, racing towards the source of the sound with astonishing swiftness. Not only that, but before Li Hao and Liu Long's astonished eyes, additional black-helmeted soldiers emerged from the shadows, swiftly disappearing as they sprinted towards the outer city. Clearly, the cry had stirred these soldiers, those who had entered. The group quickly deduced it was indeed those who had entered, judging by the sound. It did not seem too distant, yet the volume was faint and elusive, suggesting that even if nearby, it would not be soon before they could catch sight of it. And they had roused these soldiers, perhaps guardians who had patrolled these grounds for countless years. The speed at which those black-helmeted soldiers ran felt no slower than 100. At least 30 or 40 soldiers raced in that direction. Yet, the patrol here seemed undisturbed. The shadows upon the city wall remained. Around them, more soldiers appeared, one squad after another, resuming their patrol as if the cries from the outer city had never occurred. Elite. At that moment, Liu Long whispered to Li Hao, these soldiers, if not puppets, were surely the creme de la creme of elite forces. Even the Tiger Wing Army, under the command of Hu Dingfang, is said to be one of the most elite forces in the Silver Moon province. However, in comparison to these soldiers, they seem woefully inadequate. Their demeanor, efficiency, speed, and responsiveness, along with their impeccable defensive system, are beyond reproach. When an incident occurs, assistance is promptly dispatched to manage the situation, yet the established patrols, sentries, and defensive protocols remain utterly undisturbed. At this moment, Liu Long is also contemplating the implications. If these soldiers truly possess the strength of the daylight tier, it is almost inconceivable. A unit of such cohesive coordination, even if merely at the initial stage of daylight, could rival a formidable adversary of the sunlight tier. Under normal circumstances, 10 individuals at the initial stage of daylight would struggle to contend with a powerhouse of the sunlight tier. However, in the mid to late stages, that would pose little challenge. What to do? Li Hao, disinterested in these considerations, turned to Liu Long and inquired, what shall we do now? He felt trapped between a rock and a hard place, hesitant to advance or retreat. Should they merely wait? Wait for others to explore and then follow? Ridiculous. Liu Long, sharing in the frustration, looked at Li Hao, lamenting, what should we do? I have no idea. He was as clueless as Li Hao about the proper course of action. Advancing seemed daunting, with the vast expanse ahead and sentry towers looming, raising the question of whether they would be swiftly detected. If those soldiers were to appear, how could they possibly confront such overwhelming numbers? Although they had yet to witness the soldiers in action, their speed alone indicated that these soldiers were far from mere ornamental figures. Liu Long was in despair, and in the next moment, he tossed the ball back to Li Hao. What do you suggest? Aren't you a student of ancient civilization exploration? In such a situation, you should have a clearer understanding than I. Li Hao was at a loss for words. It was a valid point. Yet, he had never encountered ruins inhabited by soldiers, and the ancient academy had not provided any training in this regard. The curriculum focused on determining orientations, assessing feng shui, verifying the authenticity of ruins, and locating water sources. How he wished his teacher were present. If his teacher were here, he could simply follow their guidance. He felt too young, too inexperienced, and, at this moment, somewhat flustered. However, upon hearing Liu Long's words, Li Hao resolved to make a decision himself. The captain was correct. He had emerged from the ancient academy, and his teacher was a renowned explorer. Could he truly bring shame upon his teacher? Just because his teacher was absent, did that mean he could not grow? After a brief moment, Li Hao suddenly retrieved a small, circular device from his pocket. Under the bewildered gazes of Liu Yin and Liu Long, he began to manipulate the disc with haste. Subsequently, he plucked a strand of hair and placed it upon the disc, blowing gently upon it. In an instant, the hair began to spin on the disc. Gradually, it came to a halt, with the ends pointing precisely towards both ends of the alley. At that moment, Liu Long seemed to grasp that Li Hao was attempting to ascertain their direction, yet with both ends aligned with the alley, it appeared to be a futile effort. Nonetheless, Li Hao observed carefully and whispered, "Let us proceed from the rear. We cannot advance through the front." "Why?" Liu Yin whispered a question, to which Li Hao replied softly. "This is the method of navigation through the force field. The route points toward the inner city, indicating that the force field there is stronger and more perilous. Therefore, we should first explore the outer city. I am uncertain why we find ourselves here, separate from others. Perhaps it is a matter of seizing an opportunity. However, we are utterly ignorant of the inner city, and it is far more likely that we will become mere cannon fodder. The inner city is undoubtedly rich in treasures. If only Li Hao possessed the strength of a teacher, he could venture directly into the inner city, thus avoiding much trouble, but alas, he does not. At this moment, being here feels rather futile. We must proceed to the outer city. I refuse to be a mere stepping stone for others. It is far too dangerous. Moreover, our current position ahead of the others presents a favorable opportunity. If we can identify the right moment and chance, it may yield unexpected rewards. We need not dwell on the grand treasures of the inner city. Instead, let us eliminate some villains and seize their powers. If we could dispatch a few of the Red Moon's minions and acquire some blood god seeds, it would be no less advantageous than entering the inner city. What does the inner city offer? Even if it is teeming with source divine weapons, what good is that? Can you take them? Can you carry them out? At this juncture, Li Hao's mind became clear. Nothing is more crucial than enhancing one's strength, as he is yet to step into the realm of combat. In this moment, Liu Long and Liu Yin remained silent, and the authority of speech naturally fell to Li Hao, for he was a student of the ancient academy's exploration department. His teacher was a renowned expert in the field. At this moment, Li Hao led the group to turn around and walk toward the other end of the alley. Moving quietly and instructing, "Try not to make any noise and speak little." Those soldiers seemed to be listening for sounds. The previous scream had drawn away several soldiers, and they had been hiding in plain sight, unnoticed. If these were puppets, they might possess some sound recognition systems. The two listened attentively, refraining from asking questions. At this juncture, following Li Hao obediently was the wisest course of action. The alley was not particularly long, measuring approximately 500 meters. The trio moved at a measured pace, and after a while, they approached the far end. In that moment, they vaguely heard footsteps once more. Li Hao held his breath, waiting. Moments later, a shadow passed by the alley's entrance. It was yet another black-armored soldier, though this time there was only one. Once the soldier had departed, Li Hao cautiously peered outside and suddenly realized where they were. This appeared to be a street in the outer city, an ancient street. Outside the alley stood old shops, and he noticed some distinctive flags adorned with characters unlike those in contemporary usage. Despite having withdrawn from school, Li Hao's expertise remained, and he managed to decipher one character, T. Ahead, a place bearing a flag was likely a tea shop. In that moment, time seemed to transport him back to countless ages past, where crowds of people bustled along this outer city street, indulging in street food, wandering about, entering for a cup of tea, or enjoying a meal. Li Hao felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia. This was also the first time he had encountered such well-preserved ancient city ruins. Previously, he had seen some materials, but they were merely remnants of a bygone era, buried beneath mounds of earth. Nothing could compare to the immersive experience he felt now. For a moment, he was slightly dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. This place was not meant for archaeology. It was perilous. His teacher had warned him that this area was fraught with danger, with sudden blades, ominous footsteps, and even flames that could incinerate a person in an instant. Danger lurked everywhere. At that moment, a distant scream seemed to pierce the air, filled with an echo of anguish. Li Hao's ears twitched slightly. The source did not seem too far away, perhaps just behind this very street. He could vaguely discern the sounds of clashing weapons. Were the black-armored soldiers engaged in battle with the incoming superhumans? Let us go. Li Hao swiftly exited the alley, moving with agility toward the opposite side of the street, while Liu Long and Liu Yan hurriedly followed suit. Although they were uncertain of Li Hao's intentions, they felt it prudent to stay by his side. In this unfamiliar territory, they understood little. As Li Hao approached, he reached an open area resembling a plaza where battle was indeed unfolding. As he had surmised, the combatants included a contingent of 30 to 40 black-armored soldiers. The opposing side comprised the members of the smaller organizations and lone wanderers who had arrived earlier. The ground was stained with blood. The black-armored soldiers had appeared suddenly, and although they marched with heavy footsteps, they seemed to extinguish the faint glimmers of light. While Li Hao and his companions could still see somewhat, this place had taken on a terrifying darkness. It wasn't until a fire-wielding superhuman ignited their powers that the onlookers could discern the multitude of black-armored soldiers that had emerged from the shadows, striking fear into many who turned pale at the sight. How could there be people here? They must be night watchers. Some exclaimed in anger, for this ruin had only ever been explored by night watchers, leading to the immediate conclusion that these individuals were indeed night watchers left behind. As the shouting subsided, a black-armored soldier suddenly materialized beside one of the shouting figures. The sound of footsteps echoed, as if he was merely walking rather than gliding or flying. In the next instant, the sound of a sword being drawn resonated through the air. With a sickening thud, a sword severed a head from its body. The one who had shouted, though not weak, at the full moon phase of the lunar realm, was considered an underdog in this encounter. Nevertheless, a formidable presence in the silver moon. He was effortlessly slain by a single strike from the black-armored soldier. Furthermore, at that moment, the fire-wielding superhuman, who was of the moonlight phase, close to the radiant dawn level, gasped in shock. The sound of footsteps filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, 3 swords came slicing through the air, sealing off all avenues of escape. In an instant, with a sickening sound, the unfortunate soul was cleaved into 3 pieces. Instant annihilation. Even the fire-wielding combatant could not withstand the onslaught of the black-armored soldiers, and as the flames faded, darkness reigned once more. Amidst the crowd, some were so frightened that they felt an urge to scream, while others turned pale and urgently cautioned, "Do not make a sound, do not emit any light." As these words fell, a sense of impending danger enveloped him, yet he felt compelled to alert others. Without uttering a word, he struck with his fist, hastily attempting to burrow underground. However, in the next moment, a look of horror crossed his face. No, he could not delve into the earth. Damn it. This place was not conducive to earth-based evasion. He had not anticipated that the ground could thwart the earth manipulator's ability to tunnel. With a powerful punch, he sent a black-armored soldier staggering back several steps. Yet, unable to escape underground, he soon found a blade piercing his heart. The formidable earth energy unleashed, his defenses materialized. But in an instant, footsteps echoed ominously in his ears, and before he could react, 4 or 5 swords emerged, thrusting toward his vital points, his head, throat, and temples. From the blades emanated an overwhelming force. With a sickening sound, one sword pierced his throat, and in rapid succession, a second and third followed, all plunging into his body. The earth manipulator slowly crumpled to the ground. He was a radiant sun, yet here, his earth evasion proved futile, and he was slain, his demise shrouded in ambiguity. Silence descended once more. Fear gripped everyone, yet they dared not utter a sound or emit any light. Darkness enveloped them, instilling terror and dread. Regret. They should not have come. What exactly were these black-armored soldiers? Night Watchers? Absurd. If the Night Watchers possessed such power, they would have revealed it long ago. Some had already assessed the soldiers' strength. They were not particularly formidable, likely on par with the Moonshade level. Yet, they exhibited no energy fluctuations akin to martial artists. At least martial artists could be discerned by their breath and heartbeat, but these black-armored soldiers seemed devoid of any signs of life. Their swordplay was methodical, not haphazard. Their coordination was astonishingly seamless. If one could evade the first strike, the second would be another matter entirely, and should one survive, there would still be a third and fourth to contend with. The small group that had entered numbered only 30 or 40, roughly matching the count of the black-armored soldiers. However, several had already perished prior, and now, more fell to the onslaught. Despite the presence of many radiant suns among them, none dared to utter a sound at this moment. Even the superpowered individuals refrained from unleashing their abilities too recklessly. When superpowered beings hesitated to wield their powers, their reflexes, responsiveness, and even night vision capabilities paled in comparison to those of martial artists. Martial artists excelled in their inherent strength, even when their inner energy lay dormant. Their physical prowess remained formidable. Thus, their night vision was superior. Conversely, unless superpowered individuals released their energy, their night vision was severely lacking. In the darkness, they could only discern vague outlines. Someone contemplated unleashing their power, but the next moment, the sound of a piercing blade echoed through the shadows. At that instant, the surviving superpowered beings realized that any display of energy, sound, or light would attract the attention of the black-armored figures. Remaining utterly still might afford them a semblance of safety. These black-armored soldiers did not resemble the living. They rely more on sound and extraordinary wave fluctuations to discern their surroundings. So, does remaining still guarantee safety? A powerful being capable of flight, overwhelmed by fear, sensed an ominous shadow approaching and dared not linger, swiftly ascending into the sky to escape this perilous place. The ability to soar is often the greatest safeguard for one's life. As this individual took to the air, initially believing they had evaded danger, a radiant beam suddenly shot forth from above. In an instant, they were caught off guard, and before they could react, it was as if they had been struck by a cannonball, exploding into countless fragments. This brilliant light illuminated the area, revealing the hidden extraordinary individuals, who, in their astonishment, could only curse in disbelief. What was this? A flying powerhouse, utterly obliterated by a beam of light. Crucially, this illumination unveiled the lurking black-armored soldiers, who immediately sprang into action. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as black iron swords pierced through the skulls of the powerful beings. Some, unable to withstand such pressure, roared in defiance, unleashing torrents of flame that engulfed the surroundings. Boom! One of the black-armored soldiers was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Though the armor remained intact, the soldier lay incapacitated, struggling to rise. In that moment, the remaining powerful individuals glimpsed hope, their expressions brightening. Despite their formidable nature, these black-armored soldiers appeared not to be invincible. They could be overcome. In an instant, several bright sun warriors launched a counterattack. Indeed, the might of the black-armored soldiers had its limits. Despite their synchronized efforts, multiple soldiers were forcefully hurled away. Some, now emboldened, disregarded the noise and shouted urgently. That armor seems to be an extraordinary artifact, difficult to destroy. Strike them down and create a shockwave. Furthermore, we cannot fly. There may be restrictions against airborne movement here. A knowledgeable, extraordinary individual quickly articulated the forbidden aspects. Do not fly. Ascending beyond a certain height will trigger that light, which obliterated a sun warrior. Who would dare to take to the skies again? They all began to resist with all their might. Meanwhile, others seized the opportunity to flee. A few sun warriors, entangled in battle, cursed quietly as they fought and retreated, seeking refuge with the larger organizations that had 3 sun warriors and even divine source weapons. They were unwilling to perish further. Though the black-armored soldiers remained powerful, having claimed many lives, they could only watch as several formidable beings escaped the battlefield. Some fallen soldiers gradually regained their footing. They pursued relentlessly until they reached the edge of the square, where they waited for the fleeing individuals to disperse. It seemed they received some directive, and shortly after, the entire unit began to withdraw. In the darkness, the black-armored soldiers vanished, moving towards the direction where Li Hao and his companions had been. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. Once they had departed, on the other side of the square, Li Hao and his companions finally exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat. How terrifying! These soldiers, seemingly possessing only the strength of the moonshade, are in fact immortal beings. Those previously defeated have astonishingly risen again, walking away as if nothing had transpired. Among the superhumans, there are at least a dozen from the Radiant Dawn faction, yet several have been slain in the blink of an eye. Even more alarming, over 10 from the Moonshade have met their demise, suffering losses exceeding half, and not a single black armor has been vanquished. This is utterly terrifying. It's crucial to note that among the trio, only Liu Long can truly contend with the early-stage Radiant Dawn, while Li Hao might manage to resist, and Liu Yan struggles even to defend herself. Should they encounter 3 to 5 black armors, their fate would be sealed. How dreadful! Furthermore, these black armors are merely a handful, Li Hao and his companions are acutely aware that many more lurk near the inner city. Damn, is this ancient city truly meant for exploration? Let us move on. Liu Long felt a twinge of trepidation. There exists a significant difference between bravery and courting death. Upon encountering those black armors, he sensed that a mere trio or quintet of them could easily conspire to end his life. The most disheartening part is that the enemy cannot be killed. That realization breathes despair. Li Hao, however, licked his lips and exclaimed, "Leave? Boss, have you lost your mind? Where would we go? So many have perished ahead, all at the hands of the mysterious energies." His astonishment was palpable. How could someone so enamored with mysterious energies contemplate retreating at this moment? Liu Long stared at him in disbelief. "You're the one who has lost it. What will you do when those black armors return? Have you no regard for your own life? Boss, they only eliminate intruders, and only light, sound, or flight will draw their attention. If we keep quiet and move cautiously, we should be fine. They must have returned to the inner city by now. Hurry, lest we attract more and draw them back." At that moment, Li Hao conceived a bold idea. "Boss, let us follow those black armors. If we remain silent, do not speak, avoid making light, and refrain from flying, they might not detect us. And those outsiders may be unaware as well. Perhaps there will be a battle. Wouldn't he that allow us to scavenge the remains? There are so many mysterious energies. I am particularly in need of those from the 5 elements. And the wind and thunder energies would suffice as well." Liu Long and Liu Yan stood in stunned silence. Fortune favors the brave, yet they felt a pang of fear as they witnessed the black armors wreaking havoc, their confidence wavering as they contemplated approaching the fallen. "Let us go." Li Hao disregarded their fears. What was there to fear? These black armors did not seem like the living, if they were mere puppets. They must have been given special commands. As long as they did not provoke them, they would be fine. This notion was corroborated by various ancient texts. While his companions remained mired in irrational fear, their panicked movements only heightened the danger. In that moment, Li Hao cast aside his worries. Is there anything more enticing than these mysterious energies? He swiftly returned to the battlefield of yore, only to pale at the sight before him. The blood and flesh on the ground seemed to be consumed by the earth itself. Not only that, but the mysterious energies appeared to be absorbed by the ground as well. At that moment, Li Hao swallowed hard. The ground. Previously, he sensed an extraordinary energy emanating from the ground. At this moment, a sense of trepidation gripped him. Could it truly consume corpses and possess supernatural powers? Good heavens! Is this city alive? Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet he paid them no heed. Gritting his teeth, he began to gather some larger fragments of the deceased. No wonder those armored figures neglected to clear the battlefield. There was no need to collect the bodies. In a short while, these corpses would vanish as if they had never existed at all. This ancient city exuded an aura of malevolence and enchantment. It was truly unsettling. As Li Hao hastily collected the remnants, he soon filled his energy storage box and swiftly fled. How terrifying! The ground could consume the living. Chapter 87. A Journey of 3. Subscription requested. Only after distancing themselves from the grim square did they retreat to the narrow alley where they had previously found refuge. Finally finding a moment of calm, Li Hao exhaled softly. This ancient city brimmed with peril. The shops lining the streets were places they dared not enter. Initially, Li Hao intended to explore, but he and Liu Long simultaneously felt a surge of danger, a primal instinct honed by their martial prowess. Thus, they refrained from entering and instead returned to the safety of the alley. They remained ignorant of the dangers that lurked within those houses. Was there perhaps a presence akin to those armored figures? Regardless, that place was untenable. Glancing at the energy storage box in his hands, Li Hao contemplated, then turned to Liu Long and the others. "Boss, sister, could you keep watch at both ends of the alley while I take a moment to cultivate?" Now, Liu Long furrowed his brow, considering the inopportune timing for such an endeavor. However, he had no objections to Li Hao's cultivation, as it posed no issue for him. Since entering the realm of Do Qian, the arcane energy had not proven particularly beneficial. Much like Yuan Shuo, who initially disregarded the mysterious energy until Li Hao refined and extracted the 5 elemental energies to fortify his internal organs. At that point, it became invaluable. Liu Long felt similarly. Thus, Li Hao's acquisition of arcane energy was not something he wished to share. As for Liu Yan, she remained silent, fully aware that Li Hao possessed a unique energy that greatly aided martial practitioners. At this critical juncture, Li Hao's cultivation might enable him to advance further. perhaps even into Douqian, an outcome that would benefit them all. Now, Li Hao affirmed, those minor organizations with supernatural abilities have fled, and they will surely encounter others ahead. They might band together, and with greater numbers, the armored figures may not be able to thwart them. Since we dare not approach the inner city, we will inevitably cross paths sooner or later. Thus, I shall seize this opportunity to see if I can enter Douqian. Liu Long ceased further discussion and swiftly positioned himself at the alley's entrance leading to the inner city, silently preparing to keep watch. Here, the primary concern was to prevent the armored figures from entering. Meanwhile, Liu Yin moved to the opposite side. Li Hao took a deep breath, determined to seize this final opportunity. His sword energy was dwindling. His mentor had ultimately chosen to absorb the power of the red shadow rather than the energy of the sword, clearly indicating a desire to preserve a fragment of sword energy for him. Perhaps he hoped that Li Hao would take this chance to step into Douqian. Currently, Li Hao had mastered 2 forms of power. However, they are not particularly formidable. They merely represent the nascent form of potential. Yet, should 2 forms of potential be fused, there exists the possibility of amplifying both, thus transcending into the realm of combat prowess. The amalgamation of sword and earth, in truth, lacks a significant avenue for fusion. Nevertheless, his mentor, adept in the 5 animal styles, has demonstrated the ability to integrate various potentials, indicating that the art of fusion indeed requires a blend of innate talent and skill. According to his mentor, every potential harbors commonalities, once one identifies these shared traits. Magnifying them and commencing from that juncture offers a chance at fusion. This concept appears deceptively simple, yet is fraught with complexity. At present, Li Hao's priority is not fusion, but rather the fortification of his internal organs. The pursuit of fusion and ascending to greater heights must be contingent upon circumstances. Strengthening the internal organs lays the true foundation. Once he attains the level of combat prowess, he can swiftly elect to cultivate the spirit within his organs, rather than laboriously refining them. He must enhance his internal organs to ensure that during the cultivation of the spirit, the integrity of the other 4 organs remains intact. Before the revision of the 5 animal breathing technique, in the current martial world, few could cultivate their spirit without compromising their internal organs. Aside from Yuan Shuo, and perhaps a handful of seasoned martial artists who have traversed the path of combat prowess for decades, these veterans, having journeyed through decades of combat prowess, would instinctively focus on strengthening their internal organs, achieving a balance of internal and external strength, a goal pursued by martial artists. Li Hao, as a nascent martial artist, possesses no elemental means for enhancement. Aspiring to bolster his internal organs presents a formidable challenge. He extends his hand into the energy storage box and retrieves a fragment of human bone, still tinged with remnants of blood. Having long since attained composure, Li Hao senses and assesses the essence within. It is fire energy, relatively commonplace, the heart of fortifying the internal organs. As the 5 animal breathing technique commences, a faint energy of the sword gradually emanates from the small sword at his waist. Compared to his earlier days, one could only say that in his youth, he was unaware of the value of sword energy. He squandered it recklessly, even utilizing it for trivial pursuits. Now, as he feels the faint flow of sword energy, he can only reflect with regret. Fortunately, even if belated, the separation of sword energy from the mysterious energy still yields results. The fire elemental energy is swiftly extracted. The resultant attribute-less energy fortifies the physical form, while the fire elemental energy begins to strengthen the heart. It is uncertain whose bone this is, belonging to a being of extraordinary power, yet the contained mysterious energy is not substantial. Moments later, the mysterious energy is absorbed. Li Hao perseveres. Mysterious energy, it is said, can be found in secretive locations of various organizations and in relics. Some source weapons appear to spontaneously manifest or can be birthed through certain methods. The mysterious energy contained within the human body is, in fact, of inferior quality and the least cost-effective. Regrettably, Li Hao currently possesses no alternative means of acquisition, primarily due to his excessive consumption. Yuan Shuo, in his quest to fortify his internal organs and nurture his heart fire ape, directly absorbed a staggering amount of fire energy, totaling 1,000 units. For Li Hao to reach Yuan Shuo's level, even slightly below that, he previously absorbed approximately 200 units of each elemental energy for his internal organs. Now, he must intake at least 800 units of each to safely cultivate his spirit. Naturally, Fortifying all 5 organs is a daunting task. Prioritizing the enhancement of a single organ is more feasible. Yet, Li Hao remains undeterred. He will absorb whatever energy is available, regardless of its form. This includes wind energy, which can lighten the body, and thunder energy, capable of strengthening the physique. All of these energies are ripe for absorption. The crux of the matter lies in the inadequacy of the sword. I cannot help but wonder if this ancient city will present an opportunity for replenishment once more, for it seems to possess an undeniable connection to the 8 great families. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. This continued for a span of half an hour, when suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the distance. Moments later, Liu Long returned swiftly, his demeanor grave. We must conclude our training at once. Just now, at least 100 black-armored soldiers vanished into the outside, likely to intercept those intruders. Moreover, among that contingent, I discerned an individual who appears to be of centurion rank, clad in bronze armor. Following the black-armored troops, soldiers in bronze armor have now emerged. The black-armored warriors possess strength akin to the lunar void tier. What then? Of the bronze armors? The solar radiance tier? These soldiers exhibit remarkable coordination, impervious to death. How formidable must the solar radiance bronze armors be? The previous black-armored soldiers had already slain numerous solar radiance warriors. Could it be that this time, the bronze armors are equipped to contend with the 3 suns? Li Hao's expression grew solemn as he hastily halted his absorption. Indeed, there was little left to gather, and his yield had been relatively satisfactory. He had absorbed approximately 800 units of mysterious energy, which had left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, the elemental energies were not balanced. He had accrued an excess of fire energy, around 300 units. As for the other elemental energies, he had failed to absorb any water energy. Although he had collected some of the metal, wood, and earth elements, resulting in his kidneys being noticeably weaker than the other 4 organs. Let us take a look. Li Hao rose, and the two quickly regrouped with Liu Yin ahead. At that moment, Liu Yin spoke in a hushed tone, her expression serious. Be cautious. There is something amiss on this street. Something amiss? Li Hao pondered in the dimness of the area. Had they spotted the bronze armors? Just then, Liu Yin spoke again with a low voice. Not long ago, I witnessed an earth element adept stealthily circumventing the area, possibly due to a nearby battle. Just as the black-armored soldiers were patrolling, that individual took refuge in a house, only to be met with a sudden scream, and then silence ensued. Clearly, there were others engaging in battle with the black-armored soldiers while attempting to explore, only to encounter danger upon spotting the patrolling black-armored warriors. They had perished. The 3 of them peered cautiously at the houses lining the alley, which now appeared especially ominous. The flags still fluttered, yet none of them harbored the desire to venture inside. Boom. As they contemplated their next course of action, a resounding roar erupted from across the street, significantly louder than before, indicating the presence of formidable forces. This time, several solar radiance warriors had arrived. No matter how powerful the black-armored soldiers may be, they were merely of the lunar void tier. With the presence of the solar radiance warriors, the black-armored troops could not stir the tides. Even if they were impervious to death, the disparity between the 2 sides was too great. The rumbling continued, and Li Hao and his companions could even hear the commanding shouts of the powerful. The strength of these black-armored individuals lies in their armor. Their power emanates from the ground. The earth element adept must lay a layer of rock upon the surface to sever their source of strength. Upon hearing this, Li Hao was left in the dark regarding the unfolding battle. He inhaled deeply. Who was this? Truly impressive. At this moment, Li Hao finally realized why those black-armored figures remained grounded and the peculiar nature of the terrain. He understood that the source of the black armor's power emanated from below. This implied that the ground bestowed energy upon these black-armored warriors, rendering them undying and perpetually combat-ready. Liu Long's eyes flickered with understanding. If that were the case, then as long as they prevented these soldiers from touching the ground, they could eliminate them. However, Li Hao furrowed his brow, sensing that this might not be a favorable outcome. Once these soldiers were dealt with, they would inevitably confront their adversaries soon after. He was unsure of how he and his companions had found themselves in front of the enemy, but the night watchmen were currently behind them. By the order of arrival, those who had come early were likely from the Sword Gate or Yen Luo's faction. The Sword Gate's stance remained uncertain. While it was certain that Yen Luo's group was not allied with them, he decided to observe further. The one who had called out earlier was likely a powerful figure from Yen Luo, not resembling the voice of the wheel-turning king. Perhaps another formidable entity from the Tri-Sun realm who had been relatively silent thus far, yet possessed keen insight. As Li Hao and his companions stealthily approached once more, a fierce battle erupted. Indeed, there were strong figures from both Yen Luo and the Sword Gate. In his observations, Li Hao noted two individuals from the Sword Gate who were of the Tri-Sun realm, in addition to Hong Yitong. There was also a woman whose relationship to him remained unclear. Was she his wife, mistress, or disciple? Regardless, it mattered little to Li Hao. The two factions were currently collaborating, boasting 4 Tri-Sun powerhouses, including a peak Tri-Sun existence akin to Yen Luo's wheel-turning king. At that moment, none of the Tri-Sun figures had engaged, but the gold elemental powerhouse from Yen Luo had entered into combat with the copper-armored warrior Liu Long had mentioned. The other Tri-Sun figures primarily remained observant. As for the black-armored warriors, many had already fallen, while others were being suppressed by several earth elemental powerhouses. Li Hao spotted Hu Pe, also known as Li Dahu, delivering a punch that descended like Mount Tai, directly sealing one black-armored warrior within a mound of earth, isolating it completely. Initially, the black-armored figure struggled, but gradually ceased its movements. Li Hao's gaze shifted. The larger organization was indeed on a different level. Many of the smaller factions had also possessed daylight warriors, yet they were utterly subdued by the black-armored warriors, unable to act. In contrast, the current adversaries, despite not having many active combatants, swiftly dismantled the joint efforts of over 100 black-armored figures. One after another, the black-armored warriors were being suppressed. Before long, they were either sealed away or severed from their connection to the ground, causing their power to wane. With the two major organizations, alongside the members of the smaller factions that had escaped earlier, their numbers now surged to around 70 or 80, not significantly fewer than the black-armored forces, coupled with the support of the Tri-Sun figures, rendering the battle overwhelmingly one-sided. The Moonshade black-armored warriors gradually found themselves unable to lift their heads. In the blink of an eye, only a dozen black-armored figures and the copper-armored warrior remained engaged in combat. In this encounter, the Sword Gate and Yen Luo suffered merely a handful of casualties, a stark improvement from before. Li Hao and his companions dared not even breathe too loudly. Fortunately, they were martial artists. Otherwise, at such close quarters, they would not have dared to spy on the fierce clash. Their strength was undeniable. On this occasion, the trio witnessed the formidable power of various organizations. The Jinsi Sanyong relentlessly attempted to suppress the bronze armor. However, despite its mere mid-level daylight strength, the armor provided a semblance of invulnerability. Meanwhile, the earth elemental's attempts at confinement were swiftly shattered, proving exceedingly difficult to seal the bronze armor. At that moment, the Wheel King furrowed his brow slightly. It possesses only mid-level daylight strength, yet remains impervious to blades. The Sanyong is unable to breach this armor. It must be an extraordinary artifact of exceptional caliber. Setting aside other considerations, if one could strip away these armors, it would be a bountiful gain. Those hundreds of black armors were anything but ordinary. If brought forth, they could potentially foster a formidable squad, although they might be more suited for martial artists. The martial artists, lacking extraordinary energy fluctuations, seemed to benefit from the armor's ability to obscure their presence, coupled with their robust physical prowess. If these black armors were donned by martial artists, the Wheel King's mind began to whirl. Presently, due to Yuan Shuo, martial artists were showing signs of resurgence, and various organizations had not abandoned the cultivation of martial artists, primarily to nurture extraordinary reserves. But what if martial artists were equipped with these armors? The armors offered formidable protection against extraordinary forces. As long as the martial artists within were not slain, 100 of them could potentially contend with daylight-level opponents. With that thought, he reached out and seized a black-armored soldier, effortlessly grasping it in his hand. The immense power of the Sanyong was evident. He held it firmly while the black-armored soldier struggled for a time before gradually losing its vigor. Observing closely, he furrowed his brow. This is not human? It seems not to be human. What it truly was remained unclear, and at that moment, he hesitated to forcibly open the black armor. Though he possessed the strength to dismantle it, this was a quest for treasure. Was it not treasures they sought in this exploration? As the black-armored soldier lost its connection to the earth, the armor began to feel weightless, as if it had lost its previous support. At this moment, Hong Yitong spoke up. Well, King, why not open one and investigate? Let us discern the structure that allows these entities to persist here. The Wheel King pondered briefly before nodding. A blade of wind materialized in his hand. With the tremendous might of the Sanyong, he effortlessly sliced through the black armor. In a realm where neither moonshade nor daylight could inflict damage, he easily breached the armor. At that moment, not only they but also Li Hao and his companions, observing from a distance, fixated their gaze, albeit with limited clarity, intrigued to uncover what lay within the armor. Suddenly, a murmur of uncertainty arose from that direction. Hong Yitang's voice carried an undertone of shock. Bones? At this revelation, Li Hao and his companions felt a jolt within their hearts. Bones. Was there truly someone inside? The Wheel King, too, expressed astonishment. Indeed, they are soldiers. Yet, they are deceased. This city once truly utilized these armors, these martial artists, as soldiers? Remarkable. At this moment, he unfastened the armor, revealing a figure within, merely a decayed skeleton. The instant the armor was opened, the bones disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. The skeletal remains had been preserved solely due to the armor's sealing properties. Now, with the armor opened, these bones were instantly reduced to fragments. However, the Wheel King scrutinized the armor and glanced at Hong Yitang, whose eyes flickered momentarily before he promptly remarked, "If the King of Hell desires these, they shall naturally belong to him. However, should there be any further treasures, the Sword Sect is also an organization and cannot leave empty-handed. What do you think, Wheel King?" It was evident that he recognized the Wheel King's interest in the armor, although they had lost the advantage of the unique terrain here, which seemingly hindered a continuous energy supply. The mere construction and durability of the armor rendered it a formidable treasure. If it could be replicated, it would be unfathomable to forge an army of martial masters. Very well, thank you, Master Hong. The Wheel King smiled. Despite his reluctance to relinquish the items, he was aware of the presence of a prominent figure like Sanyong and several others from the Liao faction, especially amidst the crisis posed by the ancient city. It would be unwise to turn hostile. Ho Xiaoqing was correct. Once they witnessed the dangers involved, the desire for mutual slaughter would dissipate. Merely this small contingent of armored soldiers had already cost them several lives. The two organizations had suffered approximately a dozen casualties, while the scattered cultivators had lost around 20, totaling over 30 superpowers lost in such a short span. This was only a fraction of the 200 superpowers that had entered. Though most casualties were from the Yuming faction, with a few from the Liao, those outside were elite forces. This expedition into the ruins had attracted the pinnacle of the Silver Moon superpower realm. Hong Yitang, understanding the situation, naturally sought the best outcome. Yao Cheng, swiftly deal with this bronze-armored warrior. Yao Cheng, a Sanyong powerhouse from the King of Hell, hastily replied, "My lord, I am merely reluctant to damage this armor." The bronze armor was indeed more formidable. He was capable of overcoming his opponent, yet he hesitated. As a metal-type superpower, his forte lay in offense. A mid-stage Liao bronze warrior was within his grasp, but if he were to shatter the armor in his assault, what would become of it? The Wheel King pondered for a moment, equally reluctant. The metal-type superpower was not adept in other areas, and to him, it seemed somewhat wasteful. Of course, he kept this to himself. In the next instant, a hurricane swept through, lifting the bronze warrior, who had been in combat, seemingly tireless. However, as the tempest enveloped it, the warrior was abruptly lifted into the air. This wind morphed into chains, binding the bronze warrior in an instant, suspending it mid-air. Remarkably, this maneuver did not provoke the earlier attacks from above. Evidently, the assaults from the sky did not target these armored warriors. The bronze warrior struggled in vain. Yet it was futile. The Wheel King was a pinnacle Sanyong existence, wielding divine weaponry, and stood at the very apex within the Silver Moon. A mere centurion clad in bronze armor finds himself utterly powerless against the circumstances. Having departed from the earth, it seems the source of his energy has been severed, gradually. The struggles of the bronze armor begin to diminish. Just as the King of Cycles believes he has resolved the issue, a sudden burst of radiance erupts from the bronze warrior, and in an instant, the bronze figure explodes. What? The King of Cycles' expression shifts. Has it detonated? A self-detonation? How could that be possible? In his perception, these soldiers acted merely on instinct from an ancient civilization, long devoid of life, lacking any semblance of intelligence. They were mere automata, programmed to execute the military commands of you're against intruders. Yet now, captured and stripped of their energy source, how could they self-destruct? Moreover, The formidable armor has indeed shattered to pieces. What could be the reason for this? Unless it is not the soldier that self-destructs, but rather the armor itself possesses some unique ability, such as automatically self-destructing when deprived of energy. He hastily observes the black-armored figures, relieved to see them unscathed. Furrowing his brow slightly, he ponders. The bronze armor must be of a superior grade, which explains why the ancient city's master was reluctant to allow its dispersion. The failure to receive energy replenishment would lead to its self-destruction. The black armor, on the other hand, likely served merely as standard equipment and thus lacked such self-destruct protocols. His discerning eye quickly deduces the cause of the destruction, leaving him with a sense of regret. It seems he will only be able to return with a few pieces of black armor, uncertain if the bronze armor's self-destruct command can be rescinded, and that knowledge might only be obtained by venturing into the inner city. The golden-hued powerhouse, Yao Cheng, interjects, "My lord, the Night Watchers have explored this area multiple times. Could they possibly have acquired some black armor? Previously, they have remained tight-lipped about it. The Night Watchers, indeed? It is improbable that their multiple entries yielded no rewards. Perhaps there exists a possibility. It is conceivable that the Night Watchers have clandestinely trained a cadre of martial artists adorned in these armors. If so, they have concealed themselves remarkably well. Having entered only once, should they retreat now, awaiting the reopening of the gates at night, they could potentially carry away hundreds of black armors. While the Night Watchers may not possess overwhelming strength, they are not weak either. If they continue to return like this, even if just once a month, 3 years have already elapsed since their discovery of the ruins. That amounts to 36 visits. Even if not every visit resulted in significant gains, if their aspirations were not too greedy, they might have amassed thousands of black armors. This contemplation sends a shiver through them. Could it truly be so? If the Night Watchers have indeed hidden their strength so well, even without sufficient martial artists to don the armors, 3 years is ample time to cultivate a formidable group. The King of Cycles remains silent for a moment. Reflecting before speaking, I am uncertain about the Silver Moon division of the Night Watchers, but these black armors remind me of something. It is said that in the central region lies a royal guard composed entirely of heavy-armored martial artists. When unifying the realm, this elite guard was once invincible. Do you suppose the Celestial Star royal family discovered such a relic? At this moment, he contemplated the royal family. In years past, the Tianqing royal family ascended rapidly, swiftly assembling a formidable army, with the royal guard being the most crucial. Their might was unparalleled. In an era before superpowers emerged, their warriors donned heavy armor and were virtually invincible. Could it be that this ancient city was not the sole one of its kind? If that were indeed the case, it would underscore the significance of this ancient city. They were unaware of how many black-armored figures remained hidden within its depths, but if there were many, perhaps they could gradually forge their own formidable army. A terrifying prospect. Regardless, they decided to take the black armor and continue their journey. "My lord, shall we proceed?" Someone inquired. They had already reaped considerable rewards. Would continuing lead to encounters with even more black armor? Their numbers were not particularly substantial. The Wheel Monarch pondered for a moment. "Yao Cheng, take a few individuals to scout ahead while we await the arrival of Hong Yule and the others. Although entering further may yield greater rewards, the risks are also heightened, and the costs have been steep. Many have perished, and with each venture, our strength diminishes. You must send some to ascertain the path. We need to gather at least some intelligence." He cautioned, "Be mindful, avoid any fluctuations in your superpowers, and refrain from making sounds or emitting light, for such actions may draw the attention of the black-armored beings. Above all, do not take to the skies. That is the most perilous course." The Gene System's Sanyong hesitated but quickly accepted the command. Whether facing black armor or bronze armor, the threat was manageable for now. The danger was not overwhelming, and they need only make a direct charge into the inner city. Soon, with a wave of his hand, he led 7 or 8 formidable individuals swiftly into the depths of the street, moving cautiously, careful not to let their mysterious powers spill forth excessively to avoid inciting a larger-scale encirclement. Meanwhile, Hong Yitong quietly murmured a few words, and from the Jinmen's side, some individuals ventured forth. Several surviving rogue cultivators exchanged glances, and soon, a few more daring souls made their way out. Neither of the two major organizations obstructed their path. The willingness of these individuals to take risks for reconnaissance was indeed welcomed, had it not been for the return of these scouts bearing news. Their reckless ascent into the skies could have resulted in untold casualties. Thus, At times, these rogue cultivators proved to be of value. As for the benefits they had garnered, what did it matter? No individual gain could ever rival that of the larger organizations. For instance, this time, Yin Luo effortlessly acquired over 100 pieces of black armor. Naturally, the Wheel Monarch was not foolish. He quickly led the black armor and the remaining individuals away from the square. Once within this vicinity, they could potentially attract even more black-armored beings. Though he was not fearful, he did not know how many adversaries awaited. If they could not eradicate them all, would they not be gradually worn down? The streets fell silent once more, but this time, shadows lingered in the darkness. 2 factions and rogue cultivators, over 20 in total, entered this thoroughfare, among them a Sanyong powerhouse. At this moment, Li Hao and his companions had already departed from that place. Returning once again to the alley, Liu Long sighed in awe, whispering, "The Sanyong truly is formidable." At that moment, his admiration for Yuan Shuo deepened. In the realm of Duoqian, while others effortlessly vanquished the formidable Sanyong, he himself realized, upon witnessing the resplendent Yaoqing engage with the bronze-armored warrior, that he was no match for them. The moment he observed the Wheel of Rotation King effortlessly restraining the bronze warrior, he comprehended that his demise could be but a fleeting moment away. The disparity was insurmountable. Yet, Yuan Shuo had shattered such boundaries. Reflecting on his initial belief that entering Duoqian would place him on equal footing with Yuan Shuo, he felt increasingly inadequate. Perhaps it was futile to dwell on such thoughts, as the chasm between them was too vast. Moreover, Yuan Shuo had now ascended to the realm of Yunxi. At that moment, Li Hao whispered, "Let us not dwell on this, boss. Just now, Yin Luo dispatched someone to investigate, and I spotted that Li Dao as a formidable earth element warrior. It was only natural for the other party to send someone for reconnaissance. In this locale, encountering the black-armored adversaries posed certain challenges. Should they seal the earth, the enemy would lose their power. Even in the early stages of the sun's radiance, Li Dao possessed the means to confront the black armor." Upon hearing this, Liu Long nodded slightly but remarked, "I noticed that Yaoqing was also in their company." "Then let us follow them until they part ways," Li Hao suggested quietly. "They cannot remain together indefinitely. As long as they encounter no peril, they will surely separate to explore. A larger group would only draw more attention. Besides, whether they are superpowered or martial artists, who wouldn't desire to seek treasures alone? Now that the outer city of the ancient city lies open to them, do you think they can resist the temptation? That Yaoqing will not be able to keep them all together? It is highly improbable." Liu Long's eyes flickered, and he agreed. "Then let us pursue them." However, Liu Yan hesitated. "It is too perilous. Furthermore, should a battle ensue, it would attract the black armor and other formidable foes. Perhaps we should wait until the Red Moon and the Night Watchers have entered this realm." Li Hao, however, swiftly interjected, "That cannot be. Once there are too many people, the danger will only escalate. For now, if we keep our disturbance minimal, they may believe that they have encountered the black armor. After all, like us, the black armor possesses no significant superpowered fluctuations." Contemplating this, Li Hao felt a pang of regret. If only we could acquire 3 black armors, we could masquerade as them with greater efficacy. His eyes glimmered with a sudden idea. "Shall we first procure 3 black armors? We have a strategy in mind." Previously, the Wheel of Rotation King had provided them with insight. They merely needed to sever the connection between their foes and the earth. The specifics were less important. With sufficient force, his sword could certainly breach the black armor. Let it shatter. A few fragments would suffice. Upon his utterance, Liu Long's gaze sharpened, though he cautioned, "It may not be effective. If we encounter genuine black armor, they might discern the ruse. Otherwise, if the Night Watchers acquire it, they could infiltrate the inner city undetected." Li Hao nodded, acknowledging the likelihood that there were methods to distinguish between armored soldiers. However, their intention was not to infiltrate the inner city, but to impersonate the black armor for lethal purposes. There was no need to conceal themselves from the black armor. Regardless, Li Hao murmured, "Our chances are significant." In the alleyway over there, a black armor patrol has passed several times, and ahead, there was a patrol before a 10-man squad arrived. First, we must deal with the 2 solitary figures clad in black armor before devising a strategy for the third. It seems that every street is patrolled by these black-armored sentinels, each acting alone, yet in squads of 10. Their prolonged observation has yielded some insights. A team of 10 is quite formidable. The concern is not merely whether we can defeat them, but rather the potential consequences of drawing attention from their reinforcements. As for the leader of the patrol, they might simply be testing the waters for risk. This does not trouble Li Hao. The large-scale deployment of the black armor is likely in pursuit of Yin Luo and his companions. After some contemplation, Liu Long swiftly reached a resolution. Excellent. At this juncture, Liu Yan held no sway in the decision-making process. With their plans set, they stealthily made their way to the end of the alley, poised to ambush the solitary black-armored sentinel approaching. As for their strategy, it was already in place. Boss, I will unleash a sudden burst of energy to shake the ground, causing the black armor to lose contact with the earth. Your task is straightforward. Launch a powerful assault, propelling the opponent skyward until they lose their grounding and become completely immobilized in their armor. That will signify our success. We are not endowed with extraordinary abilities or specialized control skills. It all hinges on you. Should Liu Long allow the enemy to touch down, our efforts would be in vain. This demands remarkable control from a martial artist. Previously, when Yin Luo and his team engaged, I observed that it took approximately 1 minute for the black armor to lose its resistance. Furthermore, that squad of 10 would likely arrive around the same time. Thus, the boss must find a way to maneuver them a short distance forward, ideally into the alley. Liu Long inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of expectation grow heavier. However, after a moment's reflection, he nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, the black armor is merely a specter of the moon, while he is a warrior of the 1,000 battles. Although it presents a challenge, it is certainly achievable. Moments later, one of the black-armored figures approached with resolute steps, mechanically scanning the surroundings. As the sentinel neared the alley, Li Hao activated his energy, gently stomping his foot. Though no sound emerged, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. He was nearly overwhelmed by a wave of nausea from the recoil of the energy contained within the earth. He narrowly escaped the urge to vomit blood. Nevertheless, he had previously experimented with the effects of his energy and found that they could indeed persist. As anticipated, the black armor was momentarily lifted from the ground by the tremor. At that instant, Liu Long, akin to a leopard, sprang forth with extraordinary speed, delivering a punch that struck the black armor like a cannonball, propelling it into the sky. This, too, required immense control. Liu Long was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, the black armor made no sound. He endeavored to envelop his fist with a wave of energy, muffling the noise. He refrained from leaping into the air, awaiting the enemy's descent, and then cautiously prepared to strike once more. In that moment, it was akin to a balloon descending. One could not allow it to touch the ground, yet it was imperative not to strike too forcefully, lest the balloon veer from its intended trajectory. Otherwise, should it land on the opposite side of the street, it would quickly encounter that squadron. Liu Long's heart raced with apprehension. As he continued to strike, the black armor suddenly struggled, veering off its original course and falling backward, startling Liu Long. At that moment, Li Hao rushed in with remarkable speed, delivering a punch that forcefully redirected the black armor back on track. Both men were drenched in sweat, the crisp sound of their clash echoing distantly in the silent street. Li Hao swallowed hard, and as the black armor fell again, without hesitation, he seized its head with one hand and swiftly dragged it into a narrow alley. Li Hao, filled with trepidation, hurriedly followed. Once inside the alley, the two men relentlessly struck the black armor. Time gradually slipped away, and the black armor began to lose its resistance. In the next moment, Li Hao and Liu Long each gripped a limb, one holding the legs, the other the head, firmly pinning the black armor in place, awaiting something. Indeed, footsteps echoed once more as a small squad passed by the alley. After a brief wait, the sounds of their footsteps grew faint, and both men were now drenched in perspiration. The black armor they held had fallen silent. Li Hao broke into a smile, and Liu Long joined in the laughter. They had successfully subdued the first suit. Li Hao carefully examined the armor, realizing it seemed seamless, leaving him puzzled about how to enter. Perhaps there was a special method. But now was not the time for exploration. Gripping the starry sky sword, he contemplated where to make an incision that would allow for normal wear and would not rupture during combat. Let us cut at the crotch, Liu Long suggested quietly. Make a small incision and crawl inside. As martial artists, we don't usually shrink our bones, but if necessary, it's not impossible. The crotch area is less conspicuous and more discreet. After considering this, Li Hao nodded in agreement. It was a sound plan. In no time, with a swift motion, he sliced the armor, and indeed, the sharpness of the starry sky sword was indisputable. Even armor that the sun's rays could not penetrate was easily cut open. Liu Long remained silent, Yet internally, he had already formed a judgment. This was indeed the Li family sword, exceedingly sharp. As Li Hao cut through the armor, he caught a glimpse of white bones, which instantly crumbled into dust, vanishing within the armor. He held little sentiment for these ancient soldiers. They faithfully executed the commands of their time, truly embodying the essence of a soldier. Regrettably, however, Li Hao had a pressing need for the black armor. He had no time to mourn for these ancient beings. He glanced at himself, then at Liu Long, realizing that Liu Long's physique was more suited to this suit of black armor. "Boss, you should crawl in." Liu Long muttered a curse under his breath, but obediently lifted the black armor, positioning his head toward the crotch opening. During this process, his bones creaked audibly. Moments later, Liu Long managed to force himself into the armor, though his legs still protruded outside. After some time, Liu Long began to attempt retracting his legs. After considerable effort, he finally managed to tuck them inside, although the opening at the crotch had torn slightly larger. Once clad in armor, Li Hao meticulously examined his attire. And unless one specifically scrutinized the groin area, no significant abnormalities were discernible. However, during the donning process, Liu Long had torn his trousers, prompting Li Hao to quietly caution, "Boss, your legs appear somewhat pale. In the darkness, they are rather eye-catching." A gash marred the fabric at the groin, leaving Li Hao uncertain as to how it could be mended, while the inner thighs revealed patches of white skin. Liu Long muttered under his breath, his voice muffled by the armor, betraying his frustration. Undeterred, Li Hao contemplated briefly before scurrying to a distant corner, where he smeared some black ash upon his return, applying it to Liu Long's conspicuous legs. This rendered them less noticeable. Liu Long then attempted a punch, expressing his astonishment. This armor, while appearing robust, is remarkably flexible and supple within. The craftsmanship of ancient civilizations is truly astounding. It does not hinder a martial artist's performance at all. Indeed, sturdy armor can sometimes feel constraining. Yet, in this instance, it does not impede my abilities. I am genuinely awed. The skills from the ancient era have undoubtedly reached a pinnacle. Enough with the admiration. Let us procure another. Li Hao had little time to indulge in such sentiments. The individuals from the Red Moon and Yin Luo were likely to arrive imminently, and he anticipated an influx of superpowered beings. Thus, securing 3 suits of armor was of utmost importance. As for whether Yin Luo's group would impersonate the black armor, as long as they were willing to cause destruction, it was irrelevant. Moreover, the armor seemed ill-suited for superpowered individuals, as it might obstruct their mysterious abilities. Although Li Hao had not personally tested this theory, he noted that previous superpowered assaults had evidently failed to penetrate the armor. The exterior proved impenetrable. Would the interior be any different? Perhaps not. Unless they could enlist martial artists to masquerade as the leading organizations, he was untroubled by the prospect of encountering a similarly disguised black armor. Those who dared to approach were courting death. Here, Liu Long was a formidable combatant, and even if their adversaries were merely impersonating the Sun Three, the suppression of their powers by the black armor would spell doom for them. Thus, Li Hao and his companions embarked on their second hunt. Armed with prior experience, they navigated with greater ease, and soon, the second suit of armor was secured. This time, Li Hao bestowed it upon Liu Yan, primarily due to her diminutive stature. He feared that he would find himself ensnared, with half a leg protruding outside. Acquiring the third suit was somewhat more challenging, as it necessitated venturing to the thoroughfare where Yin Luo and his cohort were stationed, in pursuit of a solitary patrolling figure. The trio, with 2 clad in black armor, hastened down the designated street. Meanwhile, disturbances faintly echoed from the outer city, likely signaling an encounter between superpowered beings and the black armor. Yet, the group was preoccupied with their own disguises. The thrill of securing the third suit of armor was palpable. Just as they concluded their task, several superpowered individuals rapidly approached. Fortunately, the trio was swift enough to evade detection, but the streets were increasingly populated with superpowered beings. Evidently, while they were contending with the black-armored figures, it is likely that the Red Moon faction had also arrived. Although the main force had not entered, they had dispatched individuals to conduct reconnaissance. A few minutes later, 3 black-armored soldiers appeared on the street. Their movements were slightly awkward. They did not exhibit the natural grace of true black-armored warriors, their footsteps occasionally out of sync, thus revealing a subtle disparity. A closer inspection revealed that their trousers bore signs of wear and tear. Nevertheless, this was the best ruse they could devise. These three figures stood out among the other black-armored soldiers, who typically operated alone or in groups of 10, making their presence somewhat peculiar. Yet, the others remained oblivious. And neither Li Hao nor his companions would suspect anything amiss. On the street, the sound of footsteps echoed. In a shadowy corner, a powerful psychic held his breath, daring not to move, suppressing his abilities to the utmost, not allowing even a whisper of energy to escape. He listened intently as the footsteps gradually receded, finally exhaling with relief. Confronting the black armor was a trivial matter for the Sanyong, but for him, it was an entirely different story. As a formidable entity of the Moon and Shadow tier, he commanded respect in the outside world. As long as he did not provoke the three major organizations or the Night Watchers, even the Sword Gate would hesitate to act against a powerhouse of his caliber. However, the current situation was dire, as the elite members of various organizations had just entered this ancient city and a number of Sunlight tier warriors had already perished. The Moon and Shadow tier was, in truth, not particularly formidable. These black-armored soldiers, by instinct, understood they were the most inferior of the ancient city's warriors. Yet they were still capable of slaying Moon and Shadow tier fighters, even those of the Sunlight tier. The limitations of psychic abilities in this context were overwhelming. At this moment, the psychic warrior felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He had no desire to continue his exploration, yet as one of Yama's subordinates, fleeing now would lead to certain death. Yama had nurtured them, and to flee would be tantamount to betrayal. Betrayers of the grand organization met with grim fates. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation along his neck. In the darkness, a sharp blade surged forth in an instant. With a soft thud, his head fell. The three armored figures had silently materialized behind him. The black armor was supposed to be accompanied by the sound of footsteps. When the sounds faded, it signified the disappearance of the black armor, a concept understood by all who observed. In truth, this was indeed the case. Black armor was meant to tread upon the ground. However, the three before him were mere impostors. As their footsteps faded, it was the moment when the psychic felt most at ease. The trio, having produced the sound of footsteps, quickly silenced them in the darkness, allowing them to approach the suppressed psychic with the ease of a martial artist. The presence of black armor implied that no mysterious powers could be unleashed, a fact well understood by these individuals. Yet, without the aid of their mysterious powers, the psychic was no more than an ordinary person. With a swift stroke, he was slain. Li Hao did not recognize this individual, but judging by his attire, he was one of Yama's. Aside from the Night Watchers, who were off-limits for indiscriminate killing, the elimination of anyone else posed no moral dilemma. The Moonlight tier was a mere trifle. The extraction of the mysterious energy was entirely futile. Perhaps around 50 units could be extracted, yet it was merely the moon shade, not the sunlight. At this moment, achieving a complete extraction was evidently impossible. Even obtaining a fraction of it would be a notable accomplishment, as a monthly cycle might yield approximately 20 to 30 units. The process of absorption for such quantities is relatively swift. As for the corpses, they required no special handling. The very ground beneath was the most effective processor. In no time, this place would revert to its former state, with the bodies wholly consumed by the earth. This is a city that devours its own. Here, in the act of murder, as long as one is not witnessed, darkness conceals many sinister and perilous elements. Moments later, the sound of 3 footsteps echoed once more. Living beings must retreat. Clad in black armor, one possesses the finest protection. As for the harvested mysterious energy, Li Hao absorbed it while moving, taking in whatever he could, indifferent to the dissipated remnants. This place was abundant with superpowers, an inexhaustible source. Once this energy was fully absorbed, another kill would naturally yield the next. Li Hao harbored no fondness for the major organizations, and the same sentiment extended to Liu Long. Aside from the Night Watchers, he regarded all others as heretics, harbingers of chaos. One less enemy is a boon. Behind him, the headless corpse was gradually consumed by the ground. Not far from Li Hao and his companions, Tiger Soul, accompanied by 2 moon shades, awaited with heavy hearts. They had lost. Just moments ago, 3 of his subordinates had been present, yet in the pursuit of clarity, Tiger Soul had dispatched one into what appeared to be an establishment resembling a tavern. The only response was a muffled thud, followed by silence. These buildings resembled monstrous entities that devour those who enter. Once inside, they vanish without a trace. Damn it, Tiger Soul cursed, a flicker of anger igniting within him. They had perished. This place was perilously hazardous. They needed to avoid the incessantly patrolling black armor while deciphering the true nature of the situation. Entering the buildings was out of the question, for doing so meant disappearance. Should they retreat? How would they explain their findings? Would they merely state that the buildings consumed people and then vanished? He turned his gaze towards the opposite side of the street, catching a glimpse of some illumination. It appeared brighter, likely the inner city mentioned by the night watchers. Should they venture there? Yet, Tiger's soul feared the imminent danger. No more waiting, he murmured, dismissing the notion of delay. That subordinate was most likely dead. If they lingered any longer, the next wave of black armor would soon arrive. They had discerned a pattern. Approximately every 10 minutes, a squad of 10 black-armored individuals would pass through. Even in the light of day, Tiger's soul dared not provoke these black-armored entities. 10 of them might overwhelm him, even if he could contend with them. The exposure of his superpowers would undoubtedly attract more black armor, sealing his fate. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter any stragglers. In truth, he held a keen interest in the black armor. However, these black-armored warriors move in groups. There are indeed some solitary ones, but recently, those who have strayed alone on the streets have been dealt with by Li Hao and his companions. The streets certainly extend beyond merely 3. It is plausible that solitary black-armored soldiers on other streets have been covertly eliminated by others or remain undiscovered. At this moment, footsteps echoed once more. Tiger's soul's ears twitched, and he swiftly concealed himself alongside his 2 subordinates, suppressing his supernatural abilities. Yet, a peculiar glint appeared in Tiger's soul's eyes. The footsteps seemed few in number. Indeed, he had encountered other black-armored squads before. Their numbers were generally substantial, but this time, the sounds suggested otherwise. Gradually, they discerned figures in the darkness. There were very few, only 3. Beside him, a supernatural being of the moon shadow tier whispered softly, his voice barely audible, yet it drew a fierce glare from Tiger's soul. Silence was imperative. Nonetheless, he was taken aback. Merely 3 black-armored warriors significantly diminished the threat level. As an Earth-type supernatural, he possessed certain advantages against the black-armored foes, capable of enveloping the ground beneath them with a layer of rocky soil, albeit in a limited range. Nevertheless, that would suffice in this situation. 3 black-armored warriors. At this moment, Tiger's soul felt a flicker of temptation. With so few foes, if he could capture them, it would signify a personal victory over 3 suits of armor. Previously, they had sacrificed numerous lives, and even with Sanyang personally involved, they had only managed to seize 70 or 80 suits of black armor. If he could secure 3 at this moment, not only could he conceal this achievement, but he could also claim significant credit. After obtaining these 3 suits, he might even return directly without further perilous exploration. The merit of these 3 suits could potentially grant him an audience with the rotating king. He hailed from the security captain lineage, and it seemed that the Qiao family and the underworld had maintained substantial ties. However, with the recent downfall of the Qiao family, despite his ascension to the daylight tier, he felt an inexplicable void. The Qiao family had previously provided him with wealth in exchange for mysterious abilities, but that channel was now severed. A myriad of thoughts coursed through his mind, igniting a spark of ambition within him. However, he restrained himself. It was prudent to observe further before acting. In the distance, Li Hao and his companions were not black-armored warriors. They relied solely on instinct. As martial artists with keen eyesight, they quickly spotted the 3 figures concealed beneath an eave, utterly motionless. Unless they were blind, it was impossible for these living beings to remain unnoticed. At that moment, Liu Long beside Li Hao suddenly moved his arm to restrain Liu Yan. She remained still. Liu Long assumed she could no longer contain herself, but Liu Yan held firm. Since entering the ancient city, she had comprehended the inherent dangers of their undertaking. As a martial artist with extensive experience in numerous missions, her hatred might drive her to madness, yet madness did not equate to foolishness. She was well aware of the connection between the Qiao family and the underworld, but she had maintained her composure. Even when Xiao Peng persistently harassed her, she endured. Liu Long had evidently underestimated her fortitude. Li Dahu. Indeed, they beheld Li Dahu, the fierce spirit of Yin Luo. It was this very individual that Liu Long and Liu Yin most ardently wished to eliminate. Liu Yin maintained her composure, her stride unwavering despite the sight of Li Dahu, which provided Liu Long with a modicum of reassurance. The trio appeared oblivious, continuing their march in unison. Gradually, they distanced themselves from Li Dahu and his companions. However, They soon sensed an unusual presence. The three individuals had cautiously begun to trail behind them. The earlier hesitation to strike stemmed from the numerical superiority of their adversaries. 3 against many posed a risk of attracting undue attention. Despite the recognition of their foes, they opted for restraint. Little did they anticipate the audacity of these 3, who had chosen to pursue them. Such courage. On this street, a squad of 10 clad in black armor was also present, and Li Hao and his companions were acutely aware that this group would soon arrive. Nevertheless, the 3 continued their journey, betraying no signs of alarm. In a moment concealed from the pursuers, Liu Long subtly gestured. To strike or not to strike. The audacity of their followers was notable. The differentiation of superpower levels was quite discernible. Li Hao, with a mere glance, recognized 1 at the dawn radiance level and 2 at the full moon tier of the twilight shadow. Their prowess was indeed comparable to that of Li Hao and his companions. 1 at the level of Doqian and 2 at the 100 breaks. Yet, the trio was clad in black armor, and their opponents were cautious not to reveal their enigmatic capabilities. In a surprise encounter, they would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Yet the dread of prolonged engagement loomed, especially with the impending arrival of the black-armored squad, which could spell trouble. Once entangled, escape would be exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, Li Hao lamented his inability to communicate telepathically. His teacher was adept in this regard. He was aware of that. However, upon inquiry, his teacher had stated that such mastery required precise control over one's aura or the attainment of the 3 suns and superpower. Otherwise, verbal communication remained the only option. Even Liu Long, at the Doqian level, was unable to engage in covert telepathy, as his mastery of aura was still in its nascent stages. However, he was progressing swiftly and would soon acquire this seemingly trivial yet effective skill. Liu Long questioned whether to engage, but the ever-revengeful Liu Yin subtly signaled for restraint. She wished to avoid impulsive actions that could jeopardize their position. The black-armored squad would soon be upon them. If they acted as a single entity, there was a fair chance of swift elimination. Yet with 3, any minor misstep could lead to a successful escape by their foes or a cacophony that might embroil them all in peril. Li Hao remained silent, deep in contemplation. After deliberation, he gestured subtly towards the ground beneath them. Words were impractical, and gestures were not infallible. It was now time to test their tacit understanding. Should the 2 fail to comprehend, they would have to forfeit this opportunity. Beneath the armor, Liu Long initially interpreted the gesture as a cue to leverage their aura, believing Li Hao to be indicating the tremors of the ground. However, he soon recognized the misinterpretation. Upon careful contemplation, the captain swiftly discerned Li Hao's intentions. The primary strategy to counter the formidable black armor was to sever their connection with the ground. Li Dahou, a master of earth manipulation, would undoubtedly employ his abilities to isolate the black armor from the support of the earth's power. This would render the black armor motionless, and just when they presumed it had lost its momentum, a surprise attack would ensue. He began to think rapidly. Liu Long was no fool. As the leader of the demon-hunting squad, his vigilance, audacity, and meticulous nature had enabled his team to survive thus far. Yet, in Yuan Shua's eyes, he appeared rather foolish. Nevertheless, in this moment, he grasped Li Hao's message, seized the opportunity to ambush Li Dahou. A black armor deprived of its propulsion would lead the 3 to let down their guard, and the martial artists, being the most adept at subterfuge, would differ from the superhumans, who found it challenging to feign death. Approaching superhumans would allow the strong to sense the vitality of mysterious energies. Liu Long recognized the potential efficacy of this tactic. Yet, akin to Li Hao, he harbored concerns regarding Liu Yin's comprehension. If Liu Yin chose to persist in her assault once the enemy had gained control of the ground, all plans would not only be disrupted, but could also attract attention, potentially igniting a fierce conflict and leading to subsequent complications. At that moment, both black-armored figures cast their gazes upon Liu Yin. Liu Long seemed to grasp the underlying message, and Li Hao understood that his subordinate possessed considerable ability and should be capable of comprehending the strategy. The crux of the matter lay with Liu Yin. It was not that women were inherently less intelligent, but rather, Liu Yin harbored a vendetta against Li Dahou. There was a fear that she might falter at a critical juncture, and if the enemy approached, her rationality could be supplanted by fury, resulting in significant trouble. Seeing Liu Yin remain unresponsive, Liu Long resorted to signaling again, feign death. The gestures could only convey brief commands. The combination of the terms feign death, ground, and earth illuminated Liu Yan's understanding, prompting her to signal back, received. However, both Li Hao and Liu Long shared a mutual concern that she might misinterpret the instructions. Liu Yan, sensing their lack of trust, felt a tinge of frustration. Did women deserve such prejudice? She truly understood the plan. Liu Long's behavior could be overlooked, but for Li Hao, a newcomer daring to question a seasoned inspector was utterly brazen. Was it not clear that Li Dahu could anchor the earth, while she merely needed to feign death? Pretending to have lost her momentum? Did they truly consider her a fool? Although vexed, she recognized the gravity of the situation and signaled once more. You, the short one. This was directed at Li Hao. Li Hao understood. It seemed Liu Yan genuinely comprehended the directive, indicating that she would handle the shortest of the three adversaries. The tallest, undoubtedly Li Dahu, would require Liu Long's intervention, while the remaining foe would naturally fall to Liu Yan. With targets and plans clearly defined, they could execute their ambush without misunderstanding or complications that might allow someone to escape. Upon witnessing her gesture, Li Hao and Liu Long finally felt reassured. Liu Long's confrontation with Li Dahu posed no significant issue, as long as he promptly employs the 9 layers of strength and executes a surprise attack. A single punch should suffice to eliminate a nascent superhuman of the early solar radiance phase. If Liu Long fails to do so, he would be deemed utterly inept. Yuan Shuo, a formidable martial artist capable of slaying 3 Yang-level opponents, would certainly look down upon him if he could not vanquish even one early solar radiance adversary. Even in a direct confrontation, Li Hao and his companions would not be particularly intimidated. However, this moment does not call for a frontal clash. The earth energy harnessed by Li Hao is indeed invaluable. A single individual at the solar radiance level can yield 200 to 300 units of earth energy. Behind them, 3 figures stealthily trailed along, displaying considerable audacity. They lagged slightly, waiting for the sound of footsteps to fade. In a hushed tone, Hooper remarked, 3 black armors, all at the moonshade level. If I can swiftly envelop their feet and control their energy transmission, it should pose no significant issue. The crucial factor is to act swiftly. According to my observations, another team will arrive shortly. We must secure these 3 black armors before their arrival. Once we have them, we can return and regroup with the main force, greatly enhancing our safety. The 2 moonshade-level individuals were equally stirred by this prospect. The atmosphere felt undeniably perilous. Yet, in this operation, they held no sway in decision-making. It was entirely Hoopa's directive. They promptly reached a consensus. As long as Hoopa could restrain the 3 black armors and prevent them from harnessing any power, they were confident in swiftly neutralizing them. Within approximately 1 minute, the 3 black armors would be rendered entirely incapacitated. At that point, they could bring them back to the main force. However, Hoopa hesitated, contemplating whether to send one person as a lookout to avoid being caught off guard by the black armors. Yet, recalling the sound of their footsteps, he deemed it unnecessary. Instead, he needed to be wary of potential superhumans who might intervene. Nonetheless, the super energy fluctuations were apparent unless a martial artist from Sword Gate launched a surprise attack. The most formidable martial artist from Sword Gate was the daughter of Hong Yitong, who had not permitted any women to scout. The remaining martial artists were at best in the early to mid-100 stages, even if a nascent Earth-type superhuman attempted a surprise attack. Could they truly fear a martial artist at the lower 100 stages? After some reflection, he chuckled at his own overcaution. Being excessively wary was not advantageous. You two must swiftly control them, ensuring that none of the black armors fall outside my coverage area. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. He reiterated, moreover, maintain control over them for a full minute within my coverage range. They must not escape this perimeter. The previous skirmish had taught them that it was precisely within that minute that the black armors would lose their combat capability. Otherwise, they could still retaliate. Additionally, the super energy fluctuations must be minimized, avoiding any emissions of light or sound. He turned to one member. You are a fire-type superhuman. In battle, your light is most conspicuous. You will primarily be responsible for watching the surroundings. Yes, my lord. The two dared not say much more. The fire type in this encounter indeed had to exercise restraint, unless the main force was launching a direct assault. In the case of a surprise attack, the fire type would be too conspicuous. The other, a wind-type superhuman, would remain relatively inconspicuous in this battle. The trio devised a strategy and swiftly pursued forward. The movements of the black-armored figures were typically unhurried, yet in battle, they exhibited remarkable speed. Although slightly delayed, the three soon caught up. Upon spotting three black-armored figures ahead, still obliviously trudging along, faint smiles appeared on their faces. Meanwhile, Li Hao and his companions, concealed beneath their armor, also wore smiles. Initially, upon noticing the trio's absence, they believed their pursuers had abandoned the attack, but to their surprise, the pursuit continued, validating their earlier deliberations. Whether through supernatural abilities or martial prowess. Once a decision was made, they acted with unwavering resolve. As the three continued their advance, a subtle wave of supernatural energy suddenly emanated. In unison, they drew their dark swords from their waists. In an instant, it felt as if their feet were ensnared in a quagmire. A layer of earthy energy enveloping them like a thick sludge, uncertain of its efficacy or whether it could sever their energy supply. They recalled the reactions of the black-armored figures they had previously witnessed under similar circumstances. Struggling through the mire, they brandished their swords with fervor. At that moment, Li Hao and his companions emerged swiftly from the darkness. With an aura of mysterious energy radiating from Hoopa, he urged in hushed tones, "Quickly, attack them and deplete their remaining energy." The wind-based combatant unleashed a flurry of wind blades with minimal sound. The black armor, inherently silent, combined with Hoopa's cautiousness to avoid drawing attention, led them to instinctively lower their volume. Li Hao and his companions fought desperately against the encumbering mire, their struggles gradually weakening. Liu Long, seeing that he was near escaping the swamp, felt a pang of regret. Why exert such effort? If he managed to break free, how would he maintain his guise? His regret was mirrored by Hoopa, who was gripped by fear, realizing that the three black-armored figures were resisting with greater intensity than those he had previously encountered. Almost revealing their ruse, he felt compelled to intensify the earthy energy and direct it forcefully towards the largest adversary. Was it possible that larger black armor signified greater strength? He narrowly averted a blunder. Sweat dripped from Hoopa's brow in terror, while Liu Long sensed an increase in power and exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Had he truly been on the verge of escape, the implications would have been dire. If he had reached the edge and remained still, Li Hao would not be easily fooled. Fortunately, this was their first attempt. Next time, they would know how best to struggle. The two were filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the intensity of Liu Long and his companion's struggles diminished further. The wind blades continued to strike, causing them to sway unsteadily until they eventually collapsed to the ground, instantly enveloped by a layer of earthy energy. Hoopa and his companions waited momentarily, and upon seeing the black armor remain motionless, they were overwhelmed with elation. They had succeeded. The commotion had been minimal. Hoopa swiftly seized the earthen cage he had created and darted aside, followed closely by the other two, while Li Hao and his companions lay utterly still. It was then they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. At this moment, everyone was fervently praying for the armored figures to depart swiftly. Tiger's Heart hoped that they would vacate the area without noticing anything amiss. Li Hao and his companions were equally anxious, wishing for their hasty exit. For any delay could complicate their plans, especially if more individuals arrived later. The sound of synchronized footsteps gradually approached. A squad clad in black armor advanced with disciplined precision, only to recede into the distance moments later. The trio from Tiger's Heart dared not breathe, fearing detection by these formidable figures, lest they be apprehended by their own comrades. Only when the footsteps faded did they exhale softly, unable to conceal their triumphant smiles. Success. 3 armored foes captured. Even if they were to be turned in later, it would still yield considerable merit. In such organizations, one typically does not suffer from having their achievements overshadowed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to motivate individuals to serve faithfully. Under normal circumstances, no one would erase one's contributions unless they were so immense that the organization could not bear the weight. Meanwhile, the captured Li Hao and his 2 companions shared no words, nor did they confer. In that fleeting moment, they each chose to strike. Liu Long unleashed the full extent of his 9-forged strength, the sound of crashing waves reverberating in the air. When confronting a powerhouse like Tiger's Heart, even a surprise attack demanded utmost effort to avoid any miscalculations. Li Hao seized the Starry Sky sword, lunging toward the diminutive wind-based esper, channeling his sword's momentum with fierce intent. Meanwhile, Liu Yin wielded a dagger, aiming for the throat of the fire esper with deadly precision. The 2 sides converged, having just retracted their energy fluctuations in fear of being detected. Tiger's Heart had even withdrawn his earth energy restraints, aware that the black-armored figures had become eerily still, devoid of their earlier vitality. He had learned from past experiences. However, he was gravely mistaken. As Liu Long's fist came barreling toward him, Tiger's heart, despite being merely a 10th realm martial artist, reacted with greater agility than most ordinary espers. In an instant, a protective earth shield materialized before him. What was happening? This was his initial thought. He had assumed the black-armored figures had revived, but soon realized something was amiss. As a powerful force enveloped him, he understood he was under siege. A martial artist wielding formidable might. Who could it be? Dou Qian? Yuan Shuo? Impossible. Yuan Shuo would not need to resort to subterfuge to eliminate him. Who was it? Then, sensing the razor-sharp sword energy nearby, he recalled a particular individual, Li Hao, Yuan Shuo's student, who had seemingly employed a sword during his battle with Sun Maxian. Li Hao, Liu Long. In that instant, he discerned the identity of the assailant, Liu Long. No, it couldn't be. Absolutely impossible. Liu Long and his companions were with the Night Watchers, still behind them. How could they possibly be in front? Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as Liu Long and his companions could no longer afford to restrain their actions. They had to eliminate their foes swiftly to avoid greater complications. For Li Hao, the task was considerably simpler. His adversary was merely a moonshade esper, and with the momentum of his sword and their close proximity, he pierced through the opponent with a single, decisive thrust. The slender blade swept through, severing half of the opponent's body with precision. On the other side, Liu Yan also executed a swift stroke across her adversary's throat. Though the foe had not yet succumbed to death, a fierce blaze erupted, illuminating a small area. Liu Yan's second dagger appeared, plunging forcefully into the adversary's temple. With 2 strikes, she vanquished her opponent. However, this place was momentarily illuminated. The energy surged. As anticipated, the ominous figures clad in black armor were swiftly approaching. Meanwhile, Liu Long had yet to eliminate his adversary. He delivered a powerful punch. The force of his 9 forging technique shattering the earth shield, the sound of fractured ribs audible to Li Hao and the others. Yet, Li Dahu, displaying remarkable tenacity, did not retreat as the shield disintegrated. Instead, he boldly thrust his chest forward, bracing himself against the crushing blow. A tremendous force surged through him, seemingly shattering his internal organs, yet he remained unfazed, recognizing the strength of Liu Long as essential for his escape. He had little time to flee. This was the resolute determination of one who had once been a martial artist. He understood that these individuals sought his demise. They were his enemies, particularly the figure in black armor, who was almost certainly Liu Yan. At this juncture, he chose to endure greater injury, believing that with this acceptance of pain lay his opportunity for survival. Even if his insides were to rupture, it did not guarantee his death. Yet, should he be ensnared by them, death would be inevitable. With one punch, although he fractured his opponent's ribs, nearly penetrating through, Liu Long instinctively realized the peril. This adversary was ruthless. Liu Long had intended for the strike to entangle the opponent, aiming for a second blow. However, Li Dahu unexpectedly harnessed the force to propel himself away. Liu Long's punch was heavy, yet the momentum imparted was sufficient to send Li Dahu soaring far and fast. Perhaps he would be mortally wounded, slain by the approaching figures in black armor. But what if? He was filled with exasperation, helplessly watching as his second punch missed its target, the opponent hurtling away, on the verge of escaping the range of attack. Liu Long was consumed by frustration to the point of wanting to spit blood. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, and a surge of earth's might erupted. Li Dahu, on the verge of flight, suddenly felt as though a wall had materialized behind him. With a resounding crash, he collided heavily against this unseen barrier. Impossible. He had previously observed the area while hiding. There was nothing behind him. No wall could exist. At that moment, Li Hao, drenched in sweat yet concealed by his armor, acted in desperation. He unleashed the earth's might, causing the ground to tremble, and a wave of force manifested, forming a wall of air. In the next instant, Liu Long's second punch struck forcefully against the opponent's head. Meanwhile, Li Hao thrust his sword, piercing the adversary's heart. Liu Yan's twin blades swiftly sliced through, delivering several decisive cuts to the opponent's throat. Li Dahu stared with unblinking eyes, despite his face being rendered unrecognizable by Liu Long's strike. He continued to glare at the trio, filled with resentment. He was the daybreak. He had never regarded these individuals from Silver City as worthy adversaries. Liu Yan and Liu Long were, to him, Mere trifles. What did it matter if they broke 100? Upon entering the realm of Yama, he swiftly ascended to the rank of Moonshade within a few years, and after 2 more years, he rapidly advanced to Sunlight, embodying the aggressive and formidable Earth-based Sunlight. Yet, in this moment, he had not even fully unleashed his true abilities before being instantaneously vanquished on this obscure street, unseen by the world. He was no mere Sunlight of minor factions. He was a formidable warrior from one of the 3 major organizations, Yama. He had even triumphed over the seasoned Sunlight, known as the Wind Demon, Huang Yun. His future had been exceedingly bright. The reason for his demise was merely due to an incident from years past, where he had slain an engineer. With widened eyes, he gazed upon his assailants, yearning to discern their visages before the end. However, they did not fulfill his wish. Liu Long unleashed another punch, shattering his eye in a moment of frustration and remorse. "My apologies," he muttered, regretting that one blow had not sufficed to end the adversary's life, nearly allowing the foe to escape. As the captain of the demon-hunting squad, this was his first grave misstep. Had it not been for Li Hao's timely eruption of earthly might, the adversary might have indeed eluded them, potentially leading to his own demise. But what if? One must always be prepared for contingencies. At this moment, Liu Long realized he had overestimated his 9-forged strength and underestimated his opponent. Li Hao was far more formidable than the average Sunlight. He had previously slain Sunlights, mistakenly underestimating them. Li Hao's defenses surpassed even those of some mid-tier Sunlights. This was a crucial blunder. Quickly, Li Hao, devoid of thoughts of error, swiftly wielded his short sword, intending to dismember Li Hao's corpse. Liu Yin, too, brandished her twin blades, slicing with precision. Liu Long regained his composure. Now was not the time for reflection on mistakes. They needed to sever the corpse, extract the mysterious energy, and make their escape. The sound of footsteps was already audible. Clearly, the Black Armor squad had sensed something amiss. Liu Yin felt no exhilaration in revenge. At this moment, anyone who cried out would be a fool. After slaying Li Hao, she had no time for boasts. They sliced and stored the remains into energy containers. In the blink of an eye, the trio swiftly disposed of the body and vanished. Barely a moment later, the Black Armor squad arrived, detecting the scent of blood and the waves of supernatural energy. Yet for a time, they stood perplexed. Death had occurred. After lingering briefly, the squad pressed onward, their footsteps echoing once more. A while later, a supernatural presence approached. The corpses on the ground had nearly vanished, the blood consumed. However, some remnants of clothing remained. Upon sighting the garments, a frown creased the brow of one member, who recognized the attire as belonging to Yama, their expression shifting slightly. Yama's hierarchy was unmistakable. One piece of clothing was evidently worn only by Sunlights. Had a Sunlight perished? Who had fallen? It was difficult to ascertain precisely, but undoubtedly, a Sunlight had met their end here, along with several Moonshades. Among the few Sunlights sent to investigate, inquiring would likely reveal the identity of the deceased. Had they been slain by the Black Armor? Aside from the Black Armor, it seemed implausible that anyone else could be responsible. Yet, some among them had sensed the confrontation from afar, feeling that it did not quite align with the battle style of the Black Armor. Moreover, the black-armored individuals exhibit a certain degree of ignorance. As long as they maintain minimal noise, do not emit light, and refrain from unleashing their extraordinary abilities, they remain oblivious to their surroundings. Have the denizens of Yanlu lost their wits? Could it be that they actively ambushed that small squad of 10 black-armored warriors? At this moment, several super beings began to arrive, one of whom crouched down to examine the scene closely, muttering to himself. Curious, the clothing displays irregular damages. Typically, black armor is wielded with swords, yet this does not seem to belong to them. That was indeed Li Hao's attire, pierced through the chest by Liu Long's punch, leaving a gaping hole. Although the fabric was shredded, resembling cuts made by a blade, there were still traces evident. Li Hao and his companions had fled in such haste that they had no time to remove the clothing, nor to create a more convincing scene. Upon hearing this, some of the super beings swiftly vanished from sight. Regardless of the truth of the matter, these words suggested an increasing danger in the vicinity. If it were fabricated, it bore little consequence. But if true, did that not imply an internal conflict among the super beings at this very moment? The exact circumstances leading to the demise of these formidable Yanlu figures remain uncertain. Perhaps individuals from rival organizations deliberately lured the black-armored warriors here? Or was it an internal strife that led to the emergence of the black armor, resulting in their annihilation? The observing Yinlu expert said no more, swiftly taking a piece of clothing with him before disappearing, as he must urgently inform Yao Cheng that someone had perished, and it was not necessarily at the hands of the black armor. In truth, he had an inkling of some underlying force at play. Perhaps it was the work of martial artists. Yet, such suspicions could not be casually voiced. Once the sword sect was implicated, it would be the prime suspect. However, the sword sect had always appeared to be disengaged from worldly affairs, and recklessly declaring war upon them was ill-advised. Moreover, there were no known martial artists within the sword sect who had comprehended such forces. Hong Yitong had once grasped them, yet he was now a super being himself. The streets gradually returned to silence. Meanwhile, in the previously chaotic alley, Li Hao and his companions gasped for breath, their hearts racing. Liu Long reiterated, "I made a grave error. The spoils of war are of no concern to me, and that is the first point. Secondly, I will serve as bait. You all should remain hidden." Li Hao said nothing, recognizing that this was merely the squad's rule established by Liu Long himself, one he must abide by, and Li Hao had no objections. Lu Yen, also panting, murmured, "I have avenged myself. The spoils are yours, Li Hao. This time they belong to you." As she spoke, a mix of joy and confusion washed over her. "I killed Li Dahu, but what does that really mean for my revenge?" Li Hao lowered his voice. "Yinlu is the true adversary. They sheltered the Qiao family and Li Dahu. Do you think that slaying Li Dahu equates to vengeance? How naive." At his words, the fleeting exhilaration of revenge evaporated instantly, the weight of Yinlu pressing down upon them like a heavy mountain. The sense of relief vanished without a trace. Indeed, Yinlu was the root of the calamity. Yet, Li Hao's demeanor was utterly irksome. At such a moment, his words were particularly disheartening. Lu Yen fell silent. Her earlier triumph in killing Li Dahu fading into obscurity, she decided to disregard his comments. Li Hao continued, "Maintain your vigilance. I need to absorb a bit more mysterious energy. This time, I have encountered earth, wind, and fire energies, but alas, I have yet to encounter water energy." A profound sense of anguish enveloped him as he grappled with the severe depletion of his vital energy. Among the 5 internal organs, he was able to absorb the most fire and earth energy, while the absorption of metal and wood energies was minimal, and this time, water energy was entirely absent. If this continued, his kidneys would be gravely imbalanced. In the next moment, a figure flashed through his mind. Her presence during the mid-phase of the 3 Yang was remarkable. At that time, he had drawn upon her energy, rendering any notions of imbalance utterly irrelevant. His kidneys had been at their peak strength. In that mid-phase, even 1,500 units of water energy posed no challenge. However, such a fleeting thought dissipated quickly. She was not easily approached. During the mid-phase of the 3 Yang, even if he feigned weakness, over time he might truly become complacent. Yet his instantaneous reflexes and defensive capabilities could hardly be breached, even by himself. Engaging with 1,000 adversaries was a possibility worth exploring. Armed with the Starry Sky sword and its formidable momentum, perhaps he could break through in an instant. As these thoughts raced through Li Hao's mind, a sense of urgency washed over him. When would the 2 energies converge? Once they fused, he would ascend to the next level. As for the amalgamation of all 5 energies, that was a task better suited for his mentor. For now, the fusion of 2 energies was sufficient. In the future, while it was not impossible for him to grasp the energy of the 1,000 duel, the complexity would certainly escalate. Yet that was a concern for another time. In this environment, surviving without reaching the threshold of the 1,000 duel was becoming increasingly problematic. Thus, he began to fervently absorb the enigmatic energies around him. However, the energy emanating from his small sword was rapidly diminishing, and Li Hao was filled with trepidation. Worrying that he might lack sufficient sword energy to support his ascent to the 1,000 duel, uncertain of how to replenish it at present. A surge of extraordinary energy flowed into him, causing all of his internal organs, save for his kidneys, to significantly strengthen. Notably, his heart and spleen had absorbed a considerable amount of fire and earth energy, resulting in a marked enhancement. Simultaneously, Yin Luo's countenance darkened as he clutched a tattered piece of cloth, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The Tiger Soul was dead. The Tiger Soul was a vital asset for martial masters aspiring to ascend, possessing considerable combat prowess, and was indeed one of the elite warriors nurtured by the Silver Moon. Yet now, the adversary had claimed its life. The earth energy was particularly effective against the black armor, and the loss of one such energy source was far more regrettable than the demise of 2 or 3 fire energy sources, especially given the current severe restrictions on fire energy. It was precisely because of the earth energy's significance that he had entrusted the Tiger Soul with leading a reconnaissance mission. Even if they encountered the black armor, the danger would have remained manageable. Yet, the Tiger Soul had still perished. Yin Luo's expression grew grim. Was the death of the Tiger Soul truly the work of the black armor? Something felt amiss. The Tiger Soul was no fool. Would he dare provoke a team of 10? Or was it possible that there were those who wished to see the Tiger Soul, the embodiment of earth energy, eliminated? After all, his survival represented a greater hope for Yin Luo in capturing some of the black armor. How many lives had already been lost? He inquired, and a voice replied quietly. It is unclear, aside from confirming that the Tiger Soul and his team perished. We have also received reports of our uniforms at other locations. At least 5 moon shadows and 1 sun dawn have perished. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo's face fell further. How little time had passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 had perished. And that was the minimum count. As it stood, some extraordinary energy sources remained unaccounted for. Their fates unknown. If this continued, would those they had brought back from nearby streets not also meet their demise? He had only led 7 or 8 into the fray, and with subsequent arrivals, the total number barely exceeded 10. The Yin Luo were already few in number. How could he justify such significant losses to the wheel of reincarnation? Upon contemplating these matters, his countenance darkened as he spoke in a subdued tone. I shall return to report to the Wheel King that you must exercise caution. Moreover, our exploration cannot continue indefinitely. The perils exceed our imagination. Perhaps we need to unite with several other factions to proceed. We cannot persist in this manner. His subordinates voiced no objections, and soon after, Yao Cheng vanished from sight. Chapter 89. Discreetly causing disruptions in the darkness, beyond the ancient city, lay an expanse of open land. At this moment, a multitude of superhumans congregated there. Hu Dingfang surveyed the surroundings multiple times, but could not locate Li Hao, his expression growing increasingly grim. When the enforcer's men approached to question him regarding the prior concealment of the black armor incident, Hu Dingfang cast a cold glare at the Wheel King for a prolonged moment before responding icily. Would you care to enlighten me about the benefits and dangers present within the ruins discovered by Enforcer? Are you the one with a faulty mind, or am I? The Wheel King's expression turned frigid. Hu Dingfang, do you genuinely believe you are invincible in this place? In the late stage of the 3 Yang, do you fancy yourself comparable to Xu Guang? In terms of prowess, Hu Dingfang found himself slightly inferior to them. Yet, this fellow remained audaciously arrogant. Disregarding the face of Ziyue and the Wheel King, did he truly believe the Night Watchers to be invincible? The Flying Sky was notoriously enigmatic and might not participate in the siege. However, Ziyue's involvement was uncertain. Together with Ziyue, confronting Hu Dingfang and Hao Lianchuan would be an effortless task. Did this individual court death? Hu Dingfang replied calmly, very well. Dare to make a move against me if you wish. The city annihilation orbs prepared by the Tiger Wing army are scarce, merely 10 in number. If I do not exit first, and you manage to endure 10 city annihilation orbs, then all will be well. Well, King, do not overestimate yourself. Do you truly believe I have made no preparations? His gaze was piercing as he surveyed them, letting out a cold laugh. I doubt you possess the courage. Or do you think those from the central region can shield you from the city annihilation orbs? The Wheel King's expression soured. Not only him, but Ziyue, from a distance, also wore a cold expression as she glanced at Hu Dingfang. The city annihilation orbs. This was one of the military's trump cards. Such devastating weapons were classified, and a province might possess only a few, all controlled by the upper echelons of the military. The 3 major organizations wielded formidable superhuman capabilities, yet they had not penetrated the military's upper ranks. Of course, in some provinces, collaborations between the military and superhuman organizations existed, but that was another matter entirely. In Silver City, the authority over the city annihilation orbs likely rested with one of the 3 military commanders, with Hu Dingfang being one of them, alongside 2 others, including the nominal commander of the 3 armies, who presided over the central forces. As Hu Dingfang's words hung in the air, Ziyue retorted coldly from a distance. So, are you suggesting that should you perish within the ruins, you would resort to the city annihilation orbs? Are we then obliged to safeguard your safety? How utterly ludicrous. She scoffed. In your absence, I wonder who would have the authority to command the city annihilation orbs. My wife. Hu Dingfang replied nonchalantly. My wife is exceptional in every regard, except for her understanding of the larger picture. Should I perish and remain inside, she would not hesitate to disregard your so-called greater good. You may test this if you wish. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows in concern. To my surprise, Hu Dingfang had such arrangements in place. However, after some contemplation, the others chose to remain silent. Even if the city-destroying projectile were indeed launched, it was likely that most would perish, yet Ziyue and the Wheel King would still have a chance. With the divine weapon in hand, and their peak Shenyang prowess, there was a possibility of escape at a critical moment, though survival would undoubtedly come at the cost of severe injury. Moreover, should those they brought along meet their demise, it would be impossible to provide an account for their survival. After all, they were merely the leaders of a branch, not of the headquarters. Hu Dingfang let out a cold chuckle, disregarding the others as he scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision, still failing to spot Li Hao and his companions. He could not help but glance towards a distant town-like area, which was the outer city. Had Li Hao and the others inadvertently wandered into the outer city, that would pose a significant problem. If he had come alone, he would not have minded entering directly to search for them, but having made a promise to Hou Xiaoqing, and with a group of night patrollers following him, he could not leave. If Hong Yue and Yin Luo commenced their assault, even Hao Liangquan would be unable to withstand it. He felt a growing irritation, yet found himself powerless to change the situation. Consequently, his displeasure towards Ziyue and the Wheel King intensified. Were it not for the fact that his strength was indeed slightly inferior to theirs, he would have been more confident. After all, he was a transcendent who had advanced as a martial master and was well-versed in the 5-animal technique. While the 5-animal technique is not a secret, in general, it is futile without the accompanying 5-animal breathing method. However, since he mastered the 5-animal breathing method, the 5-animal technique became of great significance. Thus, he harbored no fear in facing either of the two individuals. Yet, should they join forces, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, a figure swiftly dashed out from within the city, moving with the speed of the wind, quickly exiting the outer city from the square and soaring freely beyond its confines. Inside the city, even with his wind-based Shenyang abilities, he would not dare to fly. In the blink of an eye, the individual appeared beside the Wheel King. Leaning in, they exchanged a few hushed words, their lips moving without a sound reaching the others. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yao Cheng, while the Wheel King maintained a stoic demeanor, inwardly cursing the individual as a failure. It was merely a reconnaissance mission, and despite having discerned the weaknesses of the black armored soldiers, losing a member of the Sun's radiance was inexcusable. He cast a sidelong glance at Hong Yitong. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Hong Yitong hailed from a martial master lineage, and his disciples included several martial masters. However, their strengths hovered around the thresholds of 10 and 100 slashes, making it implausible for them to have slain the tiger's soul. Who then had vanquished the tiger's soul? Was it truly the work of the black armor? The Wheel King refrained from mentioning this and instead stated, Yao Cheng has thoroughly surveyed the area. The outer city comprises 9 streets, each patrolled by black armored soldiers, with teams ranging from 1 to 10 individuals. In total, there are approximately 100 black armored soldiers throughout the outer city. Should a confrontation arise, the supernaturals would quickly mobilize, but this pertains only to the outer city region. Further inward, closer to the inner city, Yao Cheng had merely caught a distant glimpse and noted the presence of numerous armored soldiers. Those we previously dispatched were likely from that area. He succinctly briefed the others on the situation, seeking to forge alliances with other organizations. Since the Night Watchers are unwilling to speak, I shall take it upon myself to do so. As for these secrets, if one truly desires to uncover them, they can certainly be revealed. My current strategy is to first eliminate the black armored soldiers in the outer city, establishing it as our stronghold. Gradually, we will eradicate the black armored sentinels between the inner and outer city, and only then shall we have a chance to breach the inner city. Moreover, I wish to inquire about the outer city dwellings. Why are they inaccessible? What lies within? Several of our superhumans who ventured inside have vanished without a trace. Hao Lianquan scoffed. You ask us, how could we possibly know? The outer city's houses are utterly off-limits. Anyone who enters meets their demise. If you possess the capability, you may investigate at your own peril. The expression on Luan Zhuanwang's face darkened. At this moment, Hong Yitong interjected, acting as a mediator. Minister Hao, I have a query. Are those soldiers unable to exit the outer city? Indeed. Hao Lianquan did not conceal the truth. You must have noticed that their power emanates from underground, with their domain only extending to the plaza at the edge of the outer city. Once they step beyond that plaza, their strength dissipates. It would be tantamount to walking to their doom. Hong Yitong proposed, is it possible to lure them to the plaza, and then we bombard them from a distance, like flying kites, gradually eliminating them? If such a tactic is feasible, it might be worth a trial. After all, superhumans are not martial artists. They can attack from afar. As this strategy was suggested, many turned their gazes toward Hao Lianquan, pondering whether the Night Watchers had previously attempted it. If it were viable, it might indeed be worth exploring. Hao Lianquan, observing their expectant looks, contemplated before responding. As long as we do not enter the outer city, they will remain inactive. As for attacking from a distance, you must first breach their armor, otherwise, it would be of little use. Moreover, they will withdraw. They are not foolish enough to remain stationary while you assault them. The crowd frowned once more. So, you mean to say that if we enter the outer city, they would summon reinforcements from the inner city to eradicate us? Hao Lianquan chuckled. Not quite. As long as we remain silent, do not take to the skies, and refrain from unleashing our powers, those soldiers will pay us no mind. According to the Night Watchers' assessment, they only engage those who defy their orders or disrupt their rules. What constitutes disruption? Anyone who violates the prohibition of weapons is deemed a rule breaker. Both the inner and outer cities are likely under this constraint. The crowd silently cursed. A prohibition on weapons? With so many superhumans gathered here, they are undoubtedly not here for leisure. They have a purpose, perhaps even to invade the inner city. What is there to enjoy under such restrictions? Someone ventured. If we refrain from aggression and merely approach the black-armored soldiers, will they slay us? If we do not unleash our powers, but simply draw near, will that incite hostility? This suggestion stirred many hearts once more. If approaching them goes unnoticed, then all would be well. Whether through ambush, assassination, or trap setting, it would be far more convenient than a direct confrontation. But what if the superhumans cannot conceal the martial artists as they draw near? Another person added. Hao Lianquan turned to the questioner, noticing it was one of the aerial individuals. This discreet organization had finally spoken up during this crucial moment. Hao Lianquan calmly remarked, even if the superpowers do not unleash their full potential, their proximity reveals clear energy fluctuations. The black-armored beings would perceive this as provocation and would not hesitate to retaliate lethally. As for martial artists, they generally do not incite such aggressive responses. However, should a martial artist initiate an attack, they too would face counterattacks. While martial artists possess formidable close combat skills, they struggle to penetrate the defenses of the black-armored entities, rendering their offensive capabilities rather limited. Therefore, it is inadvisable for martial artists to approach them. The group pondered this carefully and found merit in his words. A martial artist cannot seal their opponent. Even if they were to launch a powerful strike that sent an adversary flying, the commotion would certainly draw attention. The conspicuous energy fluctuations are indeed one of the significant drawbacks they face. A protocol must be established. At that moment, the Wandering King interjected. The Night Watchers have conducted numerous reconnaissance missions, and I doubt they are merely after a few black-armored beings. This time, your intention to enter the inner city alongside us suggests you anticipate greater rewards. We have suffered considerable losses. Do you truly believe you can breach the inner city? How can Hao Lianquan navigate the outer city and eliminate those black-armored beings, particularly those near the city gates, without any preparation from the Night Watchers? His inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. The Night Watchers, through great effort and even risking collaboration with these individuals, clearly desired entry into the inner city. Given their significant losses, who could predict the dangers that awaited them there? Presently, they refrained from discussing the past skirmishes, upon witnessing the formidable resilience of the black-armored beings. Everyone sought to gain something substantial. If all else failed, even retrieving 100 suits of armor would not render their expedition futile, whether through superpowers or martial prowess. Practicality reigned supreme. Engaging in battle without tangible benefits would only serve to advantage those arriving from the central regions. It was wiser to secure rewards first. Hu Dingfang, however, bore no responsibility for these matters. His sole duty was to protect the Night Watchers, leaving the decision-making to them. When Hao Lianquan voluntarily shared insights, Hu Dingfang recognized that the Night Watchers indeed aspired to enter the inner city. As anticipated, Hao Lianquan smiled and proposed. The most effective strategy is to gradually wear down the black-armored beings. That would be the simplest approach. Regarding the number of black-armored entities, he mused, approximately 1,000, considering both the outer city and the vicinity of the inner city gates. However, their numbers have dwindled to around 800, given that you have captured over 100 of them. As for the whereabouts of the other 100 suits of black armor, everyone understood they were likely taken by the Night Watchers. Naturally, upon hearing there were still 800 remaining, the group felt overwhelmed. That was an excessive number, equivalent to 800 peak moonshade beings. Moreover, with the presence of Centurions, there would be at least 8 daybreak entities. If a 1,000-man leader were to emerge, it would imply the existence of an indomitable trisolar being. While trisolar entities are not inherently terrifying, the prospect of facing one with boundless energy and impenetrable defenses is indeed daunting. ZU inquired, "Is there an existence beyond the bronze armor?" "I have never encountered such a being," Hao Lianchuan replied, shaking his head. "To be frank, if such a being were to intervene, our Night Watchers would be doomed unless a minister were to step in. We cannot afford to provoke such an entity recklessly. However, it is theorized that one may indeed exist." He still took precautions, for such entities are often present. Among the 800 individuals, many wore furrowed brows. Hong Yitong inquired once more, "What is the true intelligence of these black armors? Will they mobilize collectively, or will they, as before, come in waves?" "It is necessary to discern and observe." Hao Lianchuan pondered and remarked, "Each time we enter, the number of black armors that appear seems to be equivalent to our own numbers. Therefore, if we breach with 100 or 200 individuals, it is likely that they will respond in kind. It suffices for them to maintain parity in numbers to handle the intruders. Of course, there is an exception. Should all black armors and copper armors be vanquished or shattered while we remain, they may send forth even more black armors." He elucidated, "We once routed over 10 black armors, and rather than retreating, we lingered, only to witness the emergence of over 30 black armors and a copper armor shortly thereafter. That occasion cost many lives." "What about solitary hunting?" Hong Yitong queried again. "Will hunting black armors alone provoke their revenge?" "It depends. If you conceal yourself well, they will struggle to locate you, making pursuit difficult. The methods employed by the black armors to track individuals are limited. As long as you swiftly escape after slaying a black armor, they may not find you." This notion stirred many hearts. Thus, could it be said that one could venture into hunt to gradually eliminate black armors? Moonshade is certainly incapable. However, with sunlight and Sanyong, there remains a measure of confidence. At that moment, a suggestion arose. Why not allow all Sanyong and sunlight to enter? To first eradicate a portion of the 100 outer city warriors, thus diminishing their strength? Others chimed in. Can the black armors be utilized? If so, we could don black armors ourselves, significantly enhancing our defenses. Currently, normal access to black armors is unattainable. We can only resort to brute force. Yet, once damaged, their protective qualities are greatly diminished. Yin Luo, who has reaped the most benefits, is reluctant to destroy them, deeming it too extravagant. The crowd engaged in lively discourse. Naturally, those who dared to speak were prominent forces of sunlight and Sanyong, while Moonshade could only listen in silence, having no voice in the matter. At this juncture, a cloaked figure from Feitian spoke. "What are the specific plans regarding the Night Watchers? Time is of the essence. We have only 3 days. If we do not exit within this period, we must wait until next month. Will we still have the opportunity to leave then?" Hao Lianchuan smiled and replied, "Plans? In truth, we lack a solid strategy. The entry of Sanyong and sunlight to systematically hunt down the outer city warriors is quite a sound approach. If we simultaneously launch an assault on the 9 streets of the outer city, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to respond swiftly. As long as we can resolve the situation quickly and retreat, we can easily deal with these 100 warriors. As for the inner city gate, we can attempt to lure them gradually. 9 Sanyong are present. At this moment, there are 2 Night Watchers, 1 from Red Moon, 2 from Yin Luo, and 2 from Sword Gate. Of course, the outward appearances indicate only one, and Fei Tian is similarly discreet. Among the 2 Sanyong, only one has revealed their strength. Including Zhang Ting, there are actually many Sanyong who have come this time, 10 in total. Had Yuan Shuan not committed murder previously, and had he slain the 2 members of the Sanyong alongside himself, the Sanyong would have numbered a staggering 13. While it cannot be claimed that this represents all the senior strength of Yinyu, it certainly constitutes over half of its elite forces. Presently, however, only 7 members of the Sanyong are visible. The assembly fell into deep contemplation. Was the Night Watcher's statement credible? Their concerns persisted whether the adversary remained silent or divulged their plans. At that very moment, anguished cries echoed from the outer city. Yin Luo, observing from the side of the wheel of reincarnation, furrowed his brow, hoping the deceased were not from Yin Luo's ranks. The black-armored figures in the outer city were already exposed. With careful avoidance, they should pose no significant threat. How could there be more casualties? He turned to Hao Lianchuan and inquired, aside from the houses and black armor, are there other perils in the outer city? Indeed, Hao Lianchuan replied candidly. There exists a crisis from the skies, as you are aware. Moreover, the outer city harbors other unforeseen dangers. We are unclear about their origins, but there frequently appear blade-like entities that manifest suddenly, strike lethally, and vanish just as quickly. This is utterly unpredictable. Sudden blades? The group grew increasingly vigilant. Was the outer city truly so perilous? At that juncture, a formidable figure from the skies interjected, prolonging this situation is untenable. Further exploration will only result in more fatalities. Our numbers are limited to around 200, and we have already incurred a loss of at least 40, a fifth of our force. Admittedly, most of the casualties are from the moon's shade, with a few from the sun's radiance. Our true elite remains intact. I have surveyed the 9 streets. They do not follow a conventional grid layout, but instead consist of 9 horizontal lines obstructing our path. The most perilous area lies near the inner gate, which we ought to abandon. For the remaining 8 streets, we can eliminate the armored soldiers. The airborne warrior continued, this is not a futile endeavor. Those who vanquish the armored foes shall claim their spoils. These armors are indeed treasures. Even if we return empty-handed, acquiring these armors will render our journey worthwhile. Hao Lianchuan concurred, I find merit in this suggestion. However, given that the Wheel of Reincarnation and the Purple Moon are the strongest here, I propose that these two oversee the 2 innermost streets. What say you? The Wheel of Reincarnation smirked coldly. Isnt, who Dingfang the self-proclaimed strongest? Let him take the lead. The Night Watcher must pay a price to enter the inner city. Hao Lianchuan chuckled, that cannot be the case. Let us do this. We shall assign 2 members of the Sanyang to manage 2 streets. If one family oversees a street, they must take on the more dangerous areas. The Night Watcher, the Skyward, Yin Luo, the Red Moon, and the Sword Gate are not included in this calculation. The 5 families shall be responsible for clearing the 8 streets, with the Night Watcher and Yin Luo managing 2, free to choose. Do any of the other 3 families wish to oversee 2 streets? Without the Sanyang, the Sun's radiance can swiftly resolve battles as well. Upon hearing this, the Wheel of Reincarnation had no objections. It was only fitting. Why should those who exert more effort also bear the brunt of the perilous regions? Moreover, from the Skyward faction, shrouded in mystery, who could claim there was only one member of the Sanyang? Indeed, the cloaked powerhouse of the flying heaven spoke slowly, expressing their willingness to take responsibility for 2 streets. 3 Yang was insufficient, but there were still several from the Radiant Sun. With caution, they could be managed. The 3 families agreed to oversee 2 streets. The remaining parties, the Crimson Moon and the Violet Moon, found themselves at a loss to voice their commitment. The losses incurred by Crimson Moon were substantial. Apart from Violet Moon, there was a significant gap in strength. As for the Sword Gate, Hong Yitong, surprisingly understated, felt somewhat troubled but eventually nodded in agreement, stating, very well, my strength pales in comparison to that of the Violet Moon leader. The Sword Gate is but a humble establishment. I can take charge of the 3rd street. The 1st street, close to the inner city, was evidently abandoned. It was clear that he hoped Violet Moon would voluntarily assume responsibility for the 2nd street's cleansing. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Violet Moon, indicating that the other families had consented, leaving only the Crimson Moon yet to agree. Violet Moon frowned slightly. As a peak 3 Yang of the Thunder System, armed with divine weapons, she was not overly concerned about dealing with those armored soldiers. However, she worried that being too close to the inner city would quickly attract a multitude of armored soldiers to surround them. The black armor was of little concern to her. But what if a presence of bronze armor or above appeared? At this juncture, the rotating king interjected, should an overwhelmingly powerful adversary emerge. For your own safety, and to facilitate our ensuing exploration, we shall not permit you, Violet Moon, to be besieged. The caveat being, the threat must remain within the 3 Yang realm. Should they exceed that, and you fall, then all our discussions would be for naught. After contemplating for a moment, Violet Moon coldly responded, agreed. However, I have a suggestion. Hu Dingfang will oversee the 4th street, and rotating, you shall be responsible for the 5th street. As for the flying heaven, is Ding Chen in charge there? From the direction of flying heaven, a cloaked figure spoke. Indeed, it is I. I am honored that the Violet Moon leader remembers me. You shall oversee the 6th street, while Hao Lianchuan takes the 7th, Yao Qing the 8th. And the radiant sun from flying heaven will manage the 9th street. Such an arrangement ensured that the night watchers would not be on the outermost perimeter, making escape difficult. Otherwise, she feared being caught off guard. The assembly bore no objections. The distribution was perceived as fair. With a decision made, discussions commenced on the timing of their actions, emphasizing the necessity of a coordinated strike to avoid provoking a riot among the black-armored forces. After some deliberation, these formidable beings ceased further discourse and began advancing towards the outer city, preparing to eliminate a contingent of black armor. At that moment, Li Hao and his companions remained unaware of their situation, oblivious to their location, which was the alleyway between the 1st and 2nd streets. Li Hao had absorbed a significant amount of mysterious energy by this point, feeling a saturation in his spleen and heart, yet the balance of the 5 elements was disrupted, causing him some discomfort. Noticing his cessation of absorption, Liu Long quickly remarked, "It has been a while. The major organizations and night watchers may soon enter this area. And at that point, we shall struggle to conceal ourselves. The presence of too many people could easily lead to exposure." Li Hao nodded, sharing this concern. If a multitude truly arrived, especially with the 3 young among them, the black armor would pose no threat. Rather, their own attire would render them more vulnerable. Just as he was about to speak, they once again heard footsteps and chose to remain silent. After a while, when the sounds faded away, Li Hao finally spoke. "There aren't many black armors in the outer city. They certainly won't be able to hinder their footsteps. We do not necessarily need to stop them from entering the outer city, nor do we possess the strength to do so. The pressing matter at hand is to enhance our capabilities and eliminate some adversaries." He turned to Lu Yin. "Sister Lu, do you believe you can swiftly comprehend the situation?" Lu Yin fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. Li Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, the situation was the greatest foe to martial artists. "Boss, do you still have room for improvement?" "There is, but the difficulty is immense. My teacher suggested that I first nourish my kidneys, which requires a substantial amount of water energy, preferably supplemented with blood godchild. As for the people of the Red Moon, they have yet to be seen, and it seems there are no formidable water energy practitioners available to take them down. There is someone." Li Hao smiled. "However, it won't be easy to kill them. It depends on whether the boss dares to do it." "Who?" "Zhang Ting from the Night Watchers." Liu Long's expression immediately darkened, even with his armor. Li Hao sensed his discontent. Clearly, Liu Long considered him insane for suggesting killing one of their own for the sake of improvement. The Night Watchers are, after all, one of our own. "Boss, don't rush. It's not that I want to kill her. It's Minister Ho who said it's permissible to kill or not. Either way is inconsequential. Moreover, the opponent is formidable, a mid-Sanyang wielder of a sourced divine weapon." At this revelation, Liu Long inhaled sharply. "Mid-Sanyang? And she carries a sourced divine weapon? This is no joke. How could we kill her? Even if she is an adversary, I am not so arrogant as to believe I can defeat a mid-Sanyang. Even with all my 9-forged strength, I may not be able to breach the defenses of a Sanyang. My previous confidence has waned since I failed to defeat Li Dahu with a single punch." Li Hao spoke again. "I need water energy now, and so do you. If we kill her, we can both be satisfied, and there will be surplus. I have a feeling that if I balance the 5 elements, there is hope for me to enter the Doqian." He felt that after achieving balance among the 5 elements, both his terrain and sword momentum might see some enhancement, or even fusion. Unfortunately, the current imbalance among the elements had caused his sword momentum to weaken while his terrain had become too strong, largely influenced by the relationship between terrain and earth energy. He required a considerable amount of water energy to restore equilibrium to this power. Liu Long frowned deeply. Even if she is an enemy, since Minister Ho said so, it doesn't matter who she is. She can be killed. But do you think we can achieve that? It's impossible. A surprise attack may not be without hope. "Boss, while it may be difficult for you to breach her defenses, if I wield my sword in conjunction with 9-forged strength, there is still a chance." "Of course," Li Hao added, "but we need an opportunity. Furthermore, if there are Sanyang around, it complicates matters. I now hope for everyone to enter en masse. If we blend in, we 1T stand out. If we remain outside waiting, or if we recklessly step out, it would only draw attention. At this moment, Li Hao found himself in a dilemma. Staying here was not a solution. If many Sanyang entered, it would become perilous. Encounters with Hao Lianchuan and Hu Dingfang were manageable. But with others, Li Hao sensed that anyone could potentially turn against him. Even Hong Yitong, who appeared quite amiable. Do not forget that the teacher challenged him twice back in the day, causing him to retreat in fear and suffer humiliation, becoming the subject of ridicule in the martial arts community. For a martial artist, reputation is of utmost importance. Could he truly harbor no resentment? Impossible. However, now that the teacher has grown formidable, his adversaries dare not reveal their disdain in his presence. As they conversed, Liu Long's expression suddenly shifted. He swiftly pulled Li Hao and Liu Yin aside, and the three fell into a state of silence. They remained motionless, holding their breaths. After a considerable time, Liu Long exhaled gently and whispered, "Do not move. It seems a powerful presence is approaching." Even without his words, Li Hao had sensed it earlier. Liu Long's perceptive instincts had simply prompted him to act sooner. At this moment, Li Hao glanced towards the alley's entrance, feeling a slight ache in his teeth. The Sanyang had indeed arrived. The issue was that the luminous orb was astonishingly large and somewhat familiar. Ziyue? Goodness. And there appeared to be more than one. It seemed there were others on nearby streets as well. This was troublesome. A significant presence of Sanyang had truly infiltrated the area. His eyes became the finest detectors. As the Sanyang were alarmingly close, their radiant forms unmistakably bright. It was impossible not to notice them. He spotted the orb belonging to Ziyue, stationary not far away. Li Hao surmised that they were likely intent on hunting down a 10-member squad clad in black armor. Moreover, it appeared that Hong Yitong was also nearby, perhaps with similar intentions. Did this mean that the Sanyang planned to eliminate the black-armored individuals in the outer city first? Strangely, Ziyue was closest to the inner city. Was this woman truly willing to engage in such actions? It was important to note that the distance to the inner city was minimal. Across the alley lay the entrance to the inner city. Whenever Li Hao and his companions peeked out, they frequently observed numerous black-armored figures patrolling, far more formidable than what they faced here. Li Hao remained silent and cautiously advanced towards the inner city, with Liu Long hurriedly following. The three moved with utmost care, daring not to approach the second street. In their eyes, the black-armored figures were somewhat more amicable than Ziyue, as long as they did not provoke the black armor. It would not seek them out either. Eventually, they exited the alley, carefully avoiding several black-armored patrols. The scrutiny in this area was significantly heightened, with patrols appearing frequently. Liu Long lowered his voice. "It is perilous for us to be here. Better than the unfriendly Ziyue," Li Hao remarked, glancing towards her. The orb still lingered in place. After pondering, he asked, "Boss, do you still have that crystal ball from Sister Yunyao?" The crystal ball, an extraordinary explosive crafted by Yunyao, was small, resembling a glass orb containing some mysterious energy. When thrown to the ground, it would detonate. Yunyao had employed several against the Red Moon, with mediocre results, failing even to eliminate Yuming. "I did not bring it." Liu Long shook his head after entering Douqian. He no longer needed such items and would not carry them. The power is too weak. Li Hao felt a tinge of disappointment, yet Liu Yin interjected, "I have some." Li Hao was taken aback. "You and Yun Yao have such a strained relationship. How could you possess any?" Liu Yin could not discern his gaze or confusion, and softly remarked, "During our previous duel, she incessantly used this to strike me, prompting me to procure some myself, which were even more potent than before. After she ascended to her superpower, the ones she created became even stronger, capable of threatening the very life of Yuming. Indeed, it has grown formidable, surpassing its prior state. As for how Liu Yin acquired it, whether through theft or force, he chose to disregard." Liu Long whispered, "What are you planning? How about striking Ziyue?" Observing Liu Long's body trembling beneath his armor, it was uncertain whether it stemmed from fear or anger, though the latter seemed more probable. Li Hao chuckled softly, clarifying, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I aim to bury these items along the path of the black armor patrols. When they traverse over them, the superpower will detonate, drawing a significant number of black armors to converge. If positioned correctly, we need not intervene. The black armors will naturally gather towards Ziyue's vicinity. I am not foolish enough to simply toss it over. I would be slain before I could escape." Having said that, he cast a glance towards the distance where, possibly near the city gates, numerous black armors were stationed, with a few copper armors faintly visible as well. Should a crystal orb explode there, it would swiftly attract their attention. The closer one approaches superpowers, the more acutely one can sense their fluctuations. If the enemy draws near Ziyue, it is likely these beings would sense her presence. In that case, a mere 10 or 8 black armors would be insufficient. What about 100? Or even hundreds? If we could lure forth beings beyond the copper armor, it would be even better. Even if Ziyue cannot be slain, it would certainly put her at a considerable disadvantage should she manage to flee. Without further ado, Liu Yin rummaged through her belongings, eventually discovering it was armor and had to retract her hand to search again. Shortly thereafter, she tossed out several small glass orbs from a damaged section of the armor. Li Hao also reached out to collect them, and there were not many, only about 7 or 8. He surveyed the patrol route of the black armors and the position of Ziyue, revealing a smile. Ziyue remained still, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment. A delightful surprise awaits you. He swiftly crouched and made his way to bury several crystal orbs across from Ziyue, just across a narrow alley. Based on his experience, a squad of armored soldiers would likely patrol this route in 1 to 2 minutes, stepping upon these devices. He quickly turned to signal Liu Yin and Liu Long to flee with him. This place could soon erupt into chaos. It would be wise to escape as far away as possible. With Li Hao's keen sight and the audible footsteps of the black armors, they could evade both the superpowers and the black armors, darting through deserted areas. At that moment, although some superpower wielders remained within the city, none encountered the trio, as they deliberately steered clear of such individuals, rendering them difficult to detect. On the second street, Ziyue patiently awaited the others to take their positions and strike together. It would not be long. She had already spotted the 10 armored soldiers ahead. Though formidable, they would pose little challenge to someone of her caliber. The greatest difficulty lay in preserving the integrity of the armor. Once captured, it would belong to the Red Moon. At that moment, she beheld a faint glimmer of starlight flickering beyond the city, a signal to commence action. Though not particularly bright, it was visible to all. In an instant, Ziyue erupted forth, charging at the nearby armored foes. The power of thunder surged forth with remarkable speed. With a resounding crash, one of the black armored warriors was sent flying by her lightning strike, followed by a second, then a third. These adversaries were woefully weak against her might. In the blink of an eye, 10 black armored soldiers were dispatched by her thunderous onslaught. In midair, she maintained her thunderous energy, preventing them from descending. If she could sustain this for but a minute, these foes would be vanquished. Concurrently, she began to diminish her psychic range, ensuring that the more distant black armored warriors remained oblivious to her presence. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A squad of patrolling black armored soldiers on the first street was thrown into disarray, though none sustained harm. The commotion was considerable, a manifestation of unleashed power. This occurred not far from the city gate. In an instant, a bronze-armored warrior, accompanied by several black-armored soldiers, hastily approached. The black-armored troops remained unaware. Yet the bronze warrior turned to gaze at Ziyue, her face flushed with a deep hue of purple. Was there another superhuman presence? Cursed be it. And who had acted just as she did? At this moment, the urge to spill blood surged within her. Before she could unleash her fury or decide whether to retreat or wait for these black-armored foes to lose their combat effectiveness, a bronze warrior emerged. With a thunderous clash, the bronze warrior swung his sword, colliding with her lightning, resulting in a massive eruption of energy. Cursing under her breath, Ziyue realized she could not linger any longer. Trouble loomed large. The proximity to the city gate made it perilous, as a multitude of black-armored soldiers began to pour forth from all directions. Ziyue had no choice but to abandon the nearly defeated black-armored warriors and flee. Daring not to take to the skies, a death sentence in this locale, she was relentlessly pursued by the soldiers, the sounds of carnage echoing all around. Near the inner city, even more armored soldiers were converging towards her. On the third street, Hong Yitong was also preparing to resolve his own troubles when he suddenly turned to flee, cursing vehemently. Ziyue, that incompetent fool, claiming to be at the pinnacle of the third yang, she had caused such a stir against a few black-armored soldiers, drawing in so many foes. Cursed be it, running was the only option. Even without the ability to fly, the third yang allowed for considerable speed, yet within the city. Once the black-armored soldiers detected an enemy, they moved swiftly. In no time at all, black-armored warriors appeared from every direction, encircling Ziyue. Though she was indeed powerful, unleashing a thunderous blast that sent a bronze warrior flying, she was soon besieged by a flurry of swords, leaving her feeling quite overwhelmed. It was not fear that struck her, but the realization that these foes could not be easily dispatched, and she lacked the time to eliminate them in mere minutes. If this continued, she would be unable to withstand the growing numbers. In the next moment, she could no longer contain herself and bellowed, "Come to my aid swiftly." If no one came, she would not hesitate to charge towards the black-armored soldiers herself. Yet at that moment, who would dare approach? In the distance, the Wheel King dispatched the black-armored warriors, shouting loudly, "Quickly retreat from the outer city. Run." His words were not solely directed at Ziyue, but also at the superhumans within the city. For heaven's sake, just run. This fool, Ziyue, had made such a ruckus by slaying a few black-armored foes. At this moment, they even witnessed some unusual occurrences. Perhaps sensing the formidable Ziyue, something was stirring in the inner city. In the next instant, a flash of white light appeared. It soared through the air. This was the first time they had seen a flying powerhouse here. A silver-armored warrior, descending directly from the towering city walls, wielding a silver greatsword, exuding no discernible aura. Yet, everyone understood that trouble was brewing. A silver warrior had truly been summoned. Ziyue's expression changed drastically at this moment. She could no longer hold back. With a thunderous roar, immense lightning erupted, sending the soldiers tumbling. She swiftly made her escape, but the more she exerted herself, the wider the spectrum of her abilities spread, drawing an ever-increasing throng of black-armored warriors towards her. At this moment, in the distance, Li Hao and his companions had already removed their armor. Li Hao inhaled deeply, noting the enormity of the situation. I intended for Ziyue to face some setbacks, but now he sensed the black-armored figures swarming the outer city. We need to flee. Liu Long was also agitated. What do we do? Leave the city, or what? Li Hao scanned his surroundings and suddenly spotted a luminous sphere, a smile breaking across his face. Quick, follow that light. Minister Hao is ahead. He had seen the light belonging to Hao Lianquan. That was fortunate. Now they could blend into the chaos. Had he not seen Hao Lianquan, he would have been hesitant to venture out, but now that he had, it was best to exit as soon as possible. He was counting on someone to assist them. Perhaps Hao Lianquan could lend a hand. Liu Long and the others did not question his judgment. Some matters did not require inquiry. At that moment, Hao Lianquan was also fleeing in haste. Damn it, Ziyue, what a useless fool. Merely killing a few black-armored warriors and you've stirred up such trouble? You've even attracted the attention of a silver centurion. He was utterly speechless. The number of black-armored foes within the city was rapidly increasing and not far away. Cries of desperation could be heard. Those superhumans who had not managed to retreat were now discovered by the black-armored warriors. As Hao Lianquan was about to make his escape, his steps faltered suddenly, and in the next moment, his eyes widened. You guys, Minister, we're here to assist you. Hurry out. Damn, you lie without batting an eye. Assist my foot. I thought you had teleported somewhere else, and even speculated it might be here, but I didn't expect you to be completely unscathed. Thriving while I'm in this mess. The outer city was still perilous for them, yet these three appeared to have suffered no harm, looking quite well off. This was quite impressive. He could not afford to linger on pleasantries, immediately pulling a few of them along as they dashed outside, cursing, Ziyue is truly useless. Are all the people from Hongyue this foolish? I told you, stay away from the inner city, yet you still attracted both the black-armored and the silver warriors. Liu Long remained silent, and it seemed that Hao Lianquan had not anticipated that the source of such significant trouble was not Ziyue, but rather a few crystal orbs casually buried by Li Hao. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, with explosions relentless, illuminating the entire outer city amidst the flickering shadows of lightning. At that moment, a silver-armored warrior, wielding a colossal sword, struck down with such force that it shattered the very thunder itself. Upon witnessing this, Hao Lianquan inhaled sharply. The existence at the pinnacle of the late Sanyang stage was indeed indomitable, and Ziyue was likely in dire straits. The death of the enemy mattered little. The crucial issue was that this formidable adversary, should he seek to enter the inner city, posed a significant obstacle that would be arduous to surmount. Meanwhile, Ziyue let out a furious roar. You bunch of bastards. In an instant, she soared into the air, disregarding the potential dangers aloft, and flew directly towards the nearest Hong Yitong, whose face turned purple with terror. Boom. At that moment, a flash of white light flickered in midair, colliding violently with Ziyue. However, she manifested an armor enveloped in thunder, causing a resounding explosion. Ziyue staggered but was not slain. Instead, she landed beside the fleeing Hong Yitong in a heartbeat. Without uttering a word, the two Sanyong swiftly pursued Hu Dingfang, who was also sprinting away at breakneck speed, cursing under his breath as he observed the chaos. What a ruckus over a few black-armored foes. At this juncture, black-armored soldiers began to swarm, and numerous bronze-armored centurions emerged, their long swords relentlessly slashing towards them. Moreover, the sound of piercing air filled the atmosphere. Within the city, previously dormant mechanisms seemed to have erupted, unleashing a flurry of sharp blades that mercilessly struck down any superhuman who failed to escape in time. Even if a Sanyong were hit, it would be excruciating. The invisible blades that Hao Lianquan had mentioned had finally made their appearance. Hao Lianquan, along with the three companions, dashed forward, shouting, "Quick, retreat. We've triggered those mechanisms." He was exceedingly frustrated, grateful that they were not far from the city's edge. As they ran, the vast plaza came into view. Once they exited, safety would be assured. At that moment, Li Hao and his companions glanced back, witnessing an overwhelming surge of thunderous energy illuminating the city, with numerous Sanyong desperately fleeing. If it were just the silver-armored warrior, they could manage, but now, it seemed that 800 black-armored soldiers had materialized. The Sanyong dared not confront them head-on. That would be courting death. Ziyue was in the direst predicament, struck by a blow from an aerial restriction, although the divine weapon had mitigated much of the impact. Her hair was disheveled, blood trickled from her lips, and she was seething with rage. Who had struck her just moments ago? Yet, there was no need to pursue the matter. In this situation, the enemy was doomed. Yet, the pent-up frustration within her remained unexpressed. With a thunderous crash, a silver sword descended once more from behind. Despite Hong Yitong's lesser strength compared to Ziyue, he ran with remarkable speed, propelling himself forward and offering the sword to Ziyue. She nearly unleashed a bolt of lightning upon him, yet she realized that to retaliate would put both of them in peril. With no other choice, Ziyue unleashed a tempest of thunder, bracing herself to withstand the onslaught of yet another sword strike, leveraging the force to hasten her escape. Further ahead, Hu Dingfang let out a fierce roar akin to a tiger, stomping the ground and sending the surrounding armored warriors reeling. He too pressed on relentlessly towards the direction of the Wheel King, determined that if they were to suffer, they would share the burden together. The entire outer city descended into chaos in an instant. Outside the square, the superpowered individuals from various organizations swiftly surged towards the scene, cautious not to approach the square itself, yet their faces were etched with concern. How had it come to this? In the next moment, a flicker of light darted by as Hao Lianquan returned, tossing Li Hao and the others into the crowd. No one had the inclination to pay attention to them. At this moment, more people continued to flee the city. Hao Lianquan urgently commanded, "Enter the square. Unleash all your powers to draw the armored warriors here," providing an opportunity for Sanyong to escape. Otherwise, we are all doomed. They could escape, but if Sanyong perished within the organization, their fate would be no better. Instantly, the crowd surged into the square, unleashing a wave of powers that captured the attention of countless armored warriors, who began to charge towards them. The pressure on the few Sanyong members was finally alleviated significantly. Amidst the throng, Li Hao and his companions seized the moment to blend in, with Liu Long casting a bemused glance at Li Hao in the midst of this tumultuous scene. "Goodness, you certainly play your part well, with that innocent expression, as if nothing were amiss." Little did anyone know, this entire upheaval was orchestrated by Li Hao, who feigned concern with a worried demeanor. What nonsense! Yet, Li Hao was genuinely troubled, concerned that Ziyue might not perish. Wouldn't it be better if she did? However, her survival posed complications. He could see the silver greatsword relentlessly assaulting Ziyue. How pitiful she was. Li Hao silently sympathized, thankful he was no longer within the city, or he too would meet his demise. The furious roars of Ziyue echoed once more. In the next instant, she soared into the air again, her speed unmatched. In the blink of an eye, streaks of white light struck forth as her thunderous armor crackled with energy, though it was being battered relentlessly. Moments later, Ziyue returned, straining against the overwhelming pressure. But Li Hao noticed that the thunderous behemoth, the source divine weapon, seemed to be heavily taxed, barely able to move within her. Would she be slain? Ziyue's light orb had also diminished in size, indicating significant depletion and serious injuries. Harsh breaths filled the air, her hair disheveled, and her eyes ablaze with resentment. Damn it! The source divine weapon had suffered grave damage, yet had she not returned, She feared she would not have made it back. In the next moment, they beheld a flash of sword light as Hong Yitong roared, unleashing a sword strike that shook the earth. The might of the earth-shattering sword was instantly revealed, cleaving through the surrounding armored warriors and propelling him forward in a leap spanning over 100 meters. Hastily retreating towards them, the Sanyong members, disheveled and battered, cursed fervently in their minds. Within the city, chaos had long since erupted into a tumultuous frenzy.